This guy shows up to a military entrance exam just to prove he's built different, and the moment he arrives, they place a giant red crystal in front of him. Now this thing is ridiculously hard. The instructors are basically waiting for this rookie to shatter his own arm, but Kim Min-joon walks up, smiles, and absolutely deletes the crystal with a single punch. Not just cracks or damages it, bro turns the whole thing into premium dust. The instructors are staring at the rubble like their brains just blue-screened. Nobody can figure out how this random recruit pulled that off, but that's only the beginning. Next comes the actual competition against the other recruits. And honestly, there's only one person here who can even pretend to keep up with him. Sun Eun-seo, the general's daughter. This girl has spent her entire life grinding for the top spot. Years of training, years of suffering, and years of being told she's a genius. Then Min-joon shows up and starts speedrunning her dreams. The recruits have to dodge rubber bullets. She does great, but our guy does it better. Next, they have to race through a dungeon rocky alley. She's running for first place with all her might, but Min-joon casually runs past her like he's late for lunch. At this point, Yoon-seo is probably filing a complaint with reality itself. Nothing makes sense. Every challenge she's supposed to dominate, this guy clears with zero effort and wins. So how is he so ridiculously overpowered? Well, there's one tiny detail nobody knows. Kim Min-joon didn't come here from Earth. My guy just returned from another world. And unlike every isekai protagonist who loses everything after coming back, he kept his dark magic powers. Min-joon spent years purging the land of Isgard from evil, and he finally brought the well-deserved peace to this world. But he doesn't get any credit for the favor he did. After all, he's a cursed mage, one who dabbles in the powers of darkness. With the mission complete, he finally meets the goddess who is responsible for summoning him in this world. He kept his end of the bargain by eradicating the menace. Now it's the goddess's turn to return the favor and give him the ticket back to his planet, Earth. The goddess insists he stay a little longer, but Min-joon's done doing her dirty work. It's finally time to embrace the Korean fried chicken he's been missing so much. Since the goddess knows next to nothing about crispy fried chicken, or something called the internet, she can't offer him any of that, so she eventually decides to send him back. With the teleportation circle activated, she removes the saint's protection that always stopped Min-joon from using his powers on her. Once that's gone, the final step is stripping Min-joon of his dark powers before sending him back. But Min-joon was already prepared to see this day, and he did exactly what he had to. He betrayed the goddess to keep his dark powers all to himself. Before vanishing into the multi-dimensional portal he created with his own dark magic, he flipped her the middle finger. And with that, he disappeared, leaving the helpless, angry blondie gritting her teeth behind. Then, Min-joon reappears in his room and immediately checks his phone. He'd missed the feeling of holding it after emerging from what he considered the hellhole of Dungeon Power Fighter, so he's thrilled to be back. But he quickly notices something odd, that there is no network, no internet. Meanwhile, an army unit gears up for a raid. The crew questions Corporal Choi In-ho about why regular soldiers were being dispatched on such a mission. In-ho, just as clueless, told them to ask the administrative officers, reminding them that a corporal isn't aware of all the top-secret intel. In-ho signals, and the soldiers move in sync to attack. It's been 2 years since Min-joon was summoned, a memory that still clearly irritates him. His phone, thanks to autosync, still works, but he has no one to contact. As he walks outside, the lack of Wi-Fi and open stores in the neighborhood strikes him as odd. Suddenly, the army unit spots a man casually walking, catching them off guard, especially since Min-joon is busy complaining about Isgard being a trashy place. The soldiers, certain this is a restricted area, wonder why the guards aren't doing their job. They call out to Min-joon, who's initially surprised but then assumes they must be trainees. He assures them he's just passing through, but then the soldiers scream, seeing a horrifying creature leaping at him. Min-joon casually turns his head, only to see a creepy wolf lunging his way. Min-joon isn't even the least bit concerned when the soldiers yell at him to dodge. That horrifying beast is charging straight at him, ready to tear him apart. He's seriously pissed, wondering why this stupid mutt, who can't even take a single punch, is showing up now. But just as he tries to tap into his power, that devil-may-care attitude vanishes fast. He can't summon his demonic energy, not even a flicker. Then he goes for the only option left and stops the wolf with his bare hands, slamming it into the ground with brute force like he doesn't give a damn. The soldiers' jaws hit the floor in shock when they see the impact of Min-joon's smack leave a dent in the ground. Their faces go pale at the sight of such raw strength. Min-joon stares the wolf dead in the eyes and says he's no loser, even without his dark powers. Even if he's grown weaker, there's no way he's letting some measly scum of a monster get the best of him. He suddenly recalls that warrior putting him through a deadly workout routine, lifting boulders like his life depended on it. The memory makes him weirdly nostalgic for Isgard's brutal training. Still, he doesn't get why a monster like this is even in this world. Just as he's about to question the soldiers, he notices they're already scared out of their wits. Later in the jeep, the soldiers have no idea why this weirdo went so hard on the wolf, slamming it like it owed him money. One of them even says that what he did could land him in prison, but their commander had already told them to stop making a scene out of this, and he let that slide. That's when one of them turns to Minjun and asks if he's really clueless about what's been going on lately. The so-called World Walker says he's unfamiliar with the land, keeping the whole otherworlder thing under wraps. Deep down, he's not even sure this is the Korea he remembers. He has no clue what's happened in the past 2 years. He recalls that around the age of 7, the phenomenon of dungeons first appeared, and with them came waves of vicious monsters. He remembers the soldiers fighting desperately against them, but alongside all that horror, something else rose too: superhumans, known as the Awakened. Their powers weren't just human, they were something far beyond. The Awakened had teamed up with the Hunter Corps, a newly formed military unit, and together they wiped out the monster swarm in no time. So, before Minjun got summoned by that skank of a goddess, Korea hadn't faced anything too dangerous that could threaten civilian zones. Out of nowhere, he senses something off about Dungeon Power Fighter and checks his signal again. That's when it hits him: the server isn't completely gone yet. The realization pisses him off. All that hell he went through, only to return to this mess. On top of that, Sparky is itching to play the game, or at least see if the server's still running, but he ends up cursing the network in frustration. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers doesn't buy this loser's act about knowing nothing, while the whole world is clearly upside down. Still, after witnessing Minjun's raw strength, he starts getting really nervous, thinking maybe this dude's got a story behind him that explains way more than he's letting on. Right then, Sparky grabs the soldier's attention and asks if game developers still even exist in the world. Then, out of nowhere, he follows up by asking if people still safely evacuate and manage to get jobs at game companies or something. Also, this deadbeat demands to know if all the buildings were destroyed, including the server storage systems. He's digging for details, wondering why everything's such a mess. The soldier says he'll explain, proudly mentioning he scored an A+ in monster theory and dungeonology at university. Minjun's stunned that a university even teaches stuff like that now, but the soldier confirms it's pretty rare to find decent teachers on the topic. He starts explaining that the real problem started about 2 years ago with the weird dungeon phenomenon. One day, dungeons just started popping up more frequently for no clear reason and began expanding. The worst part is that the sheer number of giant monsters started rising non-stop, forcing their way into the human world. Eventually, the military couldn't keep the situation under control, and some civilian zones had to be locked down. Since then, the army's been throwing everything they've got at the problem with all sorts of methods, but they're seriously short on people. Throughout the entire story, Minjun couldn't care less. He's only bothered by one thing. The soldier still hasn't answered whether game companies are up and running or not. This dude just wants to play Dungeon Power Fighter really badly. When asked his age, Minjun casually says he's 21. That instantly reminds the soldier that Minjun should be enlisting soon, warning him that half of his 20s are about to vanish into thin air. That shocks Sparky, who blurts out that the Hunter Corps serve 5 years and the regular troops do 3. The soldier corrects this boy, saying that under the current mess, all troops serve for 5 years, no exceptions. If Minjun is really 21, he's pretty sure the guy should have already received his enlistment letter by now. This manaless loser is losing his mind just thinking he'd get to chill and play Dungeon Power Fighter for a bit. But life clearly had other plans and threw him straight into the mud. It's honestly hard for the guy to even process this mess. And now the thought of giving up 5 years of his life, when he hasn't even managed to connect to the server yet, is practically boiling his brain. Out of nowhere, Minjun gets a ping from military manpower, assigning him, Kim Minjun, to enlist at the recruit training center. Sparky's totally whacked to see how serious they are about this, especially since his enlistment date is literally tomorrow. He wonders if the military just spams people now, because the timing feels way too on point. That cracks up the soldier boy, who says Gang 1's known for pulling that kind of crap. In a flash, Minjun's at his wit's end, yelling at the guy like, how the hell is this even possible without a physical exam? In his defense, Soldier Boy already mentioned they're running low on manpower, so now the physicals are handled directly at the training center. As for the notice, he figures Minjun probably just saw it late, but still suggests checking out the PC room near the evacuation center, just in case. Suddenly something clicks in his mind. Long ago, when Minjun's parents went missing, he filled the void in his life with games. Then, as a lonely 12th grader, he was summoned to Isgard, the forgotten paradise of humanity. Now, back in the present, sitting in a PC room, Minjun is crying tears of joy while playing Dungeon Power Fighter again. He's soaking in the comfort of these little gaming booths, loving how the game still runs just the way he remembers. Sparky's practically ready to bow down and thank the owner of this place for keeping it alive even during a full-blown crisis. Out of nowhere, he orders a hot dog, and the waitress looks completely baffled, wondering just how much this dude can eat. After enjoying the game to his heart's content, Minjun slips back into reality, now wondering if all of this is even real. He pulls up the internet to check news articles and tries to get a grip on the situation. That's when he reads that this year's monster-related damages are 48% higher than last year. On top of that, the Hunter Corps is reportedly prioritizing citizen safety as the number of attacks keeps climbing, with the government scrambling to find solutions. Min-jun starts believing every word that the soldier guy said, including the part about being enlisted by the Military Manpower Administration. Now, the message had clearly mentioned that his enlistment was set for tomorrow. Min-jun can't help but think that if he still had his powers from Isgard, he could have cleared all the dungeons by himself without breaking a sweat. But for some reason, his body is completely depleted of demonic energy. It feels drained of his main source of dark magic. Still, with the raw strength he's got left, he figures he might be able to take down those dungeons on his own anyway. His intense aura creeps through the room, throwing everyone off guard as they stare at this crackhead. With a wicked laugh, Min-jun decides to take it all into his own hands. The next day, this world walker casually strolls into the training center, snack in hand. He's oddly excited to see so many people enlisting today, even though everyone else looks gloomy, hugging their loved ones goodbye. Then, suddenly, an announcement calls all the new soldiers to gather in the auditorium. Min-jun raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is actually going to be harder than life in Isgard. Inside the auditorium, the soldiers are straight up nasty, barking at the new recruits to stand up and yelling at them for moving like snails. One's shouting to keep their posture straight and not look behind, while another demands they push the person in front like their lives depend on it. Min-jun can't help but find these instructors oddly polite compared to that absolute jerk he trained under back in Isgard. After a while, the battalion commander steps up and grabs everyone's attention, asking anyone who applied for the Hunter Corps but didn't get selected to raise their hand. He explains that treatment differs massively between the Hunter Corps and regular troops. The Hunters start out with a base pay of 3 million won, which gets a few heads turning. When no one moves, the commander says it's fine, until he spots one volunteer. Min-jun is called to step forward, and he decides this is his moment to shine. Without hesitation, he leaps into the air, punching a dent into the ground from the sheer force of his takeoff. He lands right next to the commander, smooth as ever, leaving everyone stunned with their jaws practically on the floor. That's when he introduces himself with confidence, saying, "Kim Min-jun, applying for the Hunter Corps." Back in Isgard, deep within the Forgotten Canyon of the northern region, the mountains are littered with caves, each darker and more twisted than the last. It's there that Min-jun fully accepts the brutal reality that being a dark mage is a job with no end to its torment. There's no character worse off than this. Sure, dark mages come packed with insane skills, but once they run out of their fuel, they're done for. All that's left is a body barely holding it together, stuck in a role that grinds you down until there's nothing left. It's not like mana just naturally restores over time like it does for regular mages. For dark mages, the only way to recover it is by taking down monsters using demonic energy. But even then, replenishing dark energy while actively using it is a total grind is super inefficient and barely worth it. On top of that, Min-jun could never find reliable party members, since the dark mage image had such a terrible reputation. So if Min-jun ever runs out of dark energy, he's basically as good as dead down there. Now he asks what the best method is for a dark mage to recover demonic energy. But sadly, this guy's so damn lonely. There's no one around to answer his pop quiz or listen to his tragic monologue except a bunch of monster corpses. He starts wondering if it's because everyone else is already dead. Suddenly he hears something creeping up behind him. Turns out, it's the Forgotten Canyon's hidden dungeon boss, Arachnest. This creepy, oversized spider beast crawls into view while Min-jun casually thinks maybe the dungeon boss could have answered his question. He even says the beast should have shown up sooner, because he was dying of boredom waiting. As Arachnest notices her crushed babies scattered all over the ground, she lets out a bone-chilling screech. Min-jun just shrugs it off, cracking a joke about her breath reeking so there's no need for a reply. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he slams a punch right into her face and says the answer's wrong. With his demonic energy pouring out of him, Min-jun says the answer's real simple. That is just to beat the monster with a maxed out strength. That day, Meanold, who's actually Kim Min-jun, stood at the peak of dark magic in Isgard, and that was 645 days before he returned to Earth. Back in the present, the commander confirms his name, Kim Min-jun, and tells him to wait there until the Hunter Corps unit arrives. Min-jun's just vibing, low-key thrilled to see a whole commander casually making him coffee. Then the commander asks if there's any special reason he wants to join the Hunter Corps. He's clearly weirded out by this kid, especially since so many Hunter Corps members are bailing and returning to the regular army, even with their powers, now that things are getting worse out there. With a hint of a smirk, Min-jun simply says he's got some business in the dungeons, leaving the commander completely speechless. A second later, the commander bursts out laughing, thinking Min-jun's dungeon comment was just a joke. He even reassures him that he won't be charged for smashing the auditorium floor. Little did he know, this world walker wasn't joking at all. In Korea, all dungeons are managed by the military, and the Hunter Corps, a highly skilled elite unit, is given top priority to investigate those dungeons and handle monster subjugation. Members of this unit can rank up based on ability, meaning there's no limit to how fast someone can climb the ladder if they've got the power. By enlisting in the Hunter Corps, Min-jun gets his license to enter dungeons and wipe out the trash lurking inside using his demonic energy. From there, he starts daydreaming about racing through the ranks, recovering his lost powers along the way. The thought alone makes this scheming maniac chuckle, imagining himself hitting 10 stars within 5 years, clearing out every dungeon in sight. That'd buy just enough time for Dungeon Power Fighter to finally roll out its 4th awakening while he soaks up the glory and the big paycheck of a public hero. Just then, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho of the Hunter Corps reports to the commander. The commander greets him warmly and introduces Min-jun as the new recruit. Min-jun's straight up stunned to see a battalion commander speaking so formally to a sergeant. Sung-ho turns to Min-jun and bluntly asks if he really has special powers. If he's a born hunter, he should have access to a status window. So the sergeant insists that Sparky read out all his stats. Min-jun can't help but wonder if all the Hunter Corps members are this pushy, but whatever. He gives in and does what they ask. Come to think of it, he remembers having a status window back in Isgard too, but he barely used the thing that only showed number values and stats. Now the lad's actually curious to see how the status window works in this world, but the second it appears, he's completely thrown off. Sung-ho immediately presses him, asking what he's seeing, but Min-jun just gives him a nervous smile. With an awkward chuckle, he says the window's showing an error. Sung-ho's expression goes stiff, as if his brain just hit a glitch trying to process what he heard. Somewhere in Gyeonggi-do, at the Hunter Corps Training Center, the commander starts with some small talk, saying he last saw her in Hwachun. It's been 10 years. He admits he never imagined running into Son Yoon-seo here, of all places. She quickly corrects him, saying she's not a hunter yet, just a new recruit who enlisted today. Still, she wants to know if she's only being called in because of her father's status, making it clear she has no interest in getting special treatment during training. The commander laughs it off, assuring her it has nothing to do with General Sun and that she won't be getting any kind of special pass either. He also reminds her that the Hunter Corps isn't some easy organization, something her father must have mentioned already. With such a renowned rookie enlisting, the commander figures he'd exchange a few words of encouragement before the girl gets super busy. He knows it couldn't have been easy for her to enlist as a regular soldier, instead of walking in as an executive, saying they're always short on people like her. So he thanks her both as a citizen and as a soldier of the nation. Meanwhile, Yoon-seo's clearly embarrassed but politely thanks the commander. Just then, a van rolls in, and the commander lets her know she might be meeting an interesting comrade on board. He asks if she'd like to go greet him together, which catches her completely off guard. Meanwhile, Min-jun is hyped to finally step into the Hunter Corps Training Center. The building's massive, and he's not even sure how much taxpayer money went into it, so the first thing he asks is whether there's a PC room. Sung-ho throws shade at this weirdo, telling him not to get too excited since he's not officially in the Hunter Corps yet. Just because he's a special case, Seung-ho's been given the job of testing him out. That arrogant tone ticks Sparky off, and he's ready to curse this jerk out. According to Sung-ho, he would have already dumped Min-jun back in the Yongchang if the head office hadn't specifically requested to test him. Moreover, Sung-ho adds that once he proves Min-jun's nothing but a fraud, he'll be handed over to the military police without wasting a second. Min-jun's not loving this guy's attitude. He's way too stingy and full of himself, but the dude keeps it together and demands to know the details of the test. That's when Sung-ho shows a giant red crystal and tells him that if he can move it even an inch within 10 minutes, he'll pass. The soldier guy says he's ready to see if this so-called talent is worth the hype for signing up with the Hunter Corps. The red stone is no ordinary rock. It's a byproduct formed inside dungeons, known for being insanely dense, hard, and heavy, making it pretty much impossible for any average recruit to even budge. Min-jun strolls past Sung-ho, casually saying he's glad the test is this simple, which definitely bruises Sung-ho's ego. Sung-ho knows the whole thing is a dumb way to measure someone's status window, but he gets it. There's probably been plenty of frauds with mediocre abilities trying to sneak their way into the Hunter Corps, so this kind of test weeds out the fakes. Meanwhile, Sung-ho had heard rumors about this guy jumping 5 meters straight onto the podium, but the whole status window error thing still doesn't add up. There are a few others watching Min-jun's test now, including Commander Choi and Yoon-seo. Choi figures this guy probably showed off some crazy physical abilities to the battalion commander at the training center just to get here this fast. He also tells Yoon-seo that Min-jun's status window came up with an error. The old man's never heard of anything like that before, but he's got high hopes for this new recruit. Min-jun stares at the red stone and instantly remembers it from his time in Isgard. That ridiculously heavy rock was scattered all over the dungeons there, but a chunk this size, he could move it without breaking a sweat. He hyped up, packs a punch, wondering if maybe this thing stores some demonic energy too. So, the brute winds up and smashes the entire stone into pieces in one shot. Too bad though, it turns out it's got nothing. Commander Choi and Yoon-seo are left with their jaws on the floor in pure shock. Even Sergeant Sung-ho looks like his eyes might pop out, calling Min-jun a straight-up crazy monster. Later, Nam In-hyuk is completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, as he drags himself up the stairs with the other recruits. Even before joining the Hunter Corps, he knew the training wasn't going to be normal, but now he's really feeling something's off. Once the training period ends, they'll be heading into real combat. But before that, they're stuck with 4 weeks of absolute hell. That means strapping on sandbags from the very first session and climbing the infamous 6,000 steps. As if things weren't already brutal, there's this devil of an instructor, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, constantly breathing down their necks. He checks their finishing times. That much was expected, but this kind of crude physical training only boosts their stats a little, and it's pushing most of the recruits to the edge of collapse. Nam In-hyuk always figures Hunter Corps recruits had to endure a lot and just suck it up, but now he's not so sure about this lunatic running the show. Meanwhile, Min-jun's having the time of his life, running like he's some kind of free elf. In-hyuk's starting to question whether the problem is them, not him. Min-jun feels like his body is floating on air, and if he still had his demonic energy, he swears he'd be flying. Sparky actually finds this so-called hellish Hunter Corps training kind of sweet. The military uniforms look stylish compared to the rags he wore in Isgard, and the food is way better than expected. Even the schedule's a win. Once the evening roll call is done, they get actual free time and can crash for the night. Also, he heard there's a PC room right inside the facility, and it's apparently just as good as anything out in the city. As long as he follows the rules, no one's going to bother him during his free time. Though Min-jun had every intention of ditching the place if it turned out to be a drag, it turns out the Hunter Corps has everything he could ask for, including grueling drills, delicious meals, solid pay, and even time to play games. He dashes up the stairs shouting that the Hunter Corps is the best thing ever. In-hyuk, still trying to catch his breath, can't wrap his head around what kind of fuel this insane monster runs on to move like that. In a flash, Sung-ho is left completely stunned as he sees Min-jun reach the top way faster than expected. Normally, it takes about an hour for the average recruit to finish the climb, but this guy crushed it in record time. Min-jun's up there enjoying the view, dancing around Sung-ho, and reminding him of the promise he made that anyone who finishes under 30 minutes gets an outing pass. With no choice, Sung-ho hands it over while Min-jun starts plotting where he should use it. Sung-ho cracks a smile, wondering if there's ever been a recruit who got an outing pass. Still, he knows that high stats or raw strength alone aren't enough, as the real test is how fast someone can react to monsters. That's what truly matters in the Hunter Corps, and for that reason, he swears he'll be keeping a close eye on Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the rest of the recruits are whining, grumbling about how impossible it is to keep up with this kind of training every day. Then suddenly, In-hyuk yells out that his stats went up by 1, and the others quickly rally around to congratulate him like it's the biggest win of the day. Now everyone's caught up checking their stats, and Min-jun is straight up shocked when he sees how hyped the recruits are over just 1 stat point going up. This dude can't help but remember his brutal Isgard training under that insane warrior who forced him to earn 10 stat points a day like it was nothing. Meanwhile, one of the guys asks if Min-jun's planning to use his outing pass, but Sparky's not so sure yet. The others look at him with envy, saying they heard from another instructor that no one has ever managed to earn an outing pass from Sergeant Sung-ho until now. Suddenly, everyone starts crowding around him, throwing out questions about his workout routine and how he got so strong. Min-jun's caught off guard by the whole scene, realizing people are actually chatting and laughing with him. It's totally new. Back in Isgard as a dark mage, everyone avoided him like the plague. Just walking by him was considered bad luck. But here, it's different, and communication isn't bad as he thought. These guys are already making plans to hit the PC room later, and it gets Min-jun all excited. He's even more shocked to hear that the PC room's open at this hour. Now that's a win. While enjoying his time in the PC room, the clock hits 9, and Min-jun figures it's time to grab 2 hours of sleep. Back in Isgard, even getting 1 hour was considered a luxury, so 2 hours felt like a full-on deep sleep. With that kind of rest, he's confident he can recover just enough energy to keep grinding games every day. The others in the room are stunned, watching this absolute maniac still playing that game. Next up, the recruits are hit with another brutal drill with no extra distance this time, but they have to maintain a consistent speed. Anyone who fails to complete 40 kilometers within 2 hours doesn't get breakfast. Later on, Min-jun casually gloats about hitting 10 max levels yesterday, which ticks off In-hyuk, who's struggling to catch his breath after the drill. He's annoyed that Min-jun isn't even sweating. What gets him even more is knowing the guy played games all night and only slept 2 hours in the last 4 weeks. When someone asks him how he's still standing, Min-jun just grins and grabs everyone's attention, saying he brought enough water to share with all his comrades. The guy loses it, praising his insane stamina and calling him his dear comrade. They're practically dying to get a sip of what now feels like some kind of mythical elixir. Boys line up like baby chicks ready for Min-jun pouring a sip of water in their mouth. In the middle of their chatter, someone suddenly calls for their attention, and it's Lee, dropping the bomb that the lieutenant is seriously disappointed in all of them. It's the final week of training, and only half the recruits have managed to meet the standard. He straight up calls them the most pathetic squadron of all time. Minjun can't help but wonder why this old guy is talking in the third person like some ancient sage. Lee doesn't stop there though. He throws shade at everyone, saying if they get deployed after training ends, half of them are heading straight for their deathbeds. That kind of mindset, according to him, is basically a one-way ticket to heaven. He boldly claims that there's no way any of them will survive the final stage of training, which is something called the dungeon assessment training. Normally, once all the monsters inside a dungeon are wiped out, the dungeon disappears. But some of them don't vanish. They turn into what's called transforming dungeons. These dungeons constantly shift their internal structure, changing layouts and environments on a regular basis. That makes them the perfect spot for trainees to get real-life dungeon experience. And that hardcore simulation is what they call the dungeon assessment training. Just hearing the name sends shivers down the recruits' spines, so they already know they're in for something brutal. With Lee cranking up the tension, he seems to enjoy it, saying recruits need to be handled like racehorses. For real discipline, you need a heavy whip to keep them in line and then toss them a carrot later. He assures them they'll make it through if they just use their brains. To sweeten the deal, he announces that the recruit with the highest score will earn a 2-night, 3-day vacation pass. The old man believes this little reward will light a fire under them and push them to work harder, asking if that news doesn't make their blood boil. But the recruits just stare at him blankly, watching him tap the stage like he's lost it. But no one responds. He's trying so hard to hype them up, but it feels like he's talking to a wall. That is until he spots one guy who actually looks thrilled by the news, and that just makes the rest of them more nervous. The next day, the whole squad shows up with their jaws on the floor, stunned by how massive the dungeon really is. Minjun, on the other hand, couldn't care less. On the day of the dungeon assessment training, the recruits are full of nerves, wondering what kind of nightmare awaits them inside. Suddenly, a jeep rolls onto the scene, scaring the crap out of everyone. They're all thinking, why would a military truck be out here of all places? Their panic spikes when they realize the jeep is loaded with cages, and inside those cages are real monsters. With terrifying noises echoing from the cages, the recruits quickly realize they're filled with hounds that send a chill down their spines. One of them even collapses from the shock, while another is already looking for an escape route. Meanwhile, Minjun just sees them as oversized puppies, comparing them to chihuahuas or Maltese in his head. Lee is fuming as he watches the recruits tremble at the sight of monsters they're supposed to be trained to face. He orders them to form teams of 4 and head into the transforming dungeon, where they must defeat a hound within 1 hour and return. He lays down the instructions. If they get hurt, they better work on their core strength. If they're scared, they should use their brains and fight with their spirit. Sungho steps up to announce that they'll be going in one by one, so it's time to gear up and get moving. Next up is the Hunter Corps' exclusive safety suit, the Mid-2, designed to protect the physical body during battle. Once everyone slips into the gear, they start trembling like scared chickens, wondering if anything in the world could be tougher than this armor. Meanwhile, Minjun is silently judging the suit, thinking it's insanely uncomfortable and clearly built for defense only. He can't believe something this stiff and clunky costs around 50 million. From the smell alone, he figures these suits have been used to hell and back, soaked in everyone's passion and sweat. That's when Sparky throws out a bold question, asking if they managed to take down the hounds, which means they can ditch these suits. At first, Lieutenant Lee looks thrown off by the idea, but when he sees it's Minjun, the #1 ranking recruit, he gives in and grants permission. Still, Lee doesn't let him off that easily. He reminds Minjun that he's not allowed to steal the spotlight. He's expected to show real teamwork, and now, everyone's going to be watching how the top-ranked recruit handles things when it comes to taking care of others. When it comes to defeating a hound, Sparky acts like the whole thing's a walk in the park, claiming all he needs to do is tell his teammates what to do. Out of nowhere, Minjun yells that he's got the perfect plan. 2 guys actually lean in, curious to hear him out, but then this weirdo casually drops the most brutal advice ever. Just grab the hound by the legs and snap its back in half. That should do the trick if it jumps at them. And if the beast somehow survives that, he says they should fold its back and rip it apart. After delivering that horrifying strategy, Sparky demands to know if they got it. The recruits just stand there, staring at him in stunned silence, completely speechless. Right then, Lee shouts at the sergeants to release the hounds, and Sungho pulls open the cage gates, letting the beasts loose. But instead of attacking the recruits, the menacing creatures bolt straight back into the dungeon. Minjun casually points out that the wolves probably saw the door to their home and headed for it. Surprisingly, his logic clicks with everyone, and the recruits start praising his sharp mind for understanding the hound's psychology so fast. Out of nowhere, Lee storms over and demands to know if they really have the guts to just stand around and laugh on these holy training grounds. That roar knocks the wind out of everyone. Lee then drops the bomb that they've been selected as the first team to enter. It doesn't matter to Minjun, but the other 3 are mentally short-circuiting from the shock, completely stunned to be thrown in first. With no time to process it, they march toward the dungeon gate. Among them, Sparky's only real motivation is getting this annoying suit off the second he finishes the kill. With that, Lee announces the start of the training, alerting the instructor team to stand by and monitor everything closely. Their job is to control the situation if things spiral out of hand and the recruits end up in real danger. Hidden from view, the instructor team keeps a sharp eye on the trainees from their cover. One of them quietly reports to Corporal Kim Ho-jun that there's only a single team of 4 entering, with no other parties involved. That's when he spots a familiar face, none other than Kim Min-jun, the recruit marked for special attention. He's the one who's been showing some seriously promising powers lately, with top-tier scores from the past 4 weeks. But the real question is whether this kid can live up to those numbers inside the chaos of a dungeon. No doubt about it, the first team is fired up and itching to go, already showing signs of impatience as they get ready to pounce. Min-jun feels like this whole thing is a breeze, thinking he could easily knock the hounds out with a quick smack to the head. But then again, if he takes them all out, the others won't get any experience, and that wouldn't be fair. He figures he's being super considerate. Right then, he alerts the group that the hounds are on the way, and sure enough, a pack of them creeps into view. His teammates are already starting to panic, but Min-jun tells them to chill since they're wearing insanely tough protective suits. He decides to take the lead, maybe to set an example. As soon as a hound lunges at him, he lands a brutal punch that drops the beast instantly. Another hound goes straight for one of the other recruits, biting his arm as the poor guy begs for help. Without wasting a second, Min-jun kicks the hound off him, killing it too. Then, like a coach mid-game, he starts schooling them, telling the group they need to fight back when the hounds bite. If they act scared, the monsters will take advantage and treat them like easy prey. He also tells them to ditch the honorifics, since they're comrades now. Honestly, he knows 2 guys would have been dead if this weren't just a training exercise. But since they've got numbers, they need to use that to their advantage and push back hard. It'll throw the hounds off and shift the fight in their favor. Now the team is taking the lead, with Min-jun calling the shots, instructing them to corner the hound and wait for the right moment when it drops its guard. Meanwhile, the instructor team is watching all this unfold in disbelief, questioning if this guy is really just a recruit. They never expected to see fresh trainees launching themselves at hounds and choking out beasts like it's no big deal. Thanks to Min-jun, the squad is pushing through their fear and actually fighting back. Instructors even start wondering if this lunatic might be one of those rare cases, like a Hunter Corps sergeant who somehow returned to the day before his enlistment, the kind of story they usually hear in rumors. But what stands out more than his strength is how Min-jun leads the team. He's encouraging his squad, keeping them focused, and coordinating the fight with actual strategy. That leadership earns him the highest score of the group, while the rest settle for average marks. Corporal Kim Ho-jun shows up with his sidekick and officially declares the first team has passed the test. On the way out, Min-jun keeps pestering Ho-jun about whether he won the vacation pass, but Ho-jun shuts him up quickly. Min-jun jokes that they were probably worried sick about the team, calling the instructors a bunch of tsundere, which ticks Ho-jun off. Just then, something feels off. The ground starts rumbling. Ho-jun senses it too and immediately orders contact with the outside team. But Min-jun's not even fazed. He casually points out that this isn't an earthquake, it's the dungeon itself transforming. That's when the others realize the exit route is closing right in front of them. Now that the exit is closing in on itself, the recruits are scared out of their minds, shouting and asking what's happening. Even Ho-jun's face says it all, they're in serious trouble. But Min-jun already knows it's too late to leave now. The exit gate completely vanishes into thin air, leaving Ho-jun in total shock. They had made sure the transformation process only happened on a monthly cycle, so this sudden shift makes no sense. The entire internal structure of the dungeon is starting to change. To make things worse, the radio is dead, cutting off all communication. Looks like the dungeon transformed way too fast. For now, the instructor team has decided to focus on getting the recruits to safety. After finding a relatively danger-free corner, Ho-jun gathers everyone and explains that there's been an unexpected incident inside the dungeon, while his teammate stays alert, keeping watch over the surroundings. He tells the group not to worry, saying they'll wait in the current spot for an hour to see if the dungeon entrance reopens, as it says in the manual. The recruits totally buy Ho-jun's speech, relieved to think this ordeal will be over soon. They're just glad they won't be stuck here forever. To pile on the comfort, Ho-jun adds that people outside are probably already assessing the situation and preparing to send help. He also reassures them that the lieutenant will take the proper steps, so all they need to do is stay calm and wait instead of panicking. But Min-jun quietly judges the corporal, not buying a word of it. He's sure they picked this place for training after thoroughly confirming there wouldn't be any unexpected surprises like this. What's even more suspicious is how the dungeon entrance that's always open just randomly closed up out of nowhere. Suddenly, Corporal Kim Ho-jun gestures to him for a private word, and Min-jun calmly realizes that these guys know full well the situation's looking bad. There's no manual for stuff like this, and if the dungeon has really turned into an enclosed dungeon, then it's going to be way tougher to clear. This manaless guy still remembers seeing something like this back in Isgard, but it's not that bad, especially with him being here now. Meanwhile, Hojun admits this is the worst-case scenario. They're definitely in an enclosed dungeon. His buddy has no clue and is freaking out, clearly not trained for this kind of mess. Then Hojun breaks down the two special cases when a dungeon entrance disappears. The first is when the dungeon dissipates naturally after being cleared, and the second is when it turns into an enclosed dungeon, where the gate vanishes the moment someone enters from the outside. Just like that, this one's sealed shut, which also means more than one monster will appear. The only way to escape now is by defeating every single monster trapped inside. Plus, Hojun makes it clear to his teammate that no outside help is coming. They're on their own and need to break through this mess together. With 4 recruits who have 0 real battle experience and just 2 instructors, they'll have to clear the dungeon by themselves. After Hojun fills everyone in on their current situation, the recruits are visibly shaken, as expected. On top of that, Hojun has no idea what kind of monsters are crawling through this place, so things might take a deadly turn fast. Still, they can't afford to stay put. They need to keep moving while they have the strength. He regrets that the instructors weren't geared up before diving in. They just jumped in wearing tracksuits to monitor the kids. At this rate, even a few goblins could wipe them out, considering it takes Hojun around 10 minutes just to kill one. Then he glances at the back and remembers the recruits are still wearing the Hunter Core safety suits. He figures they can use those suits' defensive capabilities as part of the most realistic strategy right now. Place the recruits up front to absorb the hits while the instructors strike from behind. It's a sound plan, but the thought of using these kids as meat shields makes Hojun sick to his stomach. They've endured so much brutal training and trusted the instructors to protect them, and now his pride and self-respect won't let him turn those same kids into bait. While Minjun casually acts like he doesn't care, his teammates are panicking like crazy, especially since this whole disaster hits right when they're in the final week of their training. Out of nowhere, the manaless weirdo senses that something's off, and the instructor asks him what's going on. That's when Hojun suddenly starts screaming like something's choking him from the inside. His partner rushes over, ignoring Minjun's warning not to go near him, saying there's nothing he can do right now. But the guy rolls in anyway to check on Hojun, only to feel the exact same thing happening to him, and he collapses to the ground. From that point, Minjun steps up and takes control, telling the rest of the team to stay back or they'll end up just like the instructors. As he checks on the two, he figures out they've only fainted and aren't in any serious danger, for now. Well, Sparky had a hunch he smelled something familiar earlier. Right then, Minjun tosses the instructors toward the recruits, telling them to catch and keep them safe near the exit. He firmly tells them not to follow him under any circumstances. One of the recruits tries to knock some sense into him, asking what he plans to do when even the instructors have fainted, clearly shaken and begging him not to go alone. But Minjun charges deeper into the dungeon without hesitation, fully aware that the risk of death excites him, especially because this time, it's real, on Earth. Still, he's confident the real reason behind the instructors collapsing is the presence of demonic energy. It doesn't even surprise him much, knowing that even awakened instructors could pass out from exposure to something like that. Even in Isgard, people are always shielded with special protection before facing monsters laced with demonic energy. That's because this stuff is way more fatal to regular humans. But for dark mages, dark energy is like plugging in a dead phone. It's their life source. After sprinting through the dungeon for a while, Minjun finally reaches the spot where this overwhelming demonic energy is radiating from. The place is dead silent, and no monsters are in sight, but that only makes him grin. He looks up at the ceiling, knowing full well that something this nasty and soaked in darkness could never hide from a dark mage's senses. And there it is, he can feel it. He never thought he'd run into a beast like the Dark Hound here of all places. But make no mistake, this isn't just another version of the regular hounds. Despite the similar names, the Dark Hound is a completely different breed and leagues more dangerous. The first time Minjun came across one in Isgard was about a year after he got summoned. Back then, he barely made it out alive. Even the monster guides on Earth wouldn't dare go near this thing. It's that brutal. The Dark Hound lunges straight from the ceiling, but Minjun doesn't even flinch. He just stands there, almost relieved to see a familiar face. With a smirk, he thanks the beast for the meal, and the next second, he plants a mouth-shattering punch right into its face, launching the monster backward like a rag doll. The Dark Hound hits the ground hard, its face bleeding and teeth shattered, while Minjun's eyes glint with hunger for its demonic energy. Even with the satisfying blow, the scent of blood in the air is thick and sickening, but he doesn't mind. It only means the recharge is about to begin. Though the scent of blood is still sickening, the insane amount of demonic energy spilling out after the Dark Hound's death is the real deal. That's exactly why taking down a beast like this isn't easy. Its venomous blood is no joke. If an ordinary human even comes in contact with it, their skin would start to rot on the spot, but none of that applies to a dark mage. As the demonic energy flows out of the Dark Hound, Minjun absorbs it all with a smug look on his face. As Minjun absorbs the demonic energy juice, he knows all the crazy side effects that come with it don't affect a dark mage at all. The dude's thrilled to finally absorb demonic energy after such a long time, feeling like he's around 5% charged now. Still, he can't wrap his head around why something like a dark hound from Isgard would show up in a place like this. He figured monsters on Earth might contain some demonic energy, but seeing the instructors faint like that raises serious questions. He doubts they've ever encountered something like this before. There was never any mention of demonic energy or dark hounds during the monster education back at the training center, and the possibility of a dark hound managing dimensional travel is out of the question. Only someone like him, who's reached the peak of dark magic, could pull off something like that. Or maybe it's something only a saint who can use God's power could pull off, since it's not an ability just anyone can access. Minjun wonders if he's just overthinking this, or if this really is the first time a dark hound has appeared in Korea. Either way, he decides to find the core and file a report, and eventually, he does. Meanwhile, Hojun slowly opens his eyes, and the recruits are all buzzing with relief to see him regaining consciousness. They crowd around asking if he's okay, but both instructors suddenly sit up straight, scaring the life out of their juniors. Hojun immediately demands a full update, checking if anyone's hurt or if anything happened while they were out. The juniors admit they thought the two turned into zombies for a second, but assure him they're all fine. Then they mention Minjun ran deeper into the dungeon by himself. That news throws Hojun completely off, and when the recruits explain what happened after he and his partner collapsed, Hojun's face twists with rage. He's furious that Minjun acted alone in a situation this dangerous, gritting his teeth at the thought. That kind of stunt is more than enough to get someone kicked out of the program. Well, he does feel like he's in no position to criticize anyone, especially after passing out instead of protecting the juniors. But then he snaps back to reality, realizing that he has to go after Kim Minjun and bring him back. Just as he's about to make a move, one of the juniors suddenly calls out, pointing ahead. To everyone's shock, Minjun walks in like nothing happened, casually carrying the dead dark hound over his shoulder. The guy even asks if everyone's doing all right, like this is just another Tuesday. The instructors freeze, jaws practically buried in the dirt, their brains short-circuiting at the sheer size of the monster. They can't even begin to process how the hell this kid took it down alone. Without skipping a beat, Minjun drops the massive hound in front of them and tells them to check it out. The instructors take a closer look and instantly realize this beast is the real reason they passed out earlier. The recruits now understand that the hounds they fought were the baby versions, and this was the real deal. No one can believe Minjun soloed such a massive creature. Then, as if on cue, the dungeon gate flickers and reappears in the same spot. Still struggling to digest what just happened, Hojun turns to Minjun and asks if he really took it down by himself. Minjun just nods with that same annoyingly calm smile. Hojun tells his partner to escort the recruits out first, promising he'll follow right after. Then, pulling Minjun aside, he firmly asks him to report every single detail of what happened to the lieutenant. That includes how both instructors fainted and left the recruits completely on their own. Hojun knows they have no excuses, even if it means being thrown into military prison. But thanks to Minjun, everyone made it back alive without a scratch. Sparky smirks, saying Hojun is kind of embarrassing right now, but Hojun insists that a real man owns up to his mistakes. With that, he says it's time to leave this cursed place. Still, Hojun can't wrap his head around what caused him to lose consciousness, already dreading a sleepless night trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, Minjun's still stuck on the fact that he got a major compliment during his last week of training. Just as he turns to head out, a sudden system window pops up in front of his face with a message that the error has been resolved. Minjun stares at the screen, completely dumbfounded, muttering how he has no idea what this even means. He curses under his breath, calling this thing a piece of junk just like the one back in Isgard. But then the screen updates, officially labeling him as the cult founder of Lumi Nuna is his favorite character, followed by his stats. Strength, agility, and stamina all sit at 60 and demonic energy at 10. His only listed skill is corruption, ranked at E. The numbers don't bother him much, but something about this whole setup feels incredibly off, especially the part of Lumi Nuna in his status window. Lumi is a character from Dungeon Power Fighter, the same game he plays to kill time. Back in Isgard, when he had reached the peak of his dark magic powers and got sick of crazy fanatics trailing him everywhere, he created this joke cult around Lumi just to shake them off. Now somehow the jokes followed him here. Everyone had once begged Manold to take over the world, but to shake them off, he ended up forming Lumi Nuna's fan club. The plan backfired spectacularly. It only created more lunatics worshipping him. Now that he's looking at his current stats, Minjun realizes just how much weaker he's become. When he first came back without any demonic energy, he figured there'd be a penalty for dimensional travel. Still, out of the endless list of skills he used to have, only one remains, and that's corruption with a super low rank. At this point, he's convinced the skill's effect might as well be a stomachache. This isn't some third-rate novel, but the absurdity of it all makes him want to throw up. There's no way he can achieve any of his goals like this. But then again, He once climbed to the top of the dark magic hierarchy in Isgard. If he did it before, he can do it again. This time, he's got a solid reason too. He needs to regain his power fast so he can help the game company that's stuck in development hell thanks to monsters. But one thing is for sure, this isn't like the time in Isgard when he had no choice but to endure. Now, he's got the game company waiting on him. That day, the entire training center was thrown into chaos when news broke that a training dungeon had sealed itself while a session was in progress. On top of that, the lieutenant hadn't issued any clear orders, and a mere recruit had taken down a newly discovered species of monster, while the instructors were caught off guard by a string of unexpected events. The recruits, who were supposed to receive their private ranks and enjoy a bit of freedom until dispatch, suddenly found themselves at the center of a storm. The juniors feel like they're cursed, with no idea when their standby status will end, and all this during the last week of training. At this point, they wouldn't even mind just sitting around and watching TV. Lee Ho-chan turns to Park Jung-won and asks if Min-jun really took down that huge hound all by himself. Jung-won's still hyped, saying he first thought it was a cow because of how big it was, but yeah, Min-jun wrecked it. Then they start wondering if Kim Min-jun might reach the rank of sergeant within 2 years, but someone points out that the Hunter Corps' advanced exams are no joke. Most guys apparently get discharged as corporals even after serving the full 5 years. Heck, there are even some who leave at the rank of private first class. Afterward, Kim Min-jun salutes as he meets Commander Choi and notices Lieutenant Lee Myongch standing in an awkward position. Choi casually asks Lee to step out, and as soon as he leaves, Choi bursts out laughing, saying the lieutenant got punished for not properly inspecting the dungeons. But cutting to the chase, Choi says there's something important they need to talk about. Since Min-jun received the highest score, he's got a special proposal lined up, and asks if he's interested in hearing it. A crane in the flock of chickens is an idiom used to describe someone who stands out above the rest. Commander Choi firmly believes that Kim Min-jun is anything but ordinary, and he's honestly grateful to have witnessed someone like him in his lifetime. He never imagined he'd come across a crane so exceptional that it makes even the above average look like chickens in comparison. Choi says it would be a national loss to assign this kind of talent to the regular ranks when they're in desperate need of skilled personnel. He also mentions hearing that Min-jun wants to advance quickly. Normally there's a rule that prevents privates from taking the promotional exam for at least a year, but when it comes to exceptions, that's a whole different story, and that part leaves Min-jun a little stunned. That's when Commander Choi drops the bomb. He's got the authority, as the training commander, to grant Min-jun that exception on one condition. He wants him to volunteer for the Hunter Corps stationed in Cheorwan, Gangwon-do. The old man even slams the table, shouting that Min-jun wouldn't need to wait a whole year for a promotion if he heads there. An awkward silence settles between them. Choi starts wondering if Cheorwan might be pushing it, even for someone desperate to advance. Maybe this exception isn't enough of a carrot. Meanwhile, Min-jun doesn't show a flicker of concern or interest. He's deep in thought. He recalls that Cheorwan is home to the 104th Division of the Invincible Hunter Squad, the same place his comrades warned him to avoid like the plague. The weather's brutal, snow piles up endlessly, and dungeons, along with monsters, pop up whenever they feel like it. It's labeled as one of the most extreme posts, but Min-jun couldn't care less where he ends up, as long as he advances fast. That promotion exception is a golden opportunity. Besides, the place reeks of dungeons, which is actually perfect. For his plan to succeed, he needs to climb the ranks as quickly as possible. The higher the rank, the broader his range of action. Also, there's no better way to earn a promotion than by proving oneself inside the dungeons. With that, Kim Min-jun gives a flat, unwavering yes, he's in. Commander Choi is shocked to his core that this guy just agreed to head straight into Cheorwan, the land of brutal cold, and did it with that kind of bold spirit. Afterward, in the parking lot, a bunch of people are gathered near the vans. Commander Choi is bawling like a baby while seeing off Kim Min-jun, begging him to get in touch as soon as he reaches his base. Min-jun figures this old man's being dramatic, thinking he'll be the one ghosting him. Choi swears he won't, but Min-jun clearly doesn't care. Still, the commander asks if he's seriously going to Cheorwan, wanting to know why he picked the one place everyone avoids. Min-jun says it's too big of a plan for the old man to wrap his head around, adding that he's got an insane goal to reach. Choi jokes if it's hitting max level 100 times, but Min-jun casually tells him he just hit his 13th max level yesterday, so 100 isn't even a challenge. Choi straight up thinks this kid is nuts, and then Min-jun's ride pulls away. On the road, Min-jun watches the loudest guy head off to his own base and starts wondering why he's suddenly riding solo. Out of the blue, an army jeep rolls up, calling for Kim Min-jun, throwing him completely off guard. Behind the wheel is a guy in black shades, Kim Min-ji, casually asking if the kid's been waiting long, saying the snow slowed him down. Min-jun's stunned, not even realizing it had started snowing. Min-ji tells him to hop in the back so they can head to the squad. The lad thinks this gorilla of a guy really loves showing off. As he loads himself into the back, reality hits that he's officially about to start his life as a soldier. But one thing nags at him, which is hazing. He remembers all those TV shows where the top dog forces the newcomer to do insane stuff like finding Dragon Balls or running pointless errands. Minjun knows he doesn't have the patience to deal with that kind of crap, but figures he'll need to tough it out somehow. On the way there, Minjun realizes just how dangerous things could get if he loses his cool and punches a superior. That would be the end of his goals, and he'd be shipped off to military prison as a regular soldier. As they approach their destination, snow starts falling lightly on the van of the invincible Hunter Corps. Arriving at Gangwon-do, Cheorwan, at the Hunter Corps 104th Division's 2nd Battalion, Minji and Minjun step inside. Minji swings open a door and shoves the newbie inside, ordering the guys there to feed him and teach him how things work. The soldiers inside are stunned since they got zero heads up. But when they see the newcomer, they burst into laughter and cheer, thrilled to have fresh meat around. As Minjun introduces himself, the squad realizes this is the very guy from the rumors, the psycho who soloed the giant hound. One dude chucks Minjun's bag at Baldy, making him responsible for unpacking his stuff. Minjun quickly takes the two loud idiots as the alphas of the dorm, standing there with big goofy grins. It's like they just discovered a new toy or something, and they're dying to know why he chose this place when his top scores could have easily landed him a rear-line post. Minjun simply thinks the front lines offer better real experience and the fastest path to advancement. The guys stare at him like he's nuts, calling him crazy. They ask if he has a sister or a girlfriend, but Minjun says he's been alone since birth. Curious to see what he's capable of, they pester him to show his talent, and Minjun figures if showing off shuts them up, it's worth it. He drops down to do one-finger push-ups, but this annoys one of the alphas, who brags that they could do that all day. The other tells Sergeant Cho to relax and let the kid show off. Then Minjun switches it up and starts doing vertical push-ups on his fingers, which leaves the room stunned. No one thought they'd ever see something that wild in real life, and they start wondering if anyone in their platoon can pull it off. That's when they remember there's a certain sergeant who can. Suddenly, a fierce-looking soldier walks in and tells Sparky to get the hell out of his way. The alphas go pale and point toward Minjun, revealing he's the one doing the vertical push-ups. That voice hits Minjun like a shockwave, and he instantly recognizes it. It's Lee Sung-ho. Sergeant Lee Sung-ho has his jaw practically hitting the floor when he spots Kim Minjun standing there, of all places, here. Minjun's just as thrown off, never expecting to bump into this guy either. Right away, Sergeant Cho starts roasting Sung-ho out loud, asking why he's acting all worn out when he just got dispatched as an instructor. The other guy joins in, bringing up his so-called vacation for bullying rookies, asking how many days off he scored this time. Sung-ho doesn't even bother to respond, just throws them a lazy look and says he got 4 days. That only fuels the fire, and the two start whining about how he ruined their runtime. Cho flips him off for it, calling him a big party pooper. Meanwhile, Minjun's in the back, completely lost on what's even happening, watching this chaos unfold. Seung-ho, clearly done with them, lies down like he's clocked out for the day and starts watching a live stream of a volcanic dungeon. The feed shows scorching terrain with naturally high temperatures that deal non-stop damage. It's clear to Minjun now that there's a massive difference in rank and experience between them. Out of nowhere, Sung-ho calls out Private First Class Lee Dongjin and tells him to properly instruct his direct junior, who turns out to be none other than Minjun. Dongjin walks over, introduces himself with a friendly vibe, and suggests they talk more over food since he has a special pass to the post-exchange retail store. Minjun's low-key shocked, didn't even realize they weren't allowed to go there on their own. As soon as they arrive, Dongjin tells Minjun to go ahead and grab whatever he wants inside. Sparky admits he eats a lot, but Dongjin just waves it off and tells him to pick whatever it takes to fill him up. Minjun thinks this guy's actually pretty nice, but the moment Dongjin goes to pay and sees the bill hit 3,001, the man starts sweating bullets like he's just seen his bank account cry. Even the cashier jokes, asking if he's getting cold feet. While Minjun digs into his feast, he brings up the whole retail store situation, asking why they need special passes in the first place. That's when Dongjin explains that privates and private first-class soldiers can only use the store on weekends. He also needs to be at least a private first class to hit the gym and a corporal to use the PC rooms. Minjun nearly choked on his Doritos when he found out they've got PC rooms here. Still, Dongjin adds that it's just how it is, and he can't expect them to let a low-ranking private chill in a PC room, so better get used to it. Minjun gets all fired up about changing that system, but Dongjin tells him flat out that to even think about that, he needs to reach corporal. Then he adds his own take, saying in his opinion, a guy should be at least a sergeant before even trying for corporal. And honestly, that path's no joke. Minjun figures out real quick that he can't just bend the rules here to suit himself. He's pretty bummed about the whole PC room restriction, and it gets him wondering if there's any shortcut to ranking up. Dongjin, speaking from his own rough experience, admits he's failed the advancement exams so many times that he's been stuck as a private first class for the last 3 years. He calls himself pathetic, but Minjun tells him he'll make it next time. Truth is, Minjun actually likes Dongjin's vibe and wants him to rise through the ranks with him so they can hit the PC room together. Right then, a big guy walks in, Sergeant Kim Kwang-shik, who spots the two of them eating and eyes the snacks. He casually asks if they're having something good. Dongjin invites him to join, and of course the guy doesn't pass up free food. He plops down with them, grabs a handful of chips, cracks open a soda, and between bites, reassures them that he won't breathe a word about their little chat to anyone. However, Kwang-shik warns them that if they're useless during firearms training tomorrow, they might as well be dead. He makes it clear he has no intention of letting Minjun coast through anything, and bluntly asks if the kid even knows how to shoot. Dongjin jumps in, saying he was just about to explain how firearms training here is way different from anywhere else, but Kwang-shik isn't having it. He raises an eyebrow and asks if Dongjin's implying he's being overly involved when the guy's supposedly doing fine. Then Kwang-shik goes in hard, roasting him. If he's so good, then why is he still stuck as a private first class? That jab gets on Minjun's nerves, so he quietly releases a bit of his demonic energy, just enough to mess with the guy. Kwang-shik suddenly stands up, looking like something hit his stomach wrong, and starts accusing the snacks of being off. Minjun tries not to laugh, watching the guy fumble with the chip bag, probably hunting for the expiration date. Kwang-shik, now clearly regretting his snack choices, waves them off and tells the two to get moving. At that moment, Sparkly Minjun realizes that hey, maybe the corruption skill has more day-to-day use than he thought. Meanwhile, Kwang-shik's still clueless, thinking his stomach just gave up on him out of nowhere. Next, Minjun pulls Dongjin's attention and asks him to break down the details of firearms training. Nice guy, always ready to help, asks if Minjun has ever used the KX-2 with ICM bullets before. He explains that here, they use bullets even more powerful than ICMs. Those are just like ponies in comparison. The ones the Hunter Corps uses are on a whole different level, more like wild stallions, with a recoil and sound that hit like a cannon. Because of how often monsters show up, firepower is everything in this unit. Dongjin warns that at first it might feel strange and even painful, and yeah, he's going to get yelled at during training, but he assures Minjun that he'll get used to it in no time. The lad nods, kind of liking the whole pony to stallion metaphor. It fits perfectly. Though he remembers seeing long-range weapons in Isgard that were on the level of an elephant, the thought of a wild stallion still gets him hyped. That elephant weapon couldn't even be called a firearm, it was practically a siege weapon. So now, with the stallion comparison in mind, Minjun's all fired up for tomorrow's training. Meanwhile, Dongjin quietly wonders what's up with Sergeant Kwang-shik and whether his stomach has recovered. The next day at the firearms training facility, loud bangs echo non-stop as soldiers aim at moving hound targets. When it's Minjun's turn, he misses once but still lands 19 clean shots. The announcer straight up loses it, calling him out like he's a machine. Everyone stares in disbelief, watching this private put on a clinic with his aim. They start whispering that he's some kind of shooting monster. Even Sergeant Cho, who boasts his personal best of 14 hits, a score that's already considered excellent in the squad, is stunned by what he just saw. Meanwhile, two other big names are watching from the sidelines. 2nd Battalion's 2nd Platoon Commander, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Min-cheol, is frozen in shock seeing this kid rack up 19 hits. And next to him, 1st Sergeant Heo Tae-sok, the battalion's administration and supply officer, nods slowly, realizing the rumors about this elite private weren't just hype, they were deadly accurate. Now the Alpha of Dorms demands to know how Minjun pulled it off, but the guy just shrugs and says he followed the instructions. That nonchalant answer only ticks them off more. Out of nowhere, Kim Min-ji steps in, praising Minjun and telling him to keep showing his best. Min-ji even mentions he's looking forward to seeing Minjun's performance this afternoon in the special firearms training. Sergeant Cho can't handle it, fuming at the idea of this newbie even trying the special training, while his buddy throws shade at Min-ji, accusing him of favoritism. The other guys start whispering that Minjun's so good, he probably would have landed another vacation if he had hit all 20. Meanwhile, the heavy shooter of the group turns to Dongjin, demanding to know what's so special about this elite training. Dongjin is still reeling from how this so-called newbie turned out to be a straight-up first-class marksman. He explains that rookies usually aren't allowed in that training, since it uses improved conventional munitions bullets, basically the big guns. Nice guy assures them he'll explain it more later, and that Minjun will get a proper briefing anyway. The program runs with 2-person teams entering a facility filled with monsters they have to eliminate on the way to the endpoint. While the monsters aren't high-level threats, the catch is that they're fast-moving targets, and they'll fight back. On top of that, civilian plates pop up unexpectedly, and hitting even one of those counts as a massive failure. Dongjin adds that the whole thing is monitored and controlled by the executives, so there's no real danger, but it does simulate an actual combat scenario. The mention of real monster targets makes Minjun's heart race. This is exactly the kind of action he signed up for. At the mess hall, the feast kicks off, and all the soldiers dive in like they haven't eaten in days. While digging into his plate, Minjun compliments Dongjin for landing 13 shots in a row, but Dongjin's still in disbelief over the newbie nailing 19. Nice guy turns a bit red, brushing it off by saying he's not that great, just had some experience. He then points out that Sergeant Lee Seung-ho is the real monster around here, consistently hitting 17 shots on average, making him the top shooter in the squad. That little detail hits Minjun. If the numbers are right, then he's now officially the #1 shooter in the unit. Dongjin has no doubt in his mind that Minjun's going to crush it in the special firearms training too. Curious about the upcoming 2-person team setup, Minjun asks if Dongjin's going to be his partner. But Dongjin explains that the teams are picked by the executives, so there's no telling who'll be paired up with whom. When asked, the criteria for assigning team members are handled through a thorough ladder lottery. At the special firearms shooting range, the squad is given 5 minutes to gear up before training kicks off. Out of nowhere, Guangxik bellows that he's been paired up with the newbie, claiming it's going to be a massive mismatch because a sergeant and a private are worlds apart. Minjun sees this loudmouth as his partner now, and by the looks of it, the guy hasn't learned a thing, still stuck in hazing mode. This loafer smugly tells Minjun that the average finish time in their squad is 3 minutes. Then this creeper throws in a warning, saying if Minjun doesn't finish under that time, he'll regret it. Minjun doesn't say a word, which makes Guangxik assume the rookie's confidence is shot. He even mocks him, calling the 19 hits from earlier just dumb luck. Minjun pegs him as a lost cause but still calmly says he'll do his best. Guangxik doesn't let up, saying if the newbie finishes slower than him, he's dead meat. After that, he tells Minjun to keep an eye on the team ahead of them and learn how the whole thing works. Kim Minji locks in the first round of shooters. That includes Lane 1's Sergeant Kim Moongi and Lane 2's Sergeant Jong Han-young. Both are ready to roll, stepping into their individual elevators and descending into the underground facility, officially starting the training. The setup is supposed to be tactical monster elimination while protecting civilian plates inside an enclosed area. But let's be real, it's basically turned into a competition between troops. The main goal is to get through the course as fast as possible and slam that red button before the other guy does. The monster icons vary in size based on how dangerous the creature is. The nastier the monster, the bigger the icon. Guangxik casually tells Minjun this should give him a pretty solid idea of what he's stepping into. Each lane has 2 monsters, and since the encounters are totally random, no one knows what they're up against until they're face to face. Inside, a massive rake toad lunges at Moongi, trying to swallow him whole. Minjun notices Moongi had a faster start on lane 1, but with that kind of monster in his path, the poor guy might lose his lead. Meanwhile, on lane 2, Han-young starts off by taking down a monster rat, thinking it's going to be a smooth run. But right as he speeds up, a giant worm slithers in and blocks him off completely. Moongi, on the other hand, is losing it in full rage mode and straight up butchers both rake toads like a beast. The dude figures the other guy must have already wrapped things up since those rake toads caused enough chaos, but turns out it's the other way around. Moongi bolts to the red button and slams it, declaring his win with a time of 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Everyone around erupts in cheers, while they start talking about Han-young's awful luck for pulling a desert worm. Moongi doesn't waste a second before teasing Han-young, saying that at that pace, he's better off not defending the nation at all. He also reminds him it's his treat at the store now. Han-young grits his teeth and mutters that Moongi just got lucky. But Moongi saw everything and points out that Han-young even shot a civilian plate, so he would have been disqualified anyway. While those two keep bickering, Guangxik notices the bet they had going on, which sparks an idea in Minjun's head. He suggests making a bet too, where the loser has to grant the winner's wish like a real man. Guangxik laughs in his face, thinking this newbie got cocky just because the seniors have been a little soft on him. Still, the big gorilla agrees but says he's got no real wish that a private like Minjun could actually grant. Instead, he jokes he'd rather just get his salary for the next 3 months. Minjun pegs him for a simple money-hungry guy, but locks in the bet anyway. Dongjin, on the side, is getting more nervous by the second. Kim Minji calls the next group in, and Minjun steps up to face off against Guangxik as they descend into the facility. Minjun's already kicking himself for falling for that cheap provocation, knowing it's usually best not to draw attention. Still, he just can't sit still when someone pokes at him. Outside, the crowd is buzzing, hyped to see a sergeant actually make a bet with a private during training. Some even joke about whether Guangxik will have to jump in and save the newbie from a monster. Then out of nowhere, a sudden tremor hits, rattling everyone to their core. Heads whip around, but nobody has a clue what's going on. Back underground, Minjun freezes for a second, confused by the shaking. His eyes widen when he catches sight of a monstrous one-eyed freak chomping down on a rat like it's popcorn, and the sight instantly gives him the ick. The Cyclops casually tosses the half-eaten rat aside like trash and turns its hungry gaze toward its next meal, Minjun. The guy lets out an internal sigh, thinking this is such a drag. He remembers his dinner plans were fried chicken tonight, which means he better wrap this mess up fast. Still, he hesitates for a second, thinking it would suck to accidentally shoot the wrong target and hit a civilian plate if he got careless. Just as the monster charges in to start something, Minjun wonders why this cranky monster is going berserk like that. The fight kicks off for real, and Minjun shifts into serious mode, pouring his demonic energy into every attack. One solid punch to the gut stuns the monster enough to calm it for a moment, and Minjun figures all that's left is to finish the job with a shot. But then, right before his eyes, he sees something wild. The monster's torn-up hand regenerates in seconds. Meanwhile, the others nearby are losing it, asking if the newbie's actually out there fighting something. They're trying to figure out if there was an accident. Kim Minji's brain is on the verge of meltdown as he realizes exactly what's going on. The newbie is battling a Cyclops that managed to break free from the second lane. Not just any Cyclops either. That thing is the Devouring Demon. After absorbing energy, the Cyclops' regeneration and attack power ramp up insanely fast until the digestion phase ends. But something feels totally off. This kind of monster usually won't lash out unless it's backed into a corner. What's weirder is how it went berserk after eating another monster. The whole thing makes zero sense. This meathead shouldn't be losing it like this. Meanwhile, Minjun is deep in the brawl, trading blows with the beast like it's just another Tuesday. The dude knows full well this should have just been standard firearms training, not a live boss battle. Still, he doesn't hold back. He unloads a barrage of bullets right into the monster's skull, relentless with his aim. A few well-placed shots tear through its eye, and Minjun notices something. The eye regenerates way slower than the rest. That's his opening. He keeps moving like a ghost, dodging every swing with sharp reflexes. But even blind, the Cyclops' attack speed doesn't drop. That's the real freaky part. Minjun's dodging like a pro, but the monster still tracks him, not by sight. He starts thinking maybe it's picking up on sound or scent, or worse, maybe it's reacting to his demonic energy. That could be the trigger. Back on the sidelines, Kim Minji, fully loaded and suited up, watches the chaos unfold with a growing sense of guilt. He can't figure out how things escalated like this, but he blames himself for the screw-up. No regular private should be facing off against an energy-fueled Cyclops. Even armed, that's a suicide mission. Deep down, all Minji can do is hope Minjun survives long enough. Praying that the rookie can just hang in there, Minji takes off, rushing in with everything he's got to back him up. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwangshik is sprinting toward the button, confident he'd clock in at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He is full of himself, thinking Minjun could never keep up with his speed and had probably already failed, just like he expected. He even joked to himself about spending the brat's salary during vacation. This prick is having a laugh here. But when Corporal Kim Gwangshik arrives at the destination, his face goes really pale to see the brat casually standing beside the button. Minjun gives a look to Sergeant Gwangshik and laughs at his face with a mug, calmly pressing the red button. That stunt took the light out of Gwangshik's face, who is sweating like crazy to lose a bet from a brat. Minji has no words when he finally arrives at the scene. The Cyclops is dead, and he can't figure out how Minjun possibly managed to shoot to make it end like this. Back there, everyone's going bonkers to hear that the so-called newbie finished in less than 2 minutes. They can't believe Minjun just took down a fully fed Cyclops all by himself, especially since everyone thought it had to be some kind of fluke. Dongjin eyes him with concern, asking if he's hurt or feeling off in any way, but Minjun answers calmly, saying he's totally fine. With that, Dongjin's tension eases a bit, and he asks Minjun how he managed to take down the Cyclops. Minjun flashes a grin and says it's all thanks to his training. Meanwhile, Corporal Kim Gwangshik watches the whole scene unfold with burning frustration. One of the guys suddenly brings up the bet they had made, pointing out that the newbie actually won. Gwangshik smacks the guy from behind and snaps, asking if he's got a death wish. He yells that the situation wasn't fair, so the bet doesn't count. There's no way the rookie could have finished faster than him. Gwangshik insists that during special firearms training, each soldier is supposed to defeat 2 monsters before reaching the endpoint, and he did just that. According to him, the newbie only defeated 1, so the win doesn't count. Gwangshik keeps going on about how unfair it all is, claiming that if he had only faced 1 monster like Minjun, he would have finished way faster. He starts yelling at Dongjin, demanding to know if this isn't obviously biased. He pushes harder, even going as far as threatening him to speak up. Dongjin pauses, clearly annoyed, while Minjun watches the whole mess unfold. To him, Gwangshik seems like the absolute worst to Minjun. Sure, the whole situation was unpredictable, and even though Minjun took the monster down with his bare hands, he hadn't been planning to hold on to the win or rub it in anyone's face. He was ready to let the bet slide, but seeing how Gwangshik's acting now, he's stunned and completely disgusted. The lad had plans to even forget about the bet too, but he couldn't understand why this punk was taking it out on the private first-class Dongjin instead of him. As the tension builds, Sergeant Lee Sungho steps in and shuts it all down. He tells Corporal Gwangshik to be ashamed of himself, pointing out that the newbie took the biggest risk of anyone there. Sungho explains that Cyclops monsters are usually passive, but once they go berserk, they're on a whole different level of danger. He makes it clear that everyone saw Minjun deal with something way more intense than what Gwangshik faced. Then, he calls him out for rubbing it in when everyone knows the truth. That catches the whole crowd off guard. No one expected Sungho to step into this mess. Gwangshik fires back, asking if Sungho's just trying to show off in front of his juniors, but Sungho shuts him down again, saying Guangxik's the one looking desperate right now. Guangxik tries to brush it off, telling Sungho to stop embarrassing him in front of the juniors and saying he was only joking. But Sergeant Sungho shoots back, asking if everything that doesn't go Guangxik's way is always just a joke. He adds with a smug look that it's funny how getting a higher rank suddenly makes all the stubborn mules who used to boss you around start acting really obedient. That line hits hard. Guangxik looks visibly ashamed, unable to come up with a comeback, which satisfies Minjun for sure. While Corporal Kim Guangxik stands there in shame, Sergeant Sungho asks if he's got anything else to say. Like a nervous wreck, Guangxik mumbles that it's nothing. Sungho just nods, saying it's better that way. Later, during their evening stroll, Kim Minjun and Dongjin talk about how Sergeant Lee Seungho had once received a rare 2-rank promotion, a special case awarded to someone who scored the highest in the advancement exams. It used to be a legitimate path, but the system was scrapped after a staff sergeant, who'd received the same kind of fast-track promotion, caused a major accident in a dungeon. Sergeant Sungho ended up being one of the last people ever granted that kind of jump. Minjun asks if there's really no way to get a special advancement anymore, and Dongjin replies that while there are still exceptions, like rescuing a civilian during an emergency or pulling off something remarkable during a monster hunt, those situations are extremely subjective. He explains it's better to assume the rule doesn't actually exist, since barely any hunters have advanced through it. Minjun takes that as a hint that, in the end, the commander probably has the final say. The guy's clearly desperate for advancement, though it's not like he's wishing for civilians to end up in danger. Still, what puzzles him more is how strangely quiet this place is, considering it's supposed to be overrun with monsters wreaking havoc every day, the kind that wiped out the entire North Korean army. Minjun keeps thinking that 2 days is more than enough. He's already itching to advance, even as a private. Dongjin tells him he's doing great and will be promoted soon, then asks if he's even paying attention. Right then, Minjun wishes a gate would just appear out of nowhere. A sudden announcement blares from the command and control center's speaker system. It's an emergency alert that a swarm of middle bats is creeping at the oil reserve, and all available hunters are ordered to respond immediately and install the protective shield without delay. The announcement keeps repeating, grabbing both Dongjin and Minjun's attention. Minjun's eyes light up in excitement as Dongjin tells him to hurry up. Middle bats are bat-type monsters about the size of children, known to live in colonies. While they're not especially threatening one-on-one, they're fast as hell and have the ability to spit fireballs. That makes them especially dangerous around something like an oil reserve. If not handled fast, the whole military base could go up in flames. Meanwhile, 2 hunters already stationed at the reserve are locked and loaded, scanning the skies and counting the bats, wondering how the hell these things managed to show up here of all places. One of the hunters warns the other not to fire anywhere near the oil reserve, asking what they'd do if the bats went wild and triggered an explosion. The other argues they can't just stand by and do nothing, but his partner insists they should wait and monitor the situation for now. The report's already been sent in, and someone's bound to show up soon to install the protective shield. Still, both of them are visibly on edge, uneasy about the risk. Just imagining what could happen if those bats spit fireballs before the shield goes up is enough to make their blood run cold. They keep debating what to do, still confused about why the bats showed up at the oil reserve in the first place. Just then, Minjun appears and casually announces that he'll draw the bats' attention. Both hunters freeze in shock, knowing that he's a newbie from the second company, and they have no clue what he's planning to do without any equipment. But Minjun brushes them off, saying he doesn't have time for gear when his precious guests, the monsters that are going to help him advance, are already here. He's fully ready to earn the title of the private who single-handedly stops an emergency that could have taken out the entire military camp. And best of all, he gets to hog every last bit of experience for himself. As expected, this cocky brat realizes the bats are reacting to his demonic energy, and now they're all his. On the other hand, the hunters nearby are scrambling to set up the equipment and make sure nothing gets damaged. But as soon as they catch sight of Minjun out in the open, they stop in shock. Sergeant Seungho sees them spacing out and yells at them to get moving and finish installing the shield. The hunters stammer, pointing at Minjun who's already out there fighting. That only makes Seungho angrier. He snaps that Minjun is doing all the heavy lifting while they're just standing there gawking. The hunters quickly apologize and jump back into action. Minjun thinks it's taking way too long since he has to rip the bats apart one by one. Sergeant Seungho comes running over, shouting at him to lower his stance and fall back, demanding to know what he's doing out there without even a bulletproof vest. But Minjun isn't backing down. He's convinced this fight is all his, and he's not about to hand it over. Then his eyes land on the electric fly swatter in Seungho's hand, and he lights up with excitement. Right then, Seungho suddenly drops to his knees, clutching his stomach as it acts up. Minjun asks if he's okay, and the sergeant barely manages a reply that he is. Minjun takes that moment to ask for the electric fly swatter, but Seungho refuses, telling him again to fall back. Minjun just grins and tells him not to worry, promising he'll be back in a jiffy after taking care of the bats. The moment he grabs the swatter, his face lights up like a kid on Christmas morning, and he dives straight back into the fight. Sung-ho watches in disbelief as Min-jun begins overpowering the middle bats with ease, swinging the swatter like it's a legendary weapon. Suddenly, one of the bats spits out a fireball and everyone nearby freezes in fear. Without hesitation, Sergeant Sung-ho commands everyone to open fire, saying he'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. But Min-jun stares the bat down and roasts it, saying, "If the bat has no idea what happens when it plays with fire, then it's about to get burned." Everyone is stunned by how high Min-jun just jumped, wondering how on earth he managed something like that. A few hunters announce that the protective shield has been activated and remind everyone to secure all the cables. They're still asking how much longer it'll take to gather all the middle bat corpses. Sergeant Seung-ho salutes his superior, who responds with a nod, saying they've done a good job. He then asks if they've figured out where the bats came from, especially since none of them showed up on the radar. The commander looks around and asks who managed to roast the bats so thoroughly and how many there were. Seung-ho answers that there were 30 in total, and admits he is also wondering where the commander had been during the chaos. The operations officer on duty, Captain Song Junshik, explains that the battalion commander is supposed to be arriving shortly. Even though the guy doesn't specialize in combat, it's still not okay for an awakened executive to be completely absent during a full-blown emergency and only appear once everything is wrapped up. Seung-ho figures he was probably just lounging in the control center, watching the monster radar the entire time. Junshik asks Sergeant Seung-ho if he's the one who roasted all the bats and says he'll report it to the battalion commander. Seung-ho quickly replies that it wasn't him. When Junshik follows up, asking if there's anyone else in the battalion skilled enough to pull that off with an electric baton, Seung-ho explains that it wasn't just about the ones taken down with the baton. Every single one of the 30 bats was defeated by the same person. He tells Junshik to make sure that's what gets reported. Junshik is stunned, asking again for clarification, since all the other executives were off duty. If it wasn't Seung-ho, then who could it possibly be? Just then, Min-jun strolls over, salutes Seung-ho, and casually hands back the electric baton he had borrowed. He then asks with a grin if that thing happens to be expensive. The next day in the battalion commander's office, Sergeant Seung-ho is questioning Min-jun, asking if he's someone who has re-enlisted. Min-jun shakes his head and says no. Then Seung-ho asks if he's a regressor or something, and again, Min-jun denies it. Seung-ho sighs and tells him not to pull any reckless stunts like he did yesterday ever again. He warns that while he might have gotten lucky this time, a hunter can never predict what might happen next. Min-jun, thinking to himself that it wasn't luck at all, decides it's best to keep his mouth shut. Seung-ho explains that, as he probably knows, the Hunter Corps is a special unit, and everything about it is different, starting with the size of the divisions, which only consist of 4 battalions. Even those battalions have way fewer troops than regular military units. Min-jun thinks to himself that obviously that's the case, since not all awakened keep re-enlisting, but he still doesn't understand why Seung-ho is bringing it up. That's when Seung-ho asks if he knows how all of this is possible. Min-jun stares back, completely clueless. Sergeant Seung-ho says that every single person in the Hunter Corps is awakened. While not everyone is out there fighting, quite a few officers specialize in areas like administration, monster theory, tactics, and weapons research. But they're all awakened too. The dude explains that in the Hunter Corps, advancement is based purely on accomplishments and talent. Meanwhile, Min-jun is thinking that they called him into the battalion commander's office first thing in the morning, so he figured there'd be some good news. But now he just feels annoyed. It's more like an info session, and he should have known better than to get his hopes up. Seung-ho looks at him and asks if he was expecting something just because he got called in. Then he tells the lad to stay focused, adding that today, the hunter who has defeated the most monsters in the 104th Division will be visiting their battalion. A car full of tough-looking men pulls up at the Hunter Corps base, and Colonel Lee Junbyom, the 2nd Battalion commander, steps forward to salute the arriving guests. Standing beside him are Captain Seo Jung-woon, the 2nd Battalion's 2nd commander, Captain Song Junshik, the operations officer, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cholman, the 2nd platoon commander, and Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, the 2nd squad leader. All of them stand tall, sharp, and fully focused. Serdoo walks up and shakes hands with Sergeant Sung-ho, saying he's heard about how calmly he handled yesterday's incident. He praises Seung-ho's work, and Seung-ho respectfully thanks him for the acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is sizing up Serdoo, thinking he definitely gives off a commanding presence. And now he's really curious just how strong a 2-star officer from the Hunter Corps must be. Serdoo then turns his attention to Min-jun and asks if he's the one. Min-jun confirms, and as Serdoo shakes his hand, Min-jun instantly feels the insane strength in his grip, leaving him stunned. Then the big guy casually starts patting Min-jun's back like he's his favorite puppy, telling everyone to relax and ease up. Serdoo tells everyone to stand at ease and asks if they've pinpointed the location of the gate the middle bats came from. Sergeant Sung-ho reports that it's on a hill about 1.2 kilometers north of the battalion. The dude explains that the area is currently off limits and they're working on identifying the gate's rank. Sir Du instructs him to report directly to the division commander's office once they have confirmation. Next, this guy asks if there was an issue with the radar. Captain Junshik responds that the alarm didn't trigger until the bats were practically on top of the battalion. He adds that it doesn't look like a mechanical failure, but they're checking for possible blind spots. Sir Du says that if it isn't a malfunction, then the problem might have been the sheer number of monsters slipping through, and orders them to inform the Divisional Ordnance Office and install 2 additional radars. The officer gives a sharp yes, while the atmosphere stays tensed up and quiet. From there on, Sir Du turns to Minjun, acknowledging his courage and fast reaction during the incident, but reminds him to be more careful next time, and at the very least, not to forget his equipment. Minjun apologizes politely, though in his head, he's thinking that if he had brought gear with him, the entire battalion might have gone up in flames. But Sir Du tells him not to apologize, saying he's just joking, then asks if it's true that Minjun took out 30 middle bats all on his own. Minjun nods and confirms he did. Sir Du praises him, saying that if he hadn't acted so quickly, the oil reserve could have gone up in flames. Everyone standing there stays tense, unsure of what's coming next. Then Sir Du announces that Minjun has a gift from the division commander and congratulates him on his advancement. He explains that normally, there would be a lot of red tape to get through, but when a soldier achieves something outstanding, they deserve to be rewarded right away. Sparky thanks him sincerely. Sir Du then orders Sungho to immediately grant Minjun a 3-day, 2-night vacation. Sungho agrees without hesitation. The brat lights up. He expected to advance eventually, but he never imagined it would happen this fast. And now a vacation too. Suddenly, military life doesn't seem so bad. As they walk together, Kim compliments Minjun for doing a great job and mentions that he hasn't even had a proper conversation with him since his recent transfer, yet Minjun has already made such a big impact. He adds that thanks to Minjun's actions, even he ended up receiving a commendation. Minjun thanks him, and Kim asks if it's his first time going home since enlisting and what he plans to do outside. Minjun lights up with excitement and says he's obviously going to play Dungeon Power Fighter at the PC room. He figures that even if he goes home, he'll just end up in a restricted area with no internet, so he might as well spend the next 3 days and 2 nights gaming instead of wasting time on travel. He arrives at the PC room where 2 guys nearby are deep in conversation. The big guy asks the cranky dude if he went there again, and the cranky guy groans, telling him not to even bring it up. He complains that the soldiers are so stingy. It's not like he was planning to go inside the cave. He just wanted to pick some pine mushrooms in the area. He says he already got permission from the mountain's owner and even deposited the money, so he doesn't get why they're stopping him. The big guy replies that Chang Xian went there before the area was completely restricted and came back saying the whole mountain reeked of something toxic. He adds that he had a headache for days afterward, so if this lad plans on heading back, he's definitely asking for trouble. The dimwit in the green cap says he'll just go there with a mask or something. Suddenly, Minjun asks where that place is, which surprises both of them. They end up giving him a ride to Huaqian, and Minjun thanks them for it. They tell him they can't go any further, or the soldiers will stop them, and ask if he can handle whatever's going on up on that mountain. Minjun tells them not to worry. The restriction will be lifted by tomorrow, so they'll be able to head back to the mountain soon. The guys tell him to be careful, and not to mention their names if anyone asks. Minjun assures them he won't. As he walks, he thinks about how he ended up coming to Huaqian instead of spending his vacation at a PC room. That's when he catches a familiar scent. It's demonic energy. Minjun notices the security near the entrance to the mountain is pretty tight, but surprisingly loose closer to the dungeon itself. In that case, he figures it's better to avoid drawing attention to himself, especially since he's still just a private. The soldiers at the cave entrance suddenly get stomachaches from all the purple smoke Minjun is leaking, which is enough to corrupt them. One of them says he'll try to hold it in, but quickly gives up, apologizing and admitting he just can't control it. He tells the other soldier that no one's going to show up here anyway, so they can take care of their business and be back in a few minutes. It'll be fine. The other guy agrees. Kim Minjun sees the perfect opportunity and slips into the cave. The lad doesn't sense any monsters inside, but the demonic energy feels unusually dense. Still, he doesn't really care, so he rushes inside. His demonic energy stat begins to rise by 1 point, and he's shocked at how steadily it increases. The dude keeps crawling into this toxic place. Once it hits the threshold, his corruption skill automatically enhances, and he even unlocks a new skill called Nightwalker. Minjun feels lucky, finally starting to resemble Luminuna, his favorite character and the cult founder he once modeled himself after. With 60 strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, and 15 demonic energy, things are looking up. Now equipped with 2 skills, Corruption and Nightwalker, the lad's genuinely thrilled to gain free demonic energy and a practical ability. Nightwalker summons a familiar formed from shadow, something he relied on often back in Isgard. That sneaky little bastard is a specialist in assassinations, thriving in the dark and staying hidden. Sure, it constantly drains his demonic energy, but it's more than worth the cost. But when he activates it with a simple emerge, disappointment hits. The familiar looks pitiful, like it might fall apart if the sun so much as glances its way. Minjun wonders if it's the side effect of dimensional travel, or just his low demonic energy stat dragging things down. Still, after a moment, he reconsiders. The tiny, withered form isn't useless. In fact, its small size makes it perfect for slipping into shadows and staying unnoticed. It may not be flashy, but in stealth, it's already earning its keep. Kim Minjun salutes and says he's back from vacation. Everyone around stares in surprise, asking if he's really the hunter who advanced faster than anyone in history. Someone else chimes in, asking if it's true that the division commander personally gave him a vacation and handed him his badge. Minjun nods, confirming it all. Then this bunch starts praising him, clearly impressed. The kid just shrugs it off, then spots Dongjin and casually hands him a bottle of moisturizer, saying he brought it for him. Dongjin smiles and replies that he didn't need to go through the trouble, but thanks him. That's when Kim Guangshik strolls over, grinning, and cracks a joke about their touchy friendship, saying it's not like Minjun got deployed overseas or something. He asks if Minjun brought the maxim he asked for, and Sparky tosses it to him without missing a beat. Minjun and Dongjin keep chatting, and Dongjin teases that he'll have to start using honorifics if Minjun makes it to corporal. Sparky shoots back with a confident grin, saying there's no if about it. Then Sergeant Cho, the red-haired loudmouth, says he happened to see the list of candidates for the advancement exam when he was passing by admin, and Minjun's name was on it. Sergeant Kim, the guy in the blue jacket, is shocked, pointing out that the application deadline passed before Minjun even transferred there. Cho raises an eyebrow, wondering if the division commander pulled strings to push it through, because there's no other explanation for the timing. Sergeant Kim says there's no way it's possible since it hasn't even been a year since Minjun enlisted, so technically, he shouldn't even qualify. The guys around start murmuring, surprised that the so-called newbie of the unit is about to take the advancement exams. They wonder if that's even allowed, but then someone points out that since Sparky's now a private first class, he's technically not the youngest anymore. Minjun casually tells them that the training commander gave him a special offer. That stuns the whole group. Sergeant Cho squints at him and asks if he seriously came all the way to the front lines just so he could start taking advancement exams a year early, calling him a complete madman. The red-haired loudmouth isn't joking either. Sergeant Kim adds that since Minjun's already promoted to private first class, his eyes are clearly set on corporal now. He shakes his head and says if the kid actually passes, then he's 100% crazy. The room bursts into laughter. Sergeant Kim goes on to mention that the candidates taking the advancement exams this Saturday have orientation and specialty weapons training starting tomorrow, so Sparky better be ready to suffer a bit. Sergeant Cho chuckles on his way out, telling kids to have fun. He and Sergeant Kim leave together, still chatting and laughing as they go. Sergeant Cho asks Sergeant Kim if he's not taking the advancement exam himself, and Kim just shrugs, saying there's no reason for him to stay in the army any longer. Meanwhile, Sparky is deep in thought, wondering about the specialty weapons training. He's curious if it involves anything beyond the standard firearms. At the Hunter Advancement Examination Orientation, the officer at the front tells everyone to quiet down and pay attention. He says they're going to run through a quick orientation for the exam scheduled tomorrow. For those who've taken it before, he warns them not to tune out just because they know the drill. He wants everyone focused for the sake of the first-timers. The officer then explains that the Hunter Corps Advancement Exam is made up of two main parts, a written test and a practical test. He reassures them that the written portion is basic, even easier than a driving test. Minjun tunes out that part immediately. His eyes are set on the practical section, which includes a stat test, specialty weapons proficiency, and monster handling ability. In his head, he already considers passing a done deal. But now he's thinking, if he gets perfect scores, there will be any perks or something. That thought alone gets him to straighten up. Maybe it's time to stop cruising and start taking this a bit more seriously. Coach announces that they're starting specialty weapons training. Everyone gathers and stands at attention on the field as he instructs the privates and private first classes to pick only swords. Then, he turns to the corporals and tells them to grab their personal weapons and head farther down the field for separate training, warning them that if he catches anyone slacking off, they're as good as dead. Furthermore, he explains that he'll be teaching the basics of swordsmanship according to the Hunter Corps Combat Manual, but he also makes it clear that just blindly following the manual won't do them much good. Instead, he encourages them to use the Corps' techniques as a foundation and build their own unique fighting style from there. Everyone shouts back, claiming they are on board. He stresses that the basics matter more than anything else, so they better keep their eyes on him and focus. Minjun immediately sees why this is called specialty weapons training, because going into battle with only rifles would be straight up dumb. As everyone starts swinging their swords, he quietly compares their moves with what he learned back in Isgard. Honestly, the swordsmanship there might be better, depending on how it's applied. Minjun starts practicing, and just like that, jaws start dropping. His movements are sharp, clean, and precise, so much so that the others can't believe their eyes. Coach tells everyone to stop and calls Kim Min-jun up to the podium. Facing the group, he points out that most of their sword movements still look stiff and disconnected. He tells them to take notes from Private First Class Kim Min-jun. The whole squad tightens up, eyes locked on him as Min-jun steps forward and runs through the sword forms again, each swing cleaner and more precise than the last. Eventually, Min-jun gets tired and drops into a seat, wondering why he's the one putting on a performance when he's not even the training officer. He wipes the sweat from his forehead, grumbling to himself about how hot it is, and questioning whether it's actually going to snow like the forecast promised. Sir-ha walks over, praises him for nailing the routine, and casually hands him a sealed packet, telling him to eat it when he's alone. Min-jun stares at it, confused, wondering what kind of guy just walks around with random stuff like that in his pocket. Right then, Dongjin approaches, complimenting Min-jun's form and asking if he can take a closer look at it during the break. Min-jun's caught a little off guard. He didn't expect that kind of request. Dongjin adds that he knows it's Min-jun's first time officially training with them, and it's obvious the sword is his specialty weapon. But for him, fighting monsters with it has never felt natural. He politely asks again if he can study Min-jun's movements for a while. Min-jun replies that if Dongjin needs his help, he can take as many looks as he wants. As he watches Dongjin move through the sword forms, Min-jun notices right away, this guy's been training seriously. His technique is solid, following the standard form of hunter core swordsmanship to the letter. The issue isn't his movements, it's his confidence. And that, well, happens to be Min-jun's specialty. He thinks to himself that it's not time yet, but when the moment comes, he's going to turn Dongjin into a top-tier hunter. It's Saturday, the day of the advancement examination. Around the area, things are still pretty chill. Two weirdos are busy watching some girl group's music video like it's the highlight of their week. A group of guys are into a heated basketball match, and off to the side, one guy's locked in, laser-focused on a game of Go. Then suddenly, the school speakers crackle to life with an announcement from the administration office. It calls for all hunters scheduled for the advancement exams to head straight to the military training ground. The message keeps looping, growing more urgent, and as it echoes through the area, everyone freezes. Eyes widen and hearts pick up pace. It's finally happening. They all know what this means. It's time to try and level up. It's time to become a corporal, and Min-jun gives a smile that the time has come. On a bright sunny day, the hunters gathered at the training grounds, and soon after, 2nd Lieutenant Kim Cheolman of the 2nd Battalion stepped forward. He introduced himself as their guide for the day and added with a dry smile that he hoped they'd actually bother to listen to him. He, wasting no time, calls for a head count and told each company to report their numbers. Just then, a bus rolled up, and Kim Cheolman instructed everyone to board in an orderly manner. Once they were all on board, he reminded them of what they already knew. The advancement exams would be held at the 105th Division, which meant they'd be heading to Gapyeong, where the division was stationed. Before taking his seat, he added one last piece of advice. Review the practice questions while on the road. On the bus, it's pure chaos, packed wall to wall with confused weirdos and jittery hunters. Some of them were chatting about how the 4th Battalion would be joining the advancement exams today, and one guy immediately perked up, asking if that meant girls would be there. His whole mood lit up as he started going on about how he was finally going to show off his years of practice and weapons proficiency just to impress them. Both of them got all hyped and fired up about scoring phone numbers. One guy came fully loaded with cheesy tricks to impress girls, even though getting their number was bound to be a struggle. Kim Min-jun's fired up and ready to go all in. After a bumpy ride full of dumb conversations and sky-high delusions, they finally rolled into the 105th Division base in Gapyeong, Gyeonggi-do. Once there, they were ushered into Written Examination Room 7, where the hunters took their seats and got ready to face the test. Invigilator Kang stepped up and announced the results, saying everyone had passed the written exam, except for Cho Jong-wook from the 2nd Battalion of the 104th Division. All the other hunters were told to head to the practical examination room right away. Cho Jong-wook stood frozen, clearly stressed out as the others filed out around him. As soon as the room emptied, Kang let loose, yelling at him for failing an exam that's supposedly easier than getting a driver's license. He called him a fool, and his voice rang loud enough to echo through the hallway. Outside, the hunters burst into laughter at the brutal scolding. Min-jun stood there with a satisfied grin while the rest cracked up, and among them, the woman named Sun Yoon-seo quietly watched the group go. Over in the practical exam room, Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheol-ju, the official in charge of the entire advancement process, addressed the gathered hunters. He welcomed both the examinees and the examiners on behalf of the 105th Division and acknowledged the hard work it took for everyone to make it this far, setting a serious tone for what lay ahead. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Cheol-ju went on to explain that the purpose of the exam wasn't just to determine who deserved a promotion. It was also about fostering a spirit of friendly and fair competition between the three divisions. While he spoke, the hunters began shifting in place, some already spacing out or fighting off yawns. But the moment he mentioned that this year's advancement exams included participants under a special exception, the room perked up. He named them Private First Class Kim Min-jun and Private Sun Yoon-seo from the 104th Division, both hunters who had enlisted less than a year ago. Kim Min-jun blinked, wondering if there was someone else beside him, just to be sure. The colonel then asked if everyone was familiar with the 104th Division and warned them not to stir up unnecessary misunderstandings. One of the hunters muttered that it was true, that one could get special exceptions if one applied to the front lines with top-tier grades. A few guys during his enlistment year had been offered the chance too, but as far as he knew, they'd all turned it down. Then the moment he realized they were talking about the 104th Division, his words stopped cold, and his face shifted to surprise. Everyone around him looked just as stunned when they noticed that Kim Min-jun had already reached the rank of Private First Class. Amidst the rising whispers and side glances, one guy couldn't help but notice how Kim Min-jun didn't seem to care at all about being the center of attention. While everyone else was either curious or shocked, Min-jun looked like he just wanted to get it over with. At the same time, Yoon-seo and Min-jun briefly locked eyes, but just for a second. The air between them was tense, but no one around seemed to catch on. Then, the colonel reminded everyone to give it their all. Then Captain Jong Sang-cheol stepped forward, took charge of the group, and announced that they'd now begin the stat tests, starting with strength, agility, and stamina. Captain Jong Sang-cheol explained that the first test would be the strength test, and it was pretty straightforward. All they had to do was push back the examiner standing in front of them. Lee continued, saying they had 1 minute to complete the task, and would be graded on a scale of 100, with full marks going to anyone who could move the stone 10 meters. The stress in the room started rising as he called for the first participant, Private Kim Jin-hyuk of the 103rd Division. Jin-hyuk stepped forward and gave it his all, but the examiner didn't budge an inch. He couldn't even twitch the stone, and just like that, he was slapped with a score of 0 and instantly disqualified. Lee reminded everyone firmly that anyone who scored under 40 would be out of the advancement exam entirely. That sent a wave of panic through the rest of the group, and suddenly everyone started realizing just how tough this test was going to be. Then Jang Won-ho was called. He gave it a shot, but only managed 10 points, getting disqualified. Lee Mi-ju went next and scored 20, also out. Jong Yuna followed with 0, and Jang Do-won wasn't far off, ending up with 15, both disqualified. Then came Sun Eun-seo from the 104th Division. She stepped up calmly and pushed with steady force, scoring 50 and passing the test. Everyone around her was taken aback, not just because she passed, but also because she was stunning. The moment they realized she was the daughter of the division commander, it clicked for most of them. Strength must have been in her blood. A few even muttered that getting too close to her might be dangerous, for their pride and their ribs. Kim Min-jun noticed her too, thinking she was just like him, someone who got in through a special exception. Then his name was called, Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division. As he stepped forward, he reminded himself not to repeat his previous mistake with the red stone. This time he had a plan. If he could push the examiner past the 10-meter mark, maybe he could even snag some bonus points. He positioned himself with quiet confidence, eyes locked on the target, and then exploded forward with pure brute force. The examiner flew back like a rag doll, crossing the full 10 meters without a chance to resist. The score came in as a perfect 100. Even the examiner looked stunned, like he'd just been hit by a truck wrapped in a military uniform. The room went dead silent. Everyone was floored. Even Sun Eun-seo, who rarely showed emotion, was visibly surprised. Private Yu Jonghwa gets disqualified with just 20 points, and she bursts into tears. The tension in the air is thick. Everyone's feeling the pressure, wondering why this test is so brutal. Sir Jong steps up and tells everyone to quiet down. He announces that the strength stat test is now over, and they'll begin the agility stat test immediately, no breaks allowed. He instructs those who've been disqualified to exit in an orderly fashion from the rear under the examiner's supervision. Meanwhile, 2 guys come in dragging a netboard. A few others roll in a gun machine, and the recruits start freaking out, thinking they're about to be shot at. Sir Jong reassures them they are not actual bullets, but just rubber ones. Still, he warns, if they get hit, it's going to hurt. He tells everyone to get ready to dodge as their lives depend on it. Kim Min-jun finds this whole thing kind of exciting. Sir Jong explains that the perfect score for the agility test is awarded to those who last a full minute. Now Seo stands prepared to start this machine running. They have to stay within the zone, or else it's over. The whole squad is on edge. Then Sir Jong adds that since this is an agility test, they'll also acknowledge anyone who tanks all the hits but still manages to stay in for a minute. For the disqualification criteria, Sir Jong explains that anyone who steps outside the area in under 30 seconds or gets severely injured will be immediately disqualified from the advancement exam. With that, he announces the start of the agility test. Right then, Dongjin walks up and calls out to Min-jun. The lad looks utterly surprised, and Dongjin smirks, asking if Min-jun really thought he'd get disqualified during the strength stat test. Min-jun laughs awkwardly and says, "Of course not. Dongjin explains that all the private first classes, except for Minjun, have taken the advancement exam at least once before, so they're unlikely to get knocked out during the stat tests. However, he adds that the qualifications remain the same. It's just that the overall score standard has gone up compared to when they were still privates. That's why Dongjin's been failing his exams. Then he gives Minjun a tip that the rubber bullets fly just as fast as real ones, so relying on sight alone to dodge is a bad idea. Instead, he should focus on the slightest movements of the gun to predict the bullet's path. Suddenly, Sir Jong announces that Private Yoon Kitai has been disqualified and orders the examiners to escort him to the infirmary. Minjun starts thinking about how brutal the stat tests are. So many people are getting knocked out before even reaching the real combat portions. No wonder the pass rate is so low. Still, making it this difficult actually makes sense. Then Private First Class Ji Youngdo gets disqualified too, and Sir Jong, clearly disappointed, comments on how underwhelming this batch of hunters is. He reminds them this is nothing compared to the Sergeant Advancement exam happening in the room next door, wondering out loud how anyone is supposed to advance like this. Private Son Yunseo gets called next, and the whole crowd goes silent. Everyone watches in awe as she dodges the rubber bullets with insane precision. Sir Jong raises his voice, telling the rest that this is exactly how it's supposed to be done. When she finishes and earns a perfect score, everyone around gasps, clearly amazed. But instead of basking in the praise, she suddenly stops and locks eyes with Kim Min-jun. Now standing still, Sparky is completely thrown off. Everyone starts whispering, wondering if they're dating or something. Sparky frowns, trying to figure out what she wants. He starts overthinking that maybe she wants a compliment for her performance. Well, if that's the case, she should ask her family for applause at home. When Private First Class Kim Min-jun gets called up, he steps forward confidently, still feeling Sun Yun-seo's eyes stuck on him, which makes him even more irritated. But once the bullets start flying, Sparky becomes a whole different beast. Instead of just dodging in place, he charges forward, weaving through the rubber bullets like he's out on a stroll. The crowd loses it, laughing and shouting in disbelief as he keeps moving, and even makes goofy faces at Sun Yun-seo while ducking and spinning through the fire. She, in turn, stands frozen, totally shocked by what she's seeing. The timer crosses the 1-minute mark, and Sir Jong, whacked out, finally yells out, "Ceasefire." Even someone like him didn't expect such a smooth play from a junior, so he proudly announces that Kim Min-jun has achieved a perfect score on the agility test. Everyone regathers on the field, standing straight and focused, and Sir Jong praises them for their solid performance. Later, Jong announces the start of the stamina stat test as the final part of the stat exam. The rules are simple, as they have to enter a dungeon and march through a transforming, empty passageway with a strict 40-minute time limit. The instructions are broadcast over the speaker system. All participants need to get their hands stamped by the examiner stationed at the turning point inside the dungeon and make it back before time runs out. The only catch is that no one tells them how far the turning point is. It's just marching non-stop. Kim Min-jun wonders if everyone is seriously pacing themselves already when they've just started. This bunch moves so carefully that it starts to feel suffocating. He thinks about whether it'll be too troublesome if he just runs ahead. That's when Sun Yun-seo suddenly dashes in front of him. Min-jun blinks, thinking, what does she want now? But then excitement surges through him. It totally looks like she's challenging him. And nothing gets Min-jun more fired up than a sudden race. Fired up, he kicks into gear and tries to match her speed, determined to catch up. Everyone around is weirded out, wondering what's gotten into this guy. But in a flash, Min-jun finally catches up to Yun-seo and flashes her a confident smile, leaving her completely taken aback. Min-jun casually says there isn't much to it as he keeps pace with her, but Yun-seo doesn't get what he means. He quickly brushes it off, saying he's just talking to himself. Then, without warning, the guy speeds up and dashes ahead, leaving her behind. Yun-seo slows down and comes to a stop, catching her breath. That's when a memory flashes through her mind. She recalls the moment her girlfriends got all excited after finding out she had a meeting with the battalion commander right after arriving at the training center. Blondie had confirmed the rumors were true. Yun-seo really was the daughter of a general and the rookie with sky-high stats. It was all anyone could talk about. Yun-seo had blushed back then, and the girls had been surprised to see that behind her tough shell was someone actually shy. They'd assumed she'd act like a snob being a 2-star's daughter, but turns out she wasn't like that at all. Even then, all the girls can't help but feel a little jealous of Yun-seo. Her military life seems to be running smoothly as silk, and it's obvious she's going to be the top recruit of their enlistment year. Off in a corner, Yun-seo quietly takes off her jacket, her mind drifting back to when Min-jun shattered the entire redstone. That moment just refuses to fade from her memory. Later on, the white team comes out on top, with Yun-seo raising the blue flag in victory. The announcer proudly announces that the white team wins by capturing the flag in a record time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. As a reward, they earn a 10-minute break, while the blue team is ordered to gather in front of the coach. The white team is praised straight away for setting a new record at the training center, and is told to take it easy and rest up. Blondie then speaks up, giving full credit to their star player, Yunseo, saying the rest of them barely did anything. Later on, just when everyone's relaxing, Blondie bursts in and drops a bomb that someone broke their morning capture the flag record in the afternoon. What ticks her off the most is that the new record time is just 1 minute and 2 seconds. She's left speechless, wondering if anyone could really pull off a time like that. Blondie is seriously disturbed, while Yunseo quietly takes it all in. But the moment Kim Min-jun's name comes up, it hooks her attention completely, especially when Blondie yells that guy, Min-jun from 4th Platoon, broke the record all on his own. Yunseo stiffens, recognizing the name instantly. The other girls don't hold back either, saying that Kim Min-jun got a near-perfect score in the shooting range and even nailed the ICM training. The news spreads fast, and now all eyes are starting to shift toward this rising rookie. Yunseo doesn't say a word, but something about hearing his name again sticks with her. Next, Blondie keeps the gossip train rolling, saying Min-jun supposedly runs like a lightning bolt without even breaking a sweat. Even in her sleep, she won't shut up about how Min-jun apparently hunted down a hound the size of an elephant. Someone finally snaps at Jung-aram to go to sleep. Meanwhile, Yunseo drifts into a memory of her childhood, her father gently patting her head before leaving the house. From that moment on, she made it her goal to become strong like him. Later, Commander Cho calls her in to praise her performance over the last 4 weeks. He says he wants to have a quick word with the daughter of his former superior. Yunseo doesn't mind, so Cho asks where she plans to apply with grades that exceptional, saying any division would be lucky to have her. He wonders if she's considering the 107th Division, where General Sun, her father, currently serves. That's when Yunseo finally asks, with quiet resolve, which division Kim Min-jun belongs to. Back in the present, she knows she didn't apply to this division just for childish reasons. Still, she did provoke Min-jun a little because she was upset. But now she gets why he's mad. Yunseo's face turns completely red, thinking back on all of Min-jun's stunts, unsure if she's jealous or just annoyed. That's when it hits her. Her real goal isn't to be number 1, but to become stronger on her own without relying on her father. She decides she should probably apologize to him later. After all, when someone that's skilled shows up right in her path, she should be learning from him instead of acting childish. With that, Yunseo kicks into full speed, marching hard until she reaches the turning point, only to find that deadbeat weirdo casually chatting with another guy. Right then, Min-jun smugly flashes his stamped hand in front of her face, teasing that he almost fell asleep waiting for her. That pushes all her buttons. She yells at the commander to stamp her already, and the old man has no clue why she's so fired up. Safe to say that apology is definitely off the table for now. Yunseo's inner demon has officially woken up. She's all hyped up, sprinting ahead to catch up with him while the other normies are barely dragging themselves in. Later, the commander announces that Private First Class Kim Min-jun took first place with a record time of 29 minutes. For second place, he names Yunseo, with her time of 32 minutes. Jong bursts out laughing, pointing out how Min-jun nailed perfect stats again, which is just insane. After that, Jong tells the hunters who passed to go eat and then gather at the training grounds by 1 o'clock sharp. Later on, Yunseo heads over to grab her jacket, only to catch Min-jun making a goofy face at her like a total dork, and she's seriously weirded out by this dimwit. Then Sparky jogs ahead to catch up with Dongjin. Yunseo ends up smiling to herself, realizing she totally fell for the provocation and lost this round. With nothing more to say, she slips back into her uniform and walks on. At the 105th Division base, inside the 2nd Practical Examination Center, a bunch of goblins with bat-like weapons are creepily screeching at Dongjin, but he doesn't give a damn. The guy's definitely working up a sweat, but he's tearing through those goblins. Just as one of the goblins lunges at him, Dongjin whips out his sword, but there's another creeping up from behind. He dodges the first goblin's swing with ease, then spins around to kick the one behind him, sending it flying. That second goblin isn't giving up though, and swoops in again, but Dongjin ducks like a pro and slashes it across the chest mid-motion. Even so, the damn thing's still alive and definitely pissed. Now both of them are ganging up on him, giving the poor guy zero room to breathe. Upon the platform, Min-jun quietly observes the scene below. He notes that the second part of the practical exam, Specialty Weapons Proficiency, is way simpler than he thought. All they really have to do is show the examiners how well they've applied the techniques they've learned so far in the Hunter Corps. They just have to follow the manual, and that's enough to pass. Min-jun figures he can easily ace it, and as expected, most applicants picked swordsmanship for their test. Among them, Dongjin scored the highest. Even so, Min-jun can't help but notice how badly the guy's struggling now, caught in a rough spot with those two goblins out for blood. In the last part of the practical exam, known as the ability to handle monsters, privates are required to defeat 4 hounds, while private first-class soldiers have to take down 3 goblins using their chosen specialty weapon. This field definitely reflects real combat, as Dongjin manages to defeat the blue goblin with a stab to the chest, and that ends his round. Right then, the commander announces that Dongjin took 7 minutes and 52 seconds to complete the ability to handle monsters test. The guy's drenched in sweat, barely catching his breath, but he walks out with whatever strength he has left. Meanwhile, Minjun notices that Dongjin had several openings to finish off the goblins but hesitated each time, which makes him wonder if the guy doesn't fully trust his own abilities. Later, Dongjin comes out and stands beside Minjun, head low and clearly disappointed. When the commander calls in Minjun for his turn, he doesn't want Dongjin to feel discouraged. Besides, Minjun can't help but wear a smug look, knowing he's about to become a corporal today. From here on, he plans to tear Dongjin's bad habits to shreds and rebuild him from scratch. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when Minjun walks in wielding a bat. The commander doesn't understand why the guy who's been acing everything chose such a dull weapon, and he knows this one won't be easy. Minjun figures the only real requirement for this test is landing some solid impact, nothing too complicated. Right then, 3 goblins storm into the field, snarling and ready to tear him apart. Just as the goblins rush in, Minjun grips his bat tight and in a flash smacks all 3 of them at once. The blow is so clean and brutal, they drop to the ground in pieces, taken out in barely 4 seconds. Everyone watching is frozen with their jaws on the floor, brains short-circuiting at the sheer absurdity of what just happened. No one can believe that a mere private first class just pulled this off, especially one who already got a perfect score in the practical exam. Minjun casually turns to look at Yunseo, locking eyes with her before flashing that smug look of his, just to mess with her. Yunseo glares back, thinking this guy's an absolute lunatic. Afterward, the commander praises everyone for their hard work on the exam, especially Kim Minjun, now officially Corporal Kim Minjun. Commander Jong laughs, admitting this guy's moving up the ranks so fast they keep forgetting what to call him. Jong does mention he was a bit worried since Minjun was the only one from their battalion who advanced this time, but their battalion commander is absolutely thrilled with the report. With that, he gives Minjun a proud thumbs up, knowing full well that the battalion commander hadn't seen a private first-class score that perfectly before. Meanwhile, the entire squad erupts in cheers for Minjun, the guy who pretty much saved their skins, because without him, their squad would have been wiped out before they even made it back. They joke around, letting him know there's no way he's allowed to turn into a bully if he ever makes sergeant. But deep down, Minjun wants to see how well everyone actually does before deciding what kind of treatment they'll get from him. Aside from that, he pats Dongjin's shoulder, while this guy's already cooking up ways to level up his buddy no matter what. As soon as they return, Minjun's planning to start training with their specialty weapons right away. Then, he senses someone standing behind him and turns around to see Unseo. He knows she did pretty well handling the monsters herself, and figures she obviously has what it takes to pass the advancement exam too. While the bus is getting loaded, Unseo stays outside, and Minjun is a bit confused about it. She's thinking this might be her chance to finally apologize for how she acted during the stat test. But right then, Minjun presses his face against the window, mouthing a few words that totally shake her. He tells her that if she provokes him again, she's dead meat. And with that, the bus takes off, leaving Unseo frozen with a storm of mixed thoughts, convinced that guy is one crazy jerk. On their way, the whole bus loaded with hunters keeps asking Minjun if there's something going on with him and Unseo. The girl's been checking him out all day even during the stat test, like she is interested in him. The guys are pulling Minjun's leg for having an admirer, and they are eager for him to spill the tea. But Minjun doesn't give a damn and doesn't even look remotely interested, saying Unseo provokes him. That's the only reason he trampled her a bit. All the lot cracks up, knowing the look in her eyes was actually provocation. But that's not it. The dudes want to know more. They are itching to hear what Minjun did to the hottest recruit in the 104th Division. Meanwhile, Han Young demands to know if he just trampled the girl of his dreams. Minjun finds this bunch super annoying, confessing that Unseo isn't his dream girl. Han Yoon, who is totally pissed, demands to know Minjun's dream girl, and Minjun spills that it's Lumi. Everyone's thinking Fee that name even clicks in their memory, but they haven't seen her anywhere. One asks if she is an idol. Minjun calls Lumi to be the dungeon power fighter's greatest beauty. When asked if anyone knows her, the whole hunter squad is eyeing Minjun with disgust. Later that night, the squad digs into fried chicken like there's no tomorrow, and more boxes keep rolling in from the lieutenant. Sergeant Cho is convinced this is the first time Kim Minjun's ever looked this happy, and Minjun doesn't deny it. Cho thanks him out loud, saying it's all pretty much because of him. He's especially hyped that the guy's got 3 stripes already, which means he's only a step away from becoming a sergeant. Minjun agrees with a mouthful of chicken, washing it down with Pepsi like a champ. Right then, Sergeant Seung-ho rolls in with the bottle cart, calling all 2nd Squad members to gather in the lounge right away. Everyone knows something's up, and Seung-ho confirms it's about the report he just submitted to the admin office regarding their squad's 2nd sinner. But what really matters is that thanks to a perfect score in the advancement exam, they've scored some beer. Sergeant Cho and Kim leap out of their seats with pure joy, refusing to let Minjun enjoy it all to himself. Seung-ho butts in, saying the beer is actually a gift from the company commander to Min-jun, so technically it has nothing to do with anyone else. That instantly riles up the whole squad, with everyone grumbling that Seung-ho is getting on their nerves. Sergeant Cho calls him out, saying Seung-ho probably knew about all this from the very beginning, which is exactly why he kept Min-jun in his squad from day one. Later that night, Min-jun is out trolling by himself and takes the chance to summon his Nightwalker. He makes small talk with the little guy, asking if he's doing okay. Honestly, he was pretty flustered the first time this thing appeared during a summon, but now Sparky's got a clear plan. He doesn't really need an assassin. He's got the perfect job in mind instead. From here on out, he assigns the little one the task of gathering intel. Specifically, Min-jun wants it to keep a close watch on the high-ranking officials, follow them around quietly, and immediately report back on anything weird, especially if it's related to demonic energy. Suddenly, the Nightwalker lifts its tiny hand, leaving Min-jun confused for a second, until he realizes the little guy is asking for a treat. With a sigh, Min-jun tosses him a ball of demonic energy. The moment it grabs it, the little shadow looks absolutely thrilled, walking away like it's got a mission from heaven. Min-jun warns it not to get caught, though deep down he's a little anxious seeing how excited the Nightwalker is. He knows if anyone from the squad spotted it right now, they'd probably trigger a full-blown emergency. Out of nowhere, Sergeant Kim appears and asks what Min-jun's doing out here. The dude nearly loses his soul from shock, but he recovers quickly, laughing it off and saying he just needed some fresh air, plus it's been ages since he had a drink. When Kim asks if his tolerance is low, Min-jun casually explains it's not like that. Apparently, dark mages don't get drunk the normal way. Whether it's poison or alcohol, their bodies naturally detox it all the moment it enters. Besides, the guy congratulates Min-jun for advancing ahead, but warns him not to get too comfortable. He also tells Min-jun not to come in late again, even if his tolerance is fine, because the rest of the squad will empty all the bottles by then. After that, Min-jun finally catches his breath, feeling relieved that Seung-ho didn't see anything. He knows he's got to be more careful around here. Still, the more Min-jun gets to know Seung-ho, the more he feels like this guy is a total by-the-book soldier, not that he minds that kind of personality. The next day, the commander is talking about how Kim Min-jun was practically born ready. He jokes that he was ready to wipe out the whole squad if nobody passed, but one guy made it through and did it with a perfect score. Another officer adds that Corporal Kim Min-jun just set a new record of 4 seconds in the ability to handle monsters test. That makes the commander laugh, remembering how he once thought the training center's Commander Choi was nuts for hyping this kid up. But Min-jun has shattered every expectation. He even handled the middle bat situation solo. Seo brings up how Min-jun was the first to jump in during the oil reserve emergency, and Lee points out that this kid climbed ranks to corporal in just 1 month, which is already unheard of. They all agree. This guy doesn't just meet expectations, he destroys them. It won't be long before the entire Hunter Corps starts watching him. This makes Seo realize that Lee is hinting at the Hunter Special Forces Brigade, and he asks if Min-jun can really handle something that big. But Lee is confident. He says Min-jun is the one. He can feel it. He's seen plenty of hunters in his time, some even called legends in the Hunter Corps, but this kid might just be something else entirely. Maybe a new monster is about to be born in the Corps. Later, out in the desert, a swarm of lizard monsters, goblins, and orcs fill the horizon. In the middle of it all stands Min-jun, casually gripping his bat, waiting for them to get close because that's when the real show begins. Inside the dorm, the guys are drinking hard like there's no tomorrow. One dude can't even stand straight. That's when Min-jun walks in, catching sight of his squad mates completely wasted in the corner. One guy, clearly on the verge of a hangover, slurs out a question, asking if Min-jun's feeling okay. Sparky just throws him a smug grin and says he's totally fine, which leaves the guy stunned. He can't believe that after drinking so much, Min-jun is still standing tall without a single wobble. He straight up calls him a real monster. Just then, Seung-ho walks in from behind, and Min-jun casually asks if he's doing all right. The drunk guy stumbles into a salute for Sergeant Lee, who says he's doing fine after sweating it all out. Min-jun flashes a smile as he looks over Seung-ho's fit build, thinking that this guy really is the definition of a true soldier. On top of that, Seung-ho asks if the kid has checked out the gym yet, and Min-jun replies that he hasn't gotten the chance. Seung-ho tells the kid to start using the gym now that he's a corporal. He adds that the virtual device in their squad is actually pretty solid, so Min-jun should give it a try. The moment he hears there's a virtual device, Min-jun gets a jolt of excitement. Finally time to check out the Hunter Corps' famous VR room. When he arrives at Gym 2, the setup looks crazy realistic, and it's got him fired up. First things first, he needs to pick a monster. He scrolls through and selects the orc monster. But when it comes to the number of orcs, Min-jun goes completely nuts. He maxes it out to around 30. To him, that still feels way too little. He's trying to get that full-on game vibe like he's in the Warrior series. Then it's time to choose his weapon, and Sparky is absolutely losing his mind seeing how awesome the options are. After locking in all his selections, he steps into the VR room, fully geared up, clutching a jockey in his hand, ready to bring chaos. It's time to kick off the battle, and Minjun finds himself dropped into a desert setting, pumped and ready to take on some monsters. The dude is loving the CGI and graphics that look almost too real. Orcs start popping out of nowhere, all geared up to wreak havoc, but Sparky isn't fazed. He swings his bat and nails his first sixer, sending an orc flying through the air. The impact feels incredible, and Minjun is hooked from the first swing. He picks up the pace, smashing through orcs like it's nothing, completely in the zone. The way the bat feels in his hands makes him grin, and he calls out to the monsters to bring more. In just a few seconds, it's all over with only one survivor, Minjun. But that was too easy. 30 orcs is not even close to satisfying. So he dials things up and selects 30 goblins, 30 golems, and 30 lizardmen to crank up the intensity. Now there are 90 monsters of 3 different kinds ready to tear him apart, but Minjun is just getting started. With his bat in hand and a wild grin on his face, he asks if they've all gathered in one spot. Once they lunge at him, he casually counts down from 3 and charges in like a beast, ready to smack every last one of them into the ground with pure brute force. This maniac is smacking monsters left and right without a single pause, beating them to a pulp. The battle wraps up after he eliminates all the monsters, and the simulation ends. Taking off his gear, Minjun is beyond impressed with the VR room system, calling it the next best thing after Dungeon Power Fighter. Just then, a new window pops up, revealing that he unlocked a skill called Basic Blunt Weapon Handling. At first he's stunned, but he checks the screen, which says this skill boosts proficiency with blunt weapons. Minjun is pumped to see this, especially since he didn't expect to get weapon skills just like that. This means he doesn't even need to grind in dungeons to develop new skills. He decides to mess around in the VR room more often, using different weapons to up his game. Suddenly he bumps into Dongjin, whose face looks like he just saw a ghost. When asked, Dongjin, pale as a sheet, points at the simulation battle results. He's in total disbelief that this guy soloed 30 goblins, 30 orcs, and 30 lizardmen. Minjun is annoyed to see the VR room broadcasting his results so openly. Dongjin demands to know if he really wiped them all out. Sparky doesn't know what to say at first, but then he gets an idea. With a serious expression like he's Dongjin's superior, Minjun tells him they need to talk in the gym. Dongjin, sweating bullets, nervously asks why, and Minjun flashes a sly grin, saying it's training time. Without waiting for a response, he shoves the poor guy into the gym, even as Dongjin whines about being hungover. Minjun says it's perfect, since breaking a sweat will help. After they head inside, Kim walks in and is completely floored by the results Minjun just pulled off. Kim Guangshik walks in, asking where everyone is, and specifically where Kim Minjun went. One of the soldiers quickly explains that most of the team went to the storage area to get snow removal tools, but he accidentally calls Kim Minjun corporal, which he shouldn't have said in front of Guangshik since Minjun hasn't been officially promoted yet. Realizing the slip, he panics and rushes off to send someone to call Minjun, saying the platoon commander is looking for him. Meanwhile, Guangshik stumbles across a group of soldiers huddled together, clearly relaxed and having fun. Confused, he asks what's going on, and they casually welcome him and explain they're placing a bet, a full month's salary, on how soon Kim Minjun will get promoted to sergeant. Everyone has their own prediction. 6 months, 8 months, over a year. Guangshik is stunned by how seriously they're treating it and asks why they're always making bets like this. Kim Mungi laughs at Zhong Hanyung's 6-month prediction, calling it crazy and impossible, while the others join in, teasing and enjoying the moment. Zhong gets fired up, yelling that Minjun isn't just some average guy, he's on a completely different level. Kim Mungi teases him for being all worked up, and Zhong snaps back, saying he has no regrets and warns everyone not to back out later. The group bursts out laughing and locks in the bet, each throwing in their guesses with full confidence. Then Guangshik steps in and boldly bets on just 1 month, shocking everyone into silence. Meanwhile, Minjun is in the gym, feeling a bit down because he's been training hard for days but hasn't seen any improvement in his stats. He starts to wonder if all that effort was just a waste of time. Then he remembers that even something as irritating as the Isgard incident ended up giving him a passive skill. One of his abilities boosts his strength by 150%, and he starts wishing he had something like Returned Hero's Strength, a skill that scales with stat growth. Just then, a notification pops up saying he's unlocked a new skill. It's a basic one called Power, and it gives him a boost of 5 to his strength stat. Even though it's simple, he's fired up and knows he can level it up later. As Minjun catches his breath, a fellow soldier shows up and tells him the platoon commander is looking for him. Minjun thanks him and heads out. The soldier watches him leave, a little confused by how calm and focused everyone seems around Minjun today, like something is off. When Minjun arrives at the administrative office, he salutes and reports in as ordered. Kim Mincheol greets him and brings him to the counseling office for a casual chat, asking how life as a corporal is treating him since it's been almost a week. Minjun replies that things are going great. Kim Mincheol congratulates him on the promotion and thanks him again for resolving the Middle Bats incident. Minjun shrugs it off, saying it was nothing. Then Kim Min-cheol gets to the real reason he called him in. He hands Minjun an official certificate, a special award from the battalion commander. It's for handling the incident and scoring perfectly on his promotion exam. Kim Min-cheol jokes that Minjun shouldn't be disappointed by how casually the award is being handed over, explaining that in the Hunter Corps, they prefer to avoid too many formal events. The certificate is an award of excellence, signed by Colonel Lee Junbyom, officially recognizing Minjun's outstanding service. On top of that, Kim Min-cheol mentions that the award will count toward his experience. Minjun glances to the side, wondering if that means he might get another exception later. Kim Min-cheol hesitantly agrees, maybe, but also points out that this award is rare, and not many hunters receive it this early, let alone more than once. Minjun lights up with excitement, tossing out the idea that if he earned 10 awards, maybe he could land another promotion. He blurts it out like it's a stamp card deal, joking about whether awards are like fried chicken coupons or if there's a buy one, get one free event. Kim Min-cheol gives him a blank stare and questions whether Minjun was even listening. A few days later, the soldiers are lined up, standing at attention with weapons ready. They've been assigned to clear a dungeon, and it's their next real mission. The platoon commander, Kim Min-cheol, reminds them that if they stick to their training, they'll get through it safely without injuries. Today's dungeon is known as the Monster Rat Nest, or more commonly, the Sewers. Minjun stands with his squad, Jung Han-young and Lee Dong-jin, along with other squad members like Jin Cheol-ho. Their commanding officers are also present, including First Lieutenant Kim Cheolman, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, and Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji. The Monster Rat Dungeon isn't considered extremely dangerous, but it's still serious because more than 200 monster rats usually spawn inside. On top of that, the narrow tunnels make it tough to use guns effectively. So even though it's not a high-ranking dungeon, it still demands full focus and tight teamwork to clear it safely. What makes this one trickier is that there's only one exit besides the way the team came in, so the plan is to trap the rats by funneling them all through that single route. Kim Min-cheol tells everyone to get into position and prepare the bait. They place it near the second entrance to lure the rats in. The dungeon stinks horribly, so all the soldiers wear the special gas masks issued by the Hunter Corps. One of the soldiers, Ju Seonggi, grumbles about the smell and the rats, saying the monsters feed on gross stuff like rotten bananas, which only makes the stench worse. Even though it's hard to breathe and move around properly, the team pushes through and spreads out as much bait as possible to kick off the plan. The soldiers spot a massive group of monster rats charging in from the front entrance, and everyone immediately gets into position for battle. The commander shouts for the troops to form a line side by side at the entrance and instructs the lower-ranked soldiers to move to the back with the vice commander for safety. Some soldiers start joking around, placing bets on who can kill the most monster rats, with the loser buying snacks at the PX. They even ask the squad commander if he wants in on the bet. Despite the teasing, they stay focused as the commander reminds them not to lose their concentration and to hold formation no matter what. The plan is to fight the rats head-on without breaking their line. Up ahead, Corporal Kim Moongi from 2nd Platoon, 3rd Squad, fights off rats fiercely, while right beside him, Corporal Jung Han-young from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, holds his ground. Their squad commander, Sergeant Lee Sung-ho, leads them through the chaos. At the same time, Sergeant Kim Jong-tae from the 4th Squad and Sergeant Cho Tae-wook from the 3rd Squad are in the thick of it, cutting down rats with powerful strikes. Corporal Kim Gwang-shik from the 3rd Squad is also fighting intensely, making sure no rats get past him. As the fight goes on, the officers begin to take note. Sergeant First Class Kim Min-ji, the vice commander of 2nd Platoon, and First Lieutenant Kim Cheolman, the overall commander, both observe that the troops are doing well, especially a few soldiers who are clearly standing out by quickly taking out rats before they can break through the front line. It shows just how skilled they are, proving that their training and hard work are paying off. Even Private First Class Lee Dong-jin from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, is finally showing the results of his special training and is no longer falling behind. Suddenly someone calls out for help, and another soldier immediately answers, jumping into action without a second thought. But just then, more monster rats appear from the rear. The soldiers quickly shout a warning that the back is under attack. The commander orders the 1st and 4th squads to handle the rear entrance and tells the privates to slowly back away using their shields for protection. He warns them not to overdo it or break formation because they're almost done. Just a little more to go, but something feels off. Through his gas mask, Gwang-shik senses that something is wrong. He realizes too late that something dangerous is coming. Not from the front, but from underground. An irregular monster starts to emerge, and Gwang-shik sees that it's huge, having fed on the other rats, and its size is absolutely terrifying. Frozen in fear, Gwang-shik can't move. Lee Dong-jin tries to shout but finds himself just as frozen. He finally screams at Gwang-shik to get out of the way, begging him to run, to move, to do anything, but it's already too late. Then Kim Min-jun looks closely and notices something strange in the monster's eyes. They look completely blank, empty, and there's no fear in them at all. That's when Minjun realizes the truth. It's overflowing with demonic energy. At the same time, Lee Dongjin gets praised for acting quickly to save Guangxik. Right after that, soldiers from behind shout to Minjun that it's too dangerous and tell him to fall back. They also order all corporals to follow him while telling the rest of the squad to stay ready. Kim Minjun just smirks because, while all of that is happening, he's secretly absorbing the demonic purple energy through the monster's eyes, a dangerous and mysterious power. He's a bit worried someone might notice since using or gaining demonic energy could raise suspicions or even be considered dangerous in their world. That's why he sarcastically thanks Lee Dongjin, since Dongjin's bold move ended up distracting everyone and helped Minjun absorb the energy without being caught. Then, a message appears letting him know that he's absorbed a certain amount of demonic energy and that his demonic energy stat has increased by 1. In the end, Minjun realizes just how much power the monster held, and he says he'll make good use of that energy for the right reasons. Jong admits defeat, clearly impressed. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim confirms that it really was an irregular monster, and the report comes in. All platoon members have now pulled out of the dungeon. Only one irregular monster was confirmed, and it was taken down by a single platoon member. Even though things have calmed down, the buzzing of mosquitoes and the lingering tension serve as a reminder that nothing on the front lines is ever truly normal. Jong walks up to Minjun, sincerely thanks him for saving them, and admits how frozen he felt when he first saw that monster. Minjun brushes it off, apologizing for acting without orders, but Jong quickly reassures him that there's no need to be sorry. It was clearly an emergency, and Minjun's quick thinking probably saved both Guangxik and Dongjin from real danger. After that, Minchul Kim checks in with Minjun, asking if he's hurt, and Minjun confidently replies that he's fine, standing tall and proud. As Minjun lets out a breath, Kim Minchul quietly warns him that they'll need to have a private talk once they return to camp. Jong watches this exchange and notes that the platoon commander doesn't look pleased. Meanwhile, updates come in through the comms. All evacuated members have only minor injuries, and Dongjin has already completed his checkup and is heading back to camp. Guangxik, despite having a few bruises on his head, is expected to recover fully and return by tomorrow. The second platoon is called to attention in response to the unexpected events, and the dungeon clearance operation is officially called off. Everyone is told to check their gear and prepare for departure. Without hesitation, the squad responds in unison. Later, at the administrative office, Minjun is called in regarding the official report. He's told to write down exactly how he defeated the irregular monster and hand it in, but Minjun pauses, unsure of what to write. He jokingly thinks about saying he tried to smash it with his shield, and when that didn't work, he just punched it, though he doubts anyone would believe a story like that. Minchul Kim admits he couldn't see everything clearly because his vision was blocked, but he still asks if Minjun really beat the monster with just his fist. Minjun becomes unsure how to respond and says the monster was full of energy, and he didn't have time to think. Shifting the conversation, Minchul Kim asks about Minjun's stats, and Minjun replies that his strength is 65 and his agility is 60. Hearing this, Minchul Kim is shocked, noting that even as a first lieutenant, his own stats are just above average at 40. He realizes Minjun's stats are more than double those of a typical sergeant and mutters in disbelief, thinking that with numbers like that, Minjun could have easily gotten into the Hunter Military Academy. It feels like a missed opportunity, especially since Kim remembers the records showing that Minjun dropped out of high school, which would have made enrollment tough. Still, he tells Minjun that if he ever wants to become an executive, he should consider taking the GED and applying to a university. He adds that once Minjun reaches the rank of staff sergeant, he'll have the option to travel for classes and take online courses too, and even offers to look into the process for him. Minjun admits that he doesn't really enjoy studying, and feels it's enough to keep advancing through his accomplishments alone. After hearing that, Minchul Kim respects his decision and says he won't push him, but just asks Minjun to let him know if he ever changes his mind. Thereafter, Minjun thanks Minchul Kim, who tells him he'll finish the report and suggests he get some rest, promising he won't forget what Minjun did today. Minjun salutes and gets ready to leave, but before he walks out, Minchul Kim calls his name again and tells him that by saving the platoon, he prevented what could have been a much worse outcome. He even admits that he himself couldn't move during the crisis, and sincerely thanks Minjun. Minjun responds firmly, saying he only did what he had to, though deep down, he reminds himself that all of this was necessary to gain more demonic energy and prove his worth. Outside, Guangxik stands nervously in front of Minjun and asks if he can join the special training sessions Minjun has been doing with Dongjin. Minjun looks at him in surprise, wondering how Guangxik even found out about their secret training spot, and more importantly, why someone who hasn't fully recovered yet would want to push himself like that. Guangxik struggles to explain, then suddenly points to Dongjin and says that he's come a long way and is actually half decent now. Guangxik admits it's probably because of their training, and that's why he wants to join in and start training too. Minjun isn't impressed and asks if Guangxik really thought he could just join like that. He reminds him that there's an order and discipline to these things, especially for someone like Corporal Kim Gwangshik. Gwangshik bows his head slightly and sincerely thanks Minjun for saving him, then turns to Dongjin and apologizes for how he used to treat him. Dongjin is caught off guard and nervously tells him not to worry about it, but Gwangshik continues in a serious tone, saying he's truly sorry for all the hazing and doesn't know if they'll forgive him, but he's being sincere. He explains that due to some personal reasons, he wants to become a non-commissioned officer, and that's why he's determined to train properly with them. Dongjin nervously asks if it would really be so bad to let Gwangshik train with them. He turns to Minjun, hoping he'll agree, but Minjun calmly replies that no, it's definitely not all right. Gwangshik quietly accepts the answer, saying he understands if they feel uncomfortable because of the way he treated them before. He sincerely thanks both Minjun and Dongjin, admitting that he's alive today because of them. Just as the air grows still, Minjun suddenly turns to Gwangshik and says he'll reconsider letting him join, if he acts like a pigeon for the next 24 hours. Gwangshik is completely thrown off, shouting in disbelief, while Minjun shrugs as if to say, well, if he doesn't want to do it, that's fine too. Feeling the pressure, Gwangshik hesitantly starts cooing like a pigeon. Dongjin watches, stunned into silence, while Minjun chuckles to himself as Gwangshik continues awkwardly, pretending to be a bird. Saint praises the giant for his hard work and gently asks if he has anything to say, and though the giant seems unsure, he eventually asks how long the Saint plans to keep doing things like this. Saint replies that no one really knows, then offers a gift, saying it's for the one who's no longer with them. Looking ahead, Saint adds that something given from the heart can never be too much. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho is annoyed that even after returning from a tough dungeon mission, they're already being made to do construction work for the camps. He complains that being treated like this during his final year of service feels unfair. While working, Purple thinks out loud, wondering if these camps even make a difference in monster fights, and Cho just shrugs, saying no one really knows. Just then, a delivery arrives, and Gwangshik announces that it's finally here, Stettel, and explains that they jokingly call it Stettel because no one's quite sure if it's made of stone or metal. The name comes from how confusing and ridiculously tough the material is. As they begin moving it, Gwangshik quickly realizes it's way heavier than it looks, and solid as a rock. They struggle with the weight, and one of the soldiers explains that this is exactly why camps are built with it, because it's so tough and reliable. Gwangshik adds that it's made from a rare mineral found only in specific dungeons. He starts to mention the name, but Minjun cuts in and distracts him, asking if he said something. Gwangshik quickly plays it off, saying it was nothing and just figured someone might be curious. Suddenly, Vice Commander Minji announces a 10-minute break for everyone. Then, with a serious tone, Minji approaches the platoon commander and shares something he overheard while picking up materials from headquarters. There's a rumor that a dungeon known as the Tin Can Dungeon might have appeared in the area controlled by the 104th Division. This immediately grabs everyone's attention. Sergeant Cho reacts in shock, asking if it's true, and Dongjin starts to panic, yelling that if they get sent there again, it'll be his and Cho's third time entering that awful dungeon. Cho complains loudly, saying the situation is getting ridiculous, but Minji tries to calm everyone down and reminds them that an investigation is still ongoing and nothing has been confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Gwangshik quietly mutters about tin can dungeons, explaining that hunters use that nickname for certain types of dungeons that follow a specific pattern. First, these dungeons are much larger than normal. Second, they're packed with more monsters and a wider variety of them. Third, they don't include boss monsters or extremely high-risk enemies. Because of all that, they're considered ideal for gaining real battle experience, which is why divisions often use them for large-scale training known as hunter field maneuvers. Minjun, overhearing Gwangshik mumbling again, asks who he's even talking to, and Gwangshik just shrugs it off, saying he thought someone might be curious. Minjun repeats the name hunter field maneuvers, confused and clearly not thrilled, thinking this doesn't sound like the kind of training he wants right now. He's not interested in long, boring drills, he just wants real fights. But Minchul Kim reminds them all that this is divisional training, it's mandatory, and it's actually a great opportunity to build up accomplishments. As soon as Minjun hears the word accomplishments, his eyes light up, suddenly reminded of his goal to gain recognition and grow stronger. Minjun gets excited, thinking how being stationed at the front lines gives him so many chances to prove himself. He feels proud of his decision to come here because it was the right choice, and everything's working out even better than he imagined. As the excitement about gaining accomplishments builds, Minjun suddenly notices a faint purple glow at his foot, but without drawing attention, he quickly slides his shoe over it and hides it before anyone notices. Dongjin and Cho, clearly exhausted, yell out in frustration and say they don't need any more accomplishments because they're already being worked to the bone in their final year. Meanwhile, Minjun quietly lets out a breath of relief, thinking how lucky he is that nobody saw the glow. He brushes it off and casually shifts focus, thinking the current issue is something about reinforcement requests. Meanwhile, Enseo Sun, the female officer, explains that reinforcements were requested due to an irregular monster, and the request came from the investigative team inside a dungeon that recently appeared in Yanggu. The commanding officer recalls that the dungeon appeared inside a military zone, not near civilians, to which Enseo confirms and adds that 2 members of the investigation team suddenly passed out with no warning or signs. She mentions that this strange occurrence has been happening more frequently and warns that it might be a sign the dungeon needs to be cleared immediately. The officer suggests handing over area control to regular soldiers and pulling back all hunters stationed in Yanggu, redirecting all forces toward a new priority, the dungeon that has opened in the civilian area of Hongcheon. Enseo accepts the order without hesitation. Meanwhile, Minjun watches this unfold and smirks to himself, thinking it looks like the perfect opportunity has just landed in his lap. Feeling like everything is aligning in his favor, Minjun decides that he's going to request a day off. Minjun double-checks his bag, wondering if he packed everything he needs. As he moves ahead, Minchul Kim spots him and casually asks if he's heading out already. He also mentions that he noticed Minjun carrying way more steetle than the others during the camp construction. And now it all makes sense. Minjun wanted to finish early so he could use his day off. Half impressed and half annoyed, Minchul tells him that he really is something else. Minjun smiles and thanks him, but Minchul quickly clarifies that it wasn't exactly meant as a compliment. Then, pointing to the form, Minchul notes that Minjun's registered home address is currently in a restricted area. Curious, he asks where Minjun stayed the last time he left, and Minjun replies honestly that he stayed in a PC room. As expected, Minchul pulls out a key and tells Minjun that if he's okay with it, there's a place he can use, an apartment that belonged to his parents, currently empty while they're away on business. It's kept clean since Minchul visits during his own breaks. Minjun tries to politely decline, saying it's not necessary, but Minchul cuts him off firmly and insists that this time, it really is. Quietly, Minjun reads the small note handed to him earlier. It says the apartment is a bit far from the camp, but still within Gangwon-do, located in Chuncheon at XX Villa. Minjun thinks to himself that it's definitely better than staying in a noisy PC room. Chuncheon isn't too far, so it's not a bad option at all. He also recalls what First Lieutenant Minchul said, "Take the key even if you don't use it. Just get some proper rest." Minjun folds the note and puts it away. As he does, Minchul glances down at Minjun's info sheet. His name is Kim Minjun. His listed address is Gyeonggi-do, Nim Daehyun. Both of his parents, Choi Yoonju and his father, are marked as missing. Meanwhile, Minjun arrives at the Yanggu County bus terminal, where nearby soldiers are talking about a dungeon that recently appeared near an old, abandoned school. They're instructed to stay at least 1 kilometer away and focus on securing the perimeter. Minjun stands quietly off to the side, listening without drawing attention. His eyes fix on a distant, silent building that must be the dungeon. As he approaches, he wonders what kind of creature he'll face this time, annoyed that the person who sent him didn't even bother to check what kind of monster it was. Typical. Minjun tells himself that if things get too risky, he'll just turn around and leave. The moment he steps forward, a faint glow flashes across his vision, and a message confirms that he's entered the dungeon. The air inside is thick and sticky, unusually humid, and the walls are cracked with the ground torn up, signs that something violent happened here. He spots a shattered object nearby and knows immediately that a battle took place. He can also feel someone or something watching him. Without missing a beat, Minjun calls it out, telling it to show itself. The monster steps forward, and Minjun studies the massive creature, unsure if it's a goblin or a kobold, but whatever it is, it's way too big. He's honestly shocked the investigative team managed to survive an encounter with something like this. Without waiting, Minjun charges in, mocking the monster for surviving its earlier fight, then activates his corruption skill. The monster doesn't even flinch, it doesn't block or react at all. Minjun compares most of his previous enemies to ants, but this one feels more like a giant beetle. Still, a bug is a bug, and with frustration bubbling up, Minjun glares at it, launching one last attack while shouting for payback for ruining his brand new clothes. After defeating the monster, Minjun suddenly receives a system message saying he has absorbed more demonic energy, and his stat increases again. Another message follows, and his demonic energy stat goes up by 3 times in a row. With that, Minjun finally crosses a threshold and unlocks a new skill, Dark Arrow. His Nightwalker skill also gets enhanced, and on top of that, he gains basic swordsmanship. Excited, Minjun quickly pulls up his status window. His stats now read, Strength 65, Agility 60, Stamina 60, and Demonic Energy 22. He grins at the sight of the new skill, Dark Arrow, which allows him to attack from a distance using demonic energy, exactly what he needed. But what catches him off guard is the basic swordsmanship. Then it clicks. It must have come from landing that critical hit during the fight. A lucky moment for sure. As Minjun thinks back, he remembers a strange shine he saw just before the battle. Curious, he walks over to investigate and spots something. It looks like either the tip of an arrow, a piece of a broken sword, or maybe something the investigative team left behind. The shape and color feel oddly familiar, like he's seen it somewhere before. As Minjun holds the object, monsters begin coming from behind. Another thought hits him. He's just unlocked a new skill and hasn't even tried it yet, and the timing feels perfect. Looking around the dungeon, even though his mission is officially done, he decides to stay a bit longer because it wouldn't hurt to clean up the leftover monsters while testing out what his new power can do. After clearing the dungeon, he feels proud and relaxed. Plus, he's excited to finally have some free time, so he decides to play his favorite game, DPE. It seems like the perfect way to wrap up a productive day. His day off feels satisfying and well spent, but that peaceful mood doesn't last long. As soon as Minjun returns to camp, he senses something is off. Everyone looks serious, and the energy around the platoon is heavy. John quickly informs Minjun that it really is a tin can dungeon, and next week they'll be doing a large-scale real-life training session called the Hunter Field Maneuvers. Every platoon will start from different random points and work their way to the center of the dungeon. The goal is to respond to sudden emergencies, fight monsters, and survive the pressure of real combat, and no one gets to relax. Everyone has to stay alert and battle ready. As the exercise begins, Minchul Kim shouts commands to take positions on a hill. Suddenly, dark balls appear, monsters that float and have thick, durable skin. These creatures are tricky because melee weapons don't work well on them. All troops are ordered to put away their specialty weapons and use firearms. They begin firing non-stop to stop the dark balls from getting closer, but Minjun finds it all thrilling because this kind of training is exactly the kind of dangerous action he enjoys. Minji warns everyone that if those monsters get too close and start sucking blood, they'll become almost impossible to stop. If any soldier gets bitten, it's pretty much over for them. Minjun realizes that if too many people get injured or taken out, their platoon's score in the training will drop badly, and that's not something he's willing to let happen. After that, Minjun gets serious and calls out for Sergeant Lee Sung-ho. While running across the battlefield, Minjun's foot suddenly slams into a black monster that appears in his path, and the impact is so strong and fast, the creature shoots straight up into the sky like a kicked ball. Everyone around him freezes for a second, watching the monster disappear into the clouds above. Afterwards, Minjun wishes he could just use his dark arrows to shoot down the floating monsters, because that would make things a lot easier. Meanwhile, the commander, Minchul Kim, gives the loud order for all troops to fire freely at the dark balls in the air. As the battle calms, they finally get a short break, and the troops are told to rest for 10 minutes, check their gear, and report any injuries in their squads. During the rest, Sergeant Cho feels drained and mentions how this session feels way harder than the last one, wondering how many battles they've already gone through. In-ho Choi replies that he isn't exactly sure, but brings up a strange rumor. Some people are saying this dungeon might not be a typical tin can dungeon after all. That surprises Sergeant Cho, who asks what he means. In-ho explains that the rumor is there's actually a boss monster hidden inside, which shouldn't be the case for this kind of dungeon. Word is, the creature was captured alive and locked away somewhere in the central assembly area. As the break ends, Minji calls everyone back to training, and the soldiers follow orders. Moving forward, Minjun suddenly spots someone in the distance, a Hunter Corps soldier wearing 2 stars on their uniform. Minjun immediately recognizes him and knows exactly who he is. The scene then shifts to a giant figure returning with a broken sword in hand. After seeing this, an old man speaks calmly to the giant. Since he returned so quickly, the old man assumes the mission must have been rough, or someone messed up by blindly following that woman's orders. As he examines the blade, the old man frowns at the severe damage, and then asks if the giant has been hunting demonic monsters again. At the central dungeon assembly point, tension starts to build as Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-cheol of the 3rd Battalion notices that the number of monsters inside the dungeon is much higher than expected and quietly hopes things stay under control without any serious incidents. Standing next to him, Colonel Jeon Seung-kyun of the 1st Battalion explains that the division commander believes the troops' overall combat ability has been slowly declining, but Ko Jong-cheol worries they might be pushing the soldiers too hard, both physically and mentally. Then Colonel Lee Junbyum of the 2nd Battalion shows up, visibly anxious, and asks if anyone knows where the division commander went. John Seung-kyun just shrugs and says, everyone knows how unpredictable the commander can be. No one can stop him once he sets his mind on something. Still uneasy, Lee Junbyum questions why the commander would even take part in this kind of training himself, and his concern grows when he realizes the division commander went straight to the area where his own battalion members are stationed. That's when Lieutenant Colonel Ko Jong-cheol reveals what the division commander said before heading out, that there's a soldier he wants to see with his own eyes. Min Cheol Kim stares in disbelief. He knows that in these exercises, there's usually a penalty mission where someone pretends to be injured, and that person has to be carried by their squad. What shocks him is who's playing the injured soldier this time. That role was supposed to go to a regular officer from Division HQ, but somehow the division commander himself is lying on the stretcher, playing along. While Minchul tries to wrap his head around it, the commander casually tells them to take good care of him. Minchul quickly snaps to attention and salutes, despite still being stunned. Then Sergeant First Class Kim Minji steps forward, explaining by the book that the injured person must be transported properly. Trying to stay respectful, Minji offers to carry him, but the commander cuts him off mid-sentence, reminding everyone loud and clear that they should know his personality by now. Seokyong, the division commander, firmly refuses to be carried and says he won't participate in that part of the drill, insisting they keep going with the training as planned. Everyone watches in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Minjun can't help but think to himself that this training is absolutely insane, but also incredibly fun. The excitement and surprises don't stop there. The field is packed with all kinds of monsters, each bringing its own danger. And on top of that, the division has set up special traps and challenges, making the entire session feel like a real dungeon expedition, with something new waiting around every corner. Private Jin Cheolho from 2nd Platoon, 2nd Squad, struggles to keep up. Breathing heavily and clearly anxious, he fails to take down a frog-like monster. Just as the creature lunges at him, Minjun steps in and takes it down in a single blow, saving Cheolho from serious harm. As Minjun reflects on the battle, he realizes that even his basic swordsmanship skill, though simple, is helping him hit harder and stay sharper in combat. He starts to think this intense training might be just what he needs to level up even more. Cheolho, still catching his breath, quickly thanks Minjun. From a distance, Seokyong watches the battlefield and admits to himself that this might be the toughest round of hunter field maneuvers they've ever done. Meanwhile, Minchul Kim calls out to the troops, urging them to hang on until the break, and everyone pushes forward with what strength they have left, though it's clear Kim Minjun is standing out more than ever. At the same time, in the northern section of the dungeon, Private First Class Sun Yunseo shows off her skills by taking down multiple monsters on her own. She breathes hard, wiped out from the effort, but just as another girl soldier is about to be attacked, Yunseo charges in and saves her, keeping her safe without hesitation. All the platoon members have managed to reach this point of the training without suffering any serious injuries. Seokyong watches with pride, while Minchul Kim, standing nearby, acknowledges how capable the platoon truly is. When Minchul humbly gives credit to the members, Seokyong reminds him that recognizing and managing good soldiers is also part of a leader's strength. He encourages Minchul to give it his all for the final phase of training, and Minchul replies with gratitude. Suddenly, Seokyong loses his balance. Sergeant First Class Kim Minji quickly snaps at him, scolding him for relying only on his left hand and not supporting himself properly. Seokyong apologizes right away. Nearby, Corporal Lee Sungwoo is approached by a younger soldier who's curious. It's his second time participating in hunter field maneuvers, so naturally someone tries to ask him a question, but Lee bluntly tells them not to ask. As the group gets ready to move out and form up again, the younger soldier repeats, confused, something about the hole, to which Lee confirms it, calling it the dungeon hole. The younger one stares at the large pit ahead, recognizing it as a hole but clearly not understanding its significance. Lee just shrugs and says it's obvious he must have been sleeping during the dungeon information session. Though there isn't much known about how dungeons work, Lee explains that the common idea is this. A dungeon is like a space linked to another dimension through some kind of gate. Even though it's connected, it's not a perfect or endless space because dungeons have borders, and inside them, there are areas where the connection becomes unstable or breaks completely. Those strange and random spots are what people call dungeon holes. Another soldier, slightly nervous, asks what happens if someone accidentally enters one of those dungeon holes or crosses the dungeon's edge, to which Lee admits he isn't exactly sure, but says people believe they'll suddenly be teleported to some random place inside the dungeon, like a sudden pop. Right then, something unexpected happens, and a strange noise and reaction spread across the group because someone appears in front of them. A girl soldier is lying on the ground, helpless. Mincheol Kim quickly steps up and reassures her, saying he already reported the situation to the 4th Battalion and tells her to rest and not worry. The girl, still anxious, asks if her battalion members are all safe, and Minchel gently confirms that yes, they're all safe, and in fact, deeply worried about her too. He adds that the training has been paused to focus on recovering Private First Class Sun Yunseo. Minchel explains that the situation has been officially reported, so training will likely resume soon. Yunseo quietly thanks him, clearly relieved that things are under control. Minji reminds her that with a fractured foot, it's better to rest because hunters must protect their health just as much as they sharpen their combat skills. Minchel adds that headquarters has been contacted and the transfer crew are already on their way. He starts to say that her participation in this session is now over. Before he can finish, Major General Du Seokyong arrives, and his sudden appearance catches Yunseo by surprise because she hadn't expected the division commander to be out here during training. The soldiers fall silent, fully aware of the weight his presence carries. Mincheol Kim informs the general that although Yunseo has no serious external injuries, her left ankle is fractured and she won't be able to continue. Do Seokyung expresses disappointment that there was only a little training left. He turns his attention to Yunseo, waiting for her report, and she explains that during a monster fight, she slipped off a cliff and lost consciousness. When she woke up, she had already been moved, and her words make it clear that she must have fallen beyond the dungeon's inner boundary, likely into a place the team wasn't monitoring. Whether it was a dungeon hole or not doesn't really matter anymore because what truly matters is that Sun Yunseo was found in time. Seokyung feels a wave of relief and calmly acknowledges how lucky she was to be discovered so quickly. Then something clicks in his mind, and he asks for her name again. Upon hearing it, his expression shifts immediately as he recognizes her background. Yunseo is from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion, and, more importantly, the daughter of Sun Taiho. With that revelation, Do Seokyung calls out to Corporal Kim Minjun. Minjun responds quickly, confused about why he's being singled out, but before he can process anything further, the order is given. He must carry the injured Yunseo. Minjun is caught off guard and hesitates for a second, questioning it internally. But Seokyung's sharp voice cuts through any doubt and leaves no room for debate. Despite Yunseo's protests and confusion, the decision is already made. To the commander, this is not just an order, it's a task that could be counted as a valuable accomplishment. The situation is now under control, and the mission is simple. The injured must be safely transported without delay. Minjun prepares to give Yunseo a piggyback ride. She's visibly frustrated but eventually gives in after Minjun calmly tells her that she can quit the training if she wants, though doing so will reset her training score. Faced with that, Yunseo chooses to continue and politely asks to be looked after. The platoon watches in stunned silence, especially Jong, who can't believe how Minjun still has so much strength left. To them, it doesn't even feel like Minjun is human anymore. Min Cheol Kim instructs the pair to follow along at the rear with the vice commander and to report if Enseo gets tired, but Minjun shows no signs of slowing down and clearly doesn't expect to fall behind. At the same time, Minji quietly talks to Seokyung about Enseo getting special treatment just because she's the daughter of another division commander. Seokyung hears this and responds with a calm reminder that there's no rule saying the injured shouldn't be helped. This, too, is part of the training. Minji acknowledges it without further pushback, but then Major General Do Seokyung mutters something under his breath, something harsh, personal, and clearly directed at Sun Taiho. There's no doubt now that a deeper story lies beneath the surface. Minjun keeps walking with Enseo on his back, each step steady despite the awkward weight. The position isn't comfortable, but he doesn't complain. After a while, Enseo offers to give up the training, telling him he can put her down if he's tired. Without hesitation, Minjun says it's fine, and casually adds that she's lighter than Stettel, the heavy material they used during camp construction. Hearing that, Enseo repeats the word with confusion, so Minjun explains it like it's nothing, comparing her to the dense mineral. He even guesses she weighs around 50 kilos, but before he can finish, Enseo cuts him off, clearly embarrassed, and tells him to stop talking. There's a brief silence before she speaks again, calmer this time, saying she'll repay him for helping her. Minjun smiles at that, but in his mind, he thinks a reward from her father would be even better. Trying to lighten the mood, he brings up the weight comparison again, repeating that she's lighter than Statel, and Enseo immediately shouts at him to shut up, her voice echoing down the path. Meanwhile, Sergeant Cho groans to himself, complaining that this training feels like it was switched from normal mode to hell mode, and wonders who made it so hard. Min Cheol Kim checks the distance and sees that only 2 kilometers are left. He reminds everyone to stay focused and not let their guard down. The message spreads through the squads and gives them a bit of energy. Suddenly, Corporal Lee Ik-jun and Sergeant Lee Gitai from the 2nd Platoon, 1st Squad, report seeing flying monsters up ahead. Minchel hears the call and immediately orders everyone to prepare, warning them that these airborne monsters won't be easy to deal with. The worst part is that they're facing black rakes, nasty creatures about the size of sparrows, but aggressive enough to tear through skin with their sharp claws and teeth. Hunters might not die from the wounds, but the pain is brutal, and right now, everyone's already exhausted from training. To make things worse, they're still carrying someone injured, and fighting like this is going to be incredibly risky. The black rakes are known for being relentless. Once they attack, they don't stop. Far off, Du Seokyung, the high-ranking officer pretending to be the injured person, watches quietly. His eyes aren't as sharp as they used to be, so he can't even see the monsters clearly anymore. But he understands how hard this moment is for the troops. He's not just observing the fight, he's watching how they react. If they panic or mess up, their training score could take a hit. Visibility is low, everyone's worn out, but none of that can be used as an excuse. They're hunters. Leaving formation to help might feel like the right thing, but doing so could throw the entire squad into chaos. It's better to stay in line and trust the platoon commander's judgment, no matter how hard it gets. Just then, Kim Min-jun notices something and suddenly moves forward, catching everyone off guard. The others try to stop him, confused about why he's stepping up while still carrying an injured soldier, but Min-jun speaks up and asks for a chance. He knows things can't go on like this. Everyone is reaching their breaking point. Minchul Kim, the platoon commander, is stunned, but listens and questions how Minjun expects to pull anything off with someone still on his back. Even so, Minjun insists. Minchul reminds him that if the plan fails, they'll retreat immediately, and Minjun is only getting one shot at this. Minjun refuses to hand off the injured soldier and decides to go through with the plan himself. The order is given. Everyone is to fall back and provide cover behind Kim Minjun. Additionally, Minchul gives the order to prepare for open fire, making everyone tense up, and Seokyong reacts with disbelief, questioning if they really plan to take down airborne monsters with rifles. Minjun quietly tells Enseo to hold on because he has no intention of losing anyone. Hearing that, Enseo is in shock, muttering about how insane everything feels, but Minjun stays calm. As a dark mage, he's gotten used to moving in shadows, and this moment feels just like the early levels of a game he knows by heart. He remembers his dark arrow skill. It's low rank, but when used right, it hits hard, and he blends it with his long-range weapon. Without warning, Minjun launches it, and the demonic energy wraps around the arrow like a cannonball, massive and fast. It's way too big to dodge, especially in the middle of a pitch-black night. The monster drops instantly, and Enseo can't believe her eyes. In no time, Minjun brings down the rest, and the battlefield clears. Even now, it feels unreal to everyone watching. Minjun's not just skilled, he's overwhelming, and a quiet understanding spreads through the squad that Kim Minjun isn't someone you can easily compare to. All the soldiers take a deep breath as the fight finally ends, and the monsters are gone, and the area settles into calm again. Then someone announces that all members of the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon have officially passed the training, and the entire group hears it. The medical team quickly arrives and begins checking the injured, while Minchul Kim looks around at everyone and praises them for staying strong until the very end. Minji reminds the soldiers to stay focused even now, because they'll soon be heading to the barracks to rest. Minjun briefly wonders where people go to be rewarded for their effort, but the thought fades when Minchul Kim suddenly calls his name. In front of everyone, he tells Minjun that he worked harder than anyone else, pointing out how from the very beginning, Minjun acted first, never ran from danger, and showed bravery that really stood out. Corporal Kim Minjun stands proud but feels a little shy as all eyes turn to him. Soneon Seo, still on his back, quietly thanks him and asks if he can put her down now. Later, she also apologizes for causing trouble to the platoon, but Minchul Kim quickly reassures her that no one saw her as a burden and that he's simply glad they completed the training together. Nearby, Major General Du Seokyong watches the scene with a small smile, clearly impressed by the way the platoon pulled through as a team. In the end, despite all the pressure and challenges, the entire platoon completes the training successfully. Laughter spreads among the troops as they finally relax, and more than a few admit that it was all thanks to Minjun, because his actions truly made the difference. Suddenly, Colonel Yu Jihye, the commander of the 4th Battalion, arrives to check on Yunseo and asks about her condition. Yunseo reports that aside from a small ankle injury, she's fine, and Colonel Yu notes how lucky she was, especially after falling into the dungeon hole. Yu Jihye then tells the squad to move her carefully, and they follow orders right away. After that, Colonel Yu Jihye turns to Major General Du Seokyong and requests a private conversation regarding the training. Even though Seokyong hesitates at first, she insists that it needs to happen immediately. Later that night, while most of the camp is asleep, Kim Minjun enjoys a quiet moment. The chef offers him some fried chicken, and Minjun's eyes light up with joy. He asks if he can really eat all of it, and the chef says there's no one else around to share it with since everyone's already resting. Minjun digs in happily, saying he can't let his efforts go unrewarded. The chef brings up the training and confirms Minjun's from the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company, then tells him he heard their unit was praised as the best in the entire division. Minjun nods while munching, and the chef shares that he overheard the higher-ups talking about how well Minjun did, especially during the night attack with the Black Rakes. He confirms that Minjun handled them himself and seems genuinely impressed, wondering aloud how anyone could pull off something like that in the dark. The chef continues, mentioning how tough this round of training really was, saying word has spread that around 70% of privates and privates first class across the division gave up midway. As he reflects on everything, Minjun looks down at his food and lets out a quiet gasp of joy, completely taken by how juicy the meat is. The camp stays calm into the morning. Most soldiers are still asleep, enjoying the free time they earned after the brutal training. A few officers talk nearby, saying the exercise went better than expected and mentioning that the division commander was very impressed. He even came to watch the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Company himself, and everyone agrees that they clearly stood out during the entire exercise. Captain Kim Chi-woo from the 1st Company smiles proudly and says the division commander is cool and not scary at all. Then he pauses, thinking he might have spoken too casually, but another officer tells him it's fine, and he didn't say anything wrong. It was honest but firm, and since the commander had left his post without warning, no one could really argue against it. They also talk about the 4th Battalion commander, and some say NCO feels a bit intimidating, even to them. Still, none of that changes the fact that Kim Min-jun made a huge impression, and everyone agrees he did an incredible job. Min-jun stayed strong, reacted quickly, and never backed down. On top of that, he did it all right in front of the division commander. Now that things are calming down, everyone starts looking forward to the upcoming monthly meeting. At the headquarters of the 104th Division, Major General Du Seokyeong goes over the dungeon cleanup schedule, and everything seems in order, so he moves on to check on Private First Class Sun Yoon-seo. Colonel Yoo Ji-hye informs him that her injury isn't as bad as expected, and confirms it's not a fracture. Her recovery is going well, and by tomorrow, Nseo will complete her treatments and return to duty. Seokyeong quietly notes that she seems to take after her father. Suddenly the phone rings, and Seokyeong answers. A voice on the other end greets him by calling him a bearded bastard. Confused at first, Seokyeong asks who it is, but the voice responds like it should be obvious. After a brief pause, the realization hits. It's Sun Taeho, the commander of the 107th Division and Sun Yoon-seo's father. Without wasting time, Sun Taeho throws down a direct challenge and demands a duel. Instead of answering right away, Seokyeong explodes, demanding why this guy would call him out of nowhere like this. Taeho, completely unfazed, repeats his challenge and even lets Seokyeong choose the location. Trying to keep it together, Seokyeong asks if Taeho is acting this way just because his daughter got injured, questioning how a man like him even has the nerve to call himself a general. But Taeho remains cool, saying that yes, he is a general, and all he really wants is a little workout using the Du Seokyeong punching bag, which he claims is much more durable than the usual ones. That line pushes Seokyeong to the edge, making him curse under his breath. Still, he admits he feels bad about what happened to Yoon-seo but insists it was part of the training, nothing to get this worked up about. Just when it seems like things might calm down, Taeho goes in for the kill, casually mocking Seokyeong for not even being able to get married, asking how someone like that could possibly understand. That's it? Seokyeong's face turns crimson with rage and he snaps. He demands Taeho's location, shouting at him to stay right where he is, because once Seokyeong gets there, he won't be laughing anymore. When Taeho doesn't respond, Du Seokyeong slams his hands on the table in pure frustration, cracking his phone in the process. The room falls into tense silence. Yoo Ji-hye walks up to him carefully, letting him know that the call ended just now. Seokyeong, still fuming, demands she call Taeho personally, but she urges him to calm down, reminding him that Taeho has every right to be upset at this point. That only fuels his anger further. He can't believe even she's taking Taeho's side. Suspicion creeps in as he asks if she was the one who told Taeho about his daughter's injury. But Ji-hye firmly clarifies it wasn't her. Most likely, the hospital contacted Yoon-seo's guardian directly. She also explains that Taeho probably found out because his daughter was granted special permission to finish training before being transferred to the hospital. As those words land, Seokyeong's rage starts to waver, and guilt takes its place. He realizes he should have at least reached out. He should have explained that he wasn't targeting her specifically, just testing the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon to gauge how they'd react when one of their own was injured. He sighs, now thinking it's best to clear things up with Taeho properly, knowing this mess came from a serious misunderstanding. Since Du Seokyeong's phone is in no shape to call anyone, Yoo Ji-hye dials Taeho herself and puts the call on speaker. The moment Taeho picks up, his voice is sharp and annoyed, already guessing Seokyeong is with her. Ji-hye quickly apologizes for calling him out of the blue, explaining that the division commander's phone is broken, so she made the call instead. With that, Seokyeong steps in, owning up to everything. He calmly explains the misunderstanding and sincerely apologizes for his actions, but Taeho isn't ready to let it go. He mocks Seokyeong, accusing him of backing out of their duel, then demands to know the identity of the man who carried his daughter on his back. The fact that someone who wasn't even a medic got that close to her clearly doesn't sit well with him, and he warns Seokyeong to be ready the next time they meet. Realizing this conversation's going nowhere fast, Yoo Ji-hye ends the call without waiting for more drama. Furious, Seokyeong grips the edge of the sofa with white knuckles and shoots her a deadly glare, clearly blaming her for pushing him to make the call. Without another word, he demands she prepare a vehicle immediately. They're going to Daejeon to meet Taeho face to face. Ji-hye, knowing there's no winning here, stays silent, thinking to herself how ridiculous both these hot-headed men are acting. In another corner of the base, Min-jun Kim strolls down the hallway, completely focused on one thing, his free chicken from the cafeteria. But just as he's lost in that thought, he senses something. Turning around, he catches his Nightwalker bouncing around in pure joy at seeing him. As cute as the little guy is, Min-jun's had enough of him popping up in public without warning. Without wasting time, he grabs the tiny creature and shoves him into his pocket, heading straight out of the building for a private talk. Out behind the building, Min-jun double-checks to make sure no one's around before letting the Nightwalker out. The moment the little guy's free, Min-jun gives him a firm scolding, warning him not to show up unless it's absolutely safe. The Nightwalker, hurt but trying to explain himself, says he made sure no one was around and only came because he missed his master. Minjun, realizing he might have been a bit too harsh, softens and summons some demonic energy to feed him. After getting his fill, the tiny creature suddenly points at Minjun. Curious, Minjun touches the little finger, and instantly, a connection forms between them. Through the link, Minjun sees what his minion had witnessed earlier, Hwachin, completely wrecked, radiating clear signs of demonic energy. He's stunned the Nightwalker traveled that far and actually gathered solid intel. Praising him for the incredible job, Minjun watches his little guy light up with pride. But while the Nightwalker soaks in the compliments, Minjun's already brainstorming an excuse to sneak out of base again. As Minjun approaches the dormitory, his mind spins with thoughts. He figures it might look suspicious if he leaves right away, but it also feels like a waste to sit on his vacation days if it's just a false alarm. He's still thankful for the day off he earned last time during the Yangu operation. Just as he opens the dorm door, he's hit with a burst of noise. Everyone inside is celebrating. The moment he steps in, they all start congratulating him for being selected as the division's best soldier during the Hunter Field maneuvers. They mention an upcoming award ceremony, and, even better, that the whole platoon is getting a day off because of his achievement. Minjun's eyes light up, and he wastes no time asking if he can use his break tomorrow. The platoon commander, not having much room to argue, says he'll check the schedule, and just like that, Minjun scores a day off. The next day, Minjun heads to Hwachin, but everything feels off. The chaos seems to be over, with some hunters cleaning up, but he can't figure out why so many of them are still around. He's especially annoyed that he fed his minion a boost of demonic energy earlier as a reward, only to arrive after the action ended. Suddenly a voice calls his name. He turns to see a girl pulling down her mask, and it's none other than Son Yunseo. A few minutes earlier, out on the outskirts of Hwachin's civilian zone, before Minjun even arrived, the girls were already hard at work sanitizing the entire area. Corporal Cha-Marie was getting tired and irritated, still not able to wrap her head around why they had to clean up after their Hunter Field maneuvers. Corporal Yoon Hyeju, more level-headed, figured it was a punishment from the battalion commander since their training results were pretty bad, and judging from the company commander's expression, it wasn't something to take lightly. She told the others to quit grumbling and just get the job done. But Mari was absolutely exhausted, complaining that a monster had to pop out of a gate the moment they wrapped up their training. Still, she admitted they were lucky not to be assigned to the attack team, especially since some people had even lost their homes in the mess. Their attention soon shifted to Yunseo, who was at the end of the road, quietly scrubbing away without a single complaint. Mari walked over to check on her, asking if she was okay and gently telling her not to push herself too hard. True to form, Private First Class Son Yunseo stood at attention and assured her that she was completely fine. Mari couldn't help but be impressed by how quickly Yunseo seemed to be recovering, but still told her to take it easy just in case. That's when they overheard a few murmurs from the other girls, wondering what a male hunter was doing in their area. The corporal girl might not know what's going on, but Yunseo recognizes the guy instantly. It's none other than Minjun. While a few of the girls can tell he's from the same division, none of them seem to know much beyond that. Back to the present moment, Yunseo pulls down her mask, and Minjun is visibly stunned. He never imagined he'd run into her here. Yunseo asks what he's doing in the area, pointing out that, as far as she knows, only his battalion was called in for support. Meanwhile, the other female troops are completely thrown off by the appearance of a male hunter in their zone. With an annoyed look, Minjun replies that he's on vacation. Yunseo gets irritated at that, demanding who in their right mind comes to a recently attacked site while on leave. Her suspicions rise fast and she starts grilling him, asking if he just made that up. She presses harder, questioning why someone on vacation would show up in military uniform. Without answering, Minjun casually hands over a leave form signed by his platoon commander. Yunseo reads it, and, though her suspicion fades a little, she still isn't fully convinced. She hands it back and asks why he would choose to come to a restricted zone like Hwachin. That question catches Minjun off guard. Knowing full well he can't spill the real reason, he brushes it off with an excuse, saying he had business in Hwachin and, when he heard there was an emergency, he decided to check it out. Suddenly, everyone's attention snaps to an unexpected gate that appears behind the troops. It stretches wide in all directions, instantly raising anxiety across the field. They had just finished clearing the area, and now it looks like they're in for another round. One of the corporals quickly orders everyone to retreat to the platoon commander's position. Chaos breaks out as the troops begin falling back, but in the middle of the mess, Minjun does the opposite. He walks straight toward the gate. Yunseo spots him and immediately urges him to evacuate, but he clearly has other plans. Calmly, he gives her an excuse, saying he'll buy them some time while the others escape. Yunseo is frustrated and thinks he's being reckless, especially since they have no clue what might come out of that thing. But Minjun points out that the attack team has already pulled out, and if a monster shows up now, everyone could be in serious danger. In that case, he'll do what he can to stall it, and if things get bad, he'll run. Then he asks if she has any spare gear and tells her to lend it to him. Still clearly worried, Yunseo hesitates, but when he brings up her injured foot, she clenches her jaw and reluctantly hands him her weapon. Before turning to leave, she tells him again, if things go south, he better run. Now that everyone is gone, Minjun finally has the gate to himself and gets ready for some real action. As he walks closer, he reminds himself that some monsters are the type to stay behind in dungeons rather than leaving. Drawing his weapon from its sheath, he hopes this isn't one of those gates that leads to monsters like that. Otherwise, all his excitement would be for nothing. Still, he knows it's rare for such monsters to show up, since most tend to move in groups. Then, just as expected, a slight grin creeps onto Minjun's face when he spots a red boar stepping out of the gate, wrapped in a thick layer of purple demonic energy. One by one, more red boars begin crawling out behind it, forming a pack. While Minjun waves away the awful stench coming off these beasts, they don't hesitate, they all charge at him at once. Without flinching, Minjun braces himself, gets into an attacking stance, and rushes forward. He opens with a series of dark arrows launched from his palm, but to his surprise, they bounce right off the boar's thick skin. Realizing they've got nothing but high defense, he leaps high into the air and comes crashing down with a barrage of sharp, calculated slashes. His blade cuts into their hides, but none of them fall. Minjun narrows his eyes, fully aware that while their outer layer is tough, that doesn't mean their insides are built the same. Because of that, Minjun unleashes a D-rank skill called Corruption, sending waves of demonic energy pulsing out of his body and into the monsters through the cuts on their thick skin. The red boars begin bleeding from within, but still try to charge forward one last time, only to collapse miserably. Without missing a beat, Minjun absorbs the demonic energy from their broken bodies. Just to make sure they're down for good, he slashes across their bodies one final time. As a result, he gains a boost in demonic energy and sees noticeable growth in both his Nightwalker and basic swordsmanship skills. Now that the red boars are done, he waits to see if any more monsters come out. But just then, his face drops as a familiar voice calls out from behind. It's none other than the platoon commander, Ji-yoon, arriving with the other corporals. She grabs Minjun to check if he's okay, while the rest of the female troops can't help but blush after witnessing him take down those monsters on his own. Ji-yoon immediately starts scolding him for acting reckless and fighting instead of reporting the gate's appearance. She demands to know which unit he belongs to and why he's even here. Without going into detail, Minjun hands over his signed leave application and explains that he had some business in the area, but rushed to help when he heard about the emergency. Her doubts cleared, Ji-yoon instructs everyone to move out since the monsters have been taken care of, and the investigation team will arrive soon. As she walks off, the rest of the girls swarm Minjun like bees, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to fight alone. Ji-yoon lets out a tired sigh seeing them all act like fangirls, while Yunseo stands at a distance, quietly observing the chaos. Meanwhile, Minjun's patience is wearing thin, and deep down, he's just wishing they'd all go to hell already. During the nighttime, a loud shout of confusion echoes from the administrative office as the platoon commander gets a call updating him about the recent incident in Hwachin involving Minjun during his so-called vacation. The commander double-checks if they're really talking about Corporal Kim Minjun from the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company, and the person confirms it. The commander immediately shoots up from his chair in shock after hearing that Minjun handled the monsters all by himself and even volunteered for public welfare work. On the other end, Yunseo's platoon commander, Ji-yuen, explains that while all the gates have been sealed off for now, they're currently disinfecting private homes that were affected, and surprisingly, Minjun is still there helping them. She admits it's the first time she's seen someone act like this. Meanwhile, Corporal Yoon Hyeju and Corporal Chamari are busy watching Minjun from a distance. Hyeju is still struggling to believe he defeated the red boars so effortlessly, considering she heard getting hit by one is like being rammed by a truck. On the flip side, Chamari is totally simping over Minjun and his brutal monster-slaying skills. At the same time, Minjun himself is annoyed that he didn't get the full benefit from killing those monsters. Determined to salvage something out of this mess, he decides to help with cleanup duties to boost his image before heading out. That's when Yunseo quietly walks up behind him, catching him off guard since his head is already spinning with thoughts. Instead of greeting her properly, he immediately says something ridiculous about almost hitting her in the face and tells her to move out of the way, brushing off the fact that she clearly wants to talk. Still, Yunseo stays firm and gets straight to the point, saying there's something she really wants to talk about. After wrapping up the cleanup, Minjun and Yunseo stand face to face, the air between them tense but calm. Minjun asks her straight up why she came to talk to him. Yunseo doesn't beat around the bush. She brings up their first encounter and asks if he really cursed at her from the bus window. At first, Minjun looks confused, but then it clicks, and he corrects her, saying he didn't curse. He just told her that if she messed with him again, she was dead. Yunseo lets out a deep sigh, clearly frustrated but trying to be the bigger person. She admits that she was the one who got pissed first that day, and with that, she apologizes. Surprisingly, Minjun waves it off, saying he's not holding any grudges, and tells her to let it go. As he turns to leave, she stops him again and brings up something more serious. She mentions that there was only one other person to ever get a perfect score on the promotion test. That catches Minjun's attention, and he naturally assumes she's talking about him. But he's caught off guard when she reveals that she's actually talking about someone else, her dad. With a mix of pride and admiration on her face, she explains that her father was the only person to start as a private and earn stars, and wanting to follow in his footsteps, she chose to enlist as a private too. Minjun gets genuinely curious now that he's hearing about someone who achieved something like he did, but he stumbles back a bit, mentally calculating timelines, realizing that the Hunter army only came into existence when the gates started appearing. He was only 7 at the time. That leads him to assume that Yunseo's father must have re-enlisted as a private after becoming an awakener. Yunseo quickly clears up the misunderstanding. She explains that her dad wasn't strong back in the day. In fact, he was considered unfit for military service because of poor eyesight and some other physical issues. But after awakening and seeing his body change for the better, he enlisted voluntarily. The pride in her eyes when she speaks about him makes Minjun think that he'd like to meet this man someday. Yunseo assures him that her father would be thrilled to meet someone like him. He has a lot of respect for strong warriors. Meanwhile, over at the Daejeon 107th Division headquarters, things are getting chaotic inside the Hunter-exclusive gym. The entire building is trembling, and Colonel Lee Sang-jin, the 3rd Battalion commander, looks like he's about to pass out from stress. Yu Jihye is also there, completely overwhelmed, unable to get the situation under control. Turns out, it's not an earthquake, it's a full-on fistfight between Taiho and Du Seokyong. The two seasoned warriors are brawling like wild beasts, both of them bruised and scratched up from head to toe. Amid the clash, Taiho throws a mocking comment, asking if Seokyong really came all this way just to drop Kim Minjun's name. That catches Seokyong completely off guard. He didn't expect Taiho to already know about him. But Taiho just chuckles, asking if Seokyong seriously thought he wouldn't find out just because he decided not to mention it. Without wasting another second, the two start throwing punches again like they forgot they weren't in their 20s anymore. Lee Sang-jin is losing his mind, convinced no one can stop them at this point. But right then, Yu Jihye jumps between them when she realizes things are getting way too intense. The punches stop, but the two men are still glaring each other down, throwing insults like kids in a schoolyard. Eventually, the madness cools off, and they find themselves outside the building, sitting on a park bench. Yu Jihye walks over to Seokyong and delivers a report from the 3rd Battalion commander, saying the Red Boar's gate has been cleared. Seokyong praises her and the commander before she heads off. Once she's gone, Taiho finally breaks the silence, asking straight up what Seokyong's real reason is for showing up. He's convinced there's something more. Seokyong doesn't hold back. He admits he came to promote Minjun to the rank of sergeant. Taiho's calm expression twists into pure rage, clearly furious that Seokyong wants to support the guy who dared to mess with his daughter. But Seokyong fires back, just as angry, making it clear that no one messed with Yunseo. He tells Taiho to stop acting like a raging bull and start being grateful that Minjun was the one who helped her out in the first place. Taiho reminds Seokyong that Minjun was only recently promoted to corporal, and before that, he got a special promotion to private first class. Seokyong nods and admits he already has plans to raise Minjun to a commissioned officer. Hearing that, Taiho lets out a deep sigh, saying that Gu Hakcheol won't sit quietly and will definitely take an interest in anyone Seokyong values that much. But that's exactly why Seokyong spilled everything. He wants Taiho on his side. A small smirk creeps across Taiho's face, but he says he'll decide after meeting the guy himself. Meanwhile, over in Huaqian County, a dark figure wrapped in demonic energy appears right in front of Minjun. Minjun is frozen, too stunned to react to what's happening. The man slowly rises to his feet, a twisted smile spreading across his face as he finally lays eyes on Minjun, clearly thrilled to have found him at last. Moments earlier, all the female corporals were seated inside the bus while Minjun stood outside, seeing them off. The girls waved and shouted, hoping they'd meet him again someday. Corporal Cha Marie looked like she was just 1 second away from asking him out, or at least slipping him her number. But Corporal Yoon Hyeju quickly shut that down and politely thanked Minjun for helping them out. While Cha Marie kept bickering with her friend about ruining the perfect chance, Yunseo quietly exchanged a glance with Minjun. And just like that, the bus rolled off, leaving Minjun behind. Honestly, he felt a bit relieved that he could finally drop the act of playing the nice guy. But as soon as he turned around, the Nightwalker suddenly popped up out of nowhere. The little shadow creature coughed and shamelessly begged for more demonic energy to feed its huge belly. But what it didn't realize was that its master was still mad about the bad intel earlier, so there was no chance it was getting any rewards today. The little minion looked heartbroken after being denied his treat, but his expression changed the moment he sensed something strange. Suddenly, he started jumping and pulsing with demonic energy, sending urgent waves of thought directly to Minjun. Through the signals, Minjun learned that a foreign demonic energy was entering this dimension, not through a dungeon gate, but by breaking through the boundary on its own. Impressed that the Nightwalker could detect such faint traces, Minjun finally understood that maybe his minion wasn't suited for stealth, but had incredible potential as a danger radar. Without wasting a second, Minjun asked the little guy to lead the way. A few minutes later, the two of them reached deep into the forest. As a reward, Minjun summoned a small burst of demonic energy and offered it to the minion. But before he could relax, the air around them started to twist, and a demonic portal cracked open right in front of them. Slowly, a figure began to emerge. The moment the man stepped out and laid eyes on Minjun, his entire face lit up with joy, and he shouted Master Minold with tears streaming down his face. Minjun, however, was not thrilled. He immediately backed away and told the man to keep his distance. But when the guy clumsily tripped over his own feet, Minjun instinctively rushed to check on him. Frustration flickered across his face as he knelt beside him, asking why on earth he followed him here when he was explicitly told not to. The man, still overwhelmed, could only sob with joy, overjoyed to see his master again. Minjun lets out a deep sigh as memories of their first meeting flood back. Back in the other world, this same guy had been on the brink of death, lying helpless in the middle of a deserted dungeon. A monster had appeared, ready to deliver the final blow to someone who had already given up hope. But something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, a wave of demonic energy tore through the creature, saving him at the last second. When he looked up, he saw Minjun standing tall above him, surrounded by a dark aura. The man immediately assumed he was Master Minold. Minjun had no idea how this stranger even knew that name, but one thing was obvious. The guy was weak beyond reason. Before turning to leave, Minjun had told him to avoid dungeons like that unless he had a death wish. Just out of curiosity, he'd asked for his name, and was stunned when the man said he didn't have one. So Minjun casually named him Li Bonggu on the spot. Now back in the present, Minjun grabs Bonggu by the collar and shakes him, calling him insane for trying to cross dimensions on his own. Bonggu desperately tries to explain that after Minjun disappeared, everything back home started falling apart. The cult was crumbling without their master, but Minjun never asked for any of that devotion in the first place. He never wanted followers or to be worshipped, so why would he tell anyone about his departure? In frustration, Minjun shoves Bonggu to the ground. Bonggu starts bawling, saying the least Minjun could have done was take him along as his right-hand man. Minjun can't even stay angry at the guy's pathetic state. Shaking his head, he sighs again and reaches out, pushing a small amount of demonic energy into Bonggu to help him recover some strength. Just like that, Bonggu feels alive again, and swears to repay his master's kindness with his life. But Minjun doesn't have time for dramatic vows and just wants to know how Bonggu really got here. Dropping the formal act, Bonggu admits that his arrival in this world was a miracle fueled by his faith in Minjun and his desperate desire to stay by his side. Minjun rolls his eyes, tired of the nonsense, and demands the real answer. None of it adds up. There's no way someone with Bonggu's skills could cross dimensions on his own unless someone powerful, like the Saintess, was involved. That's when Bonggu finally explains. After Minjun disappeared, he stayed behind to keep an eye on the giantess because of some strange rumors. Apparently, ever since that day, eerie noises had been coming from the temple every night. Word spread that large numbers of monsters were being caught, but when Bonggu checked for himself, there were no bones, no meat, nothing, just empty space. That's when it hit him. They weren't killing the monsters. They were sending them somewhere else, to Minjun. Hearing this, Minjun is stunned, realizing just how dirty the Saintess is willing to play. Now convinced that she's behind the recent demonic attacks, he wonders if Bonggu knows anything about the strange item he found a few days ago. He pulls out a piece of steel he had retrieved from inside a troll monster. Bonggu takes one look at the shape and confirms that it looks like a broken fragment of a temple guard's blade, most likely belonging to the guard captain himself. On the flip side, Minjun can't stop thinking about how reckless Bonggu really is. What if that gate had dropped him into a completely different world? If he'd been even a second late, he could have ended up stuck in the dimensional gap, dead and gone without a trace. But clueless Bonggu clearly had no idea how close he was to disaster. Shaking his head, Minjun eyes the blade fragment again, his thoughts spiraling. He still can't wrap his head around what the Saintess is really up to, and that unknown is starting to crawl under his skin like a splinter he can't dig out. 1,224 days before Minjun returned to Earth, during a beautiful sunset in Isgard, the Saintess stood quietly, staring at something in the distance. She was interrupted when she heard a familiar voice behind her asking what was going on and why they'd been called there. As she turned around, she was greeted by none other than Minjun. The Saintess offered him a warm smile, commenting on how nice it was to be outside and feel the breeze. But Minjun was clearly irritated, pointing out that he'd been sleeping outdoors for days, so what exactly was so special about this moment? Realizing her words may have come off the wrong way, the Saintess apologized, though she reminded him that she couldn't leave the temple's territory. Then she mentioned hearing that several of Minjun's so-called colleagues were seriously injured at the Parkas dungeon. She was just about to mention their ridiculous cult name when Minjun cut her off, making it clear that none of those idiots were his colleagues and that there was no cult to begin with. He told her they just followed him on their own and got wrecked by some dark hounds, but they'd been treated and would survive. The saintess smiled at the mention of dark hounds, amused at learning yet another term from him. As Minjun stepped a little closer, he explained that in his world, something like a cass is referred to as a hound, so he chose to call the Parkases dark hounds. Although he kept dragging the topic, it was only because he genuinely wanted to know if there was really no connection between Isgard and the monsters that kept showing up on Earth. The saintess assured him that there wasn't. She explained that gates and monsters had been appearing in Isgard for hundreds of years, and if there was any link to his homeworld, it was simply that both were suffering from the same phenomenon. She understood why he was suspicious, considering he'd seen the same monsters back home, and even ended up in Isgard through a gate himself. Still, she reminded him that dimensional travel wasn't something easily done. Even summoning him had required an incredible amount of effort, so the idea of transporting entire dungeons and armies of monsters was ridiculous. After hearing all that, he didn't argue. He just turned and walked off, but before leaving, he told her not to back out when the time finally came for him to return home. Now back in the present, Minjun recalls how he never really trusted the saintess to begin with. He'd done his own digging and confirmed that Isgard had been dealing with gate-related issues long before he ever arrived. He even learned that transporting something as large as a dungeon to another dimension wasn't impossible, but it definitely wasn't easy, not even for someone like the saintess. What still bugged him was why she would waste so much holy power just to keep sending monsters. Was she trying to lure him back? Or was she burning through holy relics for some other twisted plan? It was all speculation because the only person who knew the truth was the saintess herself. While his thoughts spiraled, his attention shifted to the idiot kneeling in front of him, still ready to die for his so-called master. Minjun was beyond done with this religious nutcase but figured he couldn't send him back now, so just to shut him up, he told him to stop calling him Minold and start using his real name, Minjun. With a face full of excitement, the fanatic tries to call his master by his proper name, but completely butchers the pronunciation. Minjun tries correcting him a few times but ends up giving up, realizing there's definitely something off in this guy's head. Pushing that aside, he asks Bongu if he can use the imitation skill. The man eagerly confirms that he can, though Minjun's a little skeptical since he barely gave him any demonic energy. Still, the fanatic thanks him over and over again for the small amount, and assures him that he can still transform into a small animal. Hearing that, Minjun points at a nearby crow and tells him to mimic the bird. Without wasting a second, the dark mage wraps himself in demonic energy and transforms into a crow. Proud of his new form, Bongu flaps around excitedly, but Minjun tells him to calm down and move alongside the Nightwalker for now. The Nightwalker looks clearly annoyed by Bongu's presence, and the two are just about ready to throw hands until Minjun steps in and tells them both to shut up and get along. Left with no choice, they quietly do as told. Minjun then tells Bongu to get his instructions from the Nightwalker, while the Nightwalker keeps an eye on him and makes sure he doesn't try anything reckless. With that, both of them take off, and as Minjun watches them fly away, he lets out a sigh of relief, though his rumbling stomach quickly reminds him that he's way overdue for food. A few days later at the camp, Kim Guangshik bursts into the locker room, practically bouncing with excitement. The guys inside look at him like he's lost his mind, but he drops the big news that the platoon's quarterly performance chart has finally been posted in front of the administrative office. That gets everyone's attention real fast. While Sergeant Lee is buttoning up his uniform, someone jokes that he probably snagged first place again, but then Guangshik lowers his voice and reveals that Lee Sung-ho actually came in second this time. The room goes silent as jaws hit the floor, and curiosity takes over. Everyone's dying to know who managed to score over 75 points in their platoon. Before they can keep guessing, Minjun walks into the room, casually announcing that he's back from vacation. As he greets everyone, some of the corporals begin whispering about whether he could be the one who topped the list. Guangshik confirms it right away, and adds that Minjun's performance practically shook the entire division. Everyone is stunned, still trying to process the news, when the platoon commander walks in and the whole room snaps to attention with a salute. The commander steps forward holding a badge, the symbol of a sergeant, and announces that Minjun is being promoted. The room goes completely still as no one can believe he's getting another special promotion this quickly. But the commander confirms the documents just arrived from division headquarters that morning, stating that Minjun was officially named the best soldier in the entire division during the Hunter field maneuvers. On top of that, his voluntary dungeon clearance during vacation got major recognition. The commander congratulates him with a proud look, explaining that this promotion came directly from Division Commander Seokyong himself. Now the platoon commander removes the 3 bars of a corporal from Minjun's uniform and replaces them with 4 bars, officially making him a sergeant. The entire unit breaks into applause, cheering for their newly promoted sergeant, everyone except Jung Han-young, who seems a bit uneasy. He pulls a folded piece of paper from his pocket, revealing the bet they all made before dungeon training about when Minjun would be promoted next. It's the same paper where Guangxik boldly predicted 1 month and wagered his entire salary. Guangxik is practically glowing with pride over his win, while Jung Han-young reluctantly accepts his loss. Suddenly, Minjun snatches the paper from their hands, making both guys freeze, unsure of what he's going to do. As Minjun reads through it, his expression slowly changes, and when he realizes Guangxik actually won the bet, his face stretches into a wicked grin, making the two even more nervous as they brace for whatever chaos the new sergeant might unleash. At this point, Minjun is smiling like an idiot who's clearly having the time of his life. The reason for his happiness might just be the misery of the guys who bet on him, as Kim Moongi and Jung Han-young are already standing at attention, sweating bullets. Meanwhile, Guangxik looks like his face is about to crack, nervously offering 30% of his winnings to Minjun. Minjun, fully enjoying himself, says people might think he's doing this for the money, but that's not it at all. He's doing it for their own good. Guangxik bumps his offer to 40%. Right now, Minjun is casually forcing Guangxik to do reps with some seriously heavy dumbbells. Once again, he insists he's not upset about the bet or in it for the money. Poor Guangxik is on the verge of crying, repeatedly apologizing, but Minjun decides to make things more interesting by adding even more weight, which sends Guangxik into a panic. Just when it looks like it's too much, Minjun effortlessly lifts the heavy bar with one hand. The two corporals nearby are stunned, not just by Minjun's strength, but also deeply worried their buddy might actually drop dead right there. According to Minjun, he's not calling this a punishment but training, since they were the ones who said they wanted to grow stronger. He then turns to the other two and calls one of them to join in, but they nervously decline, insisting they're already well-trained and make up an excuse that they're needed elsewhere. Just as they try to slip away, they freeze when they hear the sergeant's tone shift into something terrifying. When they turn around, Minjun is wearing a wicked smile and calmly tells them it's a real shame they thought they had the right to say no. Fear instantly floods their faces, and soon after, only screams echo from the training room. A while later, Guangxik is completely passed out, and the other two are left panting, clearly wrecked from the workout. That's when Minjun casually brings up a favor he wants to ask the corporals. Desperate for a break, the guys immediately agree to anything, as long as it doesn't involve more physical training. That's when Minjun starts listing a few facts, like how soldiers ranked lower than private first class aren't allowed to use the training room or the PC room for games. At first the guys are a bit confused, but Minjun just keeps going, saying they're also not allowed to use the gym, and the list keeps growing. Being informed about this, both guys take their stand and declare how unreasonable and unjustified these rules are. They look at each other and decide to work together to eliminate them. That's exactly what Minjun wanted from the start, though he still warns them not to go overboard. He assures them that he'll handle convincing the sergeants and leaves the rest to the two of them. As soon as he dismisses them, they run as fast as they can out of the training room. Meanwhile, Guangxik finally regains consciousness and tries to follow them with his trembling body, only to be stopped by Minjun once again. Guangxik turns around, expecting more torture, and Minjun does not disappoint. He casually drops the bomb about a personnel reshuffle and informs him that Guangxik has been officially placed under his squad from now on. That means poor Guangxik has to train with Minjun every day from this point forward. Elsewhere, in a completely different environment, a dungeon holds the dangerous snake mine, a snake-like monster that lives mostly underground. Unlike snakes on Earth, these creatures aren't venomous but explode when they die. That's why their tails must be removed before killing them, since the tail acts like a detonator. Otherwise, they'll blow up. It turns out Minjun's platoon is the one handling this mess. To prevent an explosion, the platoon commander and his squad are carefully cutting off tails so they can clear the dungeon safely. Normally, a small team of experienced hunters is assigned to creatures like these, but this time it's different. While Sergeant Lee is about to be attacked by one of these monsters, the tail is suddenly severed, and the creature taken out by none other than Minjun, who has already dealt with tons of these in Isgard all on his own. While Minjun is as refreshed as ever, the others are completely exhausted, so they decide to take a 10-minute break. The soldiers rest beneath the shade of trees, Sergeant Lee inspects his weapon, and Minjun is all smiles because he just unlocked a new skill called Agility Boost, which increases his agility stat by 5. He wishes a class-specific skill would pop up, but even this one feels pretty great. As he's checking out his stats, a familiar voice suddenly speaks to him through telepathy. It's obviously the clueless Bongu, letting Minjun know that he has detected a strong wave of demonic energy. That immediately puts Minjun on alert, and he's eager to know where this fool is. But he gets hit with a shock when Bongu says he's in Incheon right now. A few days later, on the weekend in Incheon Metropolitan City, Minjun finally arrives at the location. Bongu lands on his shoulder and explains that he didn't do anything reckless, and only kept watch the entire time. Since there are no monsters around, he suspects this could be the byproduct of a dungeon. He also reveals that there was no human presence in the house until yesterday, but someone is definitely inside now, and the demonic energy is still coming from that place. Bonggu wishes his master had arrived yesterday, but Minjun barely made it out for an overnight stay. Still, he puts on his mask, ready to move in. He knows this might technically look like trespassing, but in his eyes, they're just getting rid of something dangerous hidden inside that house. Upon entering the house through the window, Minjun scans the room and spots a purple crystal resting on top of the TV cabinet. As he carefully approaches, he senses the demonic energy radiating from it, though it doesn't feel harmful. Just as he reaches out to grab the crystal, he freezes when a voice warns him not to move. Minjun knows he's been caught red-handed, but doesn't dare turn around. To his surprise, the voice belongs to none other than Eunseok. A little while ago, Yoonso was in her bedroom, completely unaware that a familiar guy had just intruded into her house. She was casually chatting with her mom on the phone, who sounded pretty excited to tell her about going on a movie date with her dad. Yoonso couldn't help but smile, thinking how her dad can be cute sometimes. While she was typing a message, a strange rattling sound echoed through the house, immediately putting her on alert. Wasting no time, she opened the door and peeked outside. When she realized the noise was coming from downstairs, she quietly snuck down to check it out, and that's when she spotted a hooded man approaching the crystal. Without hesitation, she told the intruder not to move, and, convinced that no one these days would be dumb enough to be a thief, she demanded he reveal his identity and what he was doing there. Minjun slowly turned around, eyes wide with shock. He never imagined he'd run into Eunseok again, especially like this. The whole situation felt ridiculous. He had come looking for a dungeon byproduct giving off demonic energy, and the house just happened to be Eunseok's. To top it off, Bonggu quickly pointed out that it was the dumb Nightwalker who detected it first, not him. Well, it's no surprise to find this item at the division commander's house, considering his role in the Hunter Corps, but the real coincidence is that this girl just happens to be home today. It's like fate keeps throwing them together no matter what, just like it did back in Hwacheon, and that thought alone makes Minjun frustrated. But his attention quickly shifts to the alert girl behind him, who is now commanding him to put his hands behind his back and freeze. Of course, Minjun, being greedy as always, decides he's not leaving after coming all this way. When he ignores her warning, Yunseo launches a high kick, but Minjun dodges it with ease while digging through his pocket for a pen and a folded piece of paper he had been randomly carrying around. Still focused on getting this so-called robber to leave, Yunseo throws a flurry of punches using her boxing skills, but Minjun, staying true to himself, keeps dodging every single one while casually scribbling on the paper. When she jumps into the air for a kick, Minjun's gaze shifts to her movements, and he admits to himself that she's really good and will probably get promoted to sergeant soon. Eventually, after dodging enough and clearly getting bored, he blocks one of her attacks, grabs her wrist, and shoves the paper into her hand. Yunseo starts sensing that this guy isn't just some thief, but someone who's clearly trained. She tries to hit him one more time with a kick, but as expected, he dodges it again and uses the chance to create some distance while keeping his eyes on the crystal. Then, with a clever dash, Minjun rushes forward, but instead of attacking, he grabs the crystal and leaps out the balcony window like it's nothing. Yunseo stands there on the balcony, frustrated that she didn't land a single hit, and then notices the paper he forced into her hand. Out of curiosity, she opens it, and her face turns crimson red as she becomes absolutely livid, because all he wrote on it was the word burb, just to piss her off, like always. Minjun manages to escape the house and finds a safe spot near the woods. Without wasting time, he pulls out the crystal and starts inspecting it, immediately noticing that it holds more demonic energy than most monsters he's encountered. The fact that a 2-star from the Hunter Corps had this just lying around at home tells him it's clearly harmless to humans, but that doesn't explain the weird energy coming from it. He's certain now that it's a monster crystal, but it's unlike any he's ever seen, even back in Isgard. Monster crystals are rare minerals found in monsters, and they vary based on the age and danger level of the creature. Each one contains a certain amount of mana proportional to its size, which is why they're considered valuable loot for any hunter. But a crystal packed with demonic energy? That's something completely new to Minjun. He's never seen or even heard of such a thing. Dropping it on the ground, the crystal splits open, and without missing the chance, Minjun immediately absorbs all the demonic energy into his body. Right away, a system notification pops up, telling him that his demonic energy stat has shot up by a ridiculous amount. Getting such a major power boost without even lifting a finger makes the whole trip more than worth it. Whatever the Saintess might be planning behind the scenes, Minjun knows he can't waste time worrying about it. Just then, another update appears from the system, informing him that he has unlocked 2 new skills, Demonic Energy's Singularity and Demonic Energy Grasp. Minjun is more than happy to gain new skills and quickly checks the details for Demonic Energy's Singularity, which allows his demonic energy to become colorless and odorless, making it undetectable to the surroundings. This puts him at ease since he was getting worried that the higher his demonic energy stats rose, the harder it was becoming to control the pressure it released, so this skill was exactly what he needed. On top of that, The demonic grasp skill lets him physically control demonic energy. To test it out, he extends his hand and points at dumb Bonggu, who immediately gets lifted into the air. Minjun isn't sure if there's a weight limit, but it's still impressive. After that, he gives both Bonggu and Nightwalker a task, to search for dungeons and their byproducts suspected of holding demonic energy. As a small reward, he tosses each of them a bit of demonic energy to snack on. But of course, the two idiots start fighting over whose portion is better. When Minjun turns around to glare at them, they suddenly act like lifelong brothers who have never had a disagreement. In a surprisingly good mood, Minjun asks Bonggu if he's ever had Korean food before, and just like that, the three of them head to a Korean restaurant. The table is filled with all kinds of dishes, and the moment Bonggu takes his first bite, he bursts into tears, overwhelmed by how delicious the food is. His dramatic reaction makes Minjun question just how dumb this guy is, while the waiter stands there completely stunned by the performance. Still, as Minjun watches him eat, a small smile creeps onto his face. He remembers what they used to eat in Isgard, dry, flavorless biscuits, and realizes this might be Bonggu's very first real meal. Instantly, Minjun's phone starts vibrating in his pocket. When he checks it, he sees a flood of messages from Guangshik, practically begging him to respond. Guangshik sounds like he's on the verge of a breakdown, urgently reminding the sergeant that their guerrilla training starts next week and that the schedule looks absolutely insane. Fast forward a bit, and the guerrilla warfare training has officially kicked off for the awakened soldiers who have surpassed the limits of normal humans. At first, the training looks pretty standard: squats, burpees, the usual. But while most of the soldiers are struggling to keep up, looking half dead already, Minjun is the only one actually enjoying himself. By the time they get to the third course with 3 rope bridges, he's swinging across them like a kid on a playground, while the rest are clenching every muscle just to avoid falling off. Then come the drop-down drills, which he nails effortlessly too. Finally, a man in a hazmat suit shows up and gives a random lecture, forcing everyone to memorize the national anthem until the 4th verse and the full Hunter military pledge. After that, they're dismissed. Most of the soldiers drag themselves straight to their beds, which are just as uncomfortable as the food they're about to face. Others sit in misery, staring down at the disgusting meal in front of them, clearly regretting everything. They expected rest and something edible after training, but instead, they're stuck with food that's barely fit for consumption. At this point, some of them genuinely wonder if the division master holds a personal grudge against them. On the contrary, Minjun is actually acting like a lunatic, devouring the food like he's dining on a 7-course meal at a 5-star restaurant. One of the guys nearby is too scared to eat much, terrified of what the washroom might be like afterward. Later that night, the platoon commander, Captain Seo Jong-woon, arrives at the camp. Sergeant Lee immediately stands up and salutes the seniors. The commander tells everyone to be at ease and informs them that since everyone is clearly exhausted, the instructors will be standing watch at the camp instead. He also congratulates them for doing well in the training so far, but his tone shifts as he brings up something more serious. With full determination, he suddenly shouts, commanding everyone to give their absolute best in tomorrow's trench combat. The next morning, each platoon is hyped up, cheering on their own squads. The trench combat itself is pretty straightforward, in a square arena meant to simulate a trench. The objective is to either push your opponent out or defeat them within the bounds. 2 heavy soldiers are currently dominating, throwing people around like rag dolls and slamming them into the ground. The losing soldiers pile up one after another as the referee calls an end to the match. It's the 16th round, 3rd fight, and the 1st Battalion, 2nd Company, 1st Platoon, 1st Squad takes the win. No weapons are allowed, and no one is allowed to bring in outsiders. It's all about raw physical strength. Despite how it looks, trench combat holds special meaning for the 4 battalions of the 104th Division during this hunter guerrilla training. The 2nd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Junbyum, is stunned to see them win, finding their strength insane, especially since these are the same guys who dominated last year. Colonel John Sung-kyun from the 2nd Battalion agrees and reminds him that these guys were just corporals last year, and now they're sergeants. Even when 10 squads charged in together, that heavy guy, Choi Sung-woo, pushed them all out by himself. But then, the 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Ko Jung-cheol, casually drops the info that Sergeant Choi Sung-woo recently passed his promotion exam, yet the 1st Battalion has been stalling it. This instantly sets off Junbyum, and he starts yelling at Seong-kyun, accusing him of delaying the man's promotion just so he could keep using him in trench combat, since a higher rank would have made him ineligible. Sung-kyun loses it too, denying everything and insisting he never agreed to any of that. This kind of clash was expected. Trench combat always turns into a proxy war between battalion commanders. While Colonel Ko Jung-chol watches with a smug grin, enjoying the chaos, the 4th Battalion commander, Yu Ji-hye, keeps quiet. When the referee announces that next up is the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Squad, Yu Ji-hye looks a bit nervous since only one squad from her entire battalion made it this far. Everyone knows that the training gets tougher for battalions that underperform. Choi Sung-woo and his team step away from the stage while Minjun and his team are sitting at the corner watching the match. That is when Choi Sung-woo spots Minjun and greets him for the very first time. He confirms that he is the same hunter Minjun from the 2nd Battalion. At first, he seems to be very happy to meet Minjun, claiming that he never thought he would meet a celebrity here, the fastest to become the sergeant. But then he scoffs, as he had high expectations because of the rumors, declaring that Minjun is really stupid. As soon as Gwangshik and Jung Han-young hear this, they both get angry and stand up to deal with this shit, but they both get frozen in their place when that giant guy puts his hands on both the guys to stop them, declaring that he meant to say it in his heart. With a smirk, he apologizes and leaves with his squad with a mocking laugh. Both Gwangshik and Han-young are left angry, their faces crimson red, but Minjun tells them that it is all okay. However, Gwangsik's anger is not letting him hold back, and he wants to crush that guy into pieces. Meanwhile, Minjun, who seemed to look calm seconds ago, is now like a red tomato who is going to explode any time. But still he manages to control his unbearable anger, assuring them that it is okay because they will get to meet this bull-like guy again soon enough. The trench combat resumes, and the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, 4th Squad is now on standby. Corporal Cha Marie sits quietly, clearly annoyed. She's irritated because she doesn't see the point of these fights. They're exhausting, and worst of all, they involve physical contact, which she finds absolutely disgusting. Corporal Yoon Hyeju agrees, saying the whole thing feels unfair, and they always get trashed if they don't perform well. She doesn't understand why they even need to do all this just to crown some so-called guerrilla king. But while Hyeju vents, Mari is more concerned about their battalion commander being pissed, especially since they're the only squad from their battalion that made it this far. As Mari glances toward their commander, she gets uneasy seeing her stern expression. But at this point, what's done is done. The referee calls for the 4th Battalion, 4th Company, 4th Platoon, and 4th Squad to enter the arena. Their squad commander, Sergeant Oh Setbyul, fires them up, telling the girls to win this and take the Guerrilla King title. She's the only one looking genuinely hyped and confident, while the rest are just trying to hold it together. The round begins, and Mari starts running around the arena trying to avoid being touched, while Hyeju is holding her ground, pushing her opponent back with effort. In the back, Ha Jae-eun and Kim Na-yoon are struggling as a massive soldier grabs both of them at once. Suddenly, a single hand grips the guy by the collar and slams him across the arena like a rag doll. It's Sergeant Oh Setbyul, completely stealing the spotlight with her absurd strength. Before the guy can even react, she's already in her stance, and without warning, she charges in and tackles him with a brutal spear move, knocking him out cold. His body skids outside the ring, officially out of the fight. Setbyul casually dusts her hands and turns to her squad, her eyes locking on Mari, who's still darting around like her life depends on it. Just when a soldier chasing Mari grins, thinking he's finally got her, she suddenly grabs his wrist and slams him to the ground so hard that a loud thud echoes through the arena, leaving the crowd stunned. Oh Setbyul can't help but smirk with pride, while Mari glances back at the unconscious man and reminds him that he was warned to stay away from her. After dealing with that weak guy, her attention shifts to Yoon Hyeju, who's still locked in a struggle with her opponent. The guy smirks when his friend runs over, pointing out what he thinks is an opening to take Hyeju down, but in the chaos he doesn't even realize he's the one about to get knocked out. Before he can react, he's flipped upside down in the air and launched out of the arena. This time, it's none other than Yoon Seo, using her precise combat instincts to finish him off. The guy fighting Hyeju, caught off guard by what just happened, lets his guard down too, and Hyeju doesn't waste the opportunity. She grabs his arm and slams his back to the ground with all the strength she's got. Now that the small fries are out of the picture, only 2 massive, bulky guys remain. They never imagined the girls would manage to push even one of them out, but now that it's happened, they're ready to take things seriously. With confidence, they charge in, claiming they'll be the ones to win this round. But before they can even land a proper hit, both are stopped dead in their tracks by Oh Setbyul, who's holding them back with both arms. The guys laugh at first, thinking she's crazy for trying to take them on alone, but that laughter fades fast when they realize they can't even budge her. As they struggle to comprehend just how strong this girl really is, the rest of the squad charges in, and together they launch both bulky guys out of the arena in a single sweep, leaving everyone watching in complete shock. The referee announces their victory, and the whole squad erupts in celebration. At this moment, Minjun quietly observes from the sidelines, acknowledging that the girls actually have solid teamwork, and on top of that, they're clearly well-trained and skilled. Even Gwangshik and Han-young nod in agreement, convinced that this squad will be the one to go up against that giant bull Choi Sung-woo in the quarterfinals. They're both excited at the idea of watching that beast finally lose. Still, Han-young hopes Sung-woo makes it to the finals, because he wants to face him himself and teach him a lesson. But looking at how strong the girls' squad is, they start wondering if they'll even get that chance. Then again, they remind themselves they've got Minjun and Lee Seung-ho on their side, so there's no way they're losing. Just then, Mari spots her crush Minjun and instantly waves at him, who stays serious as usual. Meanwhile, Gwangshik and Han-young both blush like fools, assuming she's waving at them instead. Yoon Hyeju, completely fed up, tells Mari to stop being such a simp, while the guys are even worse simps, now deciding to cheer for the 4th Battalion instead of focusing on fighting that giant bull. Watching them act like this, Minjun lets out a quiet chuckle, fully convinced that these two are absolute idiots. At the judges panel, Colonel Lee Junbyom looks visibly disappointed, especially since he had high expectations for the boys. He points toward the 4th Battalion commander, asking if she's proud now, but she stays silent and doesn't give him a response. Next up, the referee calls out the next 2 squads for the battle, and this time it includes Minjun's squad. At that moment, Yoo Ji-hye's gaze shifts to Minjun as she remembers he's the same guy Seo-kyung is oddly obsessed with. Her curiosity kicks in, and she becomes genuinely interested in seeing what he's capable of. As all the boys walk toward the arena, Han-young casually informs Minjun that if they take first place in this competition, their squad will earn a vacation. The second he hears that, Minjun's mood drops. He has zero interest in going on a trip with a bunch of idiots. Gwangshik and Han-young burst into laughter at his reaction, joking that maybe they should just give up on first place. Ignoring their nonsense, Minjun keeps his eyes locked on the arena, a smirk tugging at his lips as he confidently declares that they'll still enjoy that vacation, but separately. The test begins as both teams stand face to face, waiting for the signal. The coach tells them to get ready, and the moment the whistle blows, the match kicks off. Han-young and Lee Seung-ho charge straight at their opponents while Sergeant Kim Min-jun stays perfectly still. Lee Seung-ho grabs 2 opponents by the waist and starts pushing them back with ease. Gwangshik locks onto another guy, grabbing him by the waist and remarking how light they feel. He and Brownhead lift their opponents effortlessly. But among the other team stands a guy built like a tank, Muscle Man. He sizes up Han-young and then Lee Seung-ho, clearly trying to decide who to go after. Just then, Min-jun finally steps forward. As he approaches Muscleman, he sizes him up, thinking the guy might be pretty useful for testing something. Muscleman doesn't hesitate and charges at Min-jun. With a small grin, Min-jun admits his control still needs work, but at the very least, he can mess with balance. He activates his E-rank skill, Demonic Energy's Grasp, and instantly throws Muscleman off balance, making him crash to the ground. Confused and pissed, Muscleman gets back up and charges again. Min-jun calmly uses his ability once more, yanking the guy's arm and slamming him to the ground again. Now Muscleman is both shaken and terrified, unable to make sense of what's happening. But Min-jun knows better than to keep using the skill in plain sight. He figures if he keeps messing with a guy like this, someone might start getting suspicious. He signals for his opponent to get up and come at him again. This time, Sergeant Kim Min-jun doesn't rely on his ability, and instead puts his faith entirely in his agility and physical strength. As soon as Muscleman stands, Min-jun charges in at full speed, grabs him by the waist, and throws him back, ending the match with ease. Their team wins and advances smoothly to the final round. However, Min-jun points out that even though they won, they won't be facing the 4th squad from the 4th Battalion in the final, contrary to what Gwangshik and Han-young had hoped. The coach announces that the final battle will begin shortly and instructs both teams to head to the arena. The opposing team features a powerhouse named Choi Sung-woo, known for his strength. As both squads make their way into the arena, Han-young turns to Gwangshik and asks if Choi Sung-woo used to be a wrestler. Gwangshik confirms that Sung-woo wrestled until high school, only quitting because of his awakening. Han-young remarks that, judging by his moves, the guy was definitely skilled back then. Gwangshik adds that he's heard Seung-woo won pretty much every competition he entered. That only pisses Han-young off more, especially since Seung-woo now uses cheap tactics to win matches. Both Han-young and Gwangshik are fuming, practically steaming from the head, but Lee Seung-ho tries to hold them back. Min-jun explains the real reason behind their anger. It's not just that Choi Sung-woo's team won the quarterfinals, it's how they won. Their opponents in that round were all girls, and the final score was 6-0. Not a single one was pushed out of bounds. Min-jun says it's not exactly Seung-woo's fault for winning within the rules and not throwing any punches. It's more about how weak the opposing team was. But Gwangshik isn't having it and shouts at Seung-woo, promising to teach him some manners. Meanwhile, Min-jun watches them and thinks they still have a long way to go. If they're this mad at Seung-woo, then the only real answer is to crush him in the match. There's really no need to get so fired up before the round, but tension is already in the air. Both teams finally step into the arena and stand face to face. Han-young glares at Choi Sung-woo and asks if he plans to take them all on by himself too. Choi Sung-woo smirks and replies that he wouldn't dare in the presence of the infamous Sergeant Lee Seung-ho, but then mocks them by asking if they could even win, even if he did go solo. That smug grin instantly sets off both Han-young and Gwangshik, but Seung-ho keeps them in check. Then, Choi Sung-woo shifts his gaze to Sergeant Kim Min-jun and says he thought beating up Min-jun's little girlfriend might get a reaction, but the guy looks completely unfazed. That statement throws the whole team off. Guangxik, utterly confused, asks what he's talking about. Sungwoo casually mentions the pink-haired girl from the 4th Battalion, saying she seemed real hyped to see Minjun and was cheering like crazy. Guangxik, half blushing and half furious, yells that she wasn't waving at Sergeant Kim Minjun. Hanyung jumps in and says it's true Minjun doesn't care about girls, except Lumi from Dungeon Power Fighter. That random comment throws everyone into an awkward silence, and for a moment, the battleground feels more like a high school hallway. Suddenly, Choi Sungwoo and his entire team burst into laughter. Sungwoo mocks them, asking if they're seriously talking about that beginner NPC from that trash game. Still laughing uncontrollably, he teases if Lumi is really Sergeant Kim Minjun's crush. Hanyung thinks the guy's a real dumbass, while Kim Guangxik and Brownhead glance at Minjun with visible fear. Sungwoo keeps going, laughing louder as he says he's only ever heard of losers like that, and now he's face to face with one, someone who has a crush on a 2D girl. The coach steps in, telling both teams to get ready, and reminds them that the match will begin at the sound of the whistle. Choi Sungwoo chuckles one last time while wiping tears from his eyes, saying he'll go easy on Minjun since the guy needs to get back safe and sound to his precious little Lumi. The whistle blows, and the match begins. Both teams rush at each other, but Sergeant Kim Minjun remains perfectly still. Choi Sungwoo charges straight at him, grinning and asking if Minjun is still spacing out. Out of nowhere, Minjun tilts his head and slams it right into Sungwoo's face. The sound of the slam echoes across the entire arena, making everyone freeze. Choi Sungwoo's forehead starts turning red and swollen, but he quickly brushes it off, claiming he just took a wrong step and asks the coach to let it slide this once. The coach glances toward the judges for a decision, and they give a silent nod. He then tells both teams that this one will be overlooked, but reminds everyone that striking is banned and they're expected to avoid it from now on. Choi Sungwoo is clearly pissed, but forces a grin, saying it was cute of Sergeant Kim Minjun, though he won't be going easy on him anymore. The coach resumes the match and Minjun smirks, saying he's not done being cute just yet. He jumps away from Sungwoo and dashes toward Hanyung and his opponent, slamming into both and throwing them out of bounds, even though Hanyung is his own teammate. It's clear Minjun's still pissed at him for mentioning Lumi Nuna. Sungwoo is stunned, watching as Minjun begins taking out his own squad members along with their opponents. Next, Minjun charges at Kim Guangxik and his rival and tosses them both out effortlessly. Then he moves toward Lee Sungho and his opponent. Unlike the others, Sungho holds his ground, calling Minjun a psycho bastard while reinforcing his body and preparing to counter. He manages to hold Minjun off for a bit, but eventually gets overpowered and tossed out too. Now the arena holds only two people, Sergeant Kim Minjun and Choi Seung-woo. Minjun is grinning darkly, a sinister mist seeping from his mouth, his eyes pure white, and every muscle in his body flexed and brimming with power. Choi Sung-woo is scared to even look at him, thinking just what kind of messed up psycho this guy is. The fat dude gets up and demands the match be stopped since the guy is taking out his own teammates. The gray tells him they can't stop it because he hasn't broken any rules yet. The fat argues that even if there aren't any broken rules, it's not normal to take out your own team. He asks if the gray plans on taking responsibility if someone gets seriously hurt. Molai cuts in, saying the judge will handle things on his own just like in the previous matches. Sergeant Kim Minjun suddenly steps in and starts wrestling with Choi Sung-woo, catching him off guard and making him question what's even going on. First, the guy made sure it was a one-on-one, and now he wants to wrestle him. Choi Sung-woo thinks Kim Minjun made a mistake. Sure, the guy's strong, but wrestling isn't just about brute strength, it's all about technique. He digs deep, uses all the strength he's got, and pulls off a solid move to try and throw Kim Minjun out of bounds. But no matter how hard he tries, the guy doesn't budge an inch. Then, out of nowhere, Kim Minjun lifts him clean off the ground and slams him hard. He tells him to get back up. Choi Sung-woo gets back up and thinks this guy is seriously dangerous. He chuckles nervously and says he's going to surrender, but before he can even finish the sentence, Sergeant Kim Minjun grabs him again and hits him with a suplex. He locks him by the waist and lifts him up, saying he can't let him surrender just yet. He pulls him up and throws him again. Before he can do it a third time, Choi Sung-woo quickly says he gives up, and he's stepping down. Sergeant Kim Minjun looks him straight in the eye and tells him to listen closely. He says Lumi Nuna isn't just some two-dimensional character, she's his absolute favorite. Then he slams Choi Sung-woo to the ground one last time as foam starts dripping from his mouth. The coach announces that the match is over and declares the 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company, 2nd Squad, 2nd Platoon the winners. Sergeant Kim Minjun steps off the stage and looks toward his team, the same guys he threw out during the match. He tells them nervously that he might have gotten a little too excited, but his teammates cheer for him and congratulate him on the win. Kim Guangxik says it was the most impactful match he's ever seen, and that he took down the infamous Choi Sung-woo in a straight-up one-on-one. Hanyung adds that it was refreshing to see Choi get absolutely destroyed, and asks if Kim Minjun took them out on purpose just to make things more dramatic. Kim Minjun thinks it's nice to see how positive everyone is, But Lee Sung-ho cuts in and tells him that no matter what reason he had, team kills can't be justified. He tells him he's really disappointed and walks away from the team. After a short walk, Lee Sung-ho smiles to himself, thinking he can't afford to let his guard down. He might be the next target. He tells himself that next time, he'll be the one to beat Kim Min-jun. Meanwhile, the winners are awarded medals for their performance by Mole Eye. At the same time, Sir Hunter steps out of the tent to use the bathroom, wondering why they have to go through guerrilla training during times like this when they're part of the Hunter Corps. Just then, a voice calls out to Eyebrows from behind. He turns around and blushes as he sees Yunseo standing there. The next day, right after the short but intense guerrilla training of the 104th Division, the gang starts plotting something. Kim Kwang-sik says they need to approach this carefully. Han-young adds that even if they get punished for it later, they still have to push forward. Brownhead looks nervous because of the sergeant, but Kim Kwang-sik tells him not to be scared now. He says they just need to lure them to the rendezvous point, and once they're there, they won't be able to do anything. Han-young turns to Mohawk and says his role is the most important, asking if he can handle it. Mohawk stays silent. They were already scheming before the exhaustion from training had even worn off. Kim Kwang-sik reminds them they don't have much time and need to stay as efficient as possible. Han-young agrees that picking the right rendezvous point is key and asks Kim Kwang-sik what location would be best. Lee Dongjin suggests the eastern part of Gyeonggi since it's the borderline, and going any farther would take too long. Kim Kwang-sik agrees and tells him to keep throwing out more options. Suddenly, they get a message from Hunter's son Yunseo. They chat briefly about locking in dates to use the vacation they earned from the game, and Son Yunseo tells them to pick the place. Then she casually asks if they can give her Kim Min-jun's number. Han-young tells Kim Kwang-sik that they might get caught. Kim Kwang-sik turns to the gang and asks if he should just say he doesn't have Kim Min-jun's number. Han-young shakes his head and says no one's going to buy that. Lee Dongjin points out that Kim Min-jun is on their team, and they all live together, so it'd be way too weird to say they don't have his number. Han-young bails, saying the plan's already screwed, and tells Kim Kwang-sik that he was the one who started this, so the rest of them don't know anything about it. He walks off and tells Mohawk and Lee Dongjin to leave too before they all get dragged into trouble, leaving Kim Kwang-sik standing there alone. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun walks into the gym and opens his status window. He checks his stats and sees that his power has gone up by 5 and his agility by 1. He thanks Choi Sung-woo for the help, saying that once he hit 60 points, it became almost impossible to level up. He lays back and starts lifting dumbbells, clearly hyped that his strength jumped by 5 points. He's in the middle of his reps when a voice suddenly interrupts him. Someone calls out to him, and Kim Min-jun sits up and asks Mage what's going on. Lee Bong-gu says he wants more soup. Kim Min-jun snaps and tells him he already gave him money to buy food on his own. Lee Bong-gu casually thanks him and says he forgot to mention something about a mysterious aura. Kim Min-jun pulls a face and says he should have led with that. He asks what kind of aura it is, wondering if it's some kind of demonic energy or something. Lee Bong-gu says it's not demonic, but it's definitely foreign. He says he's never felt anything like it in Isgard. Kim Min-jun asks him why he suddenly stopped talking. Lee Bong-gu says the soup just arrived and he'll share the rest of the details after eating. Kim Min-jun curses at him in frustration, calling him a piece of shit. Right then, he gets a text from Son Yunseo asking if this is Hunter Kim Min-jun's number. He groans, wondering what's going on today and why everyone suddenly wants to talk to him. He questions how she even got his number and decides he's just going to block her. But before he can do it, Kim Kwang-sik comes running toward him and begs him not to. Kim Min-jun has no idea what he's talking about. Kwang-sik asks if he got a text from Son Yunseo and tells him this is a rare chance, pleading with him to think about his squad members. He grabs onto Min-jun's arm and says he's sure Min-jun is going to climb high in rank, and it's only natural he'll need to start managing his subordinates' mental health. Kim Min-jun looks at him, completely confused, and asks if he was the one who gave his number to Son Yunseo. Kwang-sik keeps holding his arm and finally admits that yeah, it was him. He tells Min-jun to be a little more understanding, reminding him they're all giving their best to the military, and something like this is the only thing that keeps them going. Kim Min-jun gets furious and asks if he's planned something. Kwang-sik blinks in confusion and asks if Min-jun didn't already hear it from Hunter Son Yunseo. Kim Min-jun looks at him with a grim expression and tells him they're in the training room, so he better answer straight. Kim Kwang-sik stares back at him with a terrified look, like his soul just left his body. A week later, the gang arrives at Thunderland, all dressed in their military uniforms. Han-young thanks Sergeant Kim Min-jun, saying he never imagined they'd actually make it there. Kim Kwang-sik shoots Han-young a glare and snaps that a traitor like him has no right to thank anyone after ditching him during the plan. Kim Min-jun cuts in and tells Kwang-sik that they're not here because of him. It was all thanks to Cheol-ho. Han-young says he didn't expect Sergeant Lee Sung-ho to approve the plan so easily, and jokes that maybe Kim Min-jun really is just a regular guy after all. Kim Min-jun tells his platoon that the only reason he agreed to this was because he'd rather do this than spend the whole day hanging out with them. Han-young starts looking around, wondering where the girls are. His face lights up with joy and blushes as he spots them in the distance, standing near the ticketing area. Just as the group gets distracted by the girls, their attention quickly shifts to a huge figure standing behind them. Kim Gwangshik and Han-young freeze, thinking the guy must be some kind of gangster. But Kim Min-jun stops them and orders them to salute, telling them that the man is the commander of the 107th Division and that he saw him on TV giving a briefing. Sun Tae-ho starts walking toward their group, but his daughter Yoon-seo grabs his arm and reminds him that he said he was only dropping her off and asks him to head back now. Sun Tae-ho smiles warmly and says he just wants to meet the hunters she works with, and then he'll leave. He gently taps her hand away and keeps walking toward Kim Min-jun. He stops right in front of him, towering over him, and his expression shifts from cheerful to serious. He looks down at Min-jun and asks if he is Kim Min-jun. Both gangs enter the park. Chamari tells everyone to hurry up and get in since they don't have much time. She grabs Kim Min-jun's arm and walks with him. Kim Gwangshik and Han-young also rush in, telling the girls they've planned the most time-saving route. The girls are impressed and thank them. Everyone heads inside except for Set-byul and Lee Sung-ho, who stay behind and glance at each other. Set-byul says she's not really into places like this. Lee Sung-ho nods and says he prefers spending his weekends just working out alone. Set-byul smiles and says she figured he'd be that type too, then asks how heavy he can squat. The two of them start walking into the park together. Inside, the group goes on rides, buys souvenirs, and grabs cotton candy. After a while, Lee Sung-ho and Set-byul end up in an arm wrestling match. Later, Kim Gwangshik tries his luck at a shooting game but only wins a consolation prize. Han-young, thinking he can outdo him, tells everyone to watch how the pros handle it. He plays the same game and ends up with the same prize. The girls in the background burst out laughing while Kim Gwangshik reminds him not to forget their bet, that the loser has to pay. Han-young complains that something must be wrong with the gun. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun walks over and notices that the second prize for the same game is a Dungeon Power Fighter First Anniversary Limited Luminuna keyring. He grabs the rifle, fully determined to win the prize no matter what. With sharp focus, he hits all the targets in quick succession. The store owner tells him there's still one shot left in the gun, but Kim Min-jun replies that he doesn't need it. His goal was to win the second prize from the start. Emerald and Ginger talk among themselves, with Emerald pointing out how cleanly he hit every target, while Ginger wonders why he didn't bother with the last one. The store owner hands him the Luminuna keyring. The girls look on, confused about what the prize even is. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun is visibly thrilled, saying it was totally worth coming here. Han-young and Kim Gwangshik laugh in their usual weird way, while Cha-marie simply smiles, happy to see him enjoying himself. The rest of the team moves ahead, but Kim Min-jun lingers behind, staring at his prize. Just then, Yoon-seo calls out to him and asks what he talked about with her father. In a flashback, Kim Min-jun is seen standing in the parking lot with her father, Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho apologizes for pulling him away even though he's technically on vacation. Kim Min-jun says it's no problem and asks what he wanted to discuss. Sun Tae-ho looks at him seriously and places a hand on his shoulder, tightening his grip. But Kim Min-jun stays calm and doesn't flinch. After a moment, Sun Tae-ho lets go and says it seems Kim Min-jun is well trained. He then reaches into his car and mentioning that his daughter owes Min-jun, pulls out an item from a dungeon. He explains that the item is typically meant for general rank hunters, but he's going to hand it over to Min-jun anyway. He adds that the military's evaluation system isn't always 100% accurate, and the item should boost his stats in random proportions. He gives him a bracelet. Kim Min-jun grins on the inside, thinking he just hit the jackpot but keeps a straight face on the outside and thanks Sun Tae-ho. Sun Tae-ho tells him he's only giving it to him under the condition that he keeps up with his training. Sun Tae-ho tells him not to mention this to anyone, then adds that if Kim Min-jun ever visits Daejeon, he should give him a call so he can treat him to a meal. Finally, with a serious look, he warns him that if he tries anything funny with his daughter, he'll kill him. Kim Min-jun calmly replies that it won't happen, slipping the bracelet into his pocket. Back in the present, Kim Min-jun tells Yoon-seo that he didn't talk much with her father. He just said to give him a call if he ever visits Daejeon so they can grab a meal. Yoon-seo asks why her father would invite him for a meal, and Min-jun says it might be because he saved her once, so maybe he wants to repay him. Yoon-seo remembers clinging to him back when he rescued her and blushes slightly. She apologizes that he had to deal with her father, but Kim Min-jun flashes the card Sun Tae-ho gave him and says he's going to make sure it's a really expensive meal. Just then, the rest of the gang shows up. Kim Gwangshik turns to Cha-marie and asks why she suggested they all hang out. She says it's because she wanted to repay Kim Min-jun for getting revenge on Choi Sung-woo after he crushed her team during trench combat. Seo-yeol joins in, agreeing with her and telling the guys that lunch is on them today so they can order whatever they want. The boys stare in disappointment, realizing that this whole outing was planned just for Kim Min-jun, and even the so-called revenge he took wasn't for them. It was all for Luminuna. Meanwhile, back in Daejeon, a group of soldiers stands outside a dungeon gate as a crow with glowing purple eyes perches nearby. The 107th Division's 3rd Battalion commander, Colonel Lee Sang-jin, looks down at his tablet and sees a report showing 100 kilograms of mana stone inside the cave-type dungeon. He smirks, his face full of greed, while the crow watches silently from the pole behind him. Meanwhile, both platoons wrap up for the day and say their goodbyes outside Thunderland. Afterward, the boys head toward the bus station to return to base. Kim Min-jun gets called out by Lee Bong-gu, who says there's a problem. Kim Min-jun warns him that if he's about to ask for food again, he's going to kill him, but Lee Bong-gu quickly says it's about a dungeon. It turns out the crow that was spotted near the dungeon in Daejeon was actually Lee Bong-gu. He tells Kim Min-jun that the dungeon looks suspicious. Kim Min-jun reminds him that he said the dungeon was still under investigation and now he's on vacation in Daejeon planning to rest. Lee Bong-gu explains that while it's true the dungeon was restricted and guarded before, that's no longer the case. He says the area has suddenly gotten a lot busier. Kim Min-jun tells him to keep sending updates until he arrives. The next day at noon, Kim Min-jun shows up in Daejeon near the dungeon and notices the soldiers carrying loads of mana stones. He pulls out his hunter card and wonders if showing it would get him a tour of the dungeon. Right then, Lee Bong-gu appears, now in the form of a pigeon. He tells Kim Min-jun that he changed into this form to stay on watch until Min-jun arrived. Kim Min-jun asks if he really heard right about there being 100 kilograms of mana stones inside that dungeon. Lee Bong-gu confirms that's exactly what he heard. He says he's not sure exactly how much that is, but it definitely seems like a lot. Kim Min-jun tells him it's about 100 times more than what he could ever find in Isgard, even if he got lucky. He explains that this is an enormous amount of energy, and Earth is already working on ways to weaponize it. Suddenly, a wave of otherworldly energy bursts out from the dungeon, and Kim Min-jun asks Lee Bong-gu if it's the same energy he sensed before. Lee Bong-gu confirms that it is, but says he still can't quite figure out what this aura is. He doesn't sense any monsters, but the energy feels deeply ominous. Kim Min-jun says it makes sense that Bong-gu can't recognize it. After all, he's only seen this type of energy once in his life. Without wasting time, Kim Min-jun rushes toward the dungeon. Out of nowhere, large tentacles begin pouring out from it. The commander immediately orders his platoon to stand back, abandon the mana stones, and fall back. One of the soldiers shouts that there are still platoon members inside, but the commander tells him to follow orders and stay put. Kim Min-jun watches and says this energy confirms it, this is a fake dungeon. One of the soldiers stops him, asking who he is and warning him to stay back since the situation is dangerous. Kim Min-jun calmly walks past and tells him he is Sergeant Kim Min-jun of the 104th Division, 2nd Battalion, 2nd Company. He says he's going to open the dungeon from the inside and tells the soldier to report everything to the 104th Division. With that, Kim Min-jun jumps into the dungeon just as the tentacles close the entrance behind him. The commander stares at the dungeon gate, now completely sealed off by the tentacles, and thinks to himself that they're in serious trouble. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-jun finds a group of soldiers from the transportation team: Private Lee Soo-hwan, Private Jong Jongdae, Private First Class Kim Sung-won, Private First Class Choi Tae-hyun, and Private First Class Lim Dae-song. Kim Min-jun asks if anyone else is with them. Lim Dae-song replies that there's no one else and asks who Kim Min-jun is. He introduces himself to the squad and tells them the situation doesn't look good, so he'll explain more later. He then asks them to check their equipment and make sure no one's injured. Looking over what they've brought, Kim Min-jun asks if that's all the gear they have with them. Kim Seong-won explains that they're just the transportation team, so that's all they've got, and mentions that the inspection team already left. Kim Min-jun quietly wonders who in their right mind would send the transportation team in alone, and he starts to suspect something shady is going on. He tells the squad to gather their gear and explains what's really happening. He says they're inside a fake dungeon, a rare and dangerous phenomenon. To put it simply, they're inside a massive monster that lures people in and swallows them whole, and this time, the bait was mana stones. He tells them not to panic and assures them that he's taking full responsibility for getting them out of this mess. The squad asks Kim Min-jun if he really knows how to get them out of there. He tells them that as long as they follow his orders properly, he'll make sure they all get out safely. He instructs them to kill any monsters they encounter and keep moving toward the center of the dungeon. Just then, goo-like monsters start to appear behind the squad. Kim Min-jun steps in front and tells them to stay behind him. He takes out each monster with a single punch, clearing the path effortlessly. Watching in awe, Lim Dae-song turns to his squad and says that Kim Min-jun is exactly the guy everyone in the hunter community talks about, the one who became a sergeant in record time, the invincible monster of the hunter corps. Outside the dungeon, Sun Tae-ho arrives and grabs Lee Sang-jin by the collar of his uniform, furious that he sent the transportation team in alone. He demands to know what Lee Sang-jin has been doing. Lee Sang-jin nervously explains that he was just trying to retrieve mana stones from the dungeon. Sun Tae-ho yells at him, asking if he was ever ordered to do that. He reminds him that the directive was to investigate the dungeon, so how dare he deploy soldiers without a raid team, especially into a fake dungeon. Lee Sang-jin, clearly shaken, stammers that after 2 weeks of investigation, it was confirmed the dungeon was empty, which is why he decided to send the team. Sun Tae-ho, trembling with anger, snaps that 2 weeks isn't nearly enough, and that Lee Sang-jin sent soldiers without permission. He accuses him of doing it just to boost his own record. He warns that no matter how this turns out, Lee Sang-jin better be ready to take that uniform off. Letting go of his collar, he adds that if there's even a single casualty, he'll personally make sure he ends up in prison, and tells him to start praying that everyone comes out alive. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Kim Min-joon is still tearing through the goo monsters with ease. He turns to the squad, annoyed, and demands to know why they're getting involved when he clearly told them he'd handle the monsters himself. One of the squad members says they just want to help him too. Kim Min-joon sighs and asks if they remember his order, to push through these parasites and reach the center. He explains that these monsters are created by the fake dungeon to absorb any prey that walks inside. Most importantly, once they reach the heart, which is at the center, the monsters will start swarming like crazy. He tells the squad they need to save their stamina for that moment, because if they get hurt now, it'll be a serious problem once they reach the core. The squad nods, fully convinced by his reasoning and ready to follow his orders. But Kim Min-joon has a different reason in mind. He thinks to himself that it's not about protecting the squad, it's because he's racking up a ton of experience points from this dungeon. A wicked grin forms in his mind as he laughs to himself and tells himself he's going to keep all those points for himself. With that greedy look still on his face, he orders the squad to keep moving forward and leads the way. After walking for a while, they finally reach the center where the dungeon core is located. Kim Min-joon looks back and sees the squad exhausted and out of breath. He thinks to himself that fake dungeons drain stamina if your stats are low, and if he'd made them fight earlier, most of them probably wouldn't have made it this far. He points toward the core and tells them that they need to destroy it in order to escape. As the swarm of goo monsters begins to stir, Kim Min-joon turns to the squad and says it's their time to shine. He tells them not to get hurt or killed and to play defensively for their own safety. The soldiers quickly fall into a defensive formation, ready to hold the line. Kim Min-joon charges toward the enemies, thinking to himself that he needs to hold back on using his abilities since there are other people around. Even so, he tears through the monsters one by one with ease. The creatures hesitate, clearly terrified of facing him. But Kim Min-joon doesn't stop. Laughing menacingly, he tells the monsters to hand over all those juicy experience points. It starts to feel like he's more of a monster than the things he's fighting. Suddenly, the dungeon core begins to glow and releases a cloud of poison. Kim Min-joon quickly tells his squad to stay back. He'll be fine thanks to his poison immunity, but the others might not survive depending on the type of poison. He braces himself to use his abilities, but just then, something in his pocket starts to glow. It's the item Sun Tae-ho gave him. The bracelet reacts to the demonic energy in the air, and its hidden powers awaken. Kim Min-joon mutters that he was saving this item for later, once he reached a point where it would be hard to increase his stats. His status window appears, revealing that the bracelet allows the user to cast any spell they know of, even those they don't possess, but it will disappear once used. Kim Min-joon grins, realizing just how lucky he is to have this in a moment like this. Without hesitation, he activates the skill of the Dark Knight he once faced. He summons a demonic sword that tears through space, blasting nearby enemies into a dimensional rift. With one powerful swing, the sword opens another rift, sucking in all the surrounding monsters and landing a heavy blow on the dungeon core. As the battlefield quiets for a moment, Lee Bong-gu rushes over and tells Kim Min-joon they have a problem. The soldiers outside have planted a mana bomb at the dungeon gate. Kim Min-joon tells him not to panic, assuring him they're heading out soon, just as he smashes the last remaining pieces of the core. Outside the dungeon, the bomb is successfully installed. A soldier hands the trigger to Division Commander Sun Tae-ho. He holds it, thinking it would be great if they could use it to force the gate open, but the dungeon's reaction is too unpredictable to ignore. Just then, he's informed that Kim Min-joon from the 104th Division has gone inside. Another soldier confirms it, saying it's been verified that Kim Min-joon is in the dungeon along with their personnel. Sun Tae-ho yells, asking why he went inside when this isn't even his area of duty. The soldier explains that, according to witnesses, Kim Min-joon charged in after stating his affiliation. Sun Tae-ho asks if contact has been made with the 104th Division, and the soldier replies that their commander is already on the way. Another soldier informs Sun Tae-ho that all troops have been evacuated to a safe location. Sun Tae-ho thinks to himself that it's already been 4 hours since they went in, and they don't even have the right equipment. He wants to believe in Kim Min-joon, but he knows he can't wait much longer. Just as he's about to press the button, the dungeon gate starts to crack. Sun Tae-ho rushes over and orders his men to alert the medics and get convoys ready for any survivors. He also tells them to bring all available officers to the gate fully armed. Without hesitation, Sun Tae-ho grabs a tentacle from the gate and begins tearing it away. The medics arrive, and he tells them to stand by while he keeps ripping through the dungeon's defenses. Finally, the gate opens and the soldiers come out safely. Sun Taiho breathes a sigh of relief, happy to see them all return in one piece. He asks the soldiers about their condition, and they respond that they successfully cleared the dungeon. Kim Min-jun steps out of the gate with the last 2 soldiers and salutes Commander Sun Taiho, who smiles and returns the salute. That same evening, at the 107th Division's headquarters, Kim Min-jun and Sun Taiho sit together for a conversation. Kim Min-jun explains that he was on vacation when he came to Daejeon. Sun Taiho asks why he was in Daejeon in the first place. Kim Min-jun tells him he was there to meet with him, since Sun Taiho had offered to treat him to a meal. Sun Taiho raises an eyebrow and says, "So it just happened that while coming to meet him, Kim Min-jun passed by the dungeon, and when the incident broke out, he jumped right in." With a confident and cheerful smile, Kim Min-jun admits that's exactly what happened. He adds that when he saw the anomaly, his body just moved on its own before he even had time to think. Sun Taiho chuckles and says the more he looks at Kim Min-jun, the more eccentric he seems. He praises him, saying that clearing a fake dungeon solo is a serious accomplishment, and he truly appreciates his effort. But he also warns him that he's starting to stand out too much. He's climbing ranks faster than usual, and after what happened today, the Hunter Corps headquarters is bound to start watching him. He tells Kim Min-jun that if any of that causes problems, he shouldn't hesitate to come to him. Kim Min-jun thanks him and says he'll definitely reach out if anything comes up. Sun Taiho says that he won't be able to treat him to a meal just yet, since he's buried in work. But if Kim Min-jun has anything else he wants to ask personally, he's welcome to. He says that if it's within his capabilities, he'll do it for him. Without missing a beat, Kim Min-jun immediately asks for a promotion, his eyes sparkling with hope. Sun Taiho quickly shuts it down, saying that's not something within his authority. Kim Min-jun pouts a little, but then his eyes drift to a crystal on Sun Taiho's desk. He senses a faint yet refined demonic energy radiating from it. Sun Taiho catches him eyeing it and asks if he wants it. Kim Min-jun's eyes light up again, and he says it's his first time seeing that kind of stone, but he'd love to add it to his collection. Sun Taiho tells him that his house was recently burglarized and that this is the only one left. He picks it up and hands it to Kim Min-jun, mentioning that although it hasn't been identified yet, it's been deemed safe for humans, so he can keep it. Sun Taiho watches him and thinks to himself that, just like with Yunseo, he keeps getting pulled into things involving Kim Min-jun, and truthfully, he doesn't mind it. Then, with a serious look, he asks Kim Min-jun what kind of relationship he has with his daughter. Kim Min-jun casually responds that they're just fellow hunters. Nothing more, nothing less. That answer seems to put Sun Taiho at ease, and he smiles, saying he's already taken up too much of Kim Min-jun's vacation time and tells him he can go. On his way out, Sun Taiho asks him to let his commander know to come in. Kim Min-jun nods respectfully and leaves. Outside, Lee Bong-gu is chomping loudly on a grilled carp, shouting about how delicious it is. Kim Min-jun tells him to shut up and eat properly, or he's going to wake up the whole neighborhood. Then, without hesitation, Kim Min-jun crushes the crystal in his hand. Demonic energy bursts from it and flows into him, pushing his demonic energy level to its threshold and unlocking a new ability called Demonic Energy Whip. Kim Min-jun grins and says this completely changes the game. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in Gyeonggi Province at Hunter Corps headquarters, Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo is shouting at Sun Taiho for his incompetence. He tells him that the 107th Division is about to be audited, so he better be prepared. He adds that Sun Taiho should consider himself lucky that it's ending with just this, because he could have easily stripped him of his uniform. He orders him to send Lee Sang-jin to HQ first thing tomorrow. Just then, the door swings open and another high-ranking officer walks in. Lieutenant General Kim Chang-mo immediately stands and salutes. The officer tells him not to push his subordinates too hard, mentioning that he could hear him yelling from outside. Kim Chang-mo quickly apologizes and says he'll take care of it right away. The officer takes a seat and says he's received the report, then asks if it was Kim Min-jun again. The officer is none other than the Hunter Corps commander himself, General Gu Hakchiel. Meanwhile, the commander rushes back to his barracks in his car. He gets out and heads straight into the commander's office, urgently looking around. Kim Min-chul salutes him. The commander asks where they are and if it's what he thinks it is. He confirms with Kim Min-chul whether he is the target, and Kim Min-chul tells him it's correct. The commander sits down and says those bastards clearly timed it to strike when he was away. Just an hour ago, 2 members from the Special Task Force arrived, First Sergeant Yu Tae-won and Sergeant First Class Jang Min-soo. Kim Min-chul explains that he understands what they're saying, but they showed up early in the morning and are demanding to meet one of their soldiers, who just returned from vacation. Yu Tae-won interrupts him and asks if he realizes under whose orders they've come. He politely requests Kim Min-chul to cooperate this once. Kim Min-chul tells them that both the battalion and company commanders are absent, so this doesn't seem like the right way to go about it. Yu Tae-won asks if he needs an official notice, and says they can arrange that immediately if required. He assures him that they'll leave quietly after a brief meeting and asks him to bring Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, Kim Min-jun arrives and notices the insignias on the officers, realizing they belong to the special unit that works directly under Hunter Corps headquarters. Yu Taiwan introduces himself and shakes his hand, saying it was incredible how Kim Min-jun rescued so many hunters by jumping into that fake dungeon. He adds that the Hunter Special Task Force needs capable people like him. Kim Min-jun asks if this is a scouting offer. Yu Taiwan explains that they are deployed in special situations like high-risk dungeon raids, VIP protection, overseas missions, and more. He keeps talking about all the perks and benefits of being a Special Task Force hunter, but Kim Min-jun is lost in his own thoughts, thinking that none of it matters unless they offer a big promotion. Then he's in. Yu Taiwan says they also deal with crimes committed by civilian hunters who aren't affiliated with the military, so strong combat skills are crucial. He tells Kim Min-jun that his outstanding performance hasn't gone unnoticed by headquarters, which is why he's here to offer him something he deserves, including a special promotion. Kim Min-jun gets excited hearing the words special promotion. Yu Taiwan explains that their unit doesn't accept regular soldiers, so if Kim Min-jun joins the Hunter Special Task Force, headquarters will immediately promote him to staff sergeant. Jang Min-soo adds that the task force offers more chances for advancement than other corps since they're deployed to places where achievements stack fast. Kim Min-jun thinks there's no reason to turn this down. Just then, Yu Taiwan's device starts buzzing. He takes it out and places it on the table. Kim Min-jun asks if that's a phone, and Jang Min-soo tells him it's a special device issued to the task force. It's not a smartphone but a secure communication tool, since most of what they handle is confidential. Kim Min-jun suddenly tenses up and asks if he'll be allowed to use the internet and computers as much as he wants. Yu Taiwan tells him that security is top priority in the special task force, so personal electronics and internet access are strictly prohibited in the barracks, and even discouraged during vacations. Jang Min-soo says it's a small price to pay for serving the country at that level and receiving such exceptional treatment. Kim Min-jun is heartbroken to hear this. However, Kim Min-chul starts to smile mischievously. Yu Taiwan offers Kim Min-jun a card and says they don't extend this offer to just anyone, so he should think it over. But Kim Min-jun rejects it and says he'll be staying with them. Both officers are shocked by his response. Yu Taiwan asks why he's turning it down, and Kim Min-jun tells them that if he joins the special task force, he won't be able to play Dungeon Power Fighter. Jang Min-soo is furious and yells at him, asking if he's really throwing away such an opportunity over a game. He tells Kim Min-jun that the generals held a meeting just for this, and now he's rejecting it because of Dungeon Power Fighter. He questions whether Kim Min-jun is trying to be funny, but Kim Min-jun calmly responds that he isn't joking, and the game is an essential source of energy for him. Yu Tae-hwan nods and says he understands his reasoning, then says they'll be heading out. Kim Min-chul quickly gets up and opens the door to help them leave faster. Just as they step outside, Jang Min-soo turns back and says he's sure Kim Min-jun's accomplishments are exaggerated, and that he's just making excuses because he's scared he wouldn't survive in the special forces. He adds that without lucky breaks like this, someone like him would never pass the entrance test. That's when Kim Min-jun finally snaps and asks how they can be so sure he wouldn't pass. Jang Min-soo walks back, stands face to face with him, and asks if he wants him to prove it. Kim Min-chul tells Kim Min-jun to stop and asks Jang Min-soo what he's trying to pull. Yu Tae-hwan puts a hand on Kim Min-chul's shoulder and asks if they can use the training center for a while. Soon after, Kim Min-jun and Jang Min-soo face off in the training room. Jang Min-soo says the entrance test is a freestyle duel with a senior Special Forces member and offers Kim Min-jun a chance to back out if he's not ready. However, Kim Min-jun tells him that he has no intention of joining the Special Forces, but if he wins, then Jang Min-soo will have to apologize to him, politely. Jang Min-soo is pissed and shouts how dare he step up with that joke of a weapon and talk like that. He says he's going to fix Kim Min-jun's attitude. Yu Tae-hwan steps in to announce that the fight will be 3 rounds, each lasting 3 minutes, and starts the match. As soon as it begins, Jang Min-soo charges in, moving swiftly toward Kim Min-jun with an attack, but Kim Min-jun dodges it. Jang Min-soo immediately follows up with a second strike that connects and sends Kim Min-jun flying into the wall, but instead of showing pain, Kim Min-jun just smirks. In a flashback, Kim Min-chul asks Kim Min-jun what he's planning to do, and Min-jun casually replies that he plans to win, of course. He then asks if something bad might happen if he actually does win. Kim Min-chul says it's possible, since that squad is known for having a high ego, and he's worried they might do something reckless if their pride gets hurt. Kim Min-jun smirks and says if that's the case, he'll just let him land 1 hit. Back in the present, Jang Min-soo walks away from Kim Min-jun, who's lying on the ground. Yu Tae-hwan says the spar is over and tells Kim Min-chul to take him to the medics. Kim Min-chul keeps a poker face and stays silent. Yu Tae-hwan approaches Kim Min-jun and tells him he should still be proud for managing to dodge the first ultimate attack. But from the Hunter Special Task Force's perspective, he's still not strong enough. Just before Yu Tae-hwan can finish, Kim Min-jun gets up, smiling as he brushes off his uniform. Both Yu Tae-hwan and Jang Min-soo are stunned to see him still standing. Jang Min-soo wonders how he's even on his feet, since the attack landed exactly where it was supposed to. Yu Tae-hwan asks Kim Min-jun if he really wants to continue, warning that pushing himself too hard could cause injuries for both of them. Kim Min-jun shrugs it off and says he wants to go again. Jang Min-soo scoffs that he's being arrogant and swears to make him regret getting back up. Kim Min-jun wraps his whip in demonic energy and gets ready to strike. Jang Min-soo lunges in and unleashes a flurry of sword attacks, but Kim Min-jun blocks every single one. Then, in a swift move, he catches the sword with his whip and tosses it aside, leaving Jang Min-soo completely unarmed. Afterwards, Kim Min-jun strikes Jang Min-soo with a few lashes from his whip. Jang Min-soo tries to stay composed and compliments Kim Min-jun, saying he's skilled with that whip, but claims the attacks won't do much damage to him. Just then, the pain from the lashes starts to kick in, and he screams like a little girl. Yoo Tae-hwan is stunned to see a big, muscular guy like Jang Min-soo on his knees from those hits. Kim Min-jun pulls the whip back to strike again, and Jang Min-soo, now panicking, pleads for him to stop, but Kim Min-jun doesn't listen and lands a direct hit on his chest. The pain nearly knocks Jang Min-soo out. Kim Min-jun thinks to himself that the attack was high level, and while the special task force is definitely elite, it seems like this is Jang Min-soo's first time getting hit by a whip infused with demonic energy. He notes that even thick-skinned orc warriors would drop after a single strike from that thing. He raises the whip again and tells Jang Min-soo he should stop strutting around like he's all that just because he's decent in combat. Yoo Tae-won asks Kim Min-jun to stop, but with an evil grin, Min-jun cracks the whip again, this time landing it on the ground between Jang Min-soo's legs. Just imagining the impact causes Jang Min-soo to faint. Yoo Tae-won rushes over to catch him, baffled that the same guy who didn't flinch while getting beat up by a horde of orcs is now unconscious from fear alone. He wonders if a training whip could really do that much damage. Turning to Kim Min-jun, he says that when a subordinate messes up, it's on the higher-up. He offers a sincere apology in Jang Min-soo's place. Kim Min-jun admits he acted beyond his rank and apologizes in return. Yoo Tae-won hands him a card and tells him to reach out if he ever changes his mind. Kim Min-chul mocks them and asks if they'd like to get treated by their medics. Yoo Tae-won declines and says they need to leave soon. Back in the present, Lee Junbyum laughs and asks where Kim Min-jun is. Kim Min-chul tells him that he's off training by himself right now. Lee Junbyum says he'll report directly to Division Commander Seok-young that Sergeant Kim Min-jun has turned down the Special Task Force's offer. He adds that while Kim Min-jun rejected it today, he's sure they'll want him even more now. There's no way they'll give up that easily. Kim Min-chul replies that in that case, they should come up with something to keep Kim Min-jun right where he is. Colonel Lee Junbyum smiles and says Division Commander Seok-young already predicted this might happen, so there's nothing to worry about. Now, all they have to do is wait and see what kind of offer the commander has prepared for Kim Min-jun. The next day, Division Commander Seok-young bursts into laughter after hearing from Colonel Lee Junbyum that Kim Min-jun rejected the Special Task Force's offer. He says those arrogant bastards must be fuming right now. He adds that no matter what kind of privileges they offer, if Kim Min-jun decides to join them, no one can stop him. That's why he had been cautious about the situation, but now it has resolved itself. The commander agrees and says it's time for them to step up. Seok-young nods and says it's the perfect moment to show proper appreciation to Kim Min-jun. He makes a call and asks if the thing he mentioned is ready, then smirks confidently and tells them to bring all the related files over immediately. Meanwhile, back at the barracks, Lee Sung-ho announces to the squad that starting today, the commander of the 2nd Platoon's 2nd Squad will be Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Han-young asks if Sergeant Lee Sung-ho is getting promoted. He shakes his head and says he's planning to try out for the staff sergeant rank since he has enough points for a promotion, which is why he's handing over his position to Kim Min-jun. He asks if anyone has any objections to this decision. The squad responds that they're fine with it and agree that Kim Min-jun is the only one who could fill Sung-ho's shoes. Lee Dongjin then says he has a question for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. He asks if the rumors are true. Was it really Kim Min-jun who cleared a fake dungeon all by himself? He adds that he was on vacation that day too. The rest of the squad joins in and says the entire hunter community is buzzing about what happened. Kim Min-jun casually confirms that it was him. He just happened to be in Daejeon right when the anomaly occurred and got swept into it. The whole squad is stunned that their sergeant is that powerful. Kim Kwang-shik asks if that's why he's being appointed as a captain and wonders if he received any rewards on top of it. Kim Min-jun admits that he did get a few perks for clearing that dungeon. The squad gets all fired up, curious about what those perks might be. A few days later, at the Goblin Colony dungeon, some soldiers are fighting goblins while Han-young and Eyebrows talk about Kim Min-jun. Eyebrows asks if it's really true that Kim Min-jun received an offer from the Hunter Special Forces so quickly and then rejected it. Han-young confirms it and adds that he even beat up a first-class sergeant in a sparring match. Eyebrows finds it hard to believe and says that people outside the military probably wouldn't buy into any of it. He asks if it's also true that the division commander appointed Kim Min-jun as their squad commander and plans to promote him to staff sergeant within a year once he earns enough points. Han-young nods and says that even Sergeant Lee Sung-ho supported the decision when he heard the news. Just then, their conversation is cut off when an orc suddenly charges out of the woods, roaring. but both soldiers keep straight faces, completely unfazed by the monster's appearance. The orc swings his club to attack them, but out of nowhere, a glowing whip lashes across the air and smacks the orc right in the eyes. The monster drops his weapon and screeches in pain, holding his face as the whip retracts. The soldiers stare at the wounded beast, unfazed, as it screams in agony. Kim Min-jun arrives at the battle, and it turns out he's the one who struck the monster with his newly acquired whip. Eyebrows comments that it's personal equipment given to Sergeant Kim Min-jun by the division commander. Han-young adds that even the platoon commander doesn't have personal gear yet, so Kim Min-jun is clearly being treated differently. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun continues to whip goblins down like a ruthless master. Eyebrows asks why it had to be a whip, and Han-young explains that the division commander let him choose any weapon he wanted, and Kim Min-jun picked the whip. Eyebrows says it makes sense now why he'd turn down the Hunter Special Task Force when he's being given this kind of treatment. Han-young agrees and adds that it's extremely rare for a sergeant to receive personal equipment. The division commander had to sign more than 10 documents just to make it happen. While all this is going on, Kim Min-jun is deep in thought, realizing that this weapon is way better than he expected. Thanks to the Mana Stone, he doesn't even need to use his own demonic energy to make it powerful. He thinks that if this little guy stays with him, he'll climb the ranks way faster than a year. The next Saturday at a Chuncheon restaurant, Kim Min-jun sits at the table, ready for dinner. Yoon-seo is with him and asks if they should start eating. Kim Min-jun looks at her and asks why she's even asking him that, and more importantly, why she's having dinner with him in the first place. The old lady running the kitchen comes over and tells Yoon-seo the food is ready. Yoon-seo smiles, thanks the chef, and starts eating. She looks at Kim Min-jun and asks if he's not going to eat. She tells him not to worry, she's paying so he can eat as much as he wants. Kim Min-jun tells her that's not the issue. He asks how she knew he'd be out today, coming to Chuncheon, and to this exact restaurant. Suddenly a thought hits him. He asks Yoon-seo if it was Kim Gwang-shik who told her his plans. She glances around nervously and says it's all just a coincidence. Kim Min-jun doesn't buy it, and his expression darkens like a villain in a drama. She quickly apologizes and admits that it was Gwang-shik, but begs him not to be mad at him since she's the one who asked. Kim Min-jun, clearly pissed, says it's up to him to decide how mad to get and mutters that this is all pretty strange. Yoon-seo, confused, asks what he means. He suddenly asks her if she likes him. She's completely caught off guard, blushes hard, and tells him that's nonsense, asking why he's suddenly being so casual with her. Kim Min-jun grits his teeth, crosses his arms, and says she can talk casually too since they're close in age. She says that might be true, but insists she doesn't like him or anything, and tells him not to get the wrong idea. He asks why she's eating dinner with him then, and adds that he's pretty sure she took a vacation today because she heard from Gwang-shik that he was going out. She admits it's true but says there's another reason she's here. She brings up the previous incidents, the enclosed dungeon at the training center, the Red Boar Gate at the Watchin Public Welfare Office, and the recent fake dungeon. She says that wherever he goes, something always happens, so she was curious if anything would happen this time too. Then she snaps back to reality, realizing how crazy it sounds, and gets super embarrassed that she actually said all that out loud. Kim Min-jun laughs nervously and says it's not like he's a walking disaster. Deep down though, he's anxious, wondering if she's starting to figure out the truth about him. Kim Min-jun notices her badge and realizes she's been promoted to corporal. She says she passed the promotion exam last week. He congratulates her and says she did it really fast, adding that he expected nothing less from her. She asks if he's making fun of her since he's already a sergeant, and then questions why he keeps talking to her so casually. He reminds her that he already told her she could speak casually with him too. She says fine, she'll do just that then. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun starts getting visions of a dungeon appearing nearby. He's annoyed that it has to happen now, especially with Yoon-seo around since she's pretty sharp. In his head, he talks to himself, saying he only took this vacation because his best employee tipped him off about a gate popping up soon. He excuses himself, saying he needs to use the bathroom, and heads out to the park where the gate is expected to appear. He looks around and spots his best employee waiting nearby. He gives him props for showing up right on cue after being assigned to work separately from Lee Bong-gu. They both throw each other a thumbs up, and Kim Min-jun hands him a ball of demonic energy. He wonders where Lee Bong-gu is, since he hasn't heard from him in a while. The gate starts to form, and Kim Min-jun watches it carefully. He's relieved that there aren't many people around thanks to the cold winter, but he still questions why the gate had to show up in a residential area with so many people living nearby. He tells himself that he needs to take care of this quickly, for the people's safety and for the sake of his promotion. Just as he's heading toward the gate, a monster begins to emerge. His phone buzzes with an emergency notification from the military about the dungeon appearance. Kim Min-jun thinks that if something comes out of there that he can't handle, he'll just have to stall it until the military arrives. He braces himself and gets ready for battle. A hanker emerges from the gate, but something about it feels off. Kim Min-jun notes that it seems to be alone for now and wonders how much demonic energy it has already absorbed. He eyes its blade arms and comments that they look dangerous, but they're useless if they can't reach him. He leaps backward to avoid the initial strike and gets ready to activate his demonic arrows. Before he can launch his ability, the hanker suddenly throws one of its blade arms at him like a projectile. To his surprise, the blade is attached to a chain. Kim Min-jun grabs the chain midair and mocks the creature, asking what kind of petty trick this is. But the hanker yanks the chain back, flinging Kim Min-jun high into the air. As he's airborne, the monster hurls its other blade, and Min-jun barely dodges it before countering with a solid punch to its face, knocking it to the ground. He looks back, thinking it's over, but the hanker gets up again with its jaw broken and ready to fight. Just then, someone calls out to him. It's Yunseo, running toward him with a road sign in her hands. He's stunned to see her there. The hanker throws its blade in her direction, but Kim Min-jun grabs the chain and redirects the attack. He demands to know what she's doing there. She fires back, angry that he left her alone in the middle of dinner, and even more furious that he's fighting without a weapon. She says she saw the emergency alert and came straight away. She throws the road sign to him, and Kim Min-jun catches it, channeling his demonic energy into it. With a powerful swing, he slams the sign into the hanker's head, killing it on the spot. As dust fills the air, he uses the moment to absorb the hanker's demonic energy. When the dust settles, Kim Min-jun walks over to Yunseo, and she's stunned that he took down a high-threat monster all on his own. Kim Min-jun tells her that a certain someone helped him, though he thinks to himself that the fight would have been even easier if she hadn't shown up. Meanwhile, Yunseo kneels down to inspect the hanker's body, and notes that it's an irregular monster, pointing out the chains and blades attached to its arms. She stands up and says they need to have a serious talk, but that conversation will have to wait as 5 more hankers emerge from the gate. She quickly tells Kim Min-jun they need to regroup with reinforcements and plan an attack. He agrees and suggests she leave to bring the backup and then return to join him. Yunseo snaps at him, shouting that if he's really planning to fight all those monsters alone, he must be out of his mind. As the hankers let out a deafening roar, Kim Min-jun smiles confidently and says it's time to go. Charging toward the monsters, he tells himself it's time to earn that staff sergeant promotion. Meanwhile, deep in a forest, a cloaked figure steps out of the trees. She mutters a few words, and a secret underground passage opens up beside a large boulder. The figure descends into a massive stone hall, removes her hood, revealing herself to be a woman, and stands before a carving of Lumi Nuna. She quietly says for Lord Minold to wait, because she's coming for him. The story then shifts to a quiet island in the middle of the sea. 2 officers stand by as a helicopter descends from the sky. Out steps a massive, burly man with a majestic beard, moving like he owns the place. He charismatically introduces himself as Major General Du from the Korean Hunters. The man waiting to receive him is Masaru from the Japanese Association. Without wasting time, Masaru leads him inside to go over the operation details. After reviewing the proposal, the Major General gives him a nod of approval. He admits that clearing the dungeon will be a massive undertaking. With a sharp look, he points out that Masaru would not have requested Korean assistance just because they were short on manpower. Picking up on that, Masaru decides to reveal the truth. The Japanese Association is directly controlled by the government, while independent guilds hold real influence over individual hunters. Their real problem is not a lack of numbers. What they lack are properly trained hunters with battlefield discipline. That is why Masaru wants to borrow the Korean training methods through a joint operation. Now it clicks for the Major General why he was specifically assigned to this mission. General Hakcheol clearly expects him to showcase the true might of the Korean forces. At that moment, Masaru brings up an exceptionally talented officer on the Korean team. Curious, he eagerly asks what kind of training allowed the young man to grow so quickly and build such a strong reputation in the community. The Major General suddenly starts sweating, unsure how to even begin explaining that story. Meanwhile, we cut back to our boy Min-jun. My guy is standing there calm as ever while a massive dokaibi looms over his head, ready to crush him flat. He casually cleans out his ear while his Japanese teammates, Ren and Ken, drop the beast to its knees within seconds. Even so, they struggle to cut through its thick hide. That is when a confident female voice cuts through the tension. The monster immediately charges at her, ready to squash her into the ground. But she is no damsel in distress. With precise swings, she slices it apart with the same ease she chops carrots in a kitchen. The samurai woman is Suzuki Mio from the Japanese Association. Ren and Ken are impressed, as always, by her overwhelming swordsmanship. Mio walks over to check if Min-jun is alright. Noticing his spaced-out look, she bluntly tells him to stay in the back if he cannot handle a real fight. Her blunt comment annoys him, but her flawlessly fluent Korean makes fangirling on the inside. Major Hyundo from the Korean forces comments that this dokaibi is tiny compared to the ones they deal with back home. Another overly patriotic old captain, however, is furious at our boy for embarrassing their country in front of the Japanese. The man cannot stand that they were assigned a loser sergeant like him, but Major Hyundo calmly tells the captain to relax, pointing out that the kid simply lacks field experience. Meanwhile, Mio's harsh words keep echoing in the captain's ears. What the old captain does not realize is that our boy deliberately held back to gauge the Japanese force's skill level. He did not expect much from them going in, but Ren, Ken, and especially Mio clearly exceeded those expectations. Just then, Mio senses something ominous approaching from deeper inside the cave. Her eyes widen the moment she realizes something dangerous is closing in, and she immediately shouts a warning. In the next second, she barely manages to deflect a throwing axe that shoots out from the darkness. Emerging slowly from the cave is a towering blue demon that looks creepier than Ebstian. Mio raises her voice and announces that it is the dungeon boss. Ren and Ken stiffen at once, preparing for battle while our boy does not even blink. The tense samurai issues rapid orders, saying she has already called for backup and that they need to hold a defensive line until reinforcements arrive. But before she can even finish, the boss closes the distance in a flash. Ren and Ken rush forward with a coordinated strike to save her. The demon casually grabs them by the legs and flings them across the cavern like ragdolls. Seizing the brief opening, Mio swings her blade with full force, aiming to cleave the monster clean in half. To her disbelief, the creature's body is so durable that her sword fails to leave even a scratch. At that moment, Captain Sangduke steps forward, drawing his mana-infused blade. He boasts that his weapon is leagues above the third-rate equipment the average hunters receive, then charges in to display his so-called true strength. One perfectly timed kick to the face is all it takes to send him crashing straight into the wall. The boss then effortlessly reads Mio's follow-up strike and sidesteps her magic blade with ease. As she orders everyone to retreat immediately, she notices Minjun already moving, with Ren and Ken slung over his shoulders. She is stunned that he reacted before her command was even fully given, and she instinctively wishes him a safe withdrawal. Instead, he turns back toward her and calmly asks why retreat when they can just slay the boss. Her eyes widen at what sounds like a reckless plan. She yells at him to run while he still can, but he only gives a sly grin and releases his power, mogging the samurai at her own specialty. Even the boss hesitates, sensing the terrifying aura around him, as if questioning who the real monster in the room truly is. Realizing it cannot afford to mess around, the boss quickly reaches out to grab its weapon. Our boy just stands there smiling, straight up letting it swing at him on purpose. Right before it can chop him in half though, he smacks it with his blade and sends the giant straight into the ceiling. Minjun then gathers his magic into a concentrated beam, which completely shocks Mio. Not because of the power, but because the beam starts firing off in every direction and nearly hits her too. She scrambles to block the stray blasts with her katana. Meanwhile, the captain barely avoids getting his head blown off by one of the rogue beams. Minjun shamelessly throws out a sorry for the oopsie, and then focuses his aura properly this time. With that, he swings at the boss with everything he has. The strike tears clean through the demon's axe and even shatters his own sword from the sheer impact. The ugly blue goblin Freak cries after getting its fingers get completely wrecked. Mio just stares in awe at the man whose aura was so overwhelming that even a military-grade sword couldn't handle it. Glancing at the broken weapon in his hand, Minjun realizes he probably should not have gone all out like that. Still, he cracks out his whip, already thinking about the reward for taking down the boss. Switching back to his old squad, the boys look absolutely drained after another brutal day. They keep whining about how Minjun works them like unpaid interns. One staff sergeant straight up admits he is more scared of the monster who lives with them than any dungeon beast. Even after his promotion, Minjun still stays with the unit instead of moving to headquarters. Just then, they spot Dongjin still grinding away in the field. They ask the corporal why he is still working like a grunt after getting promoted, and when their lord and savior Minjun is coming back. Dongjin says he is not sure, but there was news that Minjun single-handedly cleared the raid just yesterday. Nobody knows how, but he apparently soloed the boss like it was nothing. The squad immediately realizes that means their nightmare supervisor will be back soon, but Dongjin adds that the flawless clear earned Minjun a full day off. That means he will not return for at least one more day. The guys absolutely lose it, wishing it was one whole year instead. Back in Japan, our boy is taking a relaxed stroll when Bongu pops up to report a new dungeon nearby. The little guy also demands to know who this Ping dude is, since he remembers his Lord Minjun blaming him for ruining his day before. When Bongu swears he will beat Ping up personally, Minjun gently informs him that not even his greatness can defeat Hai Ping. Suddenly, he asks Bongu to stop blabbing, because he hears a motorcycle racing in the distance. The rider dripped out in all black stops before him. He instantly facepalms when she takes off her helmet. Mio asks her what he is doing all the way out here in the middle of nowhere. He immediately throws the question back at her, wondering if she has become his personal stalker now. Mio calmly explains that her association patrols this entire area around the clock. A few years ago, it was destroyed because of a dungeon break, so now there are cameras everywhere to catch any stray monsters. Right on cue, Bongu casually flies straight in front of one. Minjun looks both pissed and disappointed at the same time, wondering how this idiot keeps fumbling so hard. Anyway, Mio repeats her question about why he is wandering around a restricted zone. With a face straighter than a JoJo character, he swears he just got lost. Hearing that only makes her more suspicious, but she lets it slide since she did not come here for him in the first place. Just then, a loud explosion goes off behind her. She turns around to see a massive minotaur smashing everything in sight. Our boy instantly realizes this is Bangu trying to cover up his earlier mistake. The samurai warns Minjun to get underground fast before the demonic energy corrupts his mind. Before she can even finish her sentence, he is already sprinting off at full speed. Mio frowns, finding it strange that the monster did not emerge from a gate and somehow never showed up on the cameras. Still, her top priority is taking it down before it causes serious damage. She lunges in with a powerful slash aimed at its neck. But right before her blade connects, the Minotaur pulls off a Dark Souls-style dodge and bolts in the opposite direction. Annoyed, the samurai gives chase without hesitation. Meanwhile, our boy reaches the entrance of an underground dungeon. On his way there, he peacefully disables every camera he passes, shooting them in the face with dark arrows. After that, he tears through the warning tape and descends into the tunnel thick with demonic energy. He actually grins as the dark aura seeps into him, boosting his power and even leveling up a few skills. Since Bangu found the place for him, he just hopes the little guy manages to escape Mio in one piece. Returning to Mio, the woman easily tracks the fleeing monster down. She thrusts her blade clean through a rock, nearly skewering the panicking guy on the spot. Just when he thinks he has shaken her off, she slices apart the entire wall like it is paper. In desperation, he transforms into a tiny kitty before she can properly see him, catching her completely off guard. Mio actually blushes at the sight of the small, harmless-looking cat and reaches out to pat its head. Loyal to his master, he slaps the thought's hand away and dashes off again without hesitation. Mio takes a second to process that rejection, clearly not used to getting curved by a cat. She then reports back to the association, saying she will continue tracking the monster until backup arrives. To her surprise, headquarters informs her that the underground corrupt energy in that sector has suddenly shifted. The color of the monster crystal always reacts to changes within a dungeon's core, so the science team starts wondering if the crystal changed color, because some corruption leaked out unexpectedly. When they ask Mio whether anything unusual happened on her end, she cannot recall a single thing. In that case, the scientists decide to log it as a temporary system bug. After all, corrupt energy does not just vanish into thin air without a trace. But at that exact moment, Mio gets a quiet suspicion that a certain someone might be involved. The scene then cuts back to base, where our sergeant is minding his own business like nothing happened. Suddenly, he spots a familiar figure walking toward him from a distance. She steps right into his personal space, so he casually ignores both her presence and her question about yesterday's stroll. Irritated, she bluntly asks if he knows anything about the destroyed underground entrance. She piles on another question, asking whether he happened to notice who wrecked all the cameras along the way. My guy answers a little too quickly that he did not see much during his peaceful walk. That response seems to satisfy her, and she turns to leave after wishing him a good day. But before walking off completely, she glances back and tells him they will definitely see each other again very soon. Later that night, our boy rushes back toward the restricted zone. His expression darkens when he sees the rough condition his most loyal subordinate was left in. Shifting back a few hours earlier, Minjun just finished absolutely folding his squad of incompetents in the training room. He flames them for getting rusty, asking those good-for-nothing slackers if they stopped training the second he left. Clearly annoyed, he makes it known that their current performance is downright embarrassing. When they drag themselves back to their feet, he shows zero mercy. He is already preparing to hand out another brutal round as punishment for being trash. But his plans suddenly change the moment he senses a bad omen. Leaving the boys to train on their own, he steps away on what he calls an emergency mission. Through telepathy, he demands Bangu explain whether he was the cause of the strange energy disturbance earlier. In response, he hears Bangu's weak voice barely saying his name. The guy mutters something about someone crossing between dimensions before passing out. After the radio silence, Minjun forces himself to calm down and locks onto his servant's faint energy signature. With that, he bolts toward it at full speed. If that message was right, it means someone just crossed over to Earth from Isgard. Meanwhile, deep inside a dark, ancient temple, a squad of buff warriors is chasing down a hooded figure. The nimble thief makes quick work of the smaller grunts without breaking a sweat. But then a massive warrior, clearly leagues above the rest, steps in. He slams her so hard she crashes through a heavy door and lands inside a massive ritual chamber. From the shadows, a woman's voice calls her out for the crime of stealing from the sacred temple. The priestess calmly offers her one chance to leave alive if she surrenders immediately. For a brief moment, the thief actually thinks she has run out of options. But when she realizes she landed right on top of an active magic circle, the tables have turned. She pulls out an artifact overflowing with dark demonic energy. Unimpressed, the priestess tells her there is nowhere near enough power in the temple to warp across dimensions, so her little escape plan will fail. She confidently adds that the thief does not even have the right coordinates. Unfortunately for her, the thief fires back that she already secured them, thanks to Bongu. The moment she hears that name, the blonde priestess orders her guards to stop the intruder at all costs. But the artifact detonates with explosive force, blasting the Spartan-looking warrior across the chamber. The thief flashes a cheeky grin and flips them off. That smug expression fades, however, when she notices the priestess grinning as well. At the exact same time, Bongu had been messing around with Minjun's tiny shadow companion. Out of nowhere, a dimensional rift tears open right where he is standing. That sudden shockwave is what tipped Minjun off in the training room that something was seriously wrong. Standing before him, Bongu recognizes the red-haired thief, but he collapses before he can properly report back to his master. A second later, the red-headed girl tumbles through as well and loses consciousness. Our boy arrives just in time to catch her before she hits the ground. With a faint smile, she calls him Lord Minold before passing out. One look at their battered condition is enough to make Minjun snap internally. He is pissed that Bongu got folded first, and now he somehow has a second useless servant to babysit. When he channels a portion of his demonic energy into them, the redhead slowly regains consciousness. Even though he looks 1 second away from popping a vein, she bursts into tears of joy the moment she sees him. She immediately slips out of his arms, drops to the floor, and begs forgiveness for forcing him to waste his precious energy on her. When she swears she will repay him with her life like always, he snaps at the fat idiot to at least try staying alive long enough to actually pay him back. After that, he demands an explanation from his subordinate Seo-yun, asking how the so-called strategist of the cult ended up the same as Bongu. Seo-yun bows deeply and apologizes over and over, saying she crossed dimensions for a reason. Hearing that, he realizes she must have seen something important. The redhead confirms it as a blue flare ignites in her right eye. That demonic eye is an ultra-rare artifact he personally gave her after she lost her original one serving under him. Its true value lies in its ability to imperfectly predict the future. With a heavy look on her face, she quietly reveals that her foresight showed her one thing: the demise of Earth. Our boy doesn't sound all that worried and asks if she is sure. She confirms that she doesn't know when it will happen, but she saw a destroyed Earth and Bongu by his side. That ticks him off that she used the tracking spell to come here all the way, just to tell him that she saw the end of Earth. Puffing like a kettle, he demands to know if she stole something from the Saintess to get here or something. Minjun's eyes then fall on the cross around her neck, and he figures that was indeed the case and calms down. He then asks what she saw in her visions. Seo-yun explains that she sensed a war due to hatred and anger, just like the one happening in Isgard right now. That makes his eyes go wide in shock, and he then starts letting loose, ranting that all his hard work there went to waste. Demanding to know who it was, she reveals that the Nova Empire is the culprit this time. The scene then shifts to the last day on Isgard before our boy returns to Earth in the Nova Empire. Countless bodies litter the floor as a cloaked figure stares down a juiced-up Frankenstein. An old guy behind the steroid zombie tells Minold not to get too cocky since he only defeated the beginner goons. The guy in front is the real threat here. That catches our boy's interest that the old guy knows his name, to which the man then reveals that he is a duke with good intel gatherers. The blondie then tries to aggro him, saying that it's a shame that he is being used as a slave by the Saintess, and gives him an offer. Without missing a beat, he shoots down the offer and tells the guy to make his move already. Clearly annoyed, the old man tries to make an offer again, but our boy shuts him up, saying that he didn't come here to chit-chat. Minjun tells him to save his yapping for these hands. Acting overconfident, the old man calls it a shame and sicks the juiced-up Frankenstein on him. Our boy doesn't even flinch and simply readies his hands as he powers up all his skills and replies that it is a shame indeed. A while later, he starts making his way back, with a sack over his shoulder. In the hallway, he notices a lone figure standing and asks why the big man came down here by himself. He wonders if the Archmage Isaac has some special business with him. The old man informs him that the castle is about to be taken over and asks if he needs some medical attention. Our boy brushes the idea aside, so the Archmage instead asks about the Duke, who turns out to be still alive. He then asks about the steroid zombies the Duke made, to which our boy replies that they were simply trash to the core. Getting serious, Archmage Isaac states that this is Nova's secret lab with illegal research over monsters that should never reach the light of day. Minjun just walks on by saying that he never intended to babble about it and takes his leave. The old man stops him and asks him one final question, asking what he thinks about the Saintess. That makes our boy break character as he gets a big smile on his face and reveals that he doesn't trust the witch one bit. Coming back to reality, he concludes his story that Nova's emperor was unalived by the hero, so there shouldn't be any of those created zombies. He then demands to know how they are back while his subordinates just sit there, listening to his rants. Forcing himself to calm down, he asks about his followers, but Seo-yun just stays silent. Understanding the situation, he states that he cannot do much from here. Bongu then speaks up, claiming that Master personally trained those people so they should be fine. The redhead grits her teeth as she forces herself to agree with the shapeshifter despite how much she hates him. The system then pops up informing our boy that when he uses demonic power on his loyal followers, a part will flow back to him. That catches him off guard that this kind of party buff is useless. However, after looking at their cute wide-eyed faces, he tells himself that someone has to look after them. Getting up, he declares that the prophecy won't stop him, as he will simply level up to become strong enough to set everything in place. His followers start hyping him up too, and he then thinks of the next step of the plan. A couple of days later, our boy puts forth a huge tower of cash, making Seoyeon interested. Manga starts salivating and reaching for the money, only for the redhead to smack his bird brain. She then tells her master that this much isn't necessary, however he reassures her that it is, and he can get the cash back very quickly. Minjun states that he couldn't give them a good life back in Isgard, but he can make sure that they live comfortably here, which makes the two emotional. The shapeshifter then says that he will work hard to get his identity card, to which our boy tells him not to get scammed. Watching the subordinate's passionate responses, the girl gets ticked off and clamps his beak shut. Meanwhile, our boy wonders that the people who try to scam them would never survive in the first place. The redhead then pulls him out of his thoughts, saying that after getting her card she wishes to join the Hunter Corps. The scene then shifts to a bus that is passing through the mountains. Our boy thinks about what Seoyeon said and figures that she can become a hunter after getting her card made illegally. However, he is completely stumped as to why she wants to become one in the first place. Soon after, he starts sweating hard as he recalls that since she grew up in Isgard, she might slip up and cause trouble for him here. Minjun starts biting his nails as he thinks that she is worse than Banggu in comparison. He starts brainstorming excuses that may make her change her mind, but then recalls that the Hunter Corps has a course for recruits, so they become naturalized to the rules. In the end, he decides to let the matter go and tells himself that things will work themselves out somehow. Sometime later, he walks through the forest area when he notices his Nightwalker suddenly jump onto his shoulder. Our boy asks if it also knows that the strange presence is around here and starts salivating over the opponents he might come across. As he turns around the corner, he notices that people have already gathered in the distance. By their clothes, it does not look like they are from the Hunter Corps. Just then, the group notices him as he approaches them. The big burly man in army clothes then walks up and starts staring him down. Minjun gets confused about what is happening, but then the guy speaks up and asks what he is doing here. Looking around, he makes an excuse that he is here to investigate a malfunctioning dungeon. The guy counters that an investigation was already done and introduces the group as Raid, which is a civilian hunter company. The macho man then says that they have official permission for this dungeon and even offers to show a permit. Our boy raises his hand in surrender and says that he is not here to cause problems. The leader then presses forward and asks what an officer is doing here alone on a weekend. Our boy recalls that the Hunter Corps handles nearly all the dungeons here in Korea. He figures that the big guy is afraid that this opportunity might get snatched away from him. Although he sympathizes with their feelings, he still wants to get into this dungeon too and starts smiling like crazy. Regaining his composure, he announces that he will not interfere with their raid. However, this extra investigation is necessary. Putting his hand up, our boy tells them that he only needs 5 minutes in there. The big man and the others remain suspicious of him. Minjun reassures them that he only needs to take a quick look and will not take any loot. Seeing no other option, the leader turns around and says that he will discuss this with his teammates. A few minutes later, the group discusses that since there is no profit to divide, everything should be fine. The masked man speaks up and says that our boy is traveling empty-handed, and that they should discuss this with the Hunter Corps first. The leader shuts the idea down quickly and reminds them that they do not meet the minimum 10-man requirement, so things will only get worse. The group keeps bickering while our boy wonders how much longer this is going to take. Just then, another voice speaks up and says to just go along with the plan. The hot blonde girl says that there should not be any problems, and the guys instantly start sucking up to her. Meanwhile, our boy nearly falls asleep from boredom while the girl looks at him like candy. Seeing that the matter is settled, Minjun then starts moving toward the portal, only for the girl to call him by name, which makes him stop. She then reveals that she is a huge fan of his work, but he does not give her even an ounce of attention. Finally, the leader starts his timer and says that they will enter in 5 minutes as discussed, while our boy simply answers yes in agreement. Just before entering, he calls out that he will annihilate anything that interferes with his investigation. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps building, the Special Task Force commander sweats nervously. At the same time, the Hunter Corps commander reviews a file and confirms with Major General Song if he truly can do nothing about the situation. He speaks up and says that he will try to contact them again, but then General Hakshiel slams the file down and asks what the problem is. Narrowing his eyes, he asks if Major General Du is the concern here. Song answers that the other Major General is against it, but so is the target himself. The general then relaxes and says that nothing can be done about this for now. The bearded man hurriedly states that he will try again, and even fight if he has to, but the general shuts him up and tells him to leave. Walking out of the room, Major General Song holds his head in frustration, but then notices his phone ringing. Realizing that it is his daughter, his mood completely changes and he asks what she wants. Just as his mood drops because of the scolding he received earlier, she says something that makes him instantly light up, and he demands to know more. The blondie tells her old man that she just met Minjun. The scene then shifts to the dungeon, where a giant lizard crawls around like it owns the place. All of a sudden, it notices something and gets alert as it stares down into the darkness. The monster gets ready to attack only for our boy to barrel right past it and launch it away. The other lizards over there meet the same fate as he continues to race forward toward his target. Minjun feels a very weak, almost unnoticeable demonic energy coming from the dungeon, and figures that that is the reason why civilian hunters were allowed here in the first place. He tells himself that if it were not for him sensing the demonic energy, the other hunters would have been done for. Just then, more lizards launch a surprise attack on him, only for him to dodge through them like a pro acrobat. Running away, he tells the lizards that he does not have time for small fry. Watching him go, the monsters wonder who the hell this crazy man is. Our boy then notices that the energy is close by and skids to a stop. Looking around, he cannot find a way in, but then he raises his leg high. Charging up a kick, he smashes through the wall and enters a secret room. He walks in like he owns the place, and the mega lizard wakes up from its nap. Minjun only seems mildly interested in the monster, and claims with a smile that the monster got in his way first. A few minutes later, the fight is underway with our boy effortlessly dodging all the monster's strikes. After having had enough, he stops the tail attack with just one hand and announces that he learned a new skill recently. Pointing his finger up, purple clouds start forming in the sky as the corruption rain skill gets activated. He then suddenly drops his finger down, and the poison rain falls. Sensing the danger, the giant lizard immediately jumps away, but not before some of the raindrops fall on its tail and form blisters. The monster screams in pain while our boy seems more concerned that the attack was not as powerful as he expected. His eyes then widen as he notices the giant lizard shedding its tail and immediately rushing toward him. Minjun manages to dodge the initial strike and mocks it for suddenly becoming more agile after losing the tail. He suddenly stops as he notices that something is off. The monster's tail starts to reform and slams into him. Blocking the attack, our boy looks up only to see a giant blob of venom heading his way. The venom coats his entire upper body and forces him to step back. Seeing its attacker now defenseless, the giant lizard steps forward as it becomes determined to chomp him up. Just as its nasty slimy tongue slithers out, our boy drops the act and grabs onto it, which catches the monster off guard. A dark aura begins to leak out as he announces that this weak venom is like candy to an advanced dark mage like him. Summoning giant hands that keep the monster's jaw open, he summons the corruption rain skill again, and menacingly asks how the inside of its body will react to his attack. The giant lizard realizes that it bit off more than it could chew, but it is too late as the attack explodes through its body. Now shirtless, Minjun watches the monster's body fall to the ground and smiles as the demonic energy flows into him. The system then gives him exciting news that he has also acquired the skill Vicious Charge. The skill allows him to act like a battering ram, which other dark mages usually ignore, but not him. Dismissing the system, he then focuses on clearing up the mess he left behind by using his corruption skill. All traces of the monster disappear, and with that, he turns to the opening he made. Walking out, he wonders if it has been 5 minutes so far. On the outside, the party is still waiting, and the masked guy asks if it is time yet. The leader confirms that it is, but then asks if the others can feel that something is not right. The macho guy continues and says that no investigation gets done in 5 minutes. He then wonders if the dungeon is actually very dangerous, and if our boy has been sent to the afterlife. The others start wondering why their luck is so trash. The leader then says to just set up camp here instead, since they should not get involved with the investigation. The others get confused, but he explains that there might be trouble if the guy actually dies in there. Just then, the blonde speaks up and says that it will not happen. That catches everyone off guard. The leader asks if she actually knows the guy since she said she was a fan. She answers that our boy is the one who cleared the fake dungeon. Everyone gets surprised, but the masked man states that it was a regular sergeant from the 104th Division who cleared the dungeon. He then asks how the girl knows that it is him, even though the Hunter Corps never reveal personal identity. She dodges the question and says that she has her methods and that they should prepare to go in already. The macho guy suddenly stands up and voices his concerns as he asks, "What if the dungeon is extremely dangerous?" Ji-yoon just sighs and asks if the big oaf truly believes that what our boy said is true and claims that she does not. Walking toward the portal, she says that they upheld the 5-minute agreement and that she wants to go in now. What she actually wants is to get some dirt on Minjun, but just then, the blue-haired girl points something out. The squad gets alerted as someone steps out of the portal. Still shirtless, our boy catwalks his way toward them while posing like a movie star. The girls instantly start blushing while the leader asks what the hell happened in there. Our boy gives the green light to go ahead. Before they can leave, however, he asks to borrow a shirt. Back in his apartment, Seoyeon sits at the laptop, typing away with intense focus. Right on cue, Bonggu walks in carrying a bag stuffed with ramen and random snacks. With a pissy attitude, she immediately demands to know where exactly he disappeared to without saying a single word. When he bluntly replies that he just went to the store because they were out of noodles, she twitches. Cheerful as ever, he offers to cook some for her too. But the hormonal barbarian drives her fist straight into his weak ribcage. She scolds him for wasting time at convenience stores instead of training and getting stronger. Confused and hurt, Bonggu argues that communication usually starts with moving your lips, not fists. She snaps back that he has no right to waste the dark energy their master used to save them on snacks and flying around the city. She goes as far as saying she would rather have died than accept that energy if it came with a penalty for Lord Minold. Bonggu quickly swears he will help fix everything in no time using his scouting abilities. Grabbing him by the collar, she reminds him that dark energy does not simply refill. It is already scarce in this world, and even what little exists is painfully limited. Bonggu insists he trusts their master and believes saving them is also a part of his big plan. Watching his stupidly innocent expression finally makes her snap. She throws another punch, but this time Bonggu refuses to tank it. Just then, their sergeant walks in and finds the two of them brawling like children. Without reacting much, he calmly asks whether things are proceeding according to plan. Seoyeon reports that Bonggu will meet the black market trader in a few days. Minjun reminds her to keep a close eye on him since reliability is not exactly his strong suit. Bonggu does himself zero favors, munching on snacks like a starved panda. Anyway, he asks Seoyeon if she is truly serious about joining the Korean hunters alongside him. The girl proudly declares she has studied all his Korean textbooks thoroughly and is ready to enlist at any time. Just then, a Discord notification pings and she absolutely loses it. Our boy watches in mild shock and strange admiration as the keyboard warrior unleashes her flawless Korean. Apparently, she has been fiercely defending his reputation online as Kim Minjun Fan 69. That aside, he orders Bonggu to hold down the fort without causing a single incident. While Minjun is not heading out on a special mission, he has been assigned to a 5-minute standby. That means he and his squad must remain on duty for 24 hours straight, ready to respond to any orders in their designated sector. Normally, this is a mock exercise for soldiers in the military, but when hunters get involved, it usually means things are going to get ugly. The next day, he briefs his squad, who secretly hope it is just another training drill. The boys are not exactly thrilled about the standby either. They all know it feels like playing endless hell mode, where emergency calls keep dropping non-stop for a solid 24 hours. With his squad packed in the back of the Jeep, our boy slams the gas pedal and heads out to begin the 5-minute standby. Still, something about this feels off to him. It does not take long for that feeling to prove correct when he spots a blockade right at the starting route. His eyes narrow at the sight of a chiseled Major Louis Armstrong cosplayer standing there with a confident grin. Suddenly, the memory clicks. This is the same guy who once acted all tough, until a solid whipping humbled him real quick. He steps out of the Jeep, and the massive officer greets him with fake excitement. The man apologizes dramatically, saying he needs to borrow the Jeep since his own car conveniently broke down. Unfazed, our sergeant checks his watch for the time limit to reach the checkpoint. The smug general grins wider, clearly thinking Minjun will fail without a car. To his shock, our boy calmly orders his squad to move out immediately. If they don't have a car, they will use their legs. Annoyed beyond belief, the squad follows behind while the general grinds his teeth at Minjun's unshakable composure. A few minutes later, they reach the checkpoint completely exhausted, arriving with barely 4 minutes to spare. Waiting there is Major General Song Bayomgi, and judging by his expression, he has an even bigger surprise prepared. Minjun orders his team to stand at attention and salute. All the while, his eyes remain locked on the Special Task Force badge pinned to Major General Song's uniform. In that instant, he understands exactly what this darn task force is planning. You see, before Minjun even reached the checkpoint, the Major General had already noticed that Colonel Lee was not entirely pleased with the setup. The general tells him to stop being so stiff, saying this is simply how he handles things. Colonel Lee politely replies that he is not unhappy at all. Rather, he feels honored that the great commander personally visited such a small and insignificant unit. Colonel Lee understands that his current rank may not be enough to properly command a hunter unit like Minjun's. Still, he finds it like overkill that headquarters dispatched senior officers such as Special Task Force hunters to discipline them for this drill. Not to mention, the chief commander himself showed up just to observe what was supposed to be a simple training drill. The scene shifts back to the squad before they headed out earlier that day. They already suspected the 5-minute standby had something to do with Minjun. One of them mutters that it is probably fallout from his earlier clash with that task force sergeant. Hearing that, our boy makes it clear that this is exactly why they need to shove a win in their faces. The squad instantly gets fired up, convinced this is nothing compared to Sergeant Minjun's demonic training sessions. Later, during their uphill sprint toward the checkpoint, the squad pushes through the mountain trail. Corporal Lee radios in that there is nothing unusual to report so far. Some of the men quietly worry about potential hostiles in the area, but the corporal reassures them the route has been abandoned for years. That reassurance briefly restores everyone's hope that this is just another routine drill. But that hope shatters the moment they spot a suspicious outpost ahead. When two men who clearly look like professional killers step into view, the squad immediately raises their weapons. Minjun contacts headquarters and receives direct orders to capture them alive. As the two professionals approach confidently, Minjun calmly orders them to drop their guns. This is his squad, and his squad handles enemies the old-fashioned way, with their bare hands. The blonde man effortlessly deflects one soldier's strike and blocks a surprise attack from another without breaking form. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy goes full star platinum on a different subordinate, overwhelming him in seconds. Minjun quickly realizes he has to step in if he does not want his men getting folded. Our sergeant moves toward the silver-haired fighter first. The guy throws punches so fast his fists blur in the air, but Minjun turns the swagger up to max, weaving through them like it is light work. He kicks the man in the knee to break his balance, and then slams him into the ground so hard the impact cracks the earth beneath them. After that, he glances at his stunned subordinates and tells them to finish the job. The greedy little masochists happily jump in, beating the poor guy while he is already down bad. With that handled, Minjun shifts his focus to the roided-up wrestler who has been tossing his men around. The massive dude steps forward, towering over him in a clear attempt to assert dominance. Our sergeant casually suggests they play a game of one touch. He even generously allows Arnold Schwarzenegger to land the first hit. The big man swings with full force, only to freeze when the scrawny-looking sergeant does not even flinch. Shrugging it off, the wrestler flexes his chest next, convinced those steel abs make him untouchable. Famous last move? The second Minjun's fist connects. The man's soul practically leaves his body. Without missing a beat, Minjun orders his squad to dogpile him too. Desperate, the buff guy calls for a timeout and yells that he is actually a task force agent, and this is just part of training. Unfortunately for him, Minjun's demons do not process excuses, and they beat him until he is crying for his mom. Back in the present at the checkpoint, Colonel Lee is riled up over the commander's shady setup. He warns that he will file an official complaint if this stunt causes a serious rift between the military and the special task force. The commander tells him to calm down before he does something he regrets. The rising tension snaps when someone knocks on the door. A soldier steps in and reports that the 5-minute standby squad has arrived. When the colonel anxiously asks whether there are any injuries, the soldier states that 2 individuals were severely hurt. The colonel nearly has a heart attack, until the soldier clarifies that the 2 suspicious hostiles are currently in a coma. The standby squad, on the other hand, is perfectly fine. Hearing that, Colonel Lee is genuinely confused about how that is even possible. The soldier, barely containing his excitement, reports that their unit suffered only minor scratches and successfully captured the 2 sussy Baka agents. Colonel Lee turns toward the task force commander with a cheeky grin. The man looks like he is about to have a stroke, realizing his grand scheme just got completely outplayed by Minjun. Hunter Han Borum and the other special agent are in terrible condition. The commander grinds his teeth in frustration before dismissing everyone except our boy from the room. Once they are alone, he advances toward him like an angry bull trying to intimidate him. Minjun doesn't even blink. Seeing how calm he remains under this pressure, the commander suddenly bursts out laughing in surprise. He cannot wrap his head around the fact that someone this capable is still just a sergeant, and openly calls his superiors idiots. Grabbing Minjun by the shoulder, he bluntly invites him over to the special task force, and even offers a massive promotion on the spot. Minjun looks completely unimpressed, so the commander sweetens the deal, saying he will accept any condition Minjun names. That line instantly triggers some devious ideas in our boy's head, and the two dive into a long, detailed negotiation behind closed doors. Outside, one of Colonel Lee's subordinates nervously wonders if that scheming bastard is about to steal their sergeant away, but Colonel Lee does not look worried in the slightest. He firmly believes Minjun is a man with principles who does not bend easily under pressure. Right then, the commander's furious shouting and cursing echo from inside the office. Lee bursts out laughing, knowing exactly how this was going to play out. Still, he quietly hopes Minjun does not end up in serious trouble for offending the task force chief. Inside the office, the commander demands to know why the hell Minjun needs guaranteed on-duty gaming hours and something called dungeon power time. Our boy calmly explains that he refuses to live under internet bans and ridiculous electronics restrictions. On top of that, he states with a straight face that Dungeon Power Fighter is a top-tier game that deserves dedication. The commander fumes, saying his level of disobedience as a soldier is unbelievable. He finds it absolutely diabolical that Minjun is spouting this nonsense in front of a 5-star commander. The man questions whether the 5-minute standby stunt taught him anything about hierarchy and power. As a 5-star commander, he can easily make life miserable for both him and his squad. But when he notices Minjun does not flinch even at that threat, the commander switches tactics and decides to approach this from a strictly legal angle instead. He reminds Minjun about the time he illegally used his sergeant status to illegally take part in a civilian hunter company raid. The commander threatens to reopen the case, launch a formal inspection, and pursue legal action if necessary. But that momentum dies instantly when the office door swings open and Major General Du storms inside. He declares he personally authorized Minjun's participation. The Major General coldly states that it is pretty bold of the commander to try taking advantage of his brief absence. He throws a thick bundle of files, casually dropping that he also happens to possess some very shady information on him. Seeing the task force commander freeze in visible shock, our boy cannot help but enjoy the karma. He quickly pieces it together and realizes this entire backup plan traces back to Song Ji-yoon, who recognized him during that so-called dungeon raid inspection. The self-proclaimed superfan had apparently planned to use the raid incident as leverage from the very beginning. All of it was part of her plan to recruit him into the task force. Going back to the first day of his mission, all of his squad members are nearly collapsing from fatigue. He opens the door and silently observes the scene. Dongjin snaps out of his drowsy state and asks if they will start mobilizing soon. Minjun tells him to take it easy for the day, to which the squad mate asks him to rest too. Our boy tells him not to worry about it and to be prepared for tomorrow. Watching the door close, Dongjin starts to get scared since this was just their first day here. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Minjun starts talking to himself that he's going to take care of all the pests tonight and telepathically orders Bongu to start. Standing outside the raid building, the shapeshifter and Nightwalker answer in the affirmative and prepare for their entry. Inside the building, Ji-yoon is busy working on her computer, but then she notices that something is not right. Walking around the floor, she spots a cleaner sweeping in the corner. The blonde gets suspicious and asks what the cleaner is doing here at this time. The man stops sweeping and claims that he got the time schedule mixed up and promises to be done soon. That only makes her more suspicious, so she then asks the guy to show his face and identity card. The man doesn't move from his spot, in response to which she starts activating her powers and repeats what she said. The cleaner then turns around and asks her to be patient. She warns him not to move a single step, but her words die in her throat as she notices the absolute specimen standing in front of her. Bongu hits her with his dashing killer smile and calmly asks her not to raise her voice. Completely love-struck, Ji-yoon's brain short-circuits as she just stands there in shock. Bongu then shakes his head, saying that he doesn't have his card since this is his first day here. Meanwhile, he activates his seduction skill, which makes the blonde fall right into the trap. All of a sudden she gets serious, finding it unbelievable that a worker doesn't have his card on his first day. However, she then unclips her own card and offers it to him, saying that must have been a real bother. Ji-yoon tells him to use the card and return it to her tomorrow. Bongu takes the card and immediately tosses it into his cart. The Nightwalker grabs it and runs off immediately, all while the blonde is still trying to hit on him. Bongu takes her up on her generosity and asks her for one last favor. Still smiling like an angel, he passes the mop to her and tells her to get to mopping. While Ji-yoon is busy cleaning up for the first time in her life, the elevator dings as Seo-yeon enters the floor with the key card. Spotting the locked office, she swipes the card on the reader and sneaks inside. Our boy sends her a telepathic message to look into the blonde, as he is sure she is linked to the Hunter Special Task Force in some way. The redhead spots an open computer and gets to work as she swears to herself that she will find the evidence. A short while later, her eyes widen, then she smirks as she finally spots something. Our boy gets a devious smile of his own as he tells her to copy all the data and send it to the address he will give her. Coming back to the present, Song starts shaking with rage as he wonders where the hell Do got this from. He tries to act innocent and asks what the document is. Do starts roasting him, asking if the big man cannot take responsibility for his actions. He continues that there has been an anonymous report stating that official Hunter Corps data has been shared with a civilian hunter company. Along with that, there was some personal stuff that was shared that wasn't in the database. Major General Song already knows all of this and silently wonders what the hell his daughter did. Just then, Major General Do mentions Ji-yoon, and also that she is hiding as a headhunting job holder, even though she could be a leader in raid. He continues that he knows the girl used the stolen data to contact hunters with potential and recruited them. Do then asks again if the guy is sure that he has no idea about any of this. Throwing the paper down, Song grips the guy's shoulders and demands to know if there is actual evidence for all these allegations. Major General Do easily pulls his hand away and warns him to lower his voice since the walls have ears. Pulling his hand back, Song stares daggers at our boy, who doesn't show even the slightest bit of emotion. The Major General then pushes past him and says that he will be taking his leave now. He says that the Special Task Force will look into this matter, which makes our boy deadpan that the guy will look into his own corruption. Before the man leaves, Do asks if this matter doesn't involve General Hakshiel. Song stares back at Major General Do and reminds him that the walls have ears, then slams the door shut. Minjun gets confused as he is the only one listening there, but then Major General Do bursts into laughter at the entire incident. Our boy then shouts out that he didn't hear any of the conversation. The Major General reveals that Minjun's info was also in those files and his dungeon raid data. He then says that things are looking very shady right now, but he won't pry further into the matter. Our boy thanks his superior for his kindness, but then the Major General stops him. He recalls all of Minjun's exploits as well as the Special Task Force's obsession over him in the report. Turning his head around, he asks our boy if there is something that he should be aware of. Our hero tells him that he will let the big guy know once the time is right and asks him to cooperate. Major General Du just grins and says that he is looking forward to that day. Meanwhile, at the 104th Division, Colonel Yu is at her desk sorting through documents. Someone then knocks on the door, to which she gives the order to come in. It turns out to be none other than Yunseo. A few moments later, the two are having a small tea party. Colonel Yu congratulates her on getting such a fast promotion, which makes the blue-haired girl flustered. Recalling Minjun's record, Yunseo feels a little dejected, but the colonel reassures her that the guy is an anomaly. The woman then reveals that she heard the Special Task Force contacted Yunseo, to which the girl answers yes. The colonel realizes that they wanted to recruit the blue-haired girl, but then asks what she thinks of the idea. Yunseo smiles and says that she turned down the offer with zero hesitation, which catches the colonel by surprise. Yu then smiles and says that she is relieved to hear that. However, the colonel then presses further, recalling that the blue-haired girl first turned down her own father's division, and then the Special Task Force. After staying silent for a few moments, Yunseo reveals that she has a very talented friend who is far above her in skill. However, she has a dream that she will surpass him one day, and that guy is working in this place. Colonel Yu smiles and states that she is cheering for the girl. After that, the older woman brings up vacations and asks if she has any plans. Yunseo answers that she is looking forward to spending them with her group members. The scene then shifts to the girl squad with shocked looks on their faces as they come face to face with Minjun's squad. Yunseo then asks what they are doing here, but our boy has the same question in mind and is annoyed that they even picked the same days. Just then, a voice calls out to them, making our boy freeze up. The man calmly asks what they are all doing here while the veins in his arm are about to burst from holding the suitcase too tightly. Major General Taeho then demands to know what the hell is going on here. Sometime later, Minjun's squad settles into their room. Kim is over the moon that he got to meet the 4th Battalion, and Han-young is also excited that they got 7 days of vacation. On top of that, they got passes for the resort that are usually limited to higher-ups, and the 4th Battalion being here makes it the icing on top. Just then, the guys get alert as a drained Minjun makes his way back. Dongjin asks what happened with the Major General. Our boy simply flops down on his bed and explains that the old man was accusing him of stalking his daughter all the way here. He then starts ranting that he knew coming here was a mistake all along. Dongjin tries to reassure him that the Major General simply had a misunderstanding, and at least he left them alone for now. The two in the background bicker that despite being busy, the Major Commander somehow always makes time for the 4th Battalion girls. The brown-haired guy then tries to cheer him up by saying that they should at least enjoy the beach. Just then, the two troublemakers spring into action as they agree with those words while somehow managing to instantly change into suits. Minjun has had enough as he rushes toward them and slams the two straight into the ground. He warns them that they should get changed if they don't want the Major General to destroy them. At that moment, Sergeant Seung-ho puts a hand on his shoulder and gives him a thumbs up. Our hero figures that he is in high spirits too. Looking at his reflection, our boy smiles and realizes that they are all right. Some moments later, the entire squad gets ready for some beach action. The 4th Battalion also shows up, dressed up to impress. The two groups start their beach time with a good old-fashioned game of volleyball. Meanwhile, our boy runs away from the overly excited pink-haired girl who desperately wants to rub sunscreen all over him. The boys decide to test their balance on one leg in the water, which makes our hero confused. However, the two troublemakers don't let the opportunity pass as they scoop him up and rush him toward the ocean. That ticks Minjun off, who flicks Kim into the air and puts Han-young in a headlock. Watching the entire scene, the two squads burst into laughter, especially Yunseo. Sometime later, the entire lot sits down on the shoreline and watches the waves come in. Seeing the girls bring in refreshments, Kim comments that the beach is indeed extremely nice. The scene then shifts to a boy who is picking up a ball from the sand. Just then, he notices something in the distance. His mom reminds him not to go too far into the sea, but the boy then asks her what that thing is in the distance. The woman also gets confused and wonders if it is smoke. Meanwhile, at the mysterious rock formation, large predatory fish can be seen circling in the water. Coming back to the group, the pink-haired girl calls out to her friend Hyeju to take a look at the Lumi keychain. She recalls that our boy received it back then at that carnival, and tells herself that he was holding on to their precious memories. The black-haired girl knows that is not the case, but remains silent. They then get disturbed by a commotion, as Kim and Han-young egg Minjun on for losing rock, paper, scissors. Throwing the rock symbol in his face, they demand that our boy hold up the bet and buy them ice cream. However, he doesn't let that slide, as he crushes both their rocks with his scissors, defying the rules of the universe. Meanwhile, the girls laugh in the background. Kim doesn't let the matter go and grabs Minjun's backpack, pulling on the keychain. Our boy gets irritated and says that his wallet isn't in there as he pulls on the straps. However, the keychain tears apart, which makes everyone go silent. Seeing that his doom is close by, Kim hands the broken Lumi keychain to Mari, and the two troublemakers immediately make a run for it. Han-young calls out that he didn't do anything, but when he sees the murderous look in Minjun's eyes, he shuts up and keeps running. Seeing no other option, the two immediately jump into the water like pro swimmers, figuring that they will die if they get caught. Back on the beach, our boy is fuming while the pink-haired girl still fangirls over him, saying that our boy loves collecting memories. Sometime later, the two troublemakers manage to make it all the way near the smoking rock formations and catch their breath. Han-young blames Kim for dragging him into this, but the guy starts throwing a tantrum, claiming it was an accident. The ponytail guy tells him that he has no choice but to go back and apologize for what he did. Just then, Han-young notices something in the water, which scares Kim even more. He claims that he felt something warm pass near his legs. All of a sudden, the fish monster starts to rush toward them, and the two look around in confusion. The fish monster then jumps out of the water, determined to get a nibble which catches the two by surprise. Coming back to the beach, Sergeant Sung-ho builds a majestic sandcastle like he took art classes from Picasso. Dongjin walks up to him and asks if he has seen the two troublemakers. The sergeant thinks for a bit and recalls that they were making an ice cream bet with our boy. Out of nowhere, people start gathering near the ocean, which catches their attention. Kim and Han-young make their way out of the water covered in giant monster bites. The two immediately rush toward their injured teammates. Looking at their wounds, the sergeant commands Dongjin to take Han-young to the infirmary right now. He then asks Kim what the hell happened back there. Before the guy can respond, he notices that our boy has managed to close in on them and immediately starts apologizing for the keychain. However, Minjun then notices the bite marks, and Kim reveals that they were attacked by scarlet anglerfish monsters. The 4th Battalion girls also make their way toward them and get shocked by the news. Yunseo recalls that they appeared in Samcheok's dungeon and might have come from there. Kim then says that they saw 2 of them, but apologizes that they were caught off guard and couldn't kill any of them. Seeing the man apologize like that, Yunseo starts consoling him while our boy orders Sergeant Sung-ho to take Kim to the medic. He then tells Unseo and the buff blonde girl to report the situation to the superiors and start evacuating the people. Before she can argue, our boy asks her for details about the fish monsters. Unseo answers that they got their name from their red color and the hanging lanterns on their foreheads. The fish can generate high heat and are extremely aggressive. Minjun confirms that it is all true and reveals that because of their violent nature, they don't fight in groups and even eat their own. This is why it is extremely strange for the 2 fish to be so far out here and hunt people together. Our boy says that he will go investigate the issue. However, the blue-haired girl stops him, saying that it is too risky. Minjun reminds her that time is of the essence and besides, he can do better on his own. He quickly adds that this is the case for now at least, and asks her to work together with him. He finishes by saying there is no time to waste, and the 3 sergeants immediately spring into action. With that, our boy rushes toward the water at full speed. While the others carry out their duties, he starts thinking that the only reason 2 of these fish monsters would work together is to breed thousands more like them. The girls rush back inside to alert the security team about the situation. Yunseo quickly reports that the resort is under attack, and Sergeant Kim Minjun is doing everything he can to hold the threat back. Even with his overwhelming strength, our hero would struggle to defeat the anglerfish and their eggs. You see, the eggs contain a massive amount of heat which is released when they hatch. If too many of them hatch in one location, the resulting blast could reach nuclear-level destruction and wipe the entire resort off the map. Minjun knows this better than anyone because anglerfish eggs were used as nature's time bombs back in Isgard. Personally, he would not mind dropping a bomb on the nest to erase it from existence. The problem is that the explosion would also level the resort along with it. Instead, he tracks the source of the warmest water in the area. The moment he dives beneath the surface, his suspicion of the anglerfish breeding is confirmed. Unfortunately, his corruption-based skills are nearly useless underwater. Somehow, water turns out to be the greatest weakness of a dark mage. To make matters worse, the anglerfish move far faster than him in their natural habitat. Still, our hero grins confidently because there is no enemy he cannot outplay. He charges straight toward a pair of them, intending to bait them into attacking so he can counter. Just as they close in, something sharp whizzes past his head like a fired bullet. His eyes widen in shock as he tries to process what just happened. In that instant, he discovers that scarlet anglerfish hide harpoon-like teeth deep inside their throats. The bony projectiles slam against his rock-hard muscles. Constantly dodging the barrage drains his stamina fast, leaving him desperate for air. With one final push, he kicks upward with all his strength and finally breaks through to the surface. He lets out every curse in the dictionary, venting his frustration at the overgrown mangacaps. But his anger quickly turns into confusion when he spots Bongu casually walking on the nest. His loyal servant explains that he could not just stay home while his master was clearly in danger. Still catching his breath, Minjun asks what exactly gave him the idea that he was in trouble. Grinning from ear to ear, Bonggu confirms that the annoying Ginger predicted it with her foresight. Just then, Seoyeon leaps in from the shore with a spear in hand, and Bonggu confidently tells Minjun to leave the rest to them. Hearing that, our sergeant does not argue at all because Bonggu is Isgard's undisputed #1 fish slayer. The shapeshifter cleverly transforms into a scarlet squid, the anglerfish's favorite prey, luring them in before finishing them off without mercy. Minjun climbs onto the rocky nest and wonders what exactly Seoyeon saw that made her rush to his side so urgently. A single glance at the overwhelming number of eggs packed inside the nest makes it obvious. Staying a few minutes longer, he will be vaporized by the explosion. It still surprises him how drastically his fate has shifted ever since Seoyeon entered his life. He even managed to blackmail the Special Task Force commander. That is good news though, because it proves the prophesied future is not set in stone. If fate can be altered once, it can be altered again. With that risky thought in mind, he takes a gamble he never would have considered before, and casts corruption over every single egg. Meanwhile, Bonggu keeps teasing the anglerfish, tricking them into thinking they are seconds away from securing an easy meal. As the scarlet squid, he baits them into launching out of the water. A far deadlier surprise awaits them above the surface. Seoyeon hurls her harpoon with terrifying force, bursting them mid-air like grotesque water balloons. Then she spots Lord Minold standing atop the nest, casually playing with what is pretty much a mountain of bombs. Panicked, she swims toward him at full speed, screaming at him to run immediately. But the madman refuses to budge, stubbornly holding his ground until the eggs finally detonate. The scene shifts to a few moments earlier back on the shore. Yunseo receives a call from her father, who immediately asks if she is safe. As she begins explaining everything that has happened, his tone suddenly turns serious. He cuts her off, ordering her to gather everyone and evacuate as quickly as possible. Apparently, he just received a warning from another division's commander. That commander revealed the anglerfish are far from ordinary monsters. He admitted that many of his subordinates died during a dungeon raid involving them. That information was never made public. While the hunters were attempting to clear out the eggs inside the dungeon, a massive explosion occurred. If eggs are present, getting anywhere near them is extremely dangerous. The moment he says that, a colossal explosion erupts exactly where the nest was. Unseo and the others freeze, staring at the rising smoke in stunned silence. She suddenly recalls Minjun explaining that scarlet anglerfish are vicious creatures that typically prey on their own kind. It makes no sense for them to attack humans on the shore, which is why he chose to investigate in the first place. All rational thought leaves her as she drops her phone and sprints toward the blast site. The horrifying realization that her beloved sergeant was inside that explosion shakes her. The others rush to stop her, warning that there could be additional blasts waiting to go off. Overwhelmed and helpless, she screams his name at the top of her lungs. Right on cue, Sergeant Kim Minjun casually walks out onto the shore like he just finished an intense swim workout. Almost like he wasn't just in the middle of a nuclear detonation. An hour earlier, Seoyeon had been minding her own business when the shapeshifter suddenly crashed through the window. Without hesitation, she began beating him up for being useless as usual. However, he stunned her by announcing that he successfully secured their fake passports. With a smug grin, he told her to call him Ronald McDonald from now on. Not amused, Seoyeon stated she would continue calling him a parasite, because that's what he is. She also questioned whether the passports were even legitimate. Suddenly her eye began burning intensely, and a vision flooded her mind. In the vision, she saw Minjun swimming toward the nest, luring the anglerfish away, right before a sudden explosion goes off. Not long after, the resort grounds are littered with bodies. Grieving relatives stand beside their loved ones, unable to process the devastation. In her vision, Seoyeon and Bonggu stand beside one body as well, refusing to believe what happened. The moment she regained her senses back then, she screamed at Bonggu to locate their master immediately, because he was in grave danger. Now in the present, she watches that exact nightmare threaten to unfold again before her eyes. Before she is overcome with grief, a familiar face suddenly rises from the water behind her. She spins around and demands to know if he is all right, and our boy casually admits he made a massive mistake by casting corruption on the eggs. She assures him that him destroying the eggs still saved countless lives. Compared to the catastrophic vision she witnessed, this explosion was nothing. She is relieved to see he survived the explosion. However, Minjun calmly states that he did not exactly survive on his own. Bonggu sacrificed himself to shield him from the blast. His attempt to wipe out the eggs was not fast enough, and the explosion detonated midway through the process. At the final second, a tentacle wrapped around him and tossed him out of there. After completing his duty, his loyal servant and closest friend gave him one last goofy smile before the blast got him. Seoyeon trembles, struggling to accept that Bonggu is truly gone, and swears she will honor his sacrifice forever. Then Minjun squints at the water beside them and notices a familiar body floating nearby. Somehow, Bonggu survived the blast, though both of his hands are completely gone. The two bros immediately pull each other into a relieved embrace, sharing a ridiculous but heartfelt moment. Watching this unfold, Seoyeon's respect for him deepens even further. For the first time, she calls him by his actual name instead of an insult. Soon after that, backup forces arrive, and the entire situation is swiftly brought under control. Normally, survivors would be detained for a thorough investigation. However, Minjun and Major General Sun Taiho share a quiet mutual understanding, so he is allowed to leave without complications. Even so, the official report credits him almost entirely for neutralizing the threat. Later that afternoon, the division begins packing up and preparing to depart. The girls are disappointed that their vacation ended on such a sour note, especially with the resort closing early until the area is deemed safe again. Standing on the hotel rooftop, the sergeant asks Seoyeon where Bonggu disappeared to. She replies that he is currently recovering from his injuries, and his regeneration is progressing unusually fast. Minjun finds it impressive that Bonggu sustained little damage for someone who was so close to the blast radius. He thinks to himself that the guy is built different. Then he notices something weird, asking Seoyeon why she is still wearing the outfit he bought her weeks ago. When he questions whether she has washed it even once, she starts sniffing it. He facepalms the moment she explains she won't buy new clothes because that is a waste of his hard-earned money. Right then, a tiny blob of demonic energy slams itself against his face. After an awkward silence, he yells at the annoying little Nightwalker and orders it to calm down. The little guy grins and reports to him that a gate will be appearing soon. While Seoyeon remains distracted, sniffing her dirty clothes, Minjun suddenly asks if she wants to officially join the Korean hunters. She accepts without hesitation, and he briefs her on their first mission together. The next day, they head into the city, where she shows up wearing a brand new outfit that looks almost unfairly cute. He asks if she feels all right, and she awkwardly admits she is uncomfortable wearing such expensive clothes he paid for. He bluntly tells her to stop worrying about trivial nonsense and focus on the plan. His harsh but straightforward words oddly reassure her, and she activates her unpredictable demon eye. Normally, the artifact triggers on its own without warning. However, there are ways to consciously use its foresight ability. First, the user must be near the location where the event will occur. Only the near future can be glimpsed, and the greatest limitation is the heavy amount of demonic energy it consumes. Our sergeant feels genuine pain every time his precious demonic energy drains with each passing second. Still, it is all worth it the moment Seoyeon finally sees what they have been waiting for. She explains that a gate will open exactly 1 minute into the future, and a wave of wolf-type monsters will pour out. On top of that, she spots a unique variant that appears to be their leader. Minjun practically starts drooling at the thought of monopolizing the rewards, thanks to her absurdly broken foresight. Soon enough, the gate materializes, and the two stand ready to move. He reminds her to stick strictly to the plan he briefed her on earlier. Asking one final time if she is confident, he waits for confirmation, and she firmly nods. Minjun calmly repeats the two absolute rules. First, harm no innocent bystanders. Second, never let anyone witness your dark magic. With that settled, the monsters begin emerging from the gate. He tells her to perform at her best, and promises to step in immediately if things spiral out of control. The first wolf leaps out and unleashes a thunderous roar to assert dominance over the area. Seoyeon responds by drawing her demon whip, which is cleverly disguised as a baseball bat to hide her dark magic. Minjun intentionally stays out of direct combat. He is under heavy public attention after the Socho Resort incident. That is why he devised a strategy to farm dungeon rewards without personally stepping into the spotlight. The entire plan hinges on Seoyeon, one of the rare combat-specialized dark mages. The bloodthirsty redhead locks onto her target and swings that bat like she is playing whack-a-mole at an arcade booth. As expected, the lycanthrope's hide proves far too tough for her initial strike to deal real damage. However, she demonstrates her brilliant fighting instincts next. Sliding smoothly beneath the creature's claws, she closes the distance and delivers a clean, powerful smack straight to its jaw. The strike causes the werewolf to bleed from its mouth, but just then, Seoyeon notices something is not right. The giant mutt swipes down at her, but she manages to dodge and retreats back a bit. Holding its jaw, the monster starts growling, but the redhead simply holds the bat up and tells the monster to come at her. Meanwhile, Minjun doesn't seem bothered at all. The oversized pup lets out a huge roar, and the two fighters head toward each other for yet another clash. The werewolf makes another swipe at her, but she simply powers through it, blasting a huge hole in its body. Letting out its last breath, the dead monster then falls to the ground. Still calmly observing the situation, Minjun thinks that he didn't even need to step in for a second, and figures that Seoyeon will do just fine. Just then, the Hunter Corps shows up. In this world, all those who unlock skills need to be reported to the authorities. If people find out that some hotshot started showing off skills, they would become the center of attention. Our boy is severely opposed to receiving attention like that. Watching her walk away with the officer, Minjun thinks that she did manage to beat the wolf monster with just a bat. So hopefully no one will find out about the skill users at all. The scene then shifts to the guy from the fake dungeon who comments that it was indeed a skill. The guy is sitting in a room with Ji-yoon, who seems confused by what he just said. The brown-haired guy continues that he never saw anything like that before, so that is the only reasonable explanation. He repeats that he is sure Minjun used a skill back then. The blonde gets serious and tells him not to hold out on any details. The man sweats bullets as he finds it hard to reveal this information for some reason. Staring at Ji-yoon's business card, he finally opens up that it started when they reached the center of the fake dungeon to clear it. The monsters were piling up on them and they were in a really bad situation. When the orb containing the demonic energy started leaking, our boy materialized a giant dark sword out of nowhere, catching everyone by surprise. Minjun then swung the sword and took care of the monsters in the area in one swipe. Thanks to his help, everyone there survived that day. Finally, when he crushed the orb, they all started celebrating. However, our boy told them to hold their horses and wait for the exit to appear. All the hunters there start singing his praises, and he eats it right up. However, he then tells the group that they need to do a little something in return. Everyone gets overenthusiastic and agrees. He tells them that they should do their very best to forget anything unusual they saw there. Everyone gets surprised by the request, but agrees to do it with zero hesitation. Coming back to the present, Ji-yoon slams her hand on the desk, finding it hard to believe. The man asks if this will affect Minjun in a bad way. The blonde reminds him that our boy is now a sergeant first class. Ji-yoon then gets up and asks if the man has told this information to anyone else, to which he says that she is the first to know. Everyone wants to protect the secret. She then tells him to keep his mouth shut, even about the fact that he came here today. With that, Ji-yoon turns to leave, but the man calls out to her. He nervously asks her about the deal they made, to which she says that this information was definitely important. The blonde tells the guy to contact her when he gets discharged from his duties and whips out her phone. On the inside, she doesn't care one bit since giving a position in a raid squad is practically nothing in exchange for the info, assuming the company survives. She recalls that day when she lost her memories and all the important documents got stolen right under their noses, leaving her as the main suspect. All of this happened when she got involved with our boy. When the voice automatically sends her to voicemail, she starts throwing a tantrum and wonders why the hell her father isn't answering. She starts sweating as she slowly begins to realize that she messed with the wrong bull. A few days later, our boy makes his way back to his squad. His superior, First Lieutenant Cheolman, is relieved to see him doing well. The man grips his shoulders and apologizes for what happened on the vacation trip. The first lieutenant then informs him that there will be a minor investigation as a formality. Just then, First Sergeant Minji calls out to Minjun. The buff soldier starts advancing toward him, while our boy frantically reassures him that he is fine. Mr. Scarface tries to pull him into a bear hug, which our hero manages to dodge. At that moment, the first lieutenant remembers that the Division Ordnance Office left another paper for him. That catches the two off guard, and the brown-haired guy continues that they will be starting handicap training soon. The scene shifts to the entire squad marching through the forest area. One soldier starts complaining that the suit has gotten seriously heavier than last time and the heat is cooking them like an oven. The glasses guy asks what this training is called. It really makes sense for this to be called handicap training since the suit really limits your movements and stamina. He then announces menacingly that these suits will destroy the peace in their lives. Just then, the guy in front announces that he sees the destination and tells his men to stay in order. Meanwhile, our boy thinks that this power suit is not actually that bad weight-wise. What actually makes it unbearable is the fact that there is zero ventilation. When you combine that with the hot and humid weather, it becomes the perfect weapon for fatigue and dehydration. Initially, the suit doesn't feel so bad, but after some time it truly starts to weigh you down. Our boy thinks that the real enemy in this training program is the environment since it is all new and can be extremely unpredictable. Meanwhile at the camp, the other squad is busy setting things up. Yunseo instructs her group on what to do next. But then Mari notices that the 2nd Battalion is approaching them. Looking at their sweaty, tired faces, they all realize it must be the handicap training, making them sweat too. First Lieutenant Ji-yoon of the 4th Division walks up to Cheolman and warmly welcomes him. In the background, our boy instructs Sergeant Seung-ho to go check up on the men and give water. Mari immediately starts rushing toward him, but the black-haired girl stops her and reassures her that she can do so later. Ji-yoon then also greets Minjun, saying it's been quite a while. He thanks her for the help back in Hwacheon. She replies that it should be them thanking him and starts teasing him for becoming a rising star in his division. Turning back to Cheolman, she asks if the group has been told what their mission is. The scene then shifts to the desert, where the ground is littered with rat monster corpses. The soldiers from the 2nd Battalion are busy clearing up the monster remains and loading them onto trucks. Looking at the dead rats, one of the men looks like he is about to pass out. Dongjin approaches him and asks what the matter is. The NPC says that he can deal with the physical training. However, he doesn't feel good on the inside after dealing with these seemingly innocent rat creatures. Han-young starts berating him, saying that the guy should be grateful that they are just on pickup duty, since they are still in handicap training mode. The guy immediately apologizes while the ponytail guy storms off. Dongjin reassures the soldier that the rats are actually very vicious monsters, especially when they come across food. That makes the NPC think for a second, and he then looks closely at the monsters. Dongjin then states that these guys are actually carnivores, which makes the soldier even more uneasy. Meanwhile, in the distance, the first lieutenant and our boy are tracking the 4th Battalion's movements, who are moving faster than expected. This sends our boy into brainstorming mode, and he then states that these monster groups are too small, which is why the girls are powering through them easily. However, it isn't natural for the groups to be this small. Cheelman thinks for a bit too before realizing that if there is a main colony, then this whole operation could get really messy soon. The sandstorms are also getting more powerful, meaning the groups cannot use firearms. If the 4th Battalion comes across a giant group in such an environment, then it would be really bad. Moving to the 4th Battalion, Yunseo easily slices through the monsters with her sword and makes short work of them. All the other girls do not fall behind either as they take care of the remaining rats. In the background, Ji-Yun receives a message on her device and says that they will investigate the issue. The blue-haired girl asks what happened now. The first lieutenant replies that the 4th Battalion guys are saying that the number of rat monsters feels really off. The buff blonde girl doesn't understand, but then Yunseo also agrees that there are really too few of these monsters. She continues that it might be possible that a huge group is nearby, which isn't exactly good news. Just then, a soldier calls out that there is a group of rats approaching them. However, she couldn't estimate the numbers since there are too many to count, and they are closing in fast. Back to our hero, Cheolman says that they might need to assist the girls, so they should better prepare. However, Minjun is now concerned that there just might be an entirely different reason altogether. While the girls prepare to take down the monsters, the first lieutenant asks our boy what he means by that. Minjun explains that there might be another predator that the rats are running from. Coming back to the girls, a giant worm monster erupts out of the sand, catching everyone by surprise. Yunseo stares at it in disbelief as she realizes it is a death crawler. Ji-Yun shouts for her group to start retreating immediately and not to attack the enemy. With that, the entire 4th Battalion turns tail and runs full speed back toward the camp. During the retreat, the first lieutenant calls base and informs them of the situation. She tells them that she is heading straight toward the assembly area. Before she can say more, the Deathcrawler closes in on them, making the girls focus only on running. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Corps headquarters, Commander Ku calls the 110th Division commander who stands at attention. He tells the fat man that both the recent incidents in his division were resolved by outsiders. Commander Choi apologizes while Ku continues that he needs to step up his game. After that issue gets settled, Ku reviews the recent footage of Seo Yan defeating the wolf monster. The news reports that a civilian girl took down the monster and now wants to join the hunters. The commander tells his subordinate to have the special task force look into her. With that, the meeting is nearly done except for one last little thing. He reveals that Major General Song was recently arrested under allegations of leaking important data. The investigation will take a couple of days to clear up. However, there is an opening left. For that, General Ku is appointing Brigadier Moon to fill the role since he was going to be promoted anyway. Du stares daggers at the new guy while Moon just smiles back. Major General Du finds it odd that they are replacing the guy without the investigation being completed first. Just then, a scar-faced guy enters the room and whispers something into Ku's ear which makes him smile. After that, the commander addresses Major General Du and asks why he didn't bring the squad that took care of the Sacho incident like he was instructed to do. The bearded guy reveals that they are training at the moment, so it would disturb their schedule. Ku then states that both the battalions that were involved in the incident are now together in the same dungeon, which he finds to be a really big coincidence. However, what's more concerning is that the same dungeon is facing an issue right now. The evil man then asks if Du really did proper investigations before approving the training schedule and accuses him of rushing things. He keeps egging him on, but the bearded general simply tells him not to worry, as the investigation was done thoroughly. The scene then shifts back to the 4th Battalion, who are nearing the assembly area. The first lieutenant orders everyone to split up as they start heading in different directions. Major General Du tells the guy that they prepared even for unexpected scenarios to take place. Coming back to the fight, both the battalion's commanders are ready to take action. As the Deathcrawler roars at them, the 2nd Battalion's commander charges up his minigun and lets it rip. The bullets slam into the monster, making it stop its advance and forcing it to get back. The commander doesn't let up and keeps firing an endless wave of bullets. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion commander picks up a metal spear and charges it with mana. After fully loading it up, she launches the spear like an Olympic thrower, which slams right into the monster's back. The male commander doesn't let up either as he keeps raining bullets down. The female commander picks up another spear and prepares to throw while her soldiers manage to climb back up to safety. Yunseo watches them fight and realizes that the superior's ranks aren't just for show. The female commander then shouts at her soldiers to fall back into their positions and to be on high alert. She tells them to prepare for battle as she unleashes another spear attack. The weapon pierces the monster's belly, making it roar in pain. After having enough, the Deathcrawler starts slithering away while the male commander keeps firing his minigun. Finally, after his bullets run out, he drops the mag to the ground and yells for a reload. The buff blonde sergeant immediately runs toward him with a new mag. She slides under the gun and pushes the new mag into place. Moving his gun back into position, the man continues his cover fire while the female commander launches another spear. Flying high into the sky, the spear closes in on its target. However, the monster manages to dodge the strike. The deathcrawler then starts digging back into the sand and vanishes into a giant hole. The commanders finally calm down, but are ticked off that they didn't finish it. Since they are standing on solid rock, the monster cannot dig under them, so they should be fine. The 2nd Battalion commander tells the woman that they will have to go with the other plan now. Both of them seem uneasy about it. The man then smiles and orders into his walkie-talkie to go ahead with Plan B. Hearing that, a jeep soars off the cliff's edge and starts racing down the slope. The guy commandeering it thanks the commander through the walkie-talkie, and our sergeant yells at the giant creepy crawly to come out wherever it is. He has a whole fried rat buffet waiting. Minjun feels insanely energized after stripping off the bulky protective suit. The sensation hits him like he went Super Saiyan. Shaking with excitement, the rush makes him think he could probably fold that giant worm with his bare hands. Meanwhile, the driver grows increasingly nervous, unable to understand how his sergeant is not panicking even a little. Just a few hours earlier, Minjun had casually predicted that the biggest threat in the desert would be a large apex predator. Minutes after that, they received confirmation about a death crawler moving underground. Defying all common sense, our boy told the poor driver to trust his instincts, then confidently informed HQ that his squad would gladly assist in subjugating it. He explained that the giant worm tends to burrow deep underground whenever it gets injured. That was exactly why he proposed a plan to force it up to the surface from the start. However, Battalion Commander Jihe firmly stated that her unit would eliminate the threat before it ever had the chance to retreat. Therefore, Minjun should remain where he was. Smug as ever, our boy replied that unexpected variables always exist in combat, and there is never any harm in having backup ready. Caught off guard, the battalion commander narrowed her eyes and asked what he was really plotting. The poor driver nearly had a heart attack, praying his reckless sergeant would not say anything outrageous in front of her. To his shock, she ultimately approved the unconventional surprise attack strategy. Right after that, Minjun grabbed the driver with wild excitement and asked if he could handle a vehicle under extreme pressure. Back in the present, the driver cannot deny that the idea of using desert rat carcasses as bait is disturbingly clever. The constant vibrations from the jeep amplify the lure. What truly terrifies him, however, is the possibility of the deathcrawler erupting directly beneath the vehicle without warning. With that, the operation begins. Minjun taps the roof once as a signal, and the driver immediately swerves sharply to one side. A second knock follows, prompting a hard drift in the opposite direction. Even so, the deathcrawler shows no immediate interest. Our boy wonders if the scent of the desert rats is failing to reach it. Deciding not to rely solely on bait, he releases a pulse of demonic energy to further provoke the monster. Almost instantly, a deep rumble shakes the ground beneath them. He glances toward the machine gun squad positioned above, signaling them to prepare to unleash everything they have. When the timing feels perfect, Minjun slams his fist against the jeep one final time. The driver floors the accelerator at the last possible second. They barely dodge the massive deathcrawler erupting from the sand. While the driver nearly blacks out from fear, our sergeant looks like he is floating on cloud 9. The poor deathcrawler has no clue it just walked straight into a carefully staged ambush. From above, Battalion Commander Jihe launches spear after spear with deadly precision. Even so, the attacks fail to inflict critical damage because the spears lose momentum over long distance. Suddenly, Minjun spots one spear embedded in the sand ahead of them after she narrowly misses her mark. His eyes sparkle as if he just found a treasure chest. Without hesitation, he leans out from the side of the speeding jeep and snatches the fallen spear. Up on the ridge, the heavy gunner informs his commander that she will need to land the decisive blow herself. He cannot risk spraying bullets wildly and causing friendly fire. Hearing that, Commander Jihe steadies her stance and prepares another throw. Out of curiosity, she casually asks him what he thinks about Minjun's personality. After some deep thought, the gunner admits he has no idea how to answer that. In his opinion, no sane individual can truly comprehend that man's mad genius. His response earns a faint smile from her, as she hurls another spear, thinking she is beginning to understand why Yunseo admires him. Back on the battlefield, the driver pleads with the dangling lunatic to get back inside before he falls and breaks something. Flashing his signature grin, Minjun calmly states that he intends to slay it personally. Right then, another spear slams directly into the creature's massive body. Seizing the chance, the driver sharply spins the jeep around 180 degrees. From their vantage point, Commander Jihe and the heavy gunner stare in utter confusion at the sudden maneuver. That confusion instantly turns into shock when they see the absolute madman now riding on top of the moving vehicle, ready to lift off. The bizarre sight nearly gives the old man a seizure as he wonders what on earth is wrong with him. Watching closely, the girls suggest that Minjun might actually attempt to slay the creature by himself. Down below, the driver panics hard, silently praying to the RNG lords that he somehow survives this insane stunt. The moment they approach the beast's terrifying mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth, his last shred of confidence evaporates. In that instant, he regrets every life decision that led him to this moment. Right then, our sergeant gives the final signal, and the driver steers his jeep with everything he's got. Minjun launches himself off the roof. Everyone can only stare as his figure soars high into the sky. Channeling all his pent-up hatred for those ugly, heavy training suits, he floods the spear with an overwhelming surge of aura. Without hesitation, he drives the spear straight into the center of the monster's body, pumping it full of magic energy. At the same time, he grabs another spear and impales it again. The enormous surge of aura coursing through the creature makes its body swell violently before it detonates from the inside out. The battlefield falls silent as they witness our boy suspended mid-air after pulling off something utterly absurd. However, gravity quickly turns his big win into a clumsy L as he drops awkwardly from the sky. Back at headquarters, Major General Du is visibly appalled by the new proposal on the table. Yechin argues that they should resume the project and distribute mana weapons to everyone in the Korean hunters. Du takes offense immediately, dismissing it as a foolish suggestion. He reminds them that the previous attempt failed because the equipment crafted by Baeksan Industries suffered from terrible quality. Growing more agitated by the second, he shouts that repeating such a self-defeating move would drain massive funds from the Corps. Smirking wide, Commander Ku calmly asks the Major General to settle down. He then voices his support for Yechan's proposal, calling it a worthwhile consideration. The two schemers exchange a sleazy look, making it painfully obvious they're working together. Even so, Yunseo's father sides firmly with General Du. He states that there is no reason to revive such a failure project. Commander Ku, however, presents an argument that is difficult to dismiss. He insists mana weapons are far from pointless. Ignoring Sergeant Minjun's mind-blowing achievement reported only minutes ago would make them complete fools. News just came in that Minjun single-handedly killed a deathcrawler using a mana weapon. That cheeky remark infuriates General Du. He slams his hand down and shouts that the weapon quality is the real issue. He reminds everyone about the useless batch of faulty mana swords produced by Baeksan Industries. Smug as hell, Yechan calmly replies that the company has promised to improve the quality this time. Commander Ku supports the idea, suggesting they begin training soldiers with the new weapons immediately. Once again, the tables turn on General Du, leaving him more convinced than ever that the two are plotting something behind his back. A few days later, Lieutenant Cheolman receives a plaque recognizing his outstanding performance during training. Even so, he sincerely believes he does not deserve the praise because Minjun carried him the entire time. While the ceremony wraps up, Cheolman curiously asks when Minjun will finally receive a promotion. After everything that happened at Sokcho Resort, it seems only logical. On top of that, his exceptional performance during training even earned him a recommendation from Battalion Commander Jihye. Unfortunately, a promotion now appears unlikely due to newly established criteria set by the higher-ups. Confused by the sudden change, Cheolman asks why this is happening. The answer is blunt. It is most likely targeting Minjun. The higher command has decided that all hunters must now improve their proficiency with mana swords. Mastery of mana weapons will officially become a new requirement for promotion. At first, this excites Cheolman because his sergeant is a boss at controlling magic. However, the officer quickly clarifies that raw magical control is not the issue. Their real problem is that the instructor assigned to oversee them is none other than Captain Sang freaking Diok. The lieutenant stares in disbelief that such a piece of human trash has actually been assigned as their instructor. Cheolman quickly apologizes for instinctively insulting a superior officer. Even so, the man waves it off, saying it is fine because Sang-duk really is a pile of crap. Meanwhile, inside Minjun's division, the bottom feeder instructor struts confidently into the training room. He calls out to our sergeant, who immediately drops what he is doing and snaps into a sharp salute. Grease practically shines off the captain's smug face as Sang-duk casually asks how life has been treating him. Keeping his tone neutral, Minjun asks for the reason behind his visit. The captain informs him that the 2nd Battalion will soon conduct a mana sword training session. He smugly explains that the aura flowing through a mana weapon reflects the wielder's strength. His own sword, of course, is a special custom piece, unlike the mass-produced junk the other soldiers will receive. Hearing that, Minjun flashes back to the time when Sang-duk bragged about being the strongest mana weapon user in the division. Right before attempting his so-called ultimate strike, he got pounded by the dungeon boss instead. Minjun curiously asks if the captain plans to demonstrate that precise ultimate technique again during training. Embarrassed, Sang-duk insists that it only occurred because he wasn't in his best form that day. Brushing that aside, he asks if Minjun will be participating in the session as well. After all, demonstrating proficiency with a mana sword is now an official requirement for promotion. No matter how many achievements Minjun has stacked up, they will mean absolutely nothing if his assigned instructor refuses to give him a favorable evaluation. Hearing that, Minjun's expression hardens as he asks what exactly the captain is implying. Sang-deok smirks and brings up the previous incident where Minjun overwhelmed and shattered his special-made mana sword with pure magic aura. He admits it was impressive, almost too impressive. That is the problem. The self-proclaimed #1 mana instructor coldly questions whether Minjun intends to embarrass his superior in front of the trainees again. Raising his voice, he declares that fools who do not know their place have no place in his division. Looking pretty satisfied for a sore loser who just blackmailed someone, the captain takes his leave. On the day of the mana sword training drill, the troops line up one by one to learn. Captain Sang-deok begins by giving a demonstration, eager to show everyone what a professional looks like. He draws his blade, charges forward with aura flaring dramatically behind him, and delivers a powerful slash. Proud as hell, he states that the fortified steel block before them is twice as durable as ordinary metal. A regular sword would shatter before even leaving a scratch. According to him, that proves the overwhelming potential of mana swords in the hands of a master like himself. The new recruits immediately begin staring at him with admiration. Sang-deok soaks in their awed expressions, thoroughly feeding his ego. Among the crowd, however, Minjun senses that something is not right. Compared to Sang-deok's special blade, the swords handed to the trainees are barely F-tier in quality. With weapons that poor, performing well enough to earn a promotion-worthy evaluation is impossible. It does not take long for him to realize that this is all a scheme. Smirking, the captain asks if any trainee has the balls to step forward and show what they got. The soldiers glance at one another in hesitation. Smug as usual, Sang-deok remarks that not everyone can control aura as flawlessly as a mana master like himself. Then unexpectedly, an energetic voice breaks the silence. Minjun steps forward and enthusiastically volunteers. Captain Sang-deok is clearly not thrilled about that particular candidate, and asks him if he is sure. Without the slightest hesitation, Minjun confirms that he truly wants to give it a try. The other trainees begin cheering him on, excited to see what he can do. Cornered by the crowd's enthusiasm, Sang-deok reluctantly grants permission. As our boy walks past him, the captain mutters a warning that he better not embarrass him in front of everyone. Our sergeant flashes a wide grin. Back in Isgard, he witnessed corrupt superiors pressure their subordinates countless times. His long life taught him a simple truth: there is no world without trash in it, and good outcomes rarely come from bowing to intimidation. With that, he channels his aura into the magic sword at full force. The sudden surge alone nearly gives Sang-deok a heart attack. Minjun swings the blade down in one clean motion. The fortified steel block splits in half like it's made of paper, crashing loudly onto the floor. Shocked, every trainee looks at him with admiration. The smug captain looks seconds away from bursting a vein. Yet Minjun is not finished. He innocently informs the captain that his issued sword seems to have broken, possibly due to a quality control issue. Then, he politely requests permission to bring along his personal equipment next time. Sometime later, Captain Sang-deok watches all the hunters practice their mana training. He yells at them to focus on both concentration and stamina. He eggs them on, saying it has only been a minute so far, while the hunters look as if they are about to pass out. Looking at them struggling, the captain thinks that this is how the training is supposed to be. His phone rings, and when he sees who it is, he breaks out in a cold sweat. His tone completely changes when he addresses the person who asks how the plan is going so far. The captain tries to explain that he is really giving it his all, but our boy is just built different. He then looks at Minjun, who breaks yet another mana sword when he tries to channel his aura into it. Captain Sang-deok quickly turns around and rambles on that the kid broke through 3 swords and even managed to split the dense stone in front of everyone. He has no reason to fail him, but just then the guy on the line loses his temper. Major General Moon reminds him that he had been acting all confident earlier, which is why he was chosen for the mission. At a loss for words, the captain can only apologize, but Major General Moon tells the piece of trash to do the one job he was sent there to do, to prevent our boy from being promoted. He then threatens the captain that he could potentially miss his own promotion, which drains all the color from his face. Before Sang-deok can reply, the call is cut off, leaving him frustrated. Looking at Minjun, he wonders what the hell he is supposed to do in this situation. Meanwhile, Major General Moon puts his phone away angrily and adjusts his clothes before knocking on a door. Upon receiving the order, he enters and salutes his superiors. Sitting there is Commander Ku with a bearded old man. The old man then tells him to sit down, who turns out to be the CEO of Bexon Industries, Jong Daesan. The scene then shifts to the 104th Division headquarters, to the division commander's office. Minjun walks into the room and salutes Major General Du, who tells him to take a seat. Our boy's mind is racing with questions about why he was called here, since there is no special promotion. The bearded man tells him to open the box in front of him, which catches him off guard. He does so and finds a specially designed mana sword and picks it up. The Major General smiles and announces that this is a new test model made by another company. It far surpasses the trashy ones the hunters have been using for training. Feeling the blade, our boy comments that its weight and the amount of stamina it will consume might be the deciding factor. The Major General agrees that it is 5 times heavier, but is even better than the ones assigned to officers and requires more stamina. He tells our boy to take it for a test run and give a review later. Minjun accepts the offer happily while thinking that this won't break when he charges it with his aura. Major General Du then teases him, asking if he came here expecting a promotion, but our boy manages to deflect the topic. The superior then reveals that he was qualified for promotion, but he deliberately delayed it. Minjun asks for a reason, to which the bearded man replies that he wants to make him an officer. By taking that pathway, he can become a platoon vice commander and instantly reach the second lieutenant rank. This way is much faster than following the sergeant pathway. On the inside, the major general tells himself that this will help divert the army's focus away from him for a while. He then says he believes in our boy and asks whether he is up to the task. Minjun takes the bait and declares that to get promoted, all he needs to do is prove himself with his skills. For that, he is willing to give it a shot. Major General Du smiles at that reply, and then remembers that General Taiho wanted to pass along something too. After the beach incident, the guy has become generous to our boy whenever he gets the chance. Our hero's eyes widen in surprise when he opens the box to reveal a runestone. The scene then shifts to the restricted area in Cheorwan, which is now completely deserted. Minjun makes his way through the empty streets with the box, while recalling that until recently, this area was overrun with monsters, so it was abandoned, which is why this makes it the perfect place for what he is about to do. Stopping in front of a partially built apartment complex, he decides that this spot will do. He then makes his way up the stairs and takes out the runestone while smiling like crazy. Our boy then begins channeling his demonic energy into the rune, causing it to glow. The runestone is actually a pretty neat item that can randomly raise stats when used. The runestone then fully activates under the energy's influence and opens a portal to a dimension of growth. Crushing the remains of the stone in his hands, our boy thinks that if he uses the same tactics he did back in Isgard, then he can get rewards that are far superior to simply consuming it. With that thought, he makes his way through the portal and enters a creepy forest area. This place is actually a secret dungeon that opens when you charge the runestone with demonic energy. However, since they are extremely rare, he rarely came across any. Each stone leads to a different dungeon with a variety of different monsters. Even then, one thing doesn't change. Our boy stops walking as he spots a red monkey staring at him with a nasty look. The monster screams, and a whole group of them suddenly appears in the trees. That doesn't scare Minjun one bit as he takes out his sword and recalls that if he manages to take them all down, then an epic level growth boost is guaranteed for him. Just then, the monster in front screams, and the entire group rushes forward to attack. Our boy simply walks forward while aura farming and starts slashing them left and right. The monkeys stand no chance as he plays Fruit Ninja with them, earning a perfect score. The one with the scar tries to sneak attack him but is hit by a dark arrow that pierces straight through its skull. The condition to clear this dungeon is simply to defeat every monster inside it. However, he has no idea how many there actually are, so he needs to be smart and conserve his demonic energy and stamina. While he runs away, the monkeys gang up on him and try to jump him all at once. He thinks he really needs to save his demonic energy, so he instead charges up his mana sword. Our boy then lets out a huge blast that blows the monsters away. The ones in the back hesitate a bit as he starts monologuing about how he recently got a really fun toy to mess around with. Determined to test it out fully, he rushes the remaining monsters who are frozen in fear. Our boy cuts them down mercilessly, finding the sword to be super functional. Releasing another huge swinging slash attack, he finds that the sword is extremely sturdy too, and doesn't break. He then goes on a rampage, reducing the monkeys to corpses until only a few remain hiding behind the trees. The one in front lets out a war cry, but our boy isn't impressed and says that dealing with them is light work. Just as the monkey charges, he detects a faint presence nearby and simply smacks the monster away. He continues to give the same treatment to the other monkeys while thinking that he definitely felt some demonic energy just now. His eyes widen in shock as he feels something grip his foot. The scar-faced monkey that he had shot earlier suddenly comes back to life and grabs onto his foot. That confuses him, since he is sure he took it down, and he kicks it away. Meanwhile, the other dead monkeys start getting up too, making him realize there must be a necromancer nearby. Minjun gives a crazy smile as he thinks it might be related to the demonic energy he felt earlier. Somewhere nearby, an injured monkey is taking its last breath only to get stabbed in the back. After that, the monkey emits demonic energy and rises again. The black monkey with the staff then smiles at its work while it continues to control its dead comrade. This catches our boy's interest, who then starts charging up a spell. He releases his dark arrow skill and comments that the necromancer monkey is better than he expected. The black monkey doesn't move from its spot as two of its subordinates move in front and take the hit. The heartless monster then uses his necromancer skills and turns the two into the undead as well. It orders the zombie monkeys to attack, and they slowly start closing in on our boy. Minjun throws his sword sheath down and starts charging up more demonic energy. He figures that this isn't the time to be saving his trump cards and focuses the energy into his hand, releasing his corruption rain skill. That takes care of the living monsters, however it doesn't hurt the undead much. For that, he summons his demon bomb skill and launches the tiny guys toward the enemies. The flying creatures attach themselves to the undead monkeys like leeches. Minjun smirks as he then snaps his fingers and causes them all to explode, lighting them up like firecrackers. Dead smoking bodies litter the ground while our boy stares down the black monkey. Looking at its angry face, he taunts the necromancer for thinking that it actually had a chance to win. That ticks off the monster, who then rips off its bone necklace and starts channeling demonic energy into it. The black monkey starts growing larger, as if he just took anime steroids, while the other monkeys watch in fear. Our boy remarks that he has seen plenty of juiced-up monsters but never one that could do so on its own. He wants to find out how, but figures the monster isn't one to talk to anyway. Just then, the necromancer starts growling and rushes forward to attack. That snaps our boy out of his thoughts, who meets the attack head-on with his sword, cracking the skull on top of the staff. The necromancer doesn't let up and starts whacking him with the stick, but he manages to parry all its blows. Just as it was about to land a fatal hit, Minjun sends it flying away with a swipe of his sword and smirks at it. Charging mana into his sword, he closes in on the monster, determined to take its head off. However, the black monkey manages to maneuver around him and aims for his head. The strike connects with our boy, but the necromancer is caught off guard when it realizes the attack was blocked at the last second. Our hero then tries to swing his own weapon, but the black monkey blocks his hand, leaving them in a stalemate. However, that isn't the only trick up Minjun's sleeve, as he activates his Corruption Rain skill again, which eats away at the staff. That forces the monster to retreat back. Meanwhile, our boy throws the sword down and declares that though it is fun to fight like a hunter, he wants to try something different. Seeing an opening, the necromancer charges at him at full speed, while our boy takes a running stance and mentions that he is a dark mage at heart. He activates his vicious charge skill and slams into the black monkey, sending it flying back. Minjun doesn't let up and uses his giant hand skill to hold the monster in midair. The monster tries to shout something, but our boy isn't listening, and channels demonic energy into his hand and pulls the monster forward. With a crazy smile on his face, he finally activates his dark arrow skill and blasts a huge hole through the black monkey, giving it the Rengoku treatment. The monster spits out blood as it finally falls to the ground dead. After that, the demonic energy starts flowing into our boy, making him super excited since he only came here to raise normal stats only. After absorbing a certain amount, the system tells him that he has now unlocked demonic energy of desire, which allows him to boost all his stats for a short period of time. Dismissing the system, he twists his head toward the remaining monkeys with a menacing smile. Our boy then announces that it is time to stop messing around and get his reward. After slashing through the last one, the system announces that he has cleared the dungeon and his stats have increased. He pulls the screen up to check the details and is caught off guard when he sees he received an extra reward. Since he defeated more monsters than there actually were in the dungeon due to them coming back as undead, the system counted them twice. He doesn't question the small stuff and happily accepts the reward. The screen tells him that he can choose between the skills that the necromancer monkey had. Seeing the displayed options, he gets more excited than ever. The first skill, Monkey Lord, allows him to control all monkey-type monsters, which seems like trash. The Undead King skill allows him to perform necromancy, however that would immediately get him in trouble in the real world. That only leaves the last option, the Everlasting Motion Machine, which makes him wonder if this is the same skill as it was back then. Minjun drops into a flashback to his days back in Isgard. After he defeated the steroid zombies and Frankenstein, the noble there barely manages to sit up, wondering how the hell they were defeated so easily. Minold removes his hood and tells the man to listen carefully. He demands to know if those monsters were juiced with demonic energy and how he did it. The noble laughs it off, saying that giving demonic energy to monsters that do not possess any naturally is basically poisoning them. Our boy repeats his question, but the blonde guy refuses to leak the secret. Just then, Minold slams his foot down, barely missing the guy's head, and states that it doesn't matter since he plans to leave this place anyway. However, he intends to finish the mission he started. With that, he raises his fist high and tells the man to have a good sleep, but then stops as the noble finally decides to reveal the secret. The noble reveals that monsters who possess demonic energy have a skill that allows them to continuously produce it. That is why the faction researched how to isolate and transfer that skill to other monsters. That puts Minjun deep in thought, as he recalls that all the irregular monsters he faced in the past must have gotten the skill. He wonders if a dark mage would be able to obtain this skill. However, the noble seems to read his thoughts and mentions that a human can't do so. He explains that the faction used to transplant the monster's body parts to transfer the skill. That comment makes our boy enraged, and he asks if the thugs experimented on the dark mages that they kidnapped so far. Seeing the look on his face, the noble refuses to answer the question, however, that only ticks him off more. He states that his refusal is already an answer. Coming back to the present, he thinks that if this is the same skill the noble talked about, then this will simply make him overpowered. When he taps on the screen, the demonic energy begins to flow into his body and makes him tense in pain. Minjun manages to endure the worst of it, after which the system announces that the skill has successfully adjusted to his body. He slams his fist into the ground, satisfied by what he has accomplished. The next day, he walks back to his battalion and asks how their day went. The whole squad stops what they are doing and simply freezes up. Kim immediately stands at attention and salutes him like a model soldier. That makes Minjun suspicious, and he asks if he is doing all right. The troublemaker smiles and says that he is just being nice since they will not be seeing each other much from now on. He then congratulates our boy on his promotion and dramatically tells him not to forget about them. Minjun then drops the bomb that he was not promoted, which makes the soldier flabbergasted. Han-young steps forward and asks if that was not the reason he went to the division headquarters, but he simply says no. Kim desperately asks if our boy does not wish to climb the hierarchy ladder and starts going on about the perks. Our boy simply teases them back and says that they must have really enjoyed his absence. The two troublemakers break down into tears while our boy continues to say that he understands how they feel about him in charge. Kim's mood instantly lights up, but our boy shoots him down and says that the internet is just too slow over there. All his game progress will be lost, so he decided that it would be better to stay here. That reasoning makes both of them extremely irritated. The sergeant then steps forward and asks why Minjun went there in the first place. He replies that the major general gave him a mana sword. The two troublemakers look at each other in confusion. They then ask how he is feeling now, since he must have been enthusiastic about the promotion. Seeing that his mood is way too peaceful, the two figure that something good did happen to him. The two keep bickering while our boy simply smiles as he thinks that something extraordinary did indeed happen. Just then, the speaker goes off and declares that there is an emergency, which stops everyone in their tracks. Our boy wonders what happened this time since the voice sounds really anxious. Sometime later, the entire battalion is slowly clearing the forest. Our boy raises his hand and tells his squad to take a break for now. The entire group sits down and has some refreshments. Kim comments that the forest is way too silent and wonders if the other guys have found a lead yet. The ponytail guy replies that the area is too big, so it will take some time. It has been a long time since a monster came down the mountains, especially an ogre. Kim asks if this will be the first time Minjun fights such a monster. He plays along, saying that it is, while in reality, he ran fades with them multiple times back in Isgard. Dongjin then states the random fact of the day that the Hunter Corps have never officially captured an ogre alive since it is built like a tank. He keeps rambling while our boy gets a devious idea and asks if it would be a hell of an achievement if someone actually managed that. Before Dongjin can fully form a proper reply, Han-young slaps a hand over his mouth and says that they are supposed to fight it as a whole company. However, it is already too late as our boy starts salivating and the entire squad realizes that their situation is truly doomed now. Just then, a giant roar fills the entire forest and Minjun immediately gets up. He tells his men to keep watch while he goes to take a quick look. Before waiting for an answer, he runs off and starts heading toward the noise. After walking for a few minutes, he finally notices something in the distance. Our boy starts sneaking toward the noise and finally finds the giant monster as it snacks on a deer. Looking at the ugly creature, he starts smiling like crazy while he thinks that his promotion is guaranteed now. While the monster stays busy with its deer mukbang, our boy puts all his equipment away and calls out to it with zero fear. The ogre looks confused for a moment while he eggs it on for daring to snack on this side of the mountain. Finally snapping to its senses, the ogre starts approaching Minjun, who is already thinking of a way to capture it alive somehow. The ugly creature finally attacks, however. Our boy simply uses his giant hand skill and immobilizes it. He then rushes forward and slams his fist into the monster's belly. He tells the monster that he will try to limit his strength and warns it not to die so quickly. Meanwhile, the other squad members hear the fighting sounds and immediately spring into action. They rush toward the scene only to get completely flabbergasted as they see the monster flying back from the punch. Minjun loosens his shoulder muscles while the ogre stands up and spits out a broken tooth. At that moment, Han-young yells at him to move out of the way. That distracts our hero, who yells at the guy not to interfere, while the ogre raises its hand high. However, he easily dodges the strike and tells his squad members not to fire even a single bullet. Minjun yells at them not to ruin his chances at promotion and declares that he will capture the ogre alive. Han-young then demands to know if he even shares the coordinates with the other groups. Minjun immediately starts lecturing him since that would mean losing his achievement. Even Kim calls him out and says that he is acting too rashly. All of a sudden, the ogre starts grinning and takes a deep breath. Minjun recognizes what it is about to do and covers his ears while the rest of the squad looks at him in confusion. The monster then lets out a huge roar, which makes all the squad members pass out instantly. Putting his hands down, our boy starts grinning like crazy and uppercuts the monster, which makes it stumble back. Seeing the crazy look on his face, the ogre wisely decides to run away. But before it can get far, a rope suddenly latches around its neck. Minjun starts reeling it in and drags the monster to the ground. It then opens its eyes only to see our boy staring down at it. He then delivers a demonic energy-infused knuckle sandwich straight to its head and finally confirms his victory. Standing up, our boy announces that the ogre really was built like a tank. The scene shifts to the battalion commander's office, where the guy receives the news about what happened. The man gets overly excited and tells the person over the phone to have them all transported here quickly. Song quickly guesses that they captured the ogre alive. The old man then orders him to quickly inform headquarters that our boy managed this incredible feat and slams the door shut. Meanwhile, Song wonders how the kid manages to pull off these impossible tasks. The next morning, everyone stays busy celebrating the win and acting goofy as usual. Minjun looks at the entire scene and feels glad that they are all in high spirits. At that moment, First Lieutenant Cheolwin walks over to him and informs him that he is the reason they are having this party. The guy tells Minjun that he really did well. The two then talk about the ogre, which is worth around 2 million credits. That makes Cheolwin surprised since he never knew that a single monster could be worth that much. As the two walk toward the building, the first lieutenant tells him that he is glad that he secured the ogre, especially since the battalion commander has been in a salty mood these days. He continues that even though the commander never lets his emotions get in the way of work, the general atmosphere has improved. However, it seems that he spoke too soon as the commander suddenly stares daggers at them and gives off a menacing aura. Cheolwin notices the battalion commander's mood, but the man puts on a forced smile and asks what they are talking about. Sometime later, Captain Sangdok starts going off that it was wrong for our boy to act on his own. He keeps bickering while Minjun wonders what the hell he ever did to him. The captain concludes that our boy simply got lucky this time, but at that moment, the battalion commander cuts him off. The old man asks him about the result of yesterday's monster raid. The captain starts sweating and replies that the squad captured the ogre alive. The commander asks him if that result is possible based on pure chance. He continues that the captain does have a point, but then starts roasting him for bringing this topic up during a celebration party. Captain Sangdok immediately starts apologizing, but the commander is already on a roll. The old man tells him that he trusts his juniors and that you cannot always follow protocol on the battlefield. He continues that the captain would know all this if he went out in the field more. Sangdok immediately starts blabbering that he went on a mission in Japan recently. However, the commander then asks if it was the same mission where Minjun saved everyone. At a loss for words, the captain then stares at our boy, who laughs right back at him and feels satisfied that the piece of trash finally got what he deserved. The commander then calls Minjun forward and tells him to take a seat while everyone around him smiles at the entire scene. That makes him realize that this place truly has his best interests at heart. The scene then shifts to Major General Moon at the Hunter Corps headquarters. Feeling his phone vibrate, he takes it out to check the notification, only for his mood to take a dump. Captain Sangdok messaged him that he tried everything he could but still cannot ruin our boy's reputation. Moon starts ranting, but quickly realizes that he cannot do anything from his side to stop the promotion either. In the end, he realizes that he is no longer able to use the promotion card to get Minjun transferred to the special task force. The guy starts swearing under his breath only for Major General Du to suddenly appear behind him. He immediately forces his anger down and asks what the man is doing here. The bearded general keeps egging him on about what he said, but Moon quickly plays it off that he was talking to himself. Major General Du then walks ahead and calls Moon out for not knowing that he was summoned here by headquarters to discuss our boy's promotion. That makes Moon sweat since he realizes that this situation will put him in a tight spot, and he starts wondering what the commander has planned. Major General Du then shakes his hand and apologizes for not congratulating him earlier on his own promotion. Moon manages to say thank you only for Du to pull him closer with a serious look on his face. He tells the guy to do his best to serve the nation and then walks through the door, which leaves him completely shaken. Moving to the balcony, the Major General walks up to the commander. After saluting each other, the commander assumes that he came to talk about Minjun's promotion. Ku reviews that he has received regular reports about our boy's achievements, but he never expected him to take down the ogre alone. He agrees to the promotion, but before Du can leave, he stops him and announces that he has a condition. That catches the Major General by surprise, but the commander continues that Minjun must complete a special task force mission before he can receive the promotion. Major General Du starts wondering why he was called here since he previously assumed that the commander simply wanted to see the kid up close. Just then, it suddenly clicks in his mind, and he asks what sort of dungeon requires the attention of the special task force. The commander calmly answers that they have discovered a double-layer dungeon. Meanwhile, Minjun is busy meditating inside the gym. Kim spies on him from behind the door while Han-young asks what he is doing. The guy answers that our boy never skips training even during parties, and the two begin to wonder if this is what separates him from everyone else. The two ask themselves when the hell he even sleeps if he keeps training like this all the time. Meanwhile, our boy focuses on upgrading his everlasting motion machine skill since the production rate still feels slow. While training, he discovered that if he mentally imagines the skill as a gear turning inside his body, then the training becomes much more effective. After the demonic energy production increases, he stands up and declares that it is enough for today. He wonders how overpowered the skill will become once he levels it up even more. Just then, he hears his subordinate calling him through telepathy. Bangu tells him that he has really great news to share. He tries to say something about demonic energy, but keeps getting interrupted, which begins to tick Minjun off. Sometime later, he sits both of his subordinates down and lectures them for fighting again. The shapeshifter starts complaining that the Nightwalker tried to take credit for his work, and the two prepare to throw hands. After having enough, our hero yells at them to stop and concludes that the two found the crystal together. Both of them start bickering again about who did what, but then Minjun menacingly repeats his earlier statement. They instantly agree and suddenly act like best buddies as if they never fought before. Despite feeling angry that they risked their lives, he still thanks both of them for their hard work, which makes them extremely happy. Our boy then crushes the crystal and absorbs the demonic energy into his body. All of a sudden he opens his eyes as he realizes that he has unlocked a new skill called Dark Sider. Kim Minjun clenched his hand and crushed the dark stone, radiating a purple glow. As he spread his arms and absorbed the violent demonic energy surrounding his body, the system repeatedly displayed notifications informing him that his demonic energy stat had increased by 1. Startled, he widened his eyes in surprise as another notification appeared, informing him that skill, Darksider, had been created. The system then displayed the skill description, explaining that Darksider summoned Darksider, a creature of the dark, and that Darksider would demand something new each time he was summoned. After studying the information window, Kim Minjun remarked that this guy was interesting. Lee Bonggu turned toward him in confusion and asked what it was. Kim Minjun replied that it was nothing and explained that he had just obtained a new skill that he was thinking about. Delighted, Lee Bonggu flapped his wings and congratulated his master, asking what skill he had acquired this time. Kim Minjun answered that it was Darksider. The moment he heard the name, Lee Bonggu's eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed that the skill was unbelievable. He desperately urged Kim Minjun not to even think about using it, warning that no one could predict the ridiculous price the Darksider might demand in exchange for being summoned. He explained that countless dark mages had retired after summoning him, while many others had even lost their lives. Despite the warning, Kim Minjun simply smiled confidently as black smoke began rising from his arm, prompting Lee Bonggu to cry out in panic. Kim Minjun reminded him whether he had not seen him use that skill back in Isgard before telling him to watch closely and see how he used it. At the center of the dark magic circle, number 44 slowly materialized. Although the creature stood directly before him, Kim Minjun casually greeted him, saying that it had been a long time. Number 44 slowly approached, revealing his white teeth before extending a purple finger toward Kim Minjun's eye. Kim Minjun asked whether he wanted his eye as the price for the summoning before scoffing and refusing outright. Lee Bonggu stared in horror and insisted that Kim Minjun could not cancel the summoning once the Darksider had appeared. He explained that the creature would claim its payment regardless of whether it was given any orders and insisted that refusing to pay would accomplish nothing. Ignoring the warning, number 44 condensed dark energy into his palm, forming a massive black scythe. Gripping it tightly, he swung it down toward Kim Minjun's neck with all his strength. Kim Minjun calmly smiled and asked whether number 44 had forgotten what he was like before ordering him to do his real job, adding that it had been far too long. Nightwalker. In an instant, another dark entity burst forward and intercepted the attack. It was the being Kim Minjun had summoned to fight. Skill, Nightwalker, B, Assassin version. Lee Bonggu could only stare in complete disbelief, while Kim Minjun smiled with obvious satisfaction. With only 2 strikes, Nightwalker cleanly severed number 44's scythe. The broken blade plunged into the ground before slowly dissolving into darkness. Nightwalker silently looked upward while number 44 stared speechlessly at the remains of his destroyed weapon. Kim Minjun stepped closer, startling number 44 as he asked whether he still did not remember who he was. Only then did number 44 realize the truth and hesitantly addressed him as Lord Meinold. Watching the scene unfold, Lee Bonggu muttered in disbelief, asking what he was witnessing. Grinding his teeth, Kim Minjun explained that all of his skills had disappeared, so it had been an extremely long time since he had last summoned number 44. He then expressed his disappointment that number 44 had already forgotten him before asking whether he still intended to collect the payment. Answering his own question, Kim Minjun remarked that he had only summoned him to confirm that point and instructed him to leave for now, promising to summon him again whenever he needed him. Number 44 respectfully bowed before disappearing while Kim Minjun brushed off his hands and walked away. Turning toward Lee Bonggu, he asked whether he had seen everything and pointed out that the skill worked perfectly fine. Leaping excitedly, Lee Bonggu gave him a thumbs up and declared that he was amazing, though he admitted he could not understand how Kim Minjun had managed it or why he had called the creature number 44. After tossing an item to Nightwalker, Kim Min-jun explained that ordinary physical attacks were ineffective against those creatures and that even enormous amounts of demonic energy accomplished nothing, since they kept making unreasonable demands and eventually crossed the line. He had experimented with countless methods before discovering that Nightwalkers were their natural counter. Pointing at Nightwalker, Lee Bong-gu asked whether he was referring to that guy. Kim Min-jun confirmed that Nightwalker's attacks actually worked on Darksiders, so he had simply taught them a lesson. He casually added that he had killed around 43 of them, and ever since then they had stopped demanding anything from him. Hearing that, Lee Bong-gu thought to himself that he had never even considered using Nightwalkers against Darksiders. He realized that Master Kim Min-jun was probably the only Dark Mage capable of utilizing Nightwalkers effectively because they consumed such enormous amounts of demonic energy. Smirking to himself, he concluded that this kind of unpredictability, born from Kim Min-jun's limitless strength, was exactly what he had expected. Unable to contain his excitement, Lee Bong-gu jumped into the air and enthusiastically praised Kim Min-jun, declaring that he truly was the pinnacle of dark magic, that only darkness awaited him in the future, that he embodied dark magic itself, and that he was the hope of every dark mage. Standing with his back turned, Kim Min-jun grumbled that it was enough already because Lee Bong-gu was starting to sound sarcastic, especially with all that talk about only darkness lying in his future. Lee Bong-gu immediately stood at attention and answered affirmatively. Moments later, however, he glanced toward Nightwalker and admitted that the guy was actually a very capable fighter. The sight reminded Lee Bong-gu of the past, when he and Nightwalker had constantly been at odds. Whenever Nightwalker appeared, Lee Bong-gu would panic, and even during their fights, Kim Min-jun never bothered to stop them. Lee Bong-gu would become so angry that he transformed just to chase Nightwalker away. Merely recalling those memories made him wonder uneasily whether he was really going to be all right. The following day, the administrative office of the military base stood beneath the bright sunlight with a sign reading, "Administrative Office." Outside the office, several soldiers crowded around the door, pressing their ears against it to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. Kim Min-jun stopped when he noticed the strange sight. Walking up behind them, he asked what they were doing at the door. Startled by his voice, the 4 soldiers immediately snapped to attention, saluted, and addressed him respectfully. Kim Guangshik hurriedly grabbed Kim Min-jun's arm and anxiously asked whether the platoon vice commander was heading to the administrative office and whether there was anything they could do for him. Looking down at the hand gripping his arm, Kim Min-jun asked what was wrong with him, told him to let go, and questioned why he was behaving that way. Kim Moon-gi and Jong Han-young eagerly interrupted, explaining that the newly appointed 3rd Platoon Vice Commander was currently inside the office and that she was a woman. Hearing that, Kim Min-jun shook off Kim Guangshik's hand and scolded them for apparently having nothing better to do. He then threatened to send them to the training room, causing the group to scatter immediately. As Kim Min-jun sighed and reached for the doorknob, he suddenly noticed the same 4 soldiers peeking out from behind a nearby corner. They giggled and teased that she was from overseas too and that she was a real beauty. Irritated, Kim Min-jun shouted for them to get lost before muttering to himself that those idiots were hopeless. Grasping the doorknob, he suddenly hesitated and wondered whether the new vice commander was really a female hunter from overseas. As the wooden door slowly opened, he saw Seo Jong-woon speaking with a red-haired woman whose hair was tied in a ponytail while she stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Entering the office, Kim Min-jun immediately stood at attention, saluted, and greeted him respectfully. Seo Jong-woon returned the greeting before calling Sergeant First Class Kim over and telling him to come say hello. Smiling warmly, he introduced the woman as the newly appointed 3rd Platoon Vice Commander. The red-haired hunter slowly turned around. Kim Min-jun's eyes widened in astonishment as the woman smiled gently and introduced herself as Kim So-hyun. A red brick military base stood firmly beneath the blue sky, with the South Korean flag fluttering proudly overhead. In the hallway, Kim Min-jun stood in front of a green vending machine, pressing the button to select a drink. Tilting his head slightly as he glanced over the rows of beverage cans inside, he curiously asked why she had not called to tell him that she had arrived. Hearing his question, the red-haired hunter walked up behind him and firmly explained that she had wanted to tell him in person after securing the position for certain. Turning around, Min-jun smiled gently, held out a can toward her, and encouraged her by saying that she had the right attitude before telling her to take it. Kim So-hyun accepted the small gift with both hands, lowered her head slightly, smiled, and thanked him. Far down the hallway, 3 soldiers secretly peeked around the corner, watching the 2 of them. One of the soldiers wondered whether they already knew each other. The soldier beside him confidently replied that he did not think they merely knew each other. The 3rd soldier leaned over to take a look as well and quietly speculated that they seemed extremely close and wondered if there was something more between them. Back in the hallway, Minjun folded his arms across his chest, looked out the window, and warned her that the place would be much harsher than she expected. Standing across from him, Sohyun firmly stated that she was prepared and that it made no sense for her to stay on the back lines while he was there. Minjun curled his lips into a faint, meaningful smile and replied that if that was how she felt, she should do as she wished. Holding the drink in her hand, Sohyun nodded and said that she understood. Minjun then seriously asked whether there was anything else and whether she was running short on demonic energy. Slightly widening her eyes, Sohyun calmly answered that she had enough for the time being. Minjun immediately urged her not to pretend otherwise and told her to hold out her hand. She reassured him that she was truly fine. Minjun insisted, claiming that his arm hurt and pointing out that she was almost out of demonic energy before taking hold of her hand, causing Sohyun's face to flush bright red. A system notification announced that Kim Sohyun was a passionate follower and that part of the demonic energy given to the passionate follower was being returned. With her cheeks glowing crimson, Sohyun nervously called out to Mr. Kim Minjun. Minjun chuckled and asked whether it felt different. Her eyes widened as she admitted that something felt strange because it was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Maintaining a serious expression, Minjun continued questioning her by asking what the greatest flaw of a dark mage was. Walking beside him, Sohyun answered without hesitation that dark mages had to absorb demonic energy from external sources. Minjun then posed another mysterious question, asking who she thought it would be if there were a dark mage who had managed to overcome that flaw. Startled by the implication, Sohyun trembled in shock, stared at him with wide eyes, and hesitantly asked whether he meant. Minjun pointed his thumb toward himself, laughed confidently, and revealed that he had recently gained the ability to generate his own demonic energy, although it was still only a small amount. Seeing her overwhelmed expression, he turned to her and asked what was wrong. Covering her mouth with one hand, Sohyun looked at him with deep admiration and emotionally declared that he was incredible and truly the beacon of hope for all dark mages. At the far end of the hallway, the three soldiers continued spying on the pair's expressions. One soldier asked in disbelief whether Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun had just made the new platoon vice commander cry. Another muttered in annoyance about that demon, while the third expressed surprise, wondering if they were actually not close after all since it was also her first day. Later, in Goseong, Gangwon Province, soldiers from across the military had gathered together. Inside a tent, everyone was actively discussing the situation when Minjun approached. He raised his hand in a military salute and respectfully greeted the officer. The officer walked over with a bright smile, greeted Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun warmly, and said that he was glad to meet him. Minjun shook his hand and answered respectfully in the affirmative. His gaze then swept across the surroundings, allowing him to notice the unusual expressions in everyone's eyes. Thinking to himself, he remarked that they certainly had intimidating looks. He recognized the introductions of Hunter Special Task Force Major Han Boram and Hunter Special Task Force Major Jong Hae-jun. Looking at the two officers, Minjun silently wondered where he had seen them before. The scene then shifted to another location, where a sly-looking military medic questioned whether they were really taking him along, wondering if that was practically guaranteeing an injury. The man was identified as Hunter Special Task Force Medical Officer Captain Ma Seokdu. With a teasing grin, Seokdu crooked his index finger toward Kim Minjun and mockingly reminded him to come running if he got hurt. The soldier standing beside him burst into laughter at the joke. At that moment, a tall, powerfully built commander wearing protective gear stepped before the assembled troops and firmly ordered everyone to stand at attention before announcing that he would give a brief overview of the double-layer dungeon raid. The commander was introduced as Hunter Special Task Force Raid General Colonel Lee Pildu. The system displayed the location notification, double-layer dungeon. The synchronized footsteps of the soldiers echoed across the ground as Pildu explained that a double-layer dungeon was exactly what its name suggested, a dungeon that appeared inside another dungeon. Fully armed elite soldiers advanced cautiously into the dark cavern while he continued explaining that ordinary dungeons could be researched from the outside with existing equipment and accumulated data, but double-layer dungeons were entirely different. A gigantic crimson magic circle glowed intensely within the military base as he noted that current technology could not investigate such dungeons from the outside. Since they appeared only rarely, there was insufficient data available for proper analysis. The blazing red magic circle stood beneath heavy military guard as he concluded that the place was essentially unexplored territory. The elite hunters stood shoulder to shoulder with unwavering determination as Pildu emphasized that the Hunter Corps fully understood the danger. He ordered everyone to attention, prompting the soldiers to salute sharply. The special task force lined up in perfect formation, while Colonel Lee Pildu confidently took the lead. He explained that, because of the risks involved, only the most elite soldiers had been deployed. Moments later, the system announced that they had entered the dungeon. As the entire group stepped inside, one of the commanders suddenly reported that the gate had disappeared and that they were trapped inside an enclosed dungeon. Remaining completely composed, Pildu stated that their objective had always been to clear the entire dungeon, so nothing had changed. He ordered the unit to proceed using an all-around security formation before leading everyone deeper into the cavern. Walking behind the others, Kim Min-jun silently reflected that he had wondered what troublesome assignment the division commander would give him, but this mission was actually not bad, and he might even learn something from it. A soldier clenched his fist with determination as the team entered a vast stone chamber where 3 dark-arched passageways stretched ahead. After cautiously surveying the surroundings, Colonel Lee Pildu turned toward the unit and ordered them to divide into 3 teams. He instructed each team to investigate the dungeon for 1 hour before returning to the chamber to share whatever information they had gathered. As they continued marching, Pildu further instructed everyone that if they encountered another branching path, they were to return immediately and wait for the other teams. Since the force was splitting up, they were to avoid unnecessary engagements with monsters and focus solely on gathering information. He then asked whether everyone understood, prompting the entire unit to answer in unison that they did. Pildu then assigned Captain Ma Seok-do and Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun to accompany him. Both soldiers immediately acknowledged the order. While leading the group, Pildu warned that the dungeon could potentially be a maze, so everyone should remain alert for traps, watch every step carefully, and avoid touching anything. The others acknowledged the warning and remarked that they would meet again in 2 hours before each team proceeded along its designated route. Following behind Lee Pildu, Captain Ma Seok-do and Kim Min-jun carefully advanced through a narrow, dimly lit stone corridor. Walking at the rear, Min-jun quietly analyzed the colonel's strategy, concluding that changing the plan to turn back whenever a fork appeared while dividing the force according to combat capability demonstrated exactly why Lee Pildu had become a special task force colonel. Deciding that he would assist the commander, Min-jun quietly raised his hand behind his back and activated the Nightwalker skill. His index finger twitched slightly, causing a shadowy specter to emerge and silently follow the group. With a decisive snap of his fingers, waves of dark violet-black magical energy spread across the ground beneath the 3 soldiers as they continued walking. A mysterious, confident smile appeared on Min-jun's face. Noticing the smile, the soldier beside him angrily demanded to know why he was smiling, asking whether he thought the mission was easy and whether he felt no fear at all. The outburst reminded Min-jun of another soldier who had once glared at him with obvious prejudice, making him silently wonder what was wrong with the man and why he seemed so familiar. The 3 soldiers cautiously continued down the gloomy corridor. Receiving no reply, the irritated soldier demanded once more to know whether Min-jun intended to answer him. Suddenly, Ma Seok-do spotted something glowing within a crack in the wall and quietly exclaimed in surprise before immediately warning everyone to stay quiet and concentrate because there was something ahead. A sealed stone door blocked the passage. Min-jun silently realized that the Nightwalker could not pass through it, concluding that something must exist beyond the door. The soldier asked whether they intended to open it. Instead, Pildu retrieved something from his pocket and announced that they had already spent an awkward amount of time there, so they would stop the investigation and return to the rendezvous point. Both soldiers acknowledged the order. While preparing to leave, one of the soldiers suddenly noticed a sparkling blue stone hidden among the cracks in the wall and silently realized that it appeared to be a rune stone. Greed immediately overcame him, and he rushed forward to pry it loose. Seeing this, Colonel Lee Pildu spun around and furiously demanded to know what the soldier thought he was doing. Without warning, the ancient stone erupted with dazzling blue light that enveloped the soldier's hand, causing him to cry out in shock. At the same instant, a tremendous roar shook the entire cavern. Both Pildu and Kim Min-jun lost their balance as they looked around in alarm. A gigantic stone wall suddenly collapsed from the dungeon ceiling, crashing into the ground in an explosion of dust and debris. Drawing his weapon, Colonel Lee Pildu immediately assumed a combat stance alongside the other 2 soldiers as they prepared for the unexpected threat. A ferocious stone gargoyle suddenly descended from above, lunging directly toward Ma Seok-do. He barely managed to dodge as the monster slammed into the rocky floor. In the next instant, Kim Min-jun unleashed a razor-sharp blue magical sword slash that cleanly bisected the stone creature before the astonished eyes of his companions. The gargoyle's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Staring at the defeated creature in disbelief, the 2 soldiers could only mutter that it was. Their view then widened to reveal the entire entrance, exposing countless stone gargoyle statues densely surrounding the massive door. Realizing what stood before them, they cried out in horror that it was a gargoyle. Two soldiers stood staring at the gigantic stone entity that had just been destroyed, with one of them muttering in shock that this was unbelievable. As the view widened toward the entrance, countless stone monster statues surrounding the doorway were revealed, prompting Seokdu to cry out in alarm that it was a gargoyle. Almost instantly, the horde of stone beasts roared and charged at them with savage ferocity. Lee Pildu and Minjun swung their weapons, unleashing razor-sharp blue magical slashes that cleaved through the monsters. Pildu ordered everyone to maintain the line and slowly fall back, warning that the enemies were strong, instructing them not to try killing them in a single strike, and emphasizing that defense should take priority. One soldier's sword was knocked from his grasp in panic, just as a monster lunged toward him with its fangs bared. Before it could strike, a sword pierced straight through its head, as Minjun had once again saved the man's life. Turning toward his comrade with a sly grin, Kim Minjun reminded him that if he got hurt, no one would be left to watch his back, so he had better be careful. Moments later, a swarm of gargoyles dived down from above, forcing Colonel Lee Pildu to raise his weapon defensively while shouting a warning that the attack was coming from Minjun's left. Wearing a confident smile, Minjun replied that he understood before delivering a brilliant blue magical slash that split one of the stone monsters cleanly in half. Standing nearby, the muscular commander swept his sword, which was covered in blue energy, across the encircling monsters to protect the bewildered Seokdu. Watching the overwhelming battle unfold around him, Seokdu broke into a cold sweat as he thought that it made sense for Colonel Lee Pildu to be regarded as a monster even within the STF, but he still could not understand the other fighter. Suddenly, another monster attacked from behind, forcing the colonel to grit his teeth and unleash a powerful sweeping strike that decapitated the gargoyle and shattered its body in midair. Astonished by the display, Seokdu exclaimed in disbelief, wondering just what was up with that guy. At the same time, Minjun calmly executed another elegant arc-shaped slash that decisively cut a gigantic stone creature into two halves. After the battle, Colonel Lee Pildu approached him, patted him on the shoulder, and praised him, saying that his movements had been excellent. He admitted that he had originally intended to retreat while defending, but thanks to Minjun, they had managed to wipe out every enemy. Smiling modestly, Kim Minjun replied that it was nothing and insisted that it had all been thanks to the colonel. Pildu then turned away before calling loudly for Ma Seokdu. The moment Seokdu saw the colonel's towering figure with veins bulging across his face, he immediately snapped to attention and nervously answered that he was present. Grabbing the captain by the collar, Lee Pildu furiously demanded to know whether he had been in his right mind, reminding him that he had specifically ordered him not to touch anything. Lifted off the ground in terror, Seokdu stammered an apology. Still seething with anger, the colonel shouted that he could not understand how a captain could have touched such an obvious trap. Nearly in tears, the blue-haired hunter tried to explain that he had mistaken it for a rune stone and had only wanted to collect it. Watching silently from behind, Minjun glanced at the unfortunate soldier with obvious disdain and thought with exasperation that after triggering a fake runestone trap, the man would certainly face disciplinary action once they escaped, and he wondered how someone like him had ever managed to join the STF. Pildu's anger finally reached its peak as he roared that they had not come there to collect items and reminded Seokdu that everyone could have died because of his reckless behavior. Crying uncontrollably, Seokdu repeatedly apologized at the top of his lungs. Eventually, the colonel released his collar, turned away in frustration, and warned him that they would settle the matter after they got out alive. Once the battle had ended, Lee Pildu ordered the team to move to the rendezvous point and check whether the gate was open, stressing that this was his final warning and that no one was to touch anything. Seeing the blue-haired hunter walking beside them with his head hanging low, Minjun smirked inwardly and sarcastically thought that he would overlook the way the man had treated him all day because he truly was a pitiful bastard. Without warning, Minjun's expression changed as he sensed danger approaching from a dark corner of the dungeon. Startled, he quickly warned the others that there were more enemies coming. Lee Pildu and Ma Seokdu turned around in surprise, and the colonel urgently ordered Sergeant Kim Minjun to fall back. At that instant, a gigantic black claw gripped the edge of the stone doorway before a massive horned monster emerged and let out a terrifying roar to intimidate the intruders. The three soldiers immediately took up defensive positions, while one green-haired hunter cursed under his breath. Narrowing his eyes, Minjun silently assessed the creature, realizing that he had never seen anything like it before and wondering whether it was the dungeon boss. Standing directly before the enormous monster, Colonel Lee Pildu rushed forward to intercept the attack while shouting for everyone to duck. The monstrous creature spread its sinister wings and charged, sending the colonel flying with an overwhelming shockwave. Its dark slash ripped apart the ground and knocked the two soldiers behind him off their feet. Horrified by what he had witnessed, Seokdu shouted anxiously, asking whether the colonel was all right. Forcing himself back onto his feet while clutching his chest in pain, Lee Pildu answered that he was fine. The gigantic stone monster then beat its wings, creating a violent storm of black and violet darkness that engulfed the entire chamber. As the thick magical fog swallowed everyone's vision, Minjun shielded his face from the fierce wind and sarcastically asked whether the monster's dream job had been to become a fan. As the black magical energy continued to spread, Minjun tightened his grip on his glowing blue magic sword before charging forward with an arrogant smile, mockingly expressing his hope that the creature would achieve that dream in its next life. With a single magnificent slash, he cut the enormous dungeon boss cleanly in half, causing it to collapse and shatter into countless fragments of stone. Just then, Colonel Lee Pildu and Ma Sokdu rushed over to support him. Seeing them approaching, Minjun turned around in surprise and simply asked what was going on. Before anyone could react, another gigantic shadow wielding a massive scythe launched a brutal surprise attack from behind. The colossal monster relentlessly assaulted Minjun, who calmly drove his sword straight into its abdomen before pulling it free with a confident grin. When the creature's wound regenerated almost instantly, Minjun thoughtfully remarked that its regenerative ability was insane. Recognizing the danger it posed, he smirked and admitted that the monster was surprisingly skilled. While defending against the relentless attacks, Colonel Lee Pildu ordered Ma Seokdu to head for the rendezvous point and call for reinforcements. Hesitating at first, Seokdu began to protest, but after meeting the colonel's unwavering gaze, he quickly composed himself, acknowledged the order, urged the colonel to stay safe, and immediately sprinted down the stone corridor in search of help. The gigantic monster glared after him with blazing yellow eyes as another storm of darkness swallowed the remaining soldiers, plunging them into complete blackness. Unable to see anything, Seokdu panicked and cried that he had completely lost his vision. Maintaining his composure despite being equally blind, Lee Pildu firmly told everyone not to lose their nerve because he could not see anything either. Amid the oppressive darkness, the sounds of clashing weapons echoed continuously as the commander and his companion desperately defended themselves. Standing perfectly still, Minjun calmly raised one hand into a fighting stance before his eyes suddenly glowed with brilliant pink-purple magical light. Quietly, he realized that this was the darkness skill, remarking that it was an exceptionally troublesome ability because even dark mages accustomed to the shadows could barely see once it was activated. Turning around with a sly, confident smile, Minjun thought with satisfaction that at least he had someone who could fight on their behalf. Immediately, his enormous shadow beast, Nightwalker, emerged from the darkness, roared fiercely, and charged into battle while wielding its twin blades. The creature unleashed a relentless barrage of pink-purple magical slashes that repeatedly struck the gigantic monster, causing explosions of dark energy across its body. Watching the battle unfold from a distance with calm confidence, Minjun soon rejoined the fight himself, moving with absolute composure before delivering a precise vertical slash that bisected another monster. Meanwhile, Nightwalker continued surrounding the gigantic boss with relentless magical claw attacks, tearing into its body with violet-black energy until it roared in agony. Keeping his distance, Minjun carefully observed the enemy before concluding that its regeneration was unquestionably the real problem. Glancing behind him, he noticed that both Colonel Lee Pildu and Seokdu had collapsed to their knees in exhaustion. Calmly assessing the situation, he realized that they were succumbing to the creature's fear effect and that delaying the battle any longer would only make things worse. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of pink-purple shadow magic erupted from Minjun's left arm. Wearing a sinister smile, he stood firmly within the darkness, raised his arm engulfed in black magical flames, and prepared to summon another mysterious shadow entity cloaked in black. Minjun poured all of his strength into swinging his weapon, which blazed with magical fire, to deliver a devastating finishing blow. Tilting his head slightly as he observed that the boss entity was still struggling to remain standing, he remarked that its regeneration was definitely the real problem. Seeing his two teammates collapsed on the ground behind him from exhaustion, he worried that they were succumbing to the fear effect and thought that delaying any longer would only make the situation worse. His left arm suddenly erupted with surging pinkish-purple magical flames. Staring ahead with unwavering determination, Kim Minjun raised his hand, which burned with dark energy, and summoned the supreme shadow creature through the skill Darksider, D. A sinister, cloaked shadow entity materialized and unleashed razor-sharp energy slashes that surrounded the gigantic monster. Standing directly before the enemy, the shadow forced Minjun to impatiently remark that the bastard's regeneration ability was incredibly annoying and ask whether it could deal with it. As he continued channeling his radiant blue magic sword, he ordered it to time the attack perfectly before commanding it to go. The shadow entity instantly rushed forward and unleashed a violent slash of dark energy that tore through space. It soared through the air and closed in behind the stone monster's head. Sensing the incoming threat, the monster became alert, but it was caught off guard as the shadow struck unexpectedly. The dungeon beast widened its glowing yellow eyes in horror and roared madly. The summoned creature swept its scythe across the enemy with an overwhelmingly powerful pinkish-purple energy slash, splitting across its body. The explosive force shattered the boss's massive body with deep cracks before it collapsed onto the dungeon floor. The gigantic boss roared furiously in response to the attack, while the Nightwalker floated above and swung its magical scythe, releasing another sharp pinkish-purple slash. The attack struck directly into the monster's chest, triggering a brilliant explosion of energy that made the creature scream in agony. Holding his glowing blue magic sword firmly, Minjun stepped back into a defensive stance while smirking confidently as he prepared to finish the battle. Swiftly evading the monster's attack, he delivered a beautiful arcing slash toward the stone beast before cutting directly into its head. Confidently, he reflected that although the effect only lasted for a brief moment, that was Darksider's innate ability, as its scythe could temporarily neutralize an opponent's skills and effects. Deep within the dark dungeon, the shadow creature's violet-black magical power erupted violently. The enraged dungeon boss, its golden eyes blazing, stood towering in the darkness before spreading its sinister wings and charging at the intruder. At that very moment, a black-cloaked figure wielding an enormous scythe condensed from thick black smoke and unleashed another violent slash of dark energy that ripped through space, causing the stone beast to roar in pain as it charged. Watching the attack unfold, Minjun remarked that the suppression only lasted for a moment. He then unleashed an immensely powerful magical attack that blasted the gigantic entity deep into the darkness of the dungeon. Smirking with complete confidence, Kim Minjun declared that even such a brief opening was more than enough for him to swat one pesky bug. He immediately rushed toward the enemy, stomping heavily across the rocky dungeon floor. Emerging from the drifting gray mist, the colossal shadow creature Nightwalker manifested with a sinister smile and bulging muscles, ready for battle. Turning around, Minjun calmly checked on his two teammates. Ma Seokdu was trembling in absolute terror while clutching his head and crying miserably. Beside him, the burly commander had also exhausted himself and dropped to one knee while gritting his teeth through the pain. A massive shadow then fell over Colonel Lee Pildu's surprised and vigilant face. Standing proudly on the opposite side, Kim Minjun rested his sword on his shoulder and casually reported that the situation had been dealt with. The scene shifted to the field base outside the dungeon, where soldiers and military vehicles maintained a strict guard. As the special task force marched out through the gate, it was noted that after defeating the Dark Gargoyle, which had been presumed to be the dungeon boss, the double-layer dungeon had been successfully cleared, and that the unprecedented speed of the raid seemed to have astonished everyone. Two soldiers at the base stared at Minjun with strange expressions, wondering why he looked back at them, and they congratulated him on a job well done before shaking his hand. Excitedly, Minjun replied that he thanked them. Colonel Lee Pildu confidently led the group from the front before glancing back at Kim Minjun with a subtle smile. He gave Minjun a firm, friendly pat on the shoulder, catching him by surprise. Suddenly, however, the colonel spun around and fiercely shouted for everyone to hurry after him. Startled, Ma Seokdu grabbed his helmet and frantically chased after him while shouting that he was coming. Walking behind them, Kim Minjun calmly watched the chaotic scene unfold. The colonel continued angrily scolding the blue-haired soldier walking beside him. Carrying his sword over his shoulder beneath the bright sunlight, Minjun smiled to himself as he reflected that everything had gone exactly according to his plan. In another scene, a male soldier widened his eyes in disbelief and asked if it was really true. The setting then shifted to the military base's red brick administrative building, where three soldiers were gathered in the hallway discussing the latest news. One bewildered hunter remarked that Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun had cleared a double-layer dungeon within 5 hours and had even defeated the boss alone without suffering a single injury. Hearing this, Kim Sohyun folded her arms and proudly responded that there was no reason for someone like him to be injured by such an opponent. Inspired by her confidence, another soldier raised his fist enthusiastically and declared that Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun truly was the pride of their division. A third soldier nodded in admiration, adding that it had already been impressive that Minjun had been the only person dispatched for the STF plan, yet he had still managed to achieve such incredible results. Smiling faintly, Kim Sohyun turned toward the nearby soldier and asked whether he was Corporal Lee Dongjin before praising him for having excellent judgment. Dongjin respectfully thanked her. She then instructed him to repeat those exact words to Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun after he returned from reporting to the division commander. Dongjin immediately acknowledged the order. The two soldiers behind them teased Dongjin by saying that he was certainly the #1 agent and that he spoke as though he were composing works of art, joking that they had never realized he was so skilled at flattery. Modestly, Dongjin explained that he was not flattering Minjun at all because Kim Minjun truly was extraordinary. He reflected that it was difficult to believe the man he had first met as a private had become someone so remarkable. He admitted that he had once viewed military service as nothing more than an obligation forced upon him, but meeting Kim Min-jun had completely changed his perspective. Watching Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun from nearby had inspired him to pursue a meaningful military life as well. The other two soldiers agreed, saying they had never seen or even heard of a private like him before, especially considering that less than a year had passed. After thinking for a moment, Dongjin concluded that clearing the double-layer dungeon had been an incredible accomplishment. He observed that Min-jun's abilities stood out even among the STF and speculated that he might soon receive a promotion. Although such an advancement would be well-deserved, he admitted it would be unfortunate if Min-jun had to leave the 2nd platoon for a higher command position within the 2nd battalion. The thought excited the other two soldiers. Elsewhere, inside a spacious command office, 3 military generals were holding a meeting around a long stone table. Suddenly, a heavily bearded commander slammed his fist onto the table and enthusiastically announced that Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun's promotion to 2nd lieutenant had officially been confirmed. Delighted by the news, Min-jun immediately stood at attention and expressed his gratitude. The elderly commander seated across from him smiled proudly and said that he was delighted to have fulfilled the promise he had made, praising Min-jun for his outstanding performance. Laughter and words of encouragement filled the room. Another commander then congratulated Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun and explained that after completing officer candidate training, he would be commissioned as a 2nd lieutenant and assigned as a platoon commander. He asked whether there was a particular unit Min-jun wished to join, promising to assign him wherever he desired within the division. Listening carefully, Min-jun remained silent for a moment before honestly stating that he wanted to become the commander of the 2nd platoon, 2nd company, 2nd battalion. Smiling approvingly, the commander remarked that it was wise to begin somewhere familiar before asking the battalion commander whether such an assignment would be possible. Laughing confidently, the battalion commander assured everyone that it absolutely was. After bowing gratefully, Min-jun politely said that he had one small request and asked whether he could mention it. The general nodded and encouraged him to speak. Looking directly at him, Min-jun explained that regarding the vice commander of the platoon he would lead, he had someone specific in mind. Finally, sitting proudly on a sofa in the command office with his fingers interlocked, Kim Min-jun confidently requested that Staff Sergeant Kim So-yeon be assigned to him. Lowering his head with a satisfied smile afterward, he quietly reflected that everything was proceeding exactly according to his plan. Early one morning in the school residential quarters, the commander walked down the hallway and happened to spot Kim Min-jun. Upon seeing him, Min-jun raised his hand in a military salute, and Jol-min returned the salute. As Min-jun walked away, Jol-min assumed that he certainly seemed happy, remarking that it made sense since he had already become a 2nd lieutenant. However, Min-jun reflected that this was not the reason at all, explaining to himself that his promotion had been obvious considering everything he had accomplished, and that there was another reason for his excitement. A few minutes earlier, a voice had emerged from the shadows, stating that it had brought the item. A pouch was presented before Min-jun, while its description appeared, explaining that the gargoyle's pouch could store items up to a certain weight limit regardless of size, that stored items would never spoil, that its weight limit was 500 kilograms, and that it was a bound item. Upon receiving it, Min-jun's eyes immediately lit up as he admitted that he had never thought to take it from the gargoyle because they had been in the middle of a mission. Laughing happily, he praised the ghost, saying that he was proud of it because he had been hoping for something exactly like that. Delighted by the compliment, the ghost pointed toward him, causing Min-jun to look surprised before it mischievously conjured countless soul stones. Excitedly, Min-jun exclaimed that soul stones were the best healing items. He rubbed the ghost's head and praised it again, saying that it had done a great job and that feeding it all that food had truly been worthwhile. A system notification then appeared, asking whether he wished to take the gargoyle's pouch as his belonging. Min-jun immediately accepted, replying that of course he would. The pouch instantly vanished from his hand, prompting him to remark that its effects were incredible despite its notoriously difficult maintenance. As the soul stones continued to glow, he added enthusiastically that maintenance would no longer be a problem. The scene then shifted to the training room, where Kim So-hyun stood facing Min-jun while breathing heavily from exhaustion. She quickly regained her rhythm, rushed toward him, and threw a powerful punch with all her strength. Min-jun effortlessly dodged the attack before casually sweeping her leg. Unable to evade in time, So-hyun stumbled but quickly regained her footing and launched another attack. She suddenly froze when she noticed Min-jun's finger moving toward her forehead. In a cold voice, he reminded her that he had repeatedly told her to keep her punches quick and short unless she was delivering a decisive blow. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked her forehead, sending her falling backward. A faint smile formed on Min-jun's lips as So-hyun lay sprawled across the floor. He asked whether she was tired and whether she wanted to stop. Despite the large swelling on her forehead and the tears welling up in her eyes, she immediately got back to her feet and stubbornly insisted that she wanted to go one more round. Sometime later, while holding a bottle of water, Minjun glanced at his exhausted teammate who had collapsed onto one knee behind him and commented that she had improved a little and that it looked as though she had been training very hard. Covered in sweat with a swollen forehead, Sohyun firmly declared that she still had a long way to go before thanking him. As he unscrewed the bottle cap, Minjun's expression turned serious as he asked whether she knew what soul stones were. Standing at attention, Sohyun calmly explained that soul stones were healing items capable of curing wounds and restoring stamina, adding that consuming enough of them could even regenerate lost limbs. An illustration then appeared depicting a powerful mage in robes and a wizard's hat channeling brilliant lightning magic through a soul stone. Continuing her explanation, Sohyun stated that soul stones were even more valuable because they greatly accelerated mana recovery for mages, making them items capable of determining the outcome of battles. She further explained that because they were extremely rare and lost their effects only a few days after being dropped, they were sold at extraordinarily high prices in Isgard. After hearing her explanation, Minjun smiled knowingly before asking whether soul stones could also restore demonic energy. Sohyun shook her head and explained that demonic energy differed from mana because it was drawn from external sources and therefore could not normally be restored by soul stones. Smirking mischievously, Minjun asked what would happen if he could actually produce demonic energy within his own body. Sohyun widened her eyes in surprise before admitting that such a thing might indeed be possible, although she could not guarantee it would be as effective as mana recovery, adding that healing items might still work. To Sohyun's astonishment, Minjun summoned the pouch. She observed him with admiration and remarked that although those were definitely soul stones, the pouch itself was an incredibly rare treasure. Proudly, Minjun replied that it was amazing because he could now store soul stones indefinitely without wasting a single one due to their rapid expiration, before announcing that it was time to test what would happen. Sohyun hesitantly apologized before asking him to wait, but she stared in disbelief as Minjun swallowed a soul stone. A series of system notifications immediately appeared, stating that he had consumed a soul stone, that there were no wounds to heal, that all of its energy was being absorbed by the perpetual motion machine, that the machine had been positively influenced, that its demonic energy production rate had increased twice, and that the perpetual motion machine skill had been enhanced. Smiling with satisfaction, Minjun remarked that the results were even better than he had expected. He then tossed another soul stone into his mouth, saying that they should continue. However, the system repeatedly warned that the soul stone's energy was too powerful and that the perpetual motion machine was rejecting its energy. Enduring the overwhelming force, Minjun gritted his teeth as brilliant purple demonic energy erupted from his glowing eyes. Roaring defiantly, he declared that he himself was also too strong. Witnessing the dangerous surge of power, Sohyun desperately stretched both hands toward him and pleaded for him to test the process more slowly, begging him not to push himself so hard. Nevertheless, Minjun merely smiled proudly, stared at the glowing blue soulstone in his hand, and confidently asked how he was supposed to become stronger if he held back. He crushed the soulstone with all his strength, creating a small explosion in the palm of his hand. The system immediately displayed additional notifications, announcing that powerful energy was being absorbed by the perpetual motion machine, that the powerful energy was increasing his demonic energy through the machine, and that his demonic energy stat had increased by 3 consecutive times. The enormous burst of magical energy created a violent magical earthquake that swept through the entire training room. Moments later, Minjun's strength was completely exhausted, causing him to collapse onto both knees as they struck the dusty floor. Horrified by the sight, Sohyun screamed his name before sprinting across the room. Kneeling beside him, she anxiously asked whether he was all right. Supporting himself with one hand, Minjun slowly rose while wearing a proud smile and calmly answered that he was fine, adding that he had expected nothing less after consuming 3 soulstones consecutively. Relieved by his response, Sohyun let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, another system notification appeared before Minjun, announcing that the skills Corruption, Dark Arrow, Demonic Energy Whip, and Reign of Corruption had all been enhanced. It further declared that because his demonic energy had reached the required threshold, he had unlocked the skill Curse of the Plague. Reading the description, Minjun muttered that it was definitely a skill he should never use in Korea. The system explained that Curse of the Plague summoned a cursed seed that absorbed the life force of everything around it before growing into a tree that spread a devastating plague, and that once activated, every living being in the region would disappear as the land itself died. Seo-hyun anxiously asked whether he had truly obtained Curse of the Plague, explaining that it was a skill only an extremely small number of dark mages could wield. She added that she was glad he was gradually recovering the glorious powers he had once possessed. Smiling mysteriously yet confidently, Minjun replied that the skill was only valuable as long as he never had to use it. Hearing those words, Sohyun widened her eyes in shock, sweat dripping down her face. Placing one hand against her chest, she bowed apologetically and admitted that she was sorry, acknowledging that it was definitely a skill he should never use on his home planet. Calmly turning his face away, Minjun admitted that he himself had been short-sighted. He then stepped closer, lightly flicked her forehead again, and teasingly remarked that she took everything far too seriously, joking that it would be nice if she and Lee Bonggu were somehow combined into one person. Rubbing her reddened forehead with a gloomy expression, Sohyun sadly wondered how he could possibly compare her to Lee Bonggu, asking whether the two of them had not already become friends. Turning his back and resting one hand on the sword over his shoulder, Minjun decisively replied that, beginning the following day, he would be leaving for 2 weeks of off-site training. Seohyun politely asked what kind of training it would be. Minjun simply smiled faintly before beginning to answer. The scene then shifted to the Hunter Corps training grounds somewhere in Gyeonggi. Heavy footsteps echoed through the area as Kim Minjun, dressed in military uniform and wearing a bright smile, remarked that it had been quite a while since officer candidate training. Early in the morning, a red brick Hunter Corps Special Operations building stood beneath a bright blue sky bathed in gentle sunlight. At the field training area, special hunter trainees dressed in black military uniforms ran along the hillside to build their endurance as Kim Minjun reflected that the Hunter Corps' officer candidate training consisted of theoretical lessons and physical education for beginner instructors. As a soldier's boots struck the sandy ground with crisp, deliberate thuds, he further reflected that the program lasted for 2 weeks at the Hunter Corps training grounds and that most of the trainees were cadets about to graduate from the Hunter Military Academy. While the column of trainees pushed themselves through the endurance run with stern and determined expressions, Minjun regarded it as the final step toward becoming second lieutenants. He then noted to himself that, although there were rare cases like his own in which someone was promoted from a non-commissioned officer, such cases were uncommon. Watching the group continue charging up a rugged dirt slope, he concluded that every one of them was an advanced, awakened individual who had completed the Hunter Military Academy's elite training process. As he marched alongside his fellow trainees across the training grounds, Minjun silently wondered how capable they really were. The entire group eventually lined up in single file and marched through the main gate of the administrative building, their synchronized footsteps echoing loudly across the pavement. A female commander wearing sunglasses stood guard at the entrance and glanced at her wristwatch before quietly remarking that there was still some time before the next scheduled activity and that it did not really matter. Standing beside Minjun, Lee Yuna smiled knowingly while glancing elsewhere. Moments later, the female commander blew her whistle sharply and loudly ordered the trainees to run one more lap. Under the clear blue sky, the exhausted male trainees collapsed to their knees, gasping for breath after the long-distance run. Observing them, Minjun smirked to himself and admitted that he had expected the instructors to follow the planned routine, but instead concluded that they were surprisingly ruthless. Standing behind the trainees with her hands on her hips, the female commander continued urging them onward, shouting that there was still time remaining, ordering them to complete one more lap, demanding to know why their pace was slowing down, and once again commanding them to run another lap. Smiling confidently, Minjun wiped the sweat from his forehead and silently concluded that she had repeated the same order 5 times during a 10-kilometer run. He reasoned that it was easy for runners to lose their rhythm when they believed the run was over only to discover that it was not. And he further concluded that repeating the trick several times had proven highly effective against trainees who were naturally confident in their own stamina. He ultimately regarded it as a very useful training method. Standing alone in the training yard, Minjun glanced curiously to one side. When he noticed that Lee Yuna remained perfectly energetic despite the exhausted crowd around her, he silently observed that she was doing just fine. The cheerful brown-haired hunter approached him with a friendly smile and introduced herself, saying that he was Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun, that she was Lee Yuna, a trainee, and that it was a pleasure to meet him. Somewhat surprised, Minjun asked whether she already knew who he was. Yuna enthusiastically replied that he was incredibly famous, explaining that everyone at the academy had talked about him, especially regarding the Sokcho incident and the ogre capture, adding that even the instructors frequently discussed those accomplishments. Overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, Minjun silently remarked to himself that she certainly talked a lot. Leaning close to whisper confidentially, Yuna revealed that there was another trainee who was almost as famous as Minjun. She explained that the man had once been a captain but had been demoted to second lieutenant and was therefore undergoing training again because of the disciplinary action. Upon hearing that, Minjun smirked and jokingly wondered whether the man had accidentally triggered some sort of trap inside a dungeon. Standing in front of them, the muscular Ma Seokdu rested both hands on his hips while veins bulged across his body as he roared in fury. He was identified as trainee, re-education, Ma Seokdu. Yuna turned toward Minjun with curious eyes and asked whether he already knew about Seokdu. Minjun confidently replied that it had been quite a major incident, but explained that medical officers were rare, which was why the demotion had been the extent of Seokdu's punishment. At the same time, he silently added that he knew the truth because he had personally witnessed everything Seokdu had done. Meanwhile, Seokdu glanced suspiciously at the two trainees walking beside him. As soon as he spotted Minjun, he immediately turned his face away, ground his teeth in frustration, and muttered angrily, "That bastard." Day 1. Inside a large classroom, every trainee sat neatly at their desks in black military uniforms while listening attentively as a commanding officer lectured in front of the blackboard. Sitting in the front row, Kim Min-jun rested his chin on one hand while using the other to carefully take notes in a small notebook. Day 2. From an overhead view of the training hall, two male trainees were seen engaging in a serious wooden sword sparring match under the watchful eyes of the entire class. Kim Min-jun decisively swung his wooden sword, unleashing a magical slash that appeared to tear through the air with overwhelming force. A female hunter with brown hair tied in a ponytail bravely charged forward and focused as she powerfully swung her training weapon. Nearby, Ma Seokdu stood with his arms crossed, watching the other trainees with visible dissatisfaction. On the third day, Ma Seokdu glared furiously, opened his mouth wide, and roared in anger during the intense physical training session. Another male hunter exerted all of his strength to execute a sweeping magical sword strike that stirred up gusts of wind and clouds of dust throughout the training hall. Witnessing the overwhelming display, the brown-haired female hunter and the teammate beside her were startled and froze in shock with their eyes wide open. On the fourth day, at the military cafeteria, Kim Min-jun and the brown-haired female hunter sat at the same table. While he carefully studied a small tactical manual, she curiously pointed at it and asked him about it. The calendar pages rapidly flipped through the following days: Day 5, Day 6, and Day 7. Beneath the crimson glow of the sunset, the Special Task Force soldiers ran in a single-file formation along the hillside with unwavering determination toward the fading light. After nightfall, the field military base stood prominently in the darkness while the classroom windows remained brightly illuminated. Later, Kim Min-jun, dressed casually in a gray t-shirt with both hands in his pockets, calmly walked down the hallway with his fellow trainees. Still wearing the same gray t-shirt and slippers, he confidently pushed open the door to the gaming room. Looking around excitedly, he exclaimed that the best way to finish off the day was that place. Before him stood an impressive row of high-end gaming computers. The premium headset and mechanical keyboard beside one of the monitors seemed to sparkle, prompting him to remark enthusiastically that he loved the setup so much and that it was exactly how gaming should be. Min-jun approached one of the computers, sat down, smiled, and wondered aloud which character he should play. However, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and uttered a confused sound as the monitor displayed the character selection screen of a fighting game called Dungeon Fighter. Displayed prominently on the screen was a muscular male character wearing nothing but yellow swim trunks, with the nameplate reading, Level 115 Bulge Doctor. Seeing the unique character design, Min-jun laughed excitedly and remarked that it was awesome, adding that the developers must have put a great deal of effort into it because he could truly feel their passion. At that moment, Yuna approached from behind and called out by asking whether Sergeant Kim Min-jun was there. Startled by the unexpected voice, Min-jun quickly turned around in surprise. Smiling warmly with slightly flushed cheeks, Yuna asked whether he was there to play games as well. She then pointed at the chair he was sitting in with a playful grin and informed him that it was her seat. Hearing that, Min-jun immediately jumped to his feet in excitement and asked whether she was a DPF player as well. Yuna happily stepped closer and confirmed that she had come there to play the game too. Raising his fist excitedly, Min-jun asked if she really meant it. With sparkling eyes and a radiant smile, Yuna confirmed that DPF was her favorite game. A short while later, Yuna invited him to play together. However, after noticing his troubled expression, she awkwardly remarked that it was all right if he did not want to because she did not wish to put him on the spot. In response, Min-jun suddenly extended his hand and suggested that they should become friends from that day onward. Yuna laughed cheerfully before waving goodbye to him playfully. At that moment, the system displayed a handwritten evaluation stating that not only was she outstanding in stamina, combat ability, and theoretical lessons, but she was also a dungeon power fighter player. Standing frozen in this gaming room, Minjun widened his eyes and excitedly thought that he could not lose her. The scene then shifted to the military training facility beneath a clear blue sky. Standing before the assembled troops, a commanding officer announced that for the next 3 days, they would proceed with the final task of the training program, namely platoon tactics. The entire Special Hunter unit stood in orderly formation wearing camouflage uniforms and carrying their weapons. A powerfully built commanding officer explained that the exercise was simple because each trainee would take turns serving as the platoon commander while everyone else would act as platoon members. At another training group, a commanding officer announced that they would move to the transforming dungeon managed by the training facility. Upon hearing the order, Kim Minjun, dressed in camouflage special forces gear, silently wondered whether the transforming dungeon was the same place they had visited before. The commanding officer continued by explaining that they were expected to complete the assigned tasks in order to improve their skills. Minjun narrowed one eye as he carefully observed the situation ahead. The view widened to reveal the entire training ground as the Special Hunter unit marched neatly through the base in perfect formation. Among the formation, a blue-haired female hunter with a neatly braided hairstyle marched seriously alongside the others. After noticing her familiar figure, Minjun silently wondered what she was doing there. The commanding officer then raised one hand in a crisp military salute before explaining that those individuals were instructors assigned to assist them because there were not enough personnel. A close-up showed another male commander loudly urging the formation onward. Finally, the senior commander glared at the assembled trainees and firmly ordered them to get to know one another, adding that they would depart in 10 minutes and that everyone should rest until then. Hearing the command, Sun Yunseo quickly turned around, pointed toward the instructors, and asked whether they were assistant instructors on temporary assignment. After receiving confirmation, she immediately stood at attention and responded that she understood. Minjun gritted his teeth in annoyance and silently wondered why it had to happen at that particular moment. Crossing his arms, he asked irritably whether it was merely a coincidence or whether she had been following him around, adding that she had also appeared back in Chuncheon. Wrongly accused, Sun Yunseo began sweating nervously before protesting tearfully that it was nothing more than a coincidence and asked whether he was seriously implying that she had been following him around. After briefly stroking his chin, Minjun admitted that it was probably not something she could control, but commented that the repeated encounters were becoming a little too much. Yuna leaned closer and asked whether Minjun knew her. Hearing Yuna casually call him Minjun, Sun Yunseo was visibly startled and silently questioned the familiarity. Minjun calmly explained that Sun Yunseo was a colleague from training. Yuna smiled brightly, introduced herself as trainee Lee Yuna, and greeted Sun Yunseo. Feeling slightly flustered, Sun Yunseo began introducing herself as Sergeant Sun Yunseo, before Yuna gently placed a finger over her lips and explained that she had not yet been commissioned, so there was no need to be so formal. Relaxing slightly, Sun Yunseo thanked her before extending her hand for a friendly handshake and introducing herself again as Sergeant Sun Yunseo from the 4th Battalion of the 104th Division. Smiling warmly, Yuna then asked how the two of them knew each other. With a weary expression despite the blood on his face, Minjun simply replied that they were friends. Upon hearing the brief answer, Sun Yunseo's jaw dropped in complete astonishment. The scene widened once again to show the training ground where the Special Force soldiers had gathered in small groups while chatting noisily. Watching them from a distance with his arms crossed, Ma Seokdu sighed that the situation was a complete mess and remarked that they were acting as though they were on a picnic. Grinding his teeth in irritation as he looked toward Minjun, he loudly demanded to know who the hell that person was. Inside the transforming dungeon, officer candidate training in progress. Seokdu glared furiously at Kim Minjun, his eyes wide with disbelief, and shouted as he demanded to know whether Minjun really thought that made any sense at that moment. Dressed neatly in his field uniform and calmly holding a tablet, Kim Minjun replied that there was no problem. Seokdu angrily thrust his fist forward and yelled that he knew it was only a mock situation, but a platoon commander still had the duty to lead his soldiers according to the circumstances. He argued that the circumstances clearly involved a giant kobold colony in the area and insisted that they should go around it. Casting a brief glance at him, Minjun coldly stated that they would not go around the colony because going through it was the fastest route. Seokdu's face flushed red with anger as he roared that there were far too many kobolds for them to fight and demanded to know whether Minjun was trying to lead everyone to their deaths. Standing firmly in his field uniform, Minjun declared that he was the platoon commander at that moment, that it was his judgment, and that he would be the one evaluated for the decision. Watching the two men argue fiercely in front of her, the brown-haired girl with a ponytail nervously raised both hands in an attempt to stop them. Minjun then stared at Sukdu and sternly questioned why he kept speaking to him in such an informal manner. Seeing the tension escalating, Yuna hurriedly stepped in and urged both of them to stop, reminding them that training should remain their priority. She added that if there were any real problems, the instructors would surely intervene before awkwardly stumbling over whether to address Seokdu as Captain Ma Seokdu, trainee, or second lieutenant. The reminder of his past only infuriated Ma Seokdu further, causing him to grind his teeth and let out a resentful roar. Tilting his head slightly, Minjun silently wondered what on earth was going on. Meanwhile, Seokdu trembled in confusion as sweat rolled down his face, wondering to himself what exactly was happening. The entire special task force continued marching along the trail across the vast green grasslands, with the 2 male hunters at the front confidently leading the formation. Still unwilling to let the matter go, Seokdu raised his hand again and loudly protested that there were kobolds ahead of them, yet trainee Kim Minjun insisted on passing through them. He argued that although he was currently a trainee, he possessed a great deal of experience and firmly maintained that Minjun's decision was a serious misjudgment. The man standing beside him stroked his chin thoughtfully before asking trainee Kim Minjun whether there was a particular reason he refused to go around the colony. Minjun calmly explained that their mission was to rescue allies who had become isolated inside the dungeon, meaning that every minute and every second mattered. For that reason, he believed taking the shortest route was the correct decision. Seokdu immediately waved his hand dismissively and argued that this was precisely why they could not afford to lose anyone. He insisted that preserving their numbers was more important, even if it required more time, and challenged Minjun to offer a counter-argument. Clenching his fist confidently, Minjun stated that kobolds disliked sunlight. He then reasoned that since they were crossing an open grassy plain without any shade, the kobolds should all be underground. Looking across the brightly sunlit grasslands beneath the clear blue sky, he continued by explaining that it should be possible to pass through the colony during broad daylight without fighting a single kobold, provided that no idiot touched anything. Realizing that the remark was clearly directed at him, Seokdu clenched his fists so tightly that his teeth ground together in frustration. Standing beside him, Sun Unseo flinched and let out a frightened squeak. As Seokdu remained visibly irritated, the commanding officer facing him closed his eyes with a satisfied smile and told trainee Kim Minjun that he was right. Minjun slightly lowered his head and calmly thanked him. He then turned toward the rest of the squad, signaled to them, and announced that they would proceed. Raising one hand in a crisp military gesture, Kim Minjun loudly ordered the platoon to move forward. Beneath the clear blue sky, the entire special task force advanced across the grasslands in perfect formation. Walking in the middle of the formation, Lee Yuna cheerfully remarked that Minjun, or rather Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun, was truly remarkable. She observed that not only had he been promoted at an incredible pace, but his ability to assess situations and make decisions was equally extraordinary. Sun Unseo sighed helplessly and admitted that she no longer felt capable of keeping up with him. Although she had always known he was talented, she felt that his abilities had exceeded all expectations. Hearing that, Lee Yuna leaned closer with sparkling eyes and whispered excitedly that she had been thinking about applying to the 104th Division and hoped Unseo would treat her kindly once she joined. Smiling gently, Sun Unseo assured her that she certainly would. Walking behind them, another hunter silently thought with jealousy that he should remember to ask for her number later. He reflected that all he had needed to do was succeed as the STF medical officer and wondered in frustration what he was even doing there. Standing alone in silence on the training ground, Ma Seokdu was consumed by regret as he thought that getting involved with Kim Minjun had only resulted in him being humiliated in front of juniors much younger than himself. He lamented that the double-layer dungeon raid had been a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A series of painful memories from the brutal dungeon battle flashed through his mind as he recalled his comrades falling one after another before the gigantic monster. Overcome with remorse, he bitterly admitted to himself that he had thrown everything away because he had become greedy. The scene then shifted to the Supreme Command Office, where the colonel forcefully slammed a hand down onto a stack of mission reports. The colonel, seated behind his desk, sternly asked whether that was all he had to report. Standing rigidly at attention before him, Colonel Lee Pildu firmly reported that it was. The Supreme Commander clasped his hands together and ordered that regarding what should be done with Captain Ma Seokdu, he would first discuss the matter with the commander of the Hunter Special Task Force. Upon hearing that decision, Ma Seokdu, who was standing nearby, trembled and broke into a cold sweat from fear. The Supreme Commander then coldly declared that they were dismissed. Colonel Lee Pildu immediately raised his hand in a sharp military salute and loudly acknowledged the order before he could finish speaking. The colonel then turned toward the black-haired soldier and sternly instructed Captain Ma to remain behind. Startled by the order, Ma Seokdu froze with his eyes wide open. As Colonel Lee Pildu walked past him, he subtly reached out and gently patted his shoulder with hidden meaning. Bowing his head in resignation, Ma Seokdu quietly replied that he understood. He then trudged deeper into the field command office. Sitting imposingly behind the desk, the Supreme Commander called for Captain Ma. Trembling in terror, Seokdu stammered and loudly answered that he was present. Maintaining a severe expression and glaring at him with overwhelming pressure, the commander asked whether he had assigned him anything difficult. Terrified and drenched in sweat, Ma Seokdu desperately answered that he had not. Resting his chin on one hand, the Supreme Commander sternly questioned whether, when he had ordered him to discover what made Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun so different and how he had achieved all those accomplishments, it had sounded like a joke, simply because it had not been an official mission. Overcome with fear, Seokdu broke into tears, his entire body trembling violently as he apologized repeatedly. Flipping through the report in his hands, the commander observed that Seokdu had lost sight while fighting the monster, whereas Sergeant First Class Kim Min-jun had continued fighting under those conditions and had ultimately managed to kill the creature, then asked whether that assessment was correct. Lowering his head in shame, Ma Seokdu quietly admitted that it was. Enraged by the answer, the Supreme Commander slammed his fist onto the desk before glaring at him and coldly calling him by name. Watching from a distance with his arms folded, another man silently reflected that he had gotten nowhere despite repeatedly trying to provoke Kim Min-jun. He further thought that it was no longer possible to pretend to be Min-jun's friend and that, because of that, his father had come to acknowledge Sergeant Kim Min-jun. Hearing those thoughts expressed aloud, Lee Yuna covered her mouth in shock and asked whether his father was involved, wondering if the two of them were related. Startled, Sun Yunseo hurriedly waved her hands and explained that it was not what she was thinking, adding that her father also served in the Hunter Corps. A moment later, Sun Unseo suddenly remembered something and remarked that the name sounded familiar, before asking whether he was the one from the 107th Division. Realizing what she had revealed, she immediately clutched her head and whispered anxiously, pleading for everyone to pretend they knew nothing because she should never have said anything. Listening to the entire conversation from behind them, Seokdu silently wondered what kind of relationship they had and considered whether he should use her to get closer to Kim Min-jun. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to stop. At once, the grassy ground cracked apart violently, forming a gigantic circular sinkhole that collapsed inward. From the depths below, a blazing crimson surge of magical energy erupted with overwhelming force, tearing through space itself. The Special Task Force hunters stared in horror and cried out in panic. Raising one arm defensively, Kim Min-jun urgently ordered everyone to evacuate immediately, explaining that it was not a dungeon change but a double-layered dungeon and commanding them to get out of the area at once. Another devastating magical explosion erupted from the center of the sinkhole, releasing a destructive crimson light. One soldier forcefully pushed off the ground and fled without hesitation, while another desperately turned and ran for his life. Standing behind them, Sun Unseo could only stare at the devastation in utter shock, her face draining of all color. A male trainee suddenly froze in astonishment and cried out. Fixing his gaze upon the blazing crimson magical sinkhole, Kim Min-jun narrowed his eyes as a violent purple-black aura burst from his body. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward and dove straight into the perilous abyss. Witnessing such a reckless act, Seokdu, who was following behind, stared in disbelief and silently thought that Min-jun's eyes had suddenly changed. Another male soldier opened his mouth in alarm and shouted for him to stop, while a hunter sprinted toward him in desperation and yelled for trainee Kim Min-jun. With unwavering resolve, the young man planted one foot firmly on the ground before swinging his magical sword and charging directly into the crimson light hidden within the darkness. At that moment, two Special Task Force hunters suddenly lost their footing and fell toward the bottomless pit. Reacting instantly, Min-jun stretched out one hand and decisively caught them, firmly grabbing Sun Yunseo's arm with perfect precision. She widened her eyes in complete shock as she stared at the sinister crimson aura enveloping her body. Suspended in midair, Sun Yunseo completely lost control and fell freely toward the center of the enormous flaming magic circle deep within the abyss. Seeing her companion in danger, Yuna, who remained above, frantically shouted Sun Yunseo's name. She immediately sprinted along the slope in a desperate attempt to rescue her, while the group of male Special Task Force hunters rushed after her in complete chaos to provide assistance. In the end, Kim Min-jun's cold, hatred-filled eyes, burning with fierce determination as he resolved to fight with everything he had to protect his comrades, left a profound impression on Seokdu. A male soldier panicked and shouted toward the sinkhole, telling trainee Kim Min-jun to stop. Ignoring the warning, Kim Min-jun fearlessly threw himself forward and leaped straight into the crimson-red sinkhole connected to the dungeon. As soon as he entered, the system displayed a blue magical notification stating that he had entered a dungeon. His entire body was immediately transported to a bizarre place. He fell freely from the sky toward a dangerous, mountainous forest below and cursed in frustration, saying that it was bullshit. His violent landing triggered a massive cloud of dust upon impact. Emerging from the rubble with his teeth clenched, he slowly rose to his feet, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He angrily complained, asking why the hell the gate had been placed like that. Moments later, he suddenly turned around and spotted a familiar figure. Sun Unseo looked at him in surprise and asked why Sergeant Kim Min-jun was there. Calmly pushing his sword aside, he explained that he had come to rescue her before asking whether she was hurt anywhere. Blushing with embarrassment, Sun Unseo lowered her head and quietly replied that she was fine. She wondered to herself whether he had jumped in after seeing her fall into the gate. Staring at the man standing before her, she reflected that, according to the Hunter Corps manual, he should not have acted on his own in such a situation. She continued thinking that, if he had entered the dungeon without waiting for the rescue team to be organized, then perhaps he truly... As she gazed at Min-jun's calm and masculine face, her heart began pounding uncontrollably. Completely unaware of her thoughts, Min-jun casually pointed to the side and remarked that at least it was not an enclosed dungeon before suggesting that they head to the gate and leave immediately. He then asked whether she could climb the cliff. Without hesitation, Sun Unseo answered that she could. Remaining composed, Min-jun urged her to get moving, adding that everyone was surely worried about them. Walking behind him, Sun Unseo hesitantly called out, saying, before beginning to thank him. However, before she could finish, a monster suddenly emerged behind her. Seeing the imminent danger, Min-jun widened his eyes in alarm and shouted for her to duck. He instantly dashed forward and delivered an incredibly powerful punch straight into the monster's face, sending it flying backward until its body slammed violently into a tree. Sun Unseo immediately assumed a combat stance and shouted that it was a troll. Suddenly, two more grotesque creatures emerged from the dark bushes. Min-jun decisively drew his sword and prepared himself for battle. He cautiously glanced around after hearing heavy footsteps that shook the entire area. A gigantic troll then appeared from behind the towering trees. Both of them stared ahead in shock as the enormous creature fixed its fierce gaze upon them. Without wasting a second, Min-jun urgently ordered Sun Unseo to climb up first. She hesitated and protested, but before she could finish speaking, Min-jun fiercely yelled at her to hurry, insisting that he would. Before he could complete his sentence, the gigantic troll unleashed a thunderous punch that struck him directly and sent him flying through the air. Min-jun cursed in anger as the devastating blow hurled him into a deep ravine hidden beyond the forest. Witnessing the scene, Sun Unseo panicked and cried out for Sergeant Kim Min-jun. The instant her attention wavered, the monster launched another attack. Caught completely off guard, she had no chance to defend herself. The troll grabbed her by the ankle and mercilessly dragged her away. Meanwhile, the trolls curiously gathered around Min-jun, who lay motionless on the ground. With amused expressions, the three creatures leaned in together to inspect their seemingly helpless prey. At that very moment, a blade suddenly slashed one of the trolls. Gripping his sword tightly with both hands, Min-jun had launched a surprise attack that caught the creature completely off guard. The remaining two trolls finally reacted, but before they could counterattack, black arrows suddenly burst from beneath the ground. In the next instant, Min-jun eliminated them all, as the dark arrows pierced each troll one after another. The two remaining trolls collapsed silently onto the ground, dead. Without showing the slightest expression, Min-jun slowly rose to his feet and coldly surveyed the scene before him. He then raised his sword and remarked in disbelief that he had not tasted dirt in such a long time, wondering what had just happened. A moment later, he suddenly realized that she was gone and looked around, asking where she had gone. His face immediately darkened as he concluded that they must have taken her back to their nest. With a ferocious expression, he furiously declared that those damned trolls were going to pay. At that instant, a violent surge of purple-pink demonic energy erupted around his body as he activated the skill Demonic Energy of Desire, D. The system continuously displayed notifications explaining that Demonic Energy of Desire consumed the demonic energy within his body to temporarily increase all of his stats. Without hesitation, he activated Vicious Charge, C, and launched himself forward at a wind-splitting speed, roaring that they were dead once he got his hands on them. Elsewhere, Sun Unseo gradually regained consciousness and opened her eyes in shock. Overwhelmed with confusion, she remained silent, unable to react immediately, only to realize that her entire body was being carried away like a sack. Terrified, she wondered how she was still alive and questioned how long she had been unconscious. Struggling to lift herself, she recalled the report stating that trolls loved preying on humans and feared that, at this rate, she would be dragged back to their nest and eaten alive. She desperately thought that she had to find a way to escape somehow. The wound on her face caused her to grit her teeth in pain as she hung helplessly in midair, wondering how she could possibly free herself. As her consciousness gradually became hazy, she silently wondered whether Sergeant Kim Min-jun was all right. Meanwhile, the gigantic monster glared menacingly and let out a savage roar before cautiously sniffing the air around it. Suddenly sensing a wave of dark energy approaching from behind, the beast abruptly turned around. Emerging proudly from the cloud of dust, Kim Min-jun strode toward it with unwavering confidence. The sight was so astonishing that even the frightened Sun Yun-seo widened her eyes in disbelief. Without making a single unnecessary movement, Min-jun calmly remarked that the creature had certainly managed to get quite far. His face bulging with veins, he reproachfully reminded Sun Yun-seo that this was exactly why he had told her to head up first. Fearlessly, he charged forward and swung his sword while shouting for the monster to give him back his platoon member. The monster immediately raised its arm to retaliate, but Min-jun swiftly leaped into the air and effortlessly evaded the attack. Gripping his sword tightly, he soared higher as the blade suddenly became enveloped in a mysterious aura of mana. Before the creature could react, he decisively unleashed his strike, causing the monster to cry out in agony. As a result, Sun Yun-seo was released and began falling toward the ground. Just as it seemed inevitable that she would crash face first into the earth, Min-jun instantly sprang upward. Sun Yun-seo tightly shut her eyes, bracing herself for a painful impact, but to her astonishment, he caught her safely in his arms. Looking at her in that dramatic moment, he coolly reminded her once again that this was exactly why he had told her to go up first. Then, wearing a sly smirk, he added that she should have listened. Sun Yun-seo looked at her savior with tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing this, Min-jun stared at her seriously and firmly asked whether she could run. Caught off guard, she turned toward him in surprise and replied that she probably could. Without another word, Min-jun immediately raised his mana-infused sword, causing Sun Yun-seo to lose her balance and fall to the ground. The sudden action left her no time to react. At the same moment, he leaped forward and unleashed a series of sharp blue slashes that tore through the giant monster's body, severing one of its limbs instantly. Just then, Min-jun abruptly turned his head back and coldly ordered her to run. Clutching her injured arm in pain, Sun Yun-seo hurried away. Her eyes widened in shock as she stood frozen for a brief moment. She slowly nodded, her expression darkening as she recalled Min-jun's earlier instructions that he had mostly cleared the path, so she only needed to keep looking straight ahead and run toward the gate, adding that he would follow her soon. She suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and noticed the unconscious troll lying on the ground. Looking around frantically, she quickly grabbed a rock. Without the slightest hesitation, she raised it and struck the creature, splattering blood everywhere. Even after finishing it off, she continued exerting every ounce of strength she had. Tears gradually filled her eyes before she finally collapsed into a seated position, breathing heavily. She gently set the rock down, slowly stood up, and began walking away. Halfway there, however, she stopped, turned back with a worried expression, and quietly wished that Sergeant Kim Min-jun would return safely. Meanwhile, beneath the towering trees that completely covered the sky, the savage monster opened its enormous mouth and launched relentless attacks. Min-jun calmly dodged every strike while gripping his mana-infused sword tightly. Without warning, he charged directly toward the beast, once again cutting off both of its arms before vaulting into the air and landing gracefully. He continued pressing the attack without pause until the monster staggered from the relentless assault. As he observed his opponent, Min-jun silently reflected that, in some regions of Isgard, trolls were known as forest keepers. After landing, he continued observing the creature and thought that they were born in the forest, never left it, devoured everything that entered, and served as the forest's scavengers. Looking at the wounds he had inflicted, he mused that, when described that way, they almost sounded like legendary beings protecting nature from the outside world. However, he immediately concluded that they were by no means nature-friendly entities. Instead, he considered them nothing more than parasites that drained the forest's life force and ultimately regarded them as nothing but cancer cells. Afterward, he smirked faintly as the mana gathered within his sword. Looking puzzled, he remarked that what he was witnessing had gone far beyond ordinary regeneration. He then explained that trolls never stopped growing, meaning their bodies continued expanding for as long as they lived. Staring at the creature's sinister face and its long tongue, he reasoned that, if it had reached such an enormous size, it must have done so by draining the forest's life force and devouring countless other creatures. He therefore concluded that they had to be viewed as malignant tumors that simply refused to die, adding that the troll was likely still connected to the forest and feeding on it even at that very moment. Glancing around the surrounding woods, Min-jun quietly thought that besides that, something else was wrong. At that instant, another monster appeared, followed immediately by two more. All three trolls stood before him. Wearing a helpless expression, Min-jun calmly stated that the forest was already dead. The three monsters finally charged at him together. The leading troll swung its massive, rough hands toward him, but Minjun swiftly avoided the attack. Maintaining an expression of complete composure, he merely cast a cold glance at his enemies. Another troll stomped forward before attempting to trap him with a coordinated attack. Such tactics, however, posed no challenge for Minjun, who responded decisively. Suddenly, he noticed the remaining two trolls coordinating their movements. As they raised their arms together to strike, they were left completely stunned when Minjun vanished without leaving a trace. A moment later, he reappeared atop a tall tree. Narrowing his eyes as he observed the monsters below, Minjun silently reflected that he had accidentally exhausted much of the demonic energy of desire after getting carried away earlier, leaving him with very little energy remaining. Nevertheless, as powerful mana surged from his body, he declared that he would gather whatever strength he still possessed and leave them with a gift. System skill display. Skill, Curse of the Plague. D. Violent magical energy enveloped Minjun as he concentrated atop the massive tree. The giant trolls glared furiously at the raging black aura sweeping through the forest. A sinister purple-black magical orb slowly condensed above his palm. Roaring in fury, one troll violently slammed the tree trunk in an attempt to stop him. Minjun fearlessly leaped into the air and hurled the cursed orb directly at his enemies, confidently declaring that he had never expected to use that technique there. Time itself seemed to freeze for an instant. In the next moment, one troll's hand unexpectedly smashed directly into another troll's face, as though it had struck its own ally. A gaping hole instantly appeared in the injured troll's forehead. As it clutched its head in agony and realized what had happened, Minjun stood proudly with his sword resting on his shoulder, tilted his head with a sly grin, and announced that then, it was time. The enormous troll glared at him, its head now swollen with a massive lump from the blow. Without hesitation, Minjun spun around and sprinted away at full speed, loudly shouting that it was time to run. Suddenly, the purple-black aura erupted violently. The trolls screamed in unbearable pain as the sinister curse spread rapidly, wrapping around their gigantic bodies and driving them into frenzied agony. One after another, each troll became infected. As he continued running, Minjun silently thought that if trolls of that size had already begun roaming in groups, then it was already too late for the forest. He reasoned that, before long, it would become something even the Hunter Corps could no longer handle, and would eventually transform into a literal demonic realm. Pinkish-purple magical flames surged violently as he activated his ultimate technique. System skill display. Skill, Curse of the Plague. D. Laughing with obvious excitement, Minjun loudly declared that it was time for a massive cleanup. The eerie sapling erupted with dark magic, engulfing the entire vast grassland in a sinister aura. Everyone was left bewildered and speechless, while the remaining soldiers could do nothing but watch in fear. Yuna hesitantly turned her head and bit her lip as she stared into the bottomless crimson pit. Just then, military vehicles arrived as reinforcements, their brakes screeching to a sudden halt. Upon seeing the scene, the soldiers immediately rushed forward and stood at attention. Yechan slowly stepped out of the vehicle with a face darkened by anger and demanded to know what had happened. The commanding officer, sweating nervously, reported that it had been about 30 minutes since the double-layer dungeon had appeared. However, before he could continue, Yechan interrupted and questioned whether it was true that one trainee and one soldier were still inside. The soldier firmly confirmed that it was correct, explaining that Sergeant Sun Unseo of the 104th Division, who had been assigned to support the training, had slipped and fallen into the dungeon, and that Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun of the same division had immediately jumped in after her. He added that although the gate had not disappeared, neither of them had returned for some unknown reason. Hearing this, Yechan suddenly stopped in the middle of the grassland and asked who the officer had just mentioned. The commander repeated that they were Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun and Sergeant Sun Unseo of the 104th Division. The moment Yechan heard Minjun's name, he exploded in frustration, exclaiming that it was that man again and asking what kind of person Kim Minjun was, that accidents seemed to follow him wherever he went. He then ordered that the special task force would take control of the situation from that point onward and instructed the training officers to withdraw the trainees from the area immediately. The soldiers acknowledged the order at once. As Yechan stood there grinding his teeth, he bitterly remarked that he could hardly believe a Hunter Corps sergeant had simply slipped and fallen, adding sarcastically that he could now see the standards of the 104th Division. Yuna hurriedly called out to the instructor, saying that she had something important to tell him. The commander replied that unless it was truly important, she could tell him after they returned. Nevertheless, she insisted that it was something he needed to know and respectfully asked him to hear her out before making his own judgment. The commander frowned slightly before signaling for her to continue. Yuna began by explaining that it concerned Sergeant Sun. At that moment, Ma Seokdu, whose face had turned red with anger, shouted at her, demanding to know what she thought she was doing and what she was trying to say. Unafraid, Yuna immediately shot back by asking what he thought he was doing. Seeing the confrontation, the commander turned to Seokdu and questioned what was going on. Panicking, Seokdu threw up both hands and insisted that it had clearly been an accident. He claimed that he had not done it intentionally and argued that the contact had been unavoidable during the evacuation. The commander immediately turned toward him and sternly questioned whether the contact he mentioned had been with Sergeant Son Unseo, warning him not to tell him otherwise. Just then, someone suddenly called out Ma Seokdu's name. Yechan glared at him furiously and demanded to know what he had just said. Stammering in fear, Seokdu addressed the commander and protested that it was unfair, insisting that it was not his fault that Sergeant Son Unseo had fallen. As he attempted to explain further, Yechan grabbed him by the collar and ordered him to calm down and think carefully before speaking. Trembling all over, Seokdu fell silent. Yechan then announced that the special task force would conduct the investigation into the accident later. The two soldiers behind him immediately acknowledged the order. Yuna quietly explained that although she had indeed witnessed Sergeant Son Unseo's fall, that was not what she had intended to report. She clarified that what she wanted to discuss was Son Unseo's father. Yechan froze in surprise before asking whether she meant Son Unseo from the 4th Battalion of the 104th Division. Yuna immediately confirmed that she did. Yechan then gravely pointed out that she was the daughter of Major General Sun Taiho of the 107th Division. Upon hearing this revelation, Seokdu's face instantly became drenched in sweat. Yechan's face turned bright red with rage as he cursed Ma Seokdu, while Seokdu could do nothing but let out a terrified cry. Suddenly, one of the Special Task Force hunters pointed toward the gate in alarm and shouted that something was coming out. The center of the dungeon sinkhole violently exploded. Moments later, a pair of hands gripped the edge of the cliff. The hunters standing above immediately cried out that it was Sergeant Son Unseo. They urgently shouted for everyone to pull her up, while asking whether Sergeant Kim Min-jun had not come out yet. 1 minute earlier. Elsewhere inside the dense forest, Son Unseo desperately fled along a narrow trail while clutching her injured arm. Behind her, a gaunt troll burst out from the thick bushes and relentlessly pursued her, roaring viciously just behind her back. However, Unseo reacted in time and struck the troll with a devastating punch that sent it reeling. As she turned around, she spotted a sharp object lying on the ground. To her surprise, it was a sword. Despite the pain in her injured arm, she rushed toward it. At that very moment, another troll suddenly appeared behind her as reinforcement. Unseo slowly turned around in shock as the monster snarled ferociously, seemingly driven into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Kim Min-jun sprinted toward them while shouting at the monsters to get out of the way. Startled by his sudden arrival, Unseo turned toward him in surprise. As Min-jun reached her, he muttered in disbelief that she had only managed to make it that far. Looking back at him anxiously, Unseo asked whether he was all right and began mentioning the enormous troll. Before she could finish, the sinister sapling behind them violently cracked apart, shaking the entire forest. Realizing the situation, Min-jun decisively shouted that it would not work and ordered her to get on his back. Without giving her any time to hesitate, he urgently repeated that there was no time and told her to climb on immediately. At once, the cursed magical roots erupted from the ground in waves of eerie black-purple energy, sweeping across the forest. Dark magic spread everywhere, imprisoning even the giant monsters. A deafening rumble echoed through the forest as an enormous black tree suddenly emerged and unleashed another torrent of dark magic. Without hesitation, Min-jun hoisted Unseo onto his back and cursed under his breath before rapidly leaping across massive rock ledges. His arms bulged with effort as he clung tightly to the cliff face while the dark magic steadily approached. The tiny black particles drifted closer before suddenly surging toward them at terrifying speed. The horrifying sight caused Unseo to shudder. She turned toward Min-jun and urgently asked what on earth that thing was. In a single motion, Min-jun used the cliff wall to propel himself upward, launching both of them high into the air. At the critical moment, he firmly grabbed Unseo before suddenly throwing her toward the dungeon gate. With a sorrowful expression, he quietly told her to go on ahead. Unable to believe what he had just done, Unseo cried out his name in shock. However, her body was already being pulled into the gate. Helplessly watching the comrade she had left behind, she could only wonder to herself why he always did things like that. In the end, only Son Unseo's arm was still visible beyond the gate. Hovering in midair, Min-jun kept his eyes fixed on her. Instead of feeling emotional, he dryly remarked that that punk was casually addressing her superior by name again. He immediately focused and activated his dark magic, summoning 2 gigantic purple demonic arms as the system skill window displayed. Skill, Demonic Energies Grasp, C. The sinister energy hands surged forward and firmly grabbed the edge of the steep cliff to gain leverage. Wearing a confident grin, Minjun thought that he would have to teach her a lesson after getting out of there. Using the tremendous force, Kim Minjun launched himself upward, bursting out of the blazing sinkhole and tearing through the air. The violent leap released an explosive wave of magical energy that swept across the surroundings while the monstrous creature frantically charged after him, just before the crimson dungeon gate erupted with dense black energy that shot high into the sky. Outside the base, the general angrily lifted Ma Seokdu by the throat when someone suddenly shouted that something was coming out of the gate. A figure suddenly shot into the air. At that moment, Sun Yunseo was still clinging tightly to the edge of the cliff. The people above immediately shouted that it was Sergeant Sun Yunseo before rushing toward her. Her comrades urgently yelled for everyone to hurry and pull her up, while another anxiously asked whether Sergeant Kim Minjun was still not out yet. They finally managed to pull her to safety. Looking deeply relieved, Yuna asked whether she was hurt anywhere and thanked goodness that she was safe. However, Sun Yunseo remained silent with a sorrowful expression. Yuna then asked about Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun. Unable to hold back her emotions, Sun Yunseo covered her face as her body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yuna gently explained that after Sun Yunseo had fallen, Minjun had immediately jumped into the gate. She then asked whether Sun Yunseo had happened to meet him inside. With tears welling in her eyes, Sun Yunseo silently thought of Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun. Just then, a tremendous impact echoed through the area. Both women turned toward the source of the noise in confusion. To everyone's astonishment, Minjun was the one who had caused it. All of his comrades stared at him in complete disbelief as he casually spun through the air before landing in an effortlessly cool fashion. After standing up, he angrily shouted at Sun Yunseo, accusing her of addressing him by name again. A moment later, he suddenly froze, looked around in confusion, and awkwardly muttered, asking whether the raid had already been completed. Outside the dungeon, the special forces quickly moved into position around a field ambulance, awaiting casualties. Nearby, a male hunter was seriously discussing the situation with a female medic. Elsewhere, Seokdu sat with his head lowered under the close watch of two soldiers, unconsciously touching his head over and over in fear. At that moment, a black vehicle screeched to a stop. The sound caused Yechan to turn around. Two muscular men stepped out, one of whom was Taiho. Both of them advanced with an overwhelming presence. The sight alone made Seokdu tremble violently. Trying to defuse the situation, Yechan politely asked what had brought him all the way there and explained that he was already handling the scene, suggesting that Taiho should wait at headquarters for the time being. Staring at him coldly, Taiho replied that the commander was also on the way. He then grabbed Yechan by the shoulder and ordered him to get out of his way before shoving him aside without hesitation. Filled with murderous intent, Taiho strode forward. Yechan desperately shouted, asking what he was doing and ordering the nearby soldiers to stop him. Two soldiers immediately rushed over, but they stood no chance. Taiho glared at Seokdu and demanded to know whether he was Ma Seokdu. Sweating profusely, Seokdu nervously stammered that he was captain, before quickly correcting himself to trainee Ma Seokdu. The moment he finished speaking, Taiho threw the two soldiers restraining him aside and drove a powerful punch forward. However, someone intercepted the attack in time. Annoyed, Taiho looked toward the hand gripping his wrist and saw Hakchiol smiling faintly as he asked what had brought General Sun there. Taiho merely glared back in silence before relaxing his arm. He respectfully reported that he had heard there had been a problem during the officer candidate training and had therefore come to assist. He then admitted that he had been certain he would have a role to play there. Seokdu trembled even more as Hakcheol sternly asked whether that role was as a Hunter Corps general or as a parent. Leaning in closer, Hakcheol quietly stated that there were already enough personnel at the scene before calmly telling Taiho to return and stand by. At that very moment, Kim Minjun suddenly delivered a crushing punch to Seokdu. The two nearby comrades were left speechless, while even Taiho watched with obvious interest. Hakcheol, on the other hand, immediately darkened his expression. Completely unfazed, Minjun innocently exclaimed that there it was before casually explaining that a dungeon mosquito had appeared, so he had instinctively swatted it. He then asked whether everyone knew how unbelievably painful it would be if they were bitten. Seokyong pointed at the mosquito on his companion's face in shock and loudly warned everyone that it was a dungeon mosquito, adding that those tiny creatures were extremely dangerous. Watching the scene unfold, Taiho remarked that it had been a close call because getting bitten would have hurt like crazy. Hakcheol frowned at first, but a split second later his eyes widened before a meaningful smirk slowly spread across his face. A voice suddenly called out, drawing Kim Minjun's attention as someone remarked that they now understood he was Sergeant First Class Kim Minjun. Gu Hakcheol stepped forward, extended his hand, and said that they had finally met before loudly calling out Kim Minjun's rank and name. Looking down, Minjun noticed that the general was gripping his hand tightly and thought to himself that this man truly stood at the pinnacle of the Hunter Corps. Raising his head, he recognized the man as General Gu Hakcheol. Glancing to the side, the general stated that the investigation would proceed before turning back to Minjun and observing that he had once again saved someone's life, this time a valuable soldier of the Hunter Corps. Wearing an unmistakably proud expression, he declared that as the general of the Hunter Corps, he commended Minjun for his actions. Smiling, Minjun thanked him. As Gu Hakcheol turned to leave, he mentioned that Minjun's promotion to second lieutenant had already been planned. He added that, as both a token of gratitude and congratulations, he intended to give Minjun a gift. Hearing this, Minjun could only stare blankly in confusion. Later, standing before a blue backdrop beneath countless spotlights, Minjun found himself surrounded by reporters at the Medal of Merit award ceremony. During the speech, the presenter explained that the hunter had risked his life to successfully clear a dungeon and complete his mission, and that when his comrades had been placed in danger, he had acted without hesitation. For those accomplishments, it was announced that he would receive the Hunter Medal of Merit. The medal was then presented before the gathered audience and carefully pinned onto his uniform. Watching with a faint smile, Gu Hakcheol reflected that Minjun's role did not need to remain confined to the Special Task Force. He believed Minjun could also serve as a walking advertisement for the Hunter Corps, helping the organization earn greater public trust. Realizing exactly what the general was planning, Minjun inwardly laughed and resolved that he would make the most of that role. The following day at headquarters, Zhang Hanyang shouted in disbelief after hearing that Minjun had received a medal. Li Dongjin confirmed that it was true, explaining that while the three of them had been inside a dungeon, an accident had occurred during the officer candidate training. He added that Sergeant First Class, now Second Lieutenant, Kim Minjun, had played a major role in resolving the incident, and that the medal had been awarded personally by the general. Hearing this, Zhang Hanyang eagerly asked whether Minjun's assignment as Vice Platoon Commander had already been decided. Clenching his fist excitedly, Li Dongjin revealed that Minjun would instead become their platoon commander. Zhang Hanyang nearly burst into tears before grabbing Dongjin and demanding to know what he was talking about. He protested that if Kim Minjun became the platoon commander, then their vice platoon commander position would disappear. Dongjin calmly explained that Lieutenant Kim Cheolmin had been transferred to the 3rd Platoon and that Staff Sergeant Kim Soyeon would become the new vice platoon commander, adding cheerfully that everything had worked out nicely. Turning around, Zhang Hanyang excitedly called out to Guangxik that Sergeant Kim Minjun's hellish training was apparently far from over. However, he suddenly stopped speaking after noticing Guangxik's unusual reaction and asked whether something was wrong. Startled after hearing his name, Kim Guangxik awkwardly replied that nothing was wrong and insisted he was simply tired. Concerned, Zhang Hanyang hurried over and asked whether he had received a phone call from home. Nearby, Kim Moongi asked Li Dongjin when Lieutenant Kim Minjun would be returning. After thinking for a moment, Dongjin admitted that he was unsure, reasoning that since the award ceremony was taking place that day, Minjun would probably attend the after-party afterward. Meanwhile, Kim Minjun cheerfully carried a bag of food through the hospital corridor. Looking at the meal in his hands, he arrived outside Sun Yunseo's room 604 and loudly declared that chicken was the best gift for visiting patients before enthusiastically pushing the door open. The moment he stepped inside, he froze upon seeing a large man already sitting in the room. Sun Yunseo remained seated on the hospital bed while the man's expression darkened as he slowly turned around. Immediately standing at attention, Minjun saluted him. Without saying anything at first, Sun Taiho stared at the medal pinned to Minjun's uniform before patting him on the shoulder, thanking him for coming and excusing himself so the two young people could enjoy their time together. After he left, Sun Yunseo looked at Minjun in surprise and asked why he had come. Minjun teased that she was speaking as though they were already friends. Embarrassed, she reminded him that he had previously told her to speak casually and wondered whether they were friends now. Sitting down, Minjun admitted that he had indeed said that and encouraged her to keep speaking informally. She then asked whether he had come simply to check on her. Instead of answering directly, Minjun proudly pointed to his medal, asking whether it looked cool before explaining that he had come to show it to her because he would never have received it without her. Pouting, Sun Yunseo accused him of merely showing off. Grinning, Minjun lifted the bag of fried chicken and revealed that he had also brought her a gift of gratitude. Letting out an amused sigh, Sun Yunseo smiled. The two immediately began bickering playfully. She complained that comb chicken alone could never make up for everything and demanded to see the medal, while Minjun protested that she was insulting fried chicken. Outside the room, Sun Taeho quietly listened to their lively argument, which continued with both of them warning each other not to touch the medal because it might get damaged. Standing in the hallway, Sun Taeho stared at his phone before calling Bear Max. Once the call connected, he introduced himself and remarked that, regarding Kim Minjun, the other party must already have some kind of plan in mind. After exchanging additional information, he finally agreed to be included in that plan before ending the call. By the time they finished eating, the box of fried chicken was completely empty. Sun Unseo sighed contentedly and remarked that the meal had been so satisfying that she would not need dinner later that evening. Smiling knowingly, Minjun replied that he thought she actually would. As she glanced toward him, her eyes settled on the insignia attached to his uniform, causing an unconscious smile to spread across her face. She formally congratulated him on his promotion to second lieutenant. Minjun jokingly asked whether she was no longer going to speak to him as a friend. She calmly explained that she had simply felt a formal congratulation was appropriate. Minjun then hinted that he would probably need another congratulatory message very soon. Curious, Sun Unseo asked what he meant and wondered what else could possibly happen. Scratching his cheek, Minjun recalled that he had met the battalion commander after the ceremony. Earlier that day, following the medal presentation, Minjun had met Du Sokyong. The commander had worn a troubled expression while remarking that, on a day like that, he really should have treated everyone to a fine dinner, but unfortunately the commanding officer had summoned him. Minjun cheerfully thanked him anyway and said he would gladly wait for another opportunity. The two shook hands warmly before Du Sokyong promised to contact him soon. Minjun thanked him respectfully and watched as the commander departed with his aide. As he looked after them, he jokingly wondered to himself whether he could simply run away with some fried chicken before immediately dismissing the thought. Just then, Choi Sungbeom called out to Lieutenant Kim Minjun from behind. He informed Minjun that he would have to return on his own because the commander had summoned him as well. Minjun acknowledged the order respectfully. Before leaving, Choi Sungbeom reminded him that a great deal had happened that day and suggested that he return to base the following day instead. Minjun thanked him enthusiastically while secretly celebrating the unexpected free time, wondering whether he should use the opportunity to stop by somewhere. With some fried chicken, of course. As if remembering something important, Choi Sungbeom added that he had never properly repaid Minjun despite having countless reasons to thank him. Minjun modestly replied that hearing those words alone was already enough. Finally, Choi Sungbeom rested a hand on Minjun's shoulder and asked whether he knew that a battalion commander possessed the authority to recommend an officer for accelerated promotion. The revelation immediately caught Minjun off guard. Lowering his voice, Choi Sungbeom quietly explained that although it was officially described as a recommendation, in practice it functioned far more like discretionary authority. Sun Unseo exclaimed in astonishment, asking what he meant by first lieutenant. Seeing her stunned expression, Kim Minjun explained that there was one condition. He had to continue serving in the 2nd Battalion for the time being and might have to remain there until he became a company commander. Still unable to believe it, Sun Unseo argued that such a requirement barely counted as a condition and questioned whether the military was really considering promoting him to first lieutenant after only 1 year of service. She wondered how that could possibly make sense and remarked that the matter should probably be investigated. Kim Minjun merely shrugged with a smile and explained that they had been grateful he had chosen to remain in the 2nd Battalion after receiving a special promotion to 2nd Lieutenant. Hesitating for a moment, Sun Unseo asked whether that meant he was being promoted to 1st Lieutenant under those terms. Looking completely unconcerned, Kim Minjun replied that there was no reason to refuse because he had no intention of transferring to another unit anyway. He added that he had also visited the STF and that someone there had already discussed the matter with the division commander. After thinking quietly for a moment, Sun Unseo admitted to herself that it made sense since she would have wanted to keep him in the battalion as well, considering everything he had accomplished so far. Kim Minjun rose from his chair and remarked that he had to leave. Before walking away, he asked her to say hello to the general on his behalf. Lowering her voice, Sun Unseo agreed and wished him to stay safe. Just as he was about to leave, Kim Minjun suddenly stopped, turned around, and reminded her that slacking off did not suit her at all before telling her to hurry back to her squad. She stood there speechless for a long moment before bursting into laughter and telling him to wait and see. Leaving the hospital while checking his phone, Kim Minjun suddenly noticed a little girl sitting in a wheelchair, staring anxiously at a frightened stray cat clinging to the top of a tree. Walking over to her, he asked whether it was her cat. After meeting his gaze, the girl explained that it was not hers, but a stray she had seen several times before. Kim Minjun observed that the cat seemed to be in trouble and asked whether she would like him to help it. Surprised, the girl wondered whether he really could because the cat was so high up. Without saying another word, Kim Minjun suddenly leaped high into the air. Grabbing a tree branch, he startled the terrified cat but safely caught it before jumping back down. Watching the unbelievable feat, the little girl gasped in amazement. Kim Minjun gently released the cat, allowing it to run away. The girl enthusiastically thanked him, calling him sir. Bending down with a teasing smile, Kim Min-jun told her not to call him sir, but simply bro. Embarrassed, the girl apologized and agreed before proudly mentioning that her own older brother also served in the Hunter Corps. Giving her a thumbs up, Kim Min-jun replied that her brother must be cool because everyone in the Hunter Corps was. The girl eagerly agreed. A woman then approached the pair, calling out to her daughter. The little girl happily greeted her mother before waving goodbye to Kim Min-jun, who returned the gesture. As the mother and daughter walked away, Kim Min-jun overheard the girl asking whether her brother had called. Her mother explained that it had been his first phone call in several days, but she had been unable to answer it and that Guangxik had said he would call again. Hearing the name Guangxik, Kim Min-jun froze in surprise. A few days later, soldiers relentlessly fired their weapons at a group of snow monkeys. After some time, every monster had been eliminated, prompting one squad member to announce that the suppression operation was complete. Kim Min-jun then ordered the second squad to stop firing, inspect their personal equipment, and return to base camp. The entire squad immediately acknowledged his command. The soldiers marched along a snow-covered trail, with Kim Guangxik bringing up the rear while wearing a troubled expression. Walking ahead, Jung Han-young remarked that their platoon commander had originally said he would return as a second lieutenant, but had instead come back as a first lieutenant. He also pointed out that only a few days after receiving the promotion, Kim Min-jun was already commanding dungeon raids. Another soldier replied that, strangely enough, it did not feel unnatural at all because everything about Kim Min-jun's progress seemed remarkably smooth. He added that they would already have cleared the dungeon if not for the terrible weather. Suddenly, Jung Han-young noticed that the women from the 4th Battalion appeared to be returning as well. The two groups politely greeted each other. Kim Min-jun noticed the blue-haired woman standing in the back while Sun Unseo smiled excitedly at him. He returned the smile with a small grin, whereas Chang Marie seemed completely lost in her own daydreams. Li Yuna hurried over to Kim Min-jun and enthusiastically praised the operational plan he had suggested. She explained that establishing a base camp and rotating squads was perfectly suited for a dungeon with such harsh environmental conditions because it preserved the soldiers' stamina and allowed continuous raids without interruption. She admitted that she had initially been worried after learning that a newly appointed platoon commander would be leading 2 platoons at once, but Kim Min-jun had managed to surprise her twice, first by returning as a first lieutenant only days after they had parted at the training center, and second, by devising such an outstanding strategy. She concluded that he truly lived up to his reputation. Before Kim Min-jun could respond, an urgent warning rang out that kobold yetis were approaching from the rear. Everyone immediately raised their guard as a pack of snow monkeys charged toward Kim Guangxik's position. Hearing the alarm, Kim Guangxik finally snapped out of his thoughts, but by then the monsters were already dangerously close. Kim Min-jun immediately raised his rifle and shouted, demanding to know what Kim Guangxik was doing. At the same moment, Li Yuna calmly aimed her weapon. As Kim Guangxik turned around in panic, 2 shots rang out and struck both snow monkeys directly in the eyes, dropping them instantly. Everyone stared in disbelief while smoke continued to rise from the rifle barrel. Li Yuna reminded everyone not to let their guard down while covering the rear and ordered them to stay alert until they reached base camp. She emphasized that they were still inside a dungeon. The soldiers responded in unison that they understood. Kim Min-jun quietly let out a sigh of relief. Filled with guilt, Kim Guangxik apologized for his mistake, and Li Dongjin comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Li Yuna then lightened the mood by announcing that it was time to continue moving. Watching her walk away, Kim Min-jun reflected that she had reacted even faster than he had. He also marveled at her accuracy, wondering how she had been able to fire without the slightest hesitation, even though Kim Guangxik had been standing directly in the line of fire. Smiling to himself, he praised her inwardly before excitedly wondering whether she possessed some kind of special skill. The freezing air hung heavy as snow blanketed the landscape. A snow ape bared its fangs and roared ferociously, shrieking in madness while surrounded by the entire squad. Everyone remained on high alert before charging forward together. As the enemy lunged, the snow ape reached out in an attempt to seize one of them. Meanwhile, a sniper had already taken aim from behind. While the creature was distracted, she pulled the trigger and unleashed a rapid volley of shots. The bullet struck its eyes with perfect accuracy, blinding it instantly. The snow ape clutched its wounded eyes and roared in agony. Taking advantage of the opportunity, 2 teammates slashed cleanly through one of the snow ape's legs. It staggered before collapsing onto the snow, its body bleeding relentlessly. Blood streamed from its ruined eyes down across its razor-sharp fangs. Driven into another frenzy, the snow ape roared once more and lashed out wildly from one side to the other. While the blinded beast flailed aimlessly, a swordsman stepped forward. Sun Unseo charged ahead with burning determination. Even while facing the enormous and savage ape, her gaze never wavered. As the snow ape swung one of its arms, someone suddenly leapt into view and swung a sword, cleaving straight through the arm and opening a path for Sun Unseo to continue her advance. She paused for a brief moment to gather momentum before leaping into the air, her blade carved horizontally across the snow ape's torso, sending blood spraying from its entire body. At last, the massive creature crashed into the snow before the gathered soldiers. Sun Yunseo let out a sigh of relief. Just then, a voice called out, asking, "Oh, did you already get it?" Everyone turned in shock. The speaker approached while carrying a whip. Behind Kim Min-jun lay the corpses of snow apes resting in pools of blood. 1, 2, then 3. He casually walked forward, leaving the 3 lifeless beasts behind him. Osetbul stared in disbelief with her mouth hanging open, while Lee Yuna smiled brightly and remarked that they had been planning to kill theirs quickly before coming to help. She then asked whether he had already finished. Kim Min-jun nodded before glancing elsewhere and casually replying that he had. Looking toward the snow ape the others had just defeated, whose eyes had been completely destroyed by gunfire, Kim Min-jun laughed cheerfully and commented that it had just kind of happened. The two continued chatting pleasantly. Lee Yuna asked whether he had been hurt anywhere. Kim Min-jun replied that he had not. Meanwhile, as Osetbul and the others chatted nearby, someone muttered in disbelief that it had taken 5 of them to kill one while Kim Min-jun had taken down 3 by himself. Kim Min-jun picked up his radio and reported that the irregulars had been eliminated and that they were heading back to rejoin the main squad. His voice then came through the radio again as he asked how things were looking on the other side. Elsewhere, the bloodied sword that had felled another snow ape lay beneath someone's boot as the surrounding soldiers looked on in shock. Kim So-hyun answered that this was the main squad before glancing to the side and adding that they had secured the habitat. Over. As evening gradually fell, the entire company began its return journey. Kim So-hyun directed everyone while they loaded the equipment. Setbul chatted with her teammates while Chang Marie curiously looked around. Near the back of the bus, Kim Min-jun stood talking with Lee Yuna. She forced an awkward smile before asking what he meant. Grinning, Kim Min-jun replied that it was just the 2 of them. Lee Yuna immediately began sweating when he continued by saying that he would ask one more time. With a sly smile, he asked whether she had a skill. She instantly denied it, pretending not to understand before asking whether he meant a skill from a game. Without denying it, Kim Min-jun remarked that she did. She reluctantly admitted that he was right. He then asked whether it was related to sniping. Scratching her head awkwardly, Lee Yuna admitted that he was correct. Everything matched Kim Min-jun's expectations. He concluded to himself that she really was talented. Lee Yuna then explained that her skill was called Eagle Eye. She said that it was an active skill which granted aim assistance and enhanced eyesight whenever she used a firearm. Although it had limited daily uses, she considered it extremely useful. After hearing her lengthy explanation, Kim Min-jun quickly interrupted her, asking her to wait. He wondered why she was telling him everything, despite not knowing what his intentions might be. He also pointed out that most people believed skills should be kept secret. Lee Yuna smiled before explaining that she had been very careful whenever she used it for exactly that reason. She added that nobody had noticed until now because it was not an obvious skill and people simply assumed she naturally had excellent aim. However, since he had figured it out, she admitted that she had probably wanted someone to talk to about it. Leaning closer, she asked how he had figured it out and, more importantly, how he had been so certain that skills even existed in the first place. Kim Min-jun instinctively stepped back in confusion. With sparkling eyes, Lee Yuna excitedly asked whether he also had a skill. Looking away while whistling innocently, Kim Min-jun denied it, insisting that he had simply heard many stories about such things. He explained that people heard all kinds of rumors while serving on the front lines. Privately, however, he thought that it was not yet time to tell her. He believed it would be better to hide everything completely rather than reveal only part of the truth. Lee Yuna simply nodded, saying that she understood. Kim Min-jun then asked how she had obtained her skill. She hesitated before replying that she was not willing to reveal it for free. His expression turned serious as he offered a deal. He promised to grant her one wish and guaranteed that he would never tell anyone, although she would only get one wish. Lee Yuna immediately requested his DPF account. Kim Min-jun jumped in alarm and protested that it was far too much. Seeing his reaction, she burst into laughter before admitting that she had only been joking. Placing both hands behind her back, she instead asked him to buy her a meal. After pausing briefly, she turned around and added that she wanted to eat outside. Kim Min-jun stood frozen for a moment before sighing and agreeing, saying that such a request would be easy. At that very moment, Kim So-hyun suddenly appeared and announced that they were ready to return. After saying so, she turned around and walked away, leaving the 2 of them staring after her in confusion. Kim Min-jun slipped his hands into his pockets and asked whether they should head back. Lee Yuna agreed. Just as he started walking, Kim Min-jun suddenly stopped, pointed at her, and told her to pick a day. The bus rolled along the highway as everyone rested inside. Kim Min-jun gazed out the window, lost in thought. He reflected that, since returning to Earth, Lee Yuna was the first person with a skill whom he had personally encountered. Considering her situation, he reasoned that there were probably many more people secretly hiding their own skills. He concluded that he would need to pay much closer attention to the awakened from now on. Memories from recent events flooded back into his mind. He reflected that strange phenomena inside dungeons were becoming increasingly common, making raids far more difficult. Before long, there would simply be too many gaps in the army's ability to respond. Even today's irregulars had been unusually powerful. His fingers unconsciously tapped against his seat as he reasoned that improving the individual combat capabilities of the awakened was the only real solution. Possessing skills and learning how to obtain them would become the decisive factors. A sinister smile slowly spread across Kim Min-jun's face. He speculated that the higher-ups probably already knew all of this. The only reason they had not made the information public was likely because someone was desperately trying to monopolize it. Kim So-hyun glanced at him with a puzzled expression, while Kim Min-jun continued smiling to himself, convinced that the truth was painfully obvious. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone in his pocket snapped him out of his thoughts. He took out the phone and looked at the screen. The expression on his face changed instantly as his eyes widened in complete astonishment. The display lit up with an unfamiliar number, making Kim Min-jun wonder what it was. He quickly answered the call and calmly asked who was speaking. From the other end, a voice asked whether he was Second Lieutenant Kim Min-jun. His expression hardened as he demanded to know who the caller was. As the bustling city basked in the glow of the setting sun, a young blonde woman leaned against a wall and hesitantly introduced herself as Song Ji-yoon from Raid. Kim Min-jun paused and wondered whether she was the same Song Ji-yoon. Memories of Song Byung-gi and the female sniper immediately resurfaced, but even after recognizing her, his attitude remained indifferent. Thinking that he had not remembered her, Song Ji-yoon began reminding him that they had met in front of a dungeon they had been raiding, only for him to cut her off and demand to know why she had called and how she had obtained his number. Nervously pulling down her hood, she gathered her courage and asked whether he could help her. Song Ji-yoon sprinted desperately through a dim alley. As she ran, she suddenly realized something was wrong. The path ahead ended in a dead end surrounded by tall buildings. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and discovered that the two soldiers pursuing her had already caught up. She immediately raised both fists into a defensive stance. One of the men stepped forward and told her that she already knew who they were. He warned her not to resist because it was pointless before ordering her to cooperate with them. Song Ji-yoon clenched her teeth and challenged them by asking whether the Hunter Special Task Force even had the authority to arrest civilians. The narrow-eyed man calmly replied that they did if the civilian was both an awakened individual and a suspect, adding that she already knew that. Hearing those words caused Song Ji-yoon to flinch. The larger man beside him impatiently asked what the point of talking to her was, saying that they should simply finish the job and leave because he wanted to go home. Suddenly, Song Ji-yoon's eyes widened as she stared ahead in shock. The two pursuers followed her gaze and saw a tall figure standing beneath the moonlight. The narrow-eyed man waved dismissively and told the stranger that they were working and that he should keep walking. The newcomer chuckled before casually approaching and asking whether anyone wanted help with going home. Lee Bong-gu activated his seduction skill, causing magical energy to radiate from his eyes. The two pursuers immediately fell under its influence and froze. Just as Lee Bong-gu began suggesting that nobody should fight, one of them punched him squarely in the face before he could finish speaking, knocking him to the ground in front of everyone. The narrow-eyed man stared in confusion and wondered why he had done that, admitting that he had suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Lee Bong-gu slowly got back to his feet and remarked that, for the record, the other man had hit him first. As night blanketed the brightly lit district, Song Ji-yoon stood beneath an awning, breathing heavily. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she thought that she had truly believed she was finished and that the situation could have ended very badly. She secretly wondered who the mysterious man had been and recalled that she had escaped thanks to him, although he had been beaten up terribly in the process. A voice suddenly came from above, startling her as someone remarked that she had managed to get away. Lee Bong-gu, bruised and battered, stood with one hand on his hip before jumping down. Seeing Song Ji-yoon tighten her fists, he quickly pleaded with her not to hit him and explained with a bright smile that Kim Min-jun had sent him. Song Ji-yoon suddenly realized who he was and vaguely recalled having seen him before. Lee Bong-gu suggested that they should leave so that he could take her somewhere safe. She asked whether they had met before. His smile disappeared for a brief moment before returning as he replied that they had not, explaining that it was their first meeting because he had erased the memories of that day. He then asked whether she was coming. After hesitating and looking down at her worn sandals and battered appearance, Song Ji-yoon reluctantly agreed and thanked him. The next day, inside the building, Kim So-hyun was carrying a box when she heard someone shouting from behind a nearby door that they would be back, sir. Kim Min-joon sighed as he opened the door and muttered that the whole situation was incredibly annoying. Kim So-hyun saluted him formally, and he casually returned the greeting. As she followed him, she asked where he was going. Kim Min-joon replied irritably that he was going to see Bong-gu to deal with some annoying business, complaining that he was already busy enough and had barely managed to obtain permission to leave. Kim So-hyun reassured him that she would finish the report on the dungeon raid and told him not to worry about matters there. Smiling, Kim Min-joon replied that he trusted her. His attention then shifted to the box she was carrying, and he asked what was inside. Kim So-hyun explained that it contained the HR files needed for the profile updates he had previously requested. Kim Min-joon praised her work and asked whether she had noticed anything unusual. After searching through the box, she admitted that she was still reviewing the documents, but believed there was one file he needed to see. She handed it to him. Opening the file, Kim Min-joon's eyebrows immediately drew together in surprise. It contained the complete records of Kim Kwang-sik, including information about his family. Upon reaching the final entry, Kim Min-joon recalled Jun-ho before instructing Kim So-hyun to investigate the matter further before he returned. Later, inside a room in the building, Kim Min-joon sat with his arms crossed, his fingers repeatedly tapping against his sleeve, while Song Ji-yoon knelt on the floor before him. Too embarrassed to lift her head, she admitted that everything had happened very suddenly. She thanked him for helping her anyway, added that she had not realized he had been promoted, congratulated him, and mentioned that the news had referred to him as a second lieutenant. Kim Min-joon immediately dismissed her words, saying that he did not need her fake congratulations. His expression twisted as he reminded her that she had claimed to know his secret. Song Ji-yoon awkwardly scratched her face and hesitated to answer. Glaring at her threateningly, Kim Min-joon accused her of threatening to expose him to the entire world unless he agreed to help her. He demanded to know why her attitude had changed, and asked whether she had been lying all along. Panicking, Song Ji-yoon shouted that she had not been lying and insisted that she knew he was a skill owner. Kim Min-joon fell silent for a moment before asking whether that was all she knew. Song Ji-yoon screamed that she had not been lying. She continued shouting that she knew Kim Min-joon was a skill owner while he simply sat with his arms crossed, watching her. He suddenly let out a laugh before asking in a chilling tone whether that was all. Song Ji-yoon froze for a moment before yelling again, asking if he was saying that he did not care even if she revealed it. Kim Min-joon calmly asked what exactly she intended to reveal. Startled, she answered that he had skills. He immediately denied it, insisting that he did not have any skills and asking whether she had any proof. Song Ji-yoon shouted that she had testimony from a witness, but before she could finish, she bit her lip. Letting out a sigh, she admitted that she was not in a position to argue like that. Clenching her fists, she confessed that she had acted out of desperation and apologized. She explained that she was the daughter of former Hunter STF Commander Major General Song Byung-gi, whose influence had earned her an important role within RAID. Among her duties had been several illegal activities. She revealed that her father had recently been arrested and that the Special Task Force was now trying to apprehend her as well. Kim Min-joon asked sternly that if she had done something wrong, she had to pay for it. He questioned what kind of help she could possibly want from him and reminded her that he himself was a member of the Hunter Corps. Song Ji-yoon nodded in agreement and said that she was not trying to avoid the consequences. She intended to turn herself in soon, but there was one thing that troubled her. Seeing her hesitate, Kim Min-joon silently wondered what she was about to say. She calmly explained that she did not want only herself and her father to bear the consequences. Confused, Kim Min-joon asked what she meant. She explained that she possessed information proving an alliance between RAID and the Special Task Force, along with classified STF files that were never meant to be exposed. She added that this was precisely why they were pursuing her. Kim Min-joon's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself that, if that was true, the information would seriously damage the higher-ups and that he had gotten himself involved in something incredibly troublesome. He then asked why she was telling him all of this, pointing out that he had only recently been promoted to first lieutenant and possessed very little authority. Song Ji-yoon sighed and admitted that she honestly did not know. She explained that she had not thought things through, that she did not trust any of the higher-ups, and that she could not trust the media either. Kim Min-joon had simply come to mind. She described him as a strange man who constantly outperformed everyone else in unbelievable ways while continuing to reject every scouting offer from the Special Task Force. She confessed that she had simply believed he would be different from everyone else. Kim Min-joon found her words puzzling and wondered to himself whether she had just called him strange. Leaning forward, he asked whether she had considered the possibility that he might actually be affiliated with the STF. Song Ji-yoon replied that, if that were the case, then she would simply have been wrong. However, she shyly admitted while looking up at him that she truly wanted him to be the one who helped her. The next day, at headquarters, Kim Min-joon sat alone in his office, staring silently at the USB drive in his hand. He recalled Song Ji-yoon telling him that she was not asking him to do anything with the files immediately. She had said that she would leave it entirely up to him to decide what to do with them and when. Looking at the USB, Kim Min-joon reflected that he had accepted it because he genuinely wanted to know what was inside. However, he feared that opening it might ultimately bring harm upon himself. He admitted to himself that he was scared. Moments later, he chuckled before slipping the USB into his jacket pocket. He wondered why he was worrying about something that had not even happened yet, and laughed to himself. A knock suddenly sounded at the door. Kim Min-joon told the visitor to come in. Kim Kwang-sik entered, saluted, and responded respectfully. Kim Min-joon acknowledged him and invited him to take a seat, which Kim Kwang-sik immediately did. Kim Min-joon asked whether he was off duty that day. After receiving confirmation, he told him to enjoy his day off before asking how his preparations for next month's promotion examination were progressing. Scratching his head awkwardly, Kim Kwang-sik admitted that he was not sure. Kim Min-joon observed that he had been making more mistakes recently because he had been unable to focus and asked whether it was because of his younger brother. Startled by the question, Kim Kwang-sik lowered his head and quietly apologized. Kim Min-joon assured him that he was not scolding him. He explained that he was only asking because Kim Kwang-sik was under his command. He added that he would not press the matter if he did not wish to answer, but encouraged him to speak up if he was struggling with anything. Kim Kwang-sik finally opened up, explaining that his younger brother was currently hospitalized at the Hunter Corps Hospital. Thanks to the military welfare system, his brother had been able to receive excellent treatment despite their family's poverty. He explained that leukemia was a serious illness, but that his brother was fighting hard against it. He revealed that he had committed himself to long-term military service because he wanted his brother to remain in that hospital. However, he confessed that he kept failing the promotion examinations. Filled with anxiety, Kim Kwang-sik admitted that he hated himself and felt guilty toward his brother because he had been unable to prepare properly even under those circumstances. After listening quietly, Kim Min-joon thanked him for telling him everything and said that he now understood what he needed to do. Raising his fist encouragingly, Kim Min-joon declared that he would make Kim Kwang-sik a staff sergeant before the end of the year, beginning with a promotion to sergeant the following month. He promised that they would undergo special training and assured him that he would make it happen. Deeply moved, Kim Kwang-sik thanked him sincerely and promised that he would be ready. After chatting a little longer, Kim Min-joon reminded him that he would miss his bus if he stayed any longer and told him to get going. Kim Kwang-sik acknowledged the order and prepared to leave. Just before he walked out, Kim Min-joon called his name. When Kim Kwang-sik turned around and answered, Kim Min-joon tossed him a small metal box. Looking at it in confusion, Kim Kwang-sik asked what it was. Kim Min-joon explained that it contained an item obtained from a dungeon and instructed him to feed it to his younger brother if he trusted him, adding that it should help with the treatment. Although still bewildered, Kim Kwang-sik thanked him. After leaving the office, Kim Kwang-sik opened the metal box and was astonished to find a glowing soul stone inside. Watching him through the office window, Kim Min-joon smiled to himself and reflected that a soul stone would not cure his brother's leukemia. However, it should at least give him enough energy to keep fighting the disease. As he watched Kim Kwang-sik happily run toward the bus, Kim Min-joon silently wished him an enjoyable day off and thought that he was in for the training of his life once he returned. That evening, everyone gathered in the office. Lee Junbeom praised Kim Min-joon and Kim So-hyun, saying that they had both performed well despite it being their first dungeon raid since their promotions. The two officers thanked him in unison. Looking through the report, Lee Junbeom remarked that the gates had been appearing much more frequently lately. He also noted that there seemed to be an increase in mutants and wondered whether it was simply his imagination. Kim So-hyun explained that the number of mutants appearing nationwide had nearly doubled compared to the previous year. She added that she had summarized all the relevant data on the final page of the report. After considering the information, Lee Junbeom commented that he should discuss the matter with the division commanders. Setting the report down, he smiled and declared that the reporting session was finished before asking Kim Min-joon how it had felt to lead a platoon and whether everything had gone well. Before he could finish speaking, however, his phone began vibrating repeatedly. He signaled for Kim Min-joon to remain quiet before answering the call, identifying himself as Lee Junbeom. As he listened, his expression changed dramatically. Shocked, he asked whether Cheolman had really done that before immediately responding that he was on his way and ordering the caller to hold the position until he arrived. Hearing his reaction, both Kim Min-joon and Kim So-hyun stood up at once. Gripping his phone tightly, Lee Junbyom announced that 3rd Platoon Commander Chilman had been dispatched in response to reports of monsters appearing in Cheorwan. He reported that Chilman had apparently been attacked by something and was now frozen solid like a rock. He added that they could not even determine whether he was still alive. Alarmed, Kim Min-jun immediately asked whether the monster had been killed. Lee Junbyom replied that no one had even managed to see it properly. As soon as it had come into view, it had dissipated into black smoke. He added that First Sergeant Kim Min-ji had reported that it had appeared to be teleporting. The moment Kim Min-jun heard Kim Min-ji's name, his expression changed completely. Stunned, he silently wondered what was happening. He exchanged a glance with Kim So-hyun and gave her a subtle nod before turning back to Lee Junbyom and requesting that the battalion commander send him to the scene. Kim Min-jun and Kim So-hyun made their way through the dark corridor of the abandoned building beneath the sign reading Room 3-5. As Kim Min-jun walked ahead, he asked about the members of the 3rd Platoon. Kim So-hyun replied that, as instructed, everyone had been evacuated outside the school and that they were currently sealing off the perimeter. He then asked whether the 3rd Platoon commander had been struck on the 3rd floor. She confirmed that this was correct and added that, judging from the reports of the 3rd Platoon members, it was highly likely that the commander had been attacked by a petrification skill. Holding his sword while carefully scanning the surroundings, Kim Min-jun remarked that if the enemy possessed both petrification and teleportation through black smoke, then it had to be that particular individual. Drawing her own sword, Kim So-hyun agreed, explaining that despite the sacrifices of numerous dark mages in Isgard, the high-ranking demon had ultimately remained undefeated. The two advanced as quietly as possible through the pitch-black hallway. Elsewhere, a winged creature known as the Shadow Count appeared. Standing before a mountain of mutant corpses, a spellcaster reflected that monsters in Isgard had been divided into two categories: demonic beasts, which attacked humans purely on instinct, and beings whose power and intelligence far surpassed those of demonic beasts. Stepping onto the corpses beneath his feet, he continued that these exceptionally rare individuals possessed such uniqueness that each had been given a name of its own. They were known as demons. Kim Min-jun smiled eagerly as purple lightning flickered within his eyes before he leaped into the air. The demon simultaneously swung its sword as he charged toward it. Back in the abandoned corridor, Kim Min-jun reflected that a demon which had once existed only in Isgard had now appeared on Earth. He considered the surge of abnormal entities, the emergence of awakened individuals with skills, and now even demons that had never appeared before, concluding with unease that the situation was changing far more rapidly than he had anticipated. Suddenly, someone emerged from around a corner, drawing both of their attention. A soldier had been transformed into a stone statue, his face frozen in overwhelming terror. Kim So-hyun confirmed that it was undoubtedly petrification. Muttering to himself, Kim Min-jun identified the victim as the first lieutenant. Kim So-hyun explained that petrification skills were often undone once the caster was eliminated and assured him that there was still time. Clenching his teeth, Kim Min-jun instructed her to take the 3rd Platoon commander and leave immediately. Following behind him, Kim So-hyun warned that the creature was a demon whose strength was incomparable even to boss-level demonic beasts. She insisted that she was not worried about him personally but argued that if she accompanied him. Before she could finish, Kim Min-jun interrupted, saying that they could not have her getting hurt during the battle. Momentarily stunned, Kim So-hyun eventually sheathed her sword and acknowledged his order. Hoisting the petrified soldier onto her shoulder, she prepared to leave. Before she departed, Kim Min-jun reminded her not to engage the demon on the lower floor. She nodded once more, affirming that she understood. The sound of footsteps echoed through the building as Kim Min-jun tightened his grip on his sword and carefully searched every corner. Upon entering an empty room, he suddenly sensed something above him. The demon was already directly overhead. Kim Min-jun immediately swung his sword, striking the spot where the demon had been standing and triggering a massive explosion. Black smoke billowed from the blast before reforming into the demon behind him. It instantly fired a dark arrow toward his neck, but he blocked it with ease. As more arrows followed, Kim Min-jun calmly realized that the demon's tail was the source of the petrification effect. The demon beat its wings powerfully, circled through the air, and closed the distance in an instant. Maintaining an astonishingly calm expression, Kim Min-jun effortlessly evaded the attacks from its wings. Gripping his sword firmly, he unleashed a slash that split the demon into two clouds of black smoke. The demon quickly retreated, but Kim Min-jun reversed his grip on the sword. The moment the demon lunged at him from behind, he drove his blade straight through its head with a single thrust. Stunned by what had happened within a split second, the demon dissolved into black smoke once more and withdrew to a safe distance. Touching the wound in its head, it remarked that Kim Min-jun was different from the others before asking whether they had met before and how he already knew its attacks. Kim Min-jun let out a dismissive laugh and asked what kind of self-absorbed nonsense the demon was talking about. As the demon stared at him in confusion, he continued by asking whether it truly believed he would be incapable of avoiding its attacks simply because it was his first time seeing them. He mockingly declared that the demon was not nearly as special as it imagined and insulted it outright. Enraged, the demon sarcastically apologized before admitting that, regardless of that, Kim Min-jun carried a very familiar scent. Bursting into laughter, it proclaimed that the smell was unmistakably that of the dark mage bastards from Isgard, multiplied sixfold. The remark immediately caused Kim Min-jun to grit his teeth in fury. The demon added that it was unfortunate because it had devoured so many of their kind that it had grown sick of the taste. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kim Min-jun roared for the demon to shut up before charging at it without hesitation. Outside the room, silence briefly filled the air. Moments later, Kim Min-jun was blasted backward, crashing through a wall and causing it to collapse before tumbling several more times and finally smashing into another wall. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself back up as the demon calmly emerged through the rubble. The demon launched 3 dark arrows in rapid succession. Kim Min-jun blocked them with his sword, but before he realized it, the demon's sharpened wingtip was already thrust toward his face. He narrowly avoided the strike, digging his hand into the floor to keep himself from being thrown any farther. Blood slowly began trickling down his forehead. Pulling its wing free from the wall, the demon mockingly asked what was wrong and commented that Kim Min-jun did not look very well. Cursing under his breath, Kim Min-jun lashed out with countless sword strikes around himself. At that moment, black smoke emerged from a crater between them. Riding the smoke forward, the demon laughed loudly and taunted him by asking whether he was running away now. It accelerated at terrifying speed, only to suddenly realize that it was flying through countless floating purple sparks suspended in the air. Kim Min-jun had been controlling them all along. Smirking, he replied that he was hardly running away and revealed that it had all been an invitation. Snapping his fingers, he activated his skill, Hell Demon Explosion, D. A blinding light instantly engulfed the demon, followed by a deafening chain of explosions that echoed throughout the entire building. Min-jun brought his fingers together and smiled faintly before telling the enemy to run away, adding that it was an invitation. He then snapped his fingers and activated the skill Hell Demon Explosion D. The burst of light instantly threw the shadow count into panic, and a massive explosion tore through the corridor. The brilliant flash startled Seo-hyun. She and the rest of the team froze as thick black smoke spread throughout the hallway. She hurried closer to inspect the aftermath and remarked that it had been the trap prepared in advance on the second floor to counter the enemy's teleportation. Judging from the scale of the explosion, she concluded that Master Kim Min-jun's plan had succeeded. She then thought about the petrification skill, but when she noticed that the soldier was still turned to stone, she realized that the effect had not been cancelled. A dreadful feeling immediately welled up inside her as she concluded that the enemy was still alive. Without hesitating, she rushed into the building while calling for the platoon commander. Meanwhile, the protagonist's position was still engulfed in smoke. He waved his hand to disperse it before it reached his nose. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. In an instant, the shadow count took advantage of the terrain and lunged from behind. The protagonist swiftly leaned aside to evade the attack before grabbing the shadow count by the face and subduing him in the blink of an eye. The shadow count admitted that the protagonist had probably already realized that he was a dark mage of Isgard. He explained that his comrades had risked their lives to gather information on him. The protagonist replied that the shadow count should have targeted him from the very beginning. Veins bulged across his face as he declared that, had that happened back then, the shadow count would not even be alive now. At that very moment, the protagonist drove his sword into the shadow count, leaving him gravely wounded. The shadow count coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood before using the last of his strength to grasp the blade. As his body slowly dissolved into black smoke, he warned the protagonist not to feel relieved because this was not the end, but only the beginning. Confused, the protagonist demanded to know the beginning of what. Instead of answering directly, the shadow count merely laughed and told him to look forward to it. His eyes glowed as he uttered his final words, referring to the protagonist as the Dark Mage of Earth. A second later, his body completely vanished into black smoke, leaving behind only the ring that slipped from his finger. Just then, Seo-hyun arrived and called out to Mr. Kim Min-jun. The protagonist calmly greeted her, saying that she had arrived. Looking around, she asked about the shadow count. He answered grimly that the shadow count had just died. Seo-hyun's face flushed slightly. She lowered her head, placed a hand over her chest, and said that she was certain everyone else would be happy before sincerely thanking him. The protagonist simply acknowledged her gratitude with a quiet hum. Noticing the item in his hand, Seo-hyun curiously asked about it. After a few moments, the protagonist finally found the right words and replied that it was an incredible piece of loot. After the battle, the group returned to their base. The door to the weight room remained shut until Seo Hyun pushed it open. She informed the protagonist that First Lieutenant Kim Chil-min had already been taken to the hospital, that the battalion commander was accompanying him, and that the commander expected the raid report by the following morning. The protagonist then asked whether Kim Chil-min would suffer any permanent side effects. Seo Hyun answered that, as far as she knew, there had never been any cases involving after effects once petrification had been lifted. She added that nothing abnormal had been observed this time either, although she still believed it would be wise for him to undergo a thorough examination. Relieved by her explanation, the protagonist replied that everything was all right and thanked her for her hard work. Seo Hyun then asked whether the ring the shadow count had dropped was really what the protagonist believed it to be. Smiling as though he had been expecting this all along, he answered that he would find out. A status window immediately appeared, revealing that it was the fallen Archmage's legacy ring, which contained the blink skill. Reading its description, the protagonist smiled in satisfaction as he realized that blink was the remarkable skill that allowed its user to teleport over a certain distance. Seo Hyun eagerly asked whether equipping the ring would allow him to use blink as well. The protagonist frowned and reasoned that blink was normally a skill exclusive to ordinary mages, because only they possessed proper control over mana. He complained that it had always been an irritating ability used by equally irritating people. Seo Hyun quickly agreed, reminding him that he had often complained that, despite fighting on the same side, those troublesome mages did nothing but attack enemies from afar before escaping. Growing more irritated, the protagonist admitted that they had always angered him by insisting that only mages could use blink, adding that he had often wanted to beat them up. Nevertheless, he decided it was finally time to test whether the ring would actually work. As soon as he activated it, light radiated from the ring like countless tiny streams of electricity wrapping themselves around his body. The system announced that he had obtained the blink skill, that the skill was evolving to suit its new user, and repeated that blink was evolving. Moments later, his pupils gradually turned a deep violet as the system announced that he had obtained the new skill Shadow Leap. Seeing his unusual condition, Seo Hyun hurried over and anxiously asked whether he was all right. Unexpectedly, the protagonist answered only with a mysterious smile. His movement speed had increased dramatically. Seo Hyun stopped in place and looked around, struggling to follow his movements, before wondering whether that was the Shadow Count's ability. In the very next instant, the protagonist appeared directly behind her. He excitedly declared that he had obtained an incredibly powerful skill and remarked that it was a shame he would never get to witness the shocked expressions on the mages' faces while using it. Later that night, atop the Saintess's tower, she stood silently beneath the moonlight, her eyes concealing emotions that were difficult to describe. Suddenly, a noise interrupted her thoughts as a man slowly emerged nearby. The Saintess coldly declared that the area was restricted and ordered those present to reveal themselves. 3 hooded figures immediately stepped forward. One of them reported that His Majesty had passed away. Remaining perfectly still, the Saintess stated that it had been an assassination. One of the hooded figures demanded to know whether she knew anything about the incident. Rather than answering directly, she remarked that it seemed they had already arrived with a predetermined conclusion and suggested that they should simply carry out whatever they had come to do. The 3 figures immediately announced that they were placing her under arrest and requested that she not resist. The Saintess remained motionless before calmly agreeing. At that moment, a knight appeared and likewise declared that he would not resist. His eyes glowed as white breath escaped his mouth. The hooded figures immediately drew their weapons and charged without waiting any longer. Even when one of them leaped toward his neck, the knight remained perfectly still. A moment later, however, the attacker was violently impaled against the wall. After struggling for several seconds, the man's body finally went limp. The remaining attackers recklessly continued their assault, and one of their weapons pierced the knight's left shoulder. He tensed his body, releasing surging lightning throughout himself before grabbing one hooded figure by the head. Without showing the slightest mercy, he crushed it with overwhelming force until blood splattered everywhere. He then coldly threw the corpse aside before turning to the final hooded figure who remained pinned to the wall. Only then did the Saintess ask what the real reason for their visit had been, pointing out that they had even brought battle mages capable of using blink. At last, the final man revealed his identity as Archmage Isaac. Frowning, Isaac reminded her that he had already said he was searching for the person responsible for assassinating His Majesty. The Saintess calmly replied that she understood before saying that she wished to change her question. Her expression grew noticeably colder as she finally asked when he had become the Nova Empire's dog.